Chapter 701, The Mark of Revenge. The Mark of Revenge Asteroid Belt. The gathering point of the Terran Empire fleet. This is a dangerous star zone composed of millions of asteroids, with extremely high density. At the same time, there are many large boulders and broken rocks that fly around aimlessly at speeds of hundreds or even thousands of miles per hour. Only a small number of them have been accurately calculated by the Empire's astronomers. When sailing in this dangerous star zone, the slightest mistake will result in the destruction of the ship and the death of people. And there is no return. With just one accurate scan, you can find countless spacecraft wreckage scattered in the Vengeance asteroid belt. The owners of these ships are interstellar gold diggers who came to the asteroid belt for the crystal mines that were shattered by the impact. But greed, stupidity, and bad luck made them lose their lives here. But this is the risk that must be taken when mining in dangerous areas. There is nothing to say. There are places with more risks than this. Why must Mobius's secret base be built in such a hellhole? With the sound of the servo drive running, Tychus lowered his power armor helmet, revealing his fierce face with flesh and wrinkles. There was a very obvious burn mark on Tychus' right cheek, which was left during his rescue mission on the surface of Jera. He killed more than 40 Mobius rebels alone and rescued several civilians from a mall that was about to collapse. He was a true captain of Terran. In the past, Tychus was just a jerk who didn't care about the life and death of others. Now, under the influence of Augustus and Raynor, he will do something human. After all, even Tychus has to save face. Why else would it be called a secret base? Raynor asked. I wanted to ask this before. Damn, Jimmy. Are you a genius? Tychus slowly lit a cigar. The mission of the Mobius Corps is to search for Zelnada ruins outside the known borders of the Copperless sector, searching for holy relics and artifacts therein. At the same time, they also have another responsibility, which is to find hidden hybrid factories and hunt these terrible giants. It is conceivable what kind of risks the Mobius Corps needs to take, so it is understandable that they will get better equipment and better treatment. As long as they can survive the dark age of the final battle, their identities will be made public and they will become heroes. For this reason, the Mobius Corps has many such secret bases, but the one in the Vengeance Scar asteroid belt is the largest and most important one. Raynor stared at a huge rock much larger than a space engineering vehicle that was passing by the observation window of the Hyperion at high speed, his eyes flashing with the bridge lights reflected from the ice crystals of the huge rock. Thank you, Tychus. I have never met such a selfless person like you in my fucking life. You've used up all your luck in life meeting a nice guy like me, so you always lose money at the poker table. Tychus exhaled a puff of smoke and said, Hank, Xander and Ward will tell you that I always win. Reno shrugged. Tychus snorted and glanced at a huge rock that was passing by the right observation window at a high speed. I bet the rebels of the Mobius Corps will set an ambush among these damn asteroids. It's hard to say, Reno said, unless they are crazy. We all know their mental state. Tychus tooted. Some people think they are still loyal to the Empire, while others have become real murderers. You know, they are crazy. And crazy people can do anything. I am sure they will launch a raid before we reach their lair. He continued, I have seen many such crazy people in Jera. They are completely crazy. At this moment, in the three-dimensional skin map on the Hyperion star map table, a huge asteroid belt has appeared. The Revenge asteroid belt is the remains of a planet named Revan II after it was shattered. It is located at the edge of the Milky Way where the light spots are sparse, dark and mysterious. It is very dangerous to cross the dense asteroid belt, especially for the huge battlecruiser. The asteroids passing by at high speed are no less than a giant artillery shell. The terrible relative speed between the asteroids and the battleship makes the Hyperion's route a life-or-death adventure. To pass through this asteroid belt, usually one can only follow a known safe route that has been accurately calculated and located. This route is too narrow for a large Imperial army, making it difficult for each fleet to deploy on a large scale on a cosmic scale, and also making their formation too dense. This Mobius secret base was originally built by the Terran Empire, so this only safe route is public information to both Raynor and the rebellious Mobius Corps. If Raynor ordered the fleet to proceed along this safe route, it would likely face a large number of space mines and electromagnetic pulse weapons. And the Mobius Legion rebels in the Scar of Vengeance and their hidden allies would likely surround the Imperial fleet. However, Raynor has never been a person who plays by the rules. At this moment, the huge shadow of the Hyperion is rapidly entering the Scar of Vengeance asteroid belt, going deeper into it along another darker and more dangerous route. As the ship traveled a certain distance, more and more asteroids passed by the porthole, and some asteroids could reach a diameter of tens or hundreds of miles. Although it was still far away from the Hyperion, as if separated by a galaxy, it was really insignificant on the scale of the universe, and the navigator could make a fatal mistake if he was not careful. Even if a giant ship like the Hyperion collided with it, the consequences would be no less than the Titanic hitting an iceberg. The orbits of asteroids in this area were more disordered and unpredictable, so sometimes asteroids would hit the Hyperion head-on. But the sizes of these asteroids were within expectations. As the Hyperion's mobile twin turrets gushed out orange-red flames, they were immediately pulverized by the warship's terrible firepower, and the remaining debris was not enough to penetrate her shield. At the same time, 3 rows of Gorgon battlecruisers, each with 12 ships in a row, followed closely behind the flagship Hyperion, using their proud and powerful firepower to clear the asteroids that blocked their way, turning them into large pieces of interstellar dust in the form of mist. Behind them was a large formation of more than 400 conventional Minotaur-class battlecruisers, followed by more than 30 Gorgons. The warships ahead cleared the asteroids on the way, so the following warships didn't have to waste energy and ammunition to deal with these dangerous huge rocks. These crushed interstellar dusts can also interfere with the detectors of the Mobius Legion fleet to a certain extent, and are an excellent fog. Before the Mobius people reacted, Raynor's fleet must have driven all the way to their doorstep. "I like this trick," Tycho said. "It's direct enough. Open the way with artillery fire." Raynor nodded. "When I was doing the revolution, I wanted to do this a long time ago." Unconsciously, the Coral Revolutionary Army, which started with just one Hyperion, has transformed into the most powerful armed force of a huge interstellar empire. The current Terran Empire has sufficient power to fight against the threat from alien forces. In the face of this powerful force, the former Federation Renaissance movement has become a clown. Raynor did not forget that in the most difficult times, they could not even afford to repair the Hyperion. So many facilities and systems had to be shut down. Raynor had a deep understanding of this. Waves of dazzling flashes from the explosion hit Hyperion, following the path opened by the artillery fire. The Tyranid Empire fleet, with Hyperion as its flagship, sailed all the way to the depths of the Vengeance Scar asteroid belt without encountering the warships of the Mobius Legion. However, it seems that as the Imperial fleet gets closer and closer to the core of the Vengeance Scar, they may have noticed it now with the reaction speed. At this time, Raynor could vaguely see the huge black shadow of the Vengeance Scar Mobius base, which was a huge rock covered with platinum and bronze metal. On top of the giant rock, buildings with flashing fluorescent blue lights and intimidating turrets extend outward along its irregular surface. New steel structures extend upward from the central core, like the taut fingers of a giant hand firmly grasping several smaller asteroids around to serve as ports and platforms for the base. The Mobius base in the Scar of Vengeance is a military facility transformed from a natural celestial body. It is extremely magnificent. The concrete and steel used to build it are enough to build a through highway between Augustgrad and the main city of Aurora. Not only that, the Vengeance Scar base is also a large-scale movable artificial platform, and its main structure is hidden in the asteroid with a diameter of more than 100 miles to connect wide mobile platforms. Although most of the time these platforms are fixed in their original positions, according to safety protocols, these platforms can be moved to areas rich in crystal veins and high-energy gas at any time. It must be said that this is a genius creation. When the Hyperion gets closer to the Mobius base, Raynor can see the 3 huge energy cores located between the majestic buildings, and feel the terrible power surging from the nuclear fuel reactors, heat exchangers and thousands of alloy pipes. It's really spectacular. Tychus rarely commented on these boring facilities. It would be even better if there was a swimming pool in there. These bastards really know how to enjoy themselves. "Sir!" Rebel warships detected. Suddenly, the sensors of the Hyperion issued warnings frequently. At the same time, a large number of Mobius warships jumped in. The towering bows with a sense of oppression were like mountains pressing down, with layers upon layers of mountains and majestic momentum, like a violent storm. Once they appeared, these crazy Mobius Legion warships opened fire on Raynor's Imperial fleet without hesitation. The forest-like turrets continued to spew out terrifying flames, and the dazzling flames splashing from the warships were instantly connected, reminiscent of the red cloud sweeping the sky and the flames sweeping the earth. Teams of Viking fighters, Ice Dragon fighters, and Wraith fighters took off from the starport of the Revenge Scar base. guarding the larger and more heavily armored transport ships and landing craft. The attack of the Mobius Corps was crazy and reckless. And its terrible determination and fighting were chilling. At all times, a large number of Mobius fighters and transport ships full of Marines were smashed into pieces by dense barrages before they tried to approach the Imperial warships. But they still tried to board the enemy ships desperately. Abandon your own warship and fight directly on board? Tychus was not surprised at all. Very good. Let them come to the Hyperion. Even if these bastards kneel down and beg for mercy, I will beat their faces to pieces. The cruel scene of Jera left a deep impression on Tychus. He saw with his own eyes that the crazy Mobius Legion slaughtered civilians wantonly on the burning streets. Whether they were the elderly, women, children, or livestock. As long as they were alive, they would not let go even a dog. Even Tychus felt that this was not something a human could do. And he was furious. Or rather, when those Mobius Legion soldiers truly succumbed to the will of the hybrid, they were no longer considered human. A new type of hybrid? Raynor raised his eyebrows. It's getting uglier, Tychus also said sinisterly. There was also a hybrid that had never been seen before mixed in these Mobius Legion warships. They looked somewhat similar to the corrupt flying insects of the Zerg, but had the heads of Protoss and wings of light that emitted a faint blue light. This hybrid can fly in space, and can also spit out an annihilation beam that can corrode the armor of warships. With amazing destructive power. Marshal, the enemy warship is sending us communications through unencrypted channels. A communications sergeant on the Hyperion reported to Raynor. Listen to what they are saying? A communication signal loaded with interference noise was connected to the communication channel, and the voices containing many crazy roars were transmitted to Raynor's ears. Shadows spread. Died in flames. Amon has awakened. He has awakened our dreams. In the name of Amon. Die. They have fallen deeper. Reno sighed. Compared to these people, Roberto Lamas is still normal. End the suffering of these people as soon as possible. And then we have to settle accounts with Emil Nerid. He betrayed the Empire. And the corruption of the Mark of Vengeance is proof of it. In addition to clearing the Mobi's rebels and the Scar of Vengeance, Raynor received a secret order from Augustus before leaving the Otarian Rift, which was to arrest Nerid for colluding with Amon and betraying the Empire. However, Augustus specifically instructed that this was not a violent arrest operation, but just to bring Nerid back to Augustgrad for trial. This is really simple. In fact, calling Nerid back only requires a transfer order. They were called only to prevent him from leaving the Empire early. Apart from Raynor, only a few people including Tychus knew about it. At least their job was actually very simple. Just call Nerid and come back to Augustgrad with us. They also couldn't understand why they couldn't just let the soldiers put shackles on Nerid, but instead escort him back to Augustgrad like a mysterious but dangerous alien artifact. When they first received this order, Raynor and Tychus were both shocked, because everyone knew that Dr. Nerid was loyal to the Empire and made outstanding contributions. But Augustus did not say how Nerid was exposed. The connection between the Mark of Vengeance and Nerid was actually deduced by Renault based on the deduction process of the answer. But in fact, Nerid was not involved in this matter. He has always been very cautious and did not catch Augustus. But Augustus did not care at all. Anyway, it was time. The surplus value was exploited, and you should get a box lunch. With Tychus's brain circuit, he was obviously stunned when he heard this. And the question in his heart blurted out, "We just took down this base. Where is the direct evidence?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tychus showed an I know expression and a strange smile. This matter does not require evidence. Who cares about him? If you want you to die, you have to die. Raynor has never liked Nerid. Since I first met Augustus Minsk, he has never let any bad guy go. Nor has he wronged a good person for no reason. I saw that he was not a good person. You have a shifty look. Do you need to tell me? Tychus also said something, with a bit of revenge in his words. We must check Duke. I think he has problems too. Chapter 702 Shakuras. What can I do to save you? Shakuras. Shrines of Lizel. Most of the surface of this ever-lit twilight star is shockingly barren, with several indigo oceans separating the continents of deserts and rugged hills, and only a few miracles with sparse vegetation. The Shrines of Lizel are located on a raised plateau, bathed in a hazy purple light. This is a spectacular ancient building complex. The symmetrical spiral patterns and rotating halos on the buildings echo the twilight-shrouded sky. Thousands of purple crystal clusters, like javelins, are inserted obliquely between the magnificent walls of the temple. The harmonious humming of the matrix is melodious between heaven and earth. And a sense of tranquility, remoteness, harmony, unity and unreality arises spontaneously. Standing under the temple of Rizul, even the most impetuous and anxious heart will find unprecedented tranquility. This is a temple of the Nerazim Protoss, a place for meditation and practice for the Dark Templar to practice conquering the void with will. It was not the first time that Augustus had come to Shakuras, but he had always come to the capital of the Nerazim, Temetros, to meet with Tassadar, and had never come to such a far place. The Dark Templars told Augustus that Shakuras was a land full of power, and their race had wandered here for 1,000 years. But from the Sea of Sorrow to the Katul province, from the vast Shakuras highlands to the Zelnaga temple, there were still many mysterious places on this planet that had not been fully explored. Those known and discovered offerings are considered holy places that cannot be desecrated, such as the Temple of Lijuar. Augustus stood in the circular courtyard of the Temple of Lijuar, where light and music echoed. In the dim twilight, the distant Natsar mountain was condensed into an invisible blue-purple light point, which was the dazzling brilliance of the crystal veins scattered across the foothills and the top of the mountain. In the dim twilight of Shakuras, this towering holy mountain shines like a beacon. The Nerazim consider Mount Natsar as a holy place, and this holy mountain also happens to contain the richest minerals in Shakuras. The Bishop's Council of Dharam once proposed to exploit the crystal veins on Mount Natsar to build warships for the Golden Fleet. But it was Vorazin, the daughter of the female leader Razagul, who argued and persuaded them to abandon this plan. Under the invasion of the strong culture of the Iyer Protoss, the ancient traditions and customs of the Nerazim Protoss in Shakuras are gradually disappearing. The radical faction headed by Vorazin in the Light and Shadow Council of Dharam naturally does not want the Nerazim Protoss to be assimilated by the Iyer Protoss and become their vassal. This is a microcosm of the contradictions and conflicts between the Iyer Protoss and the Nerazim Protoss in Dharam. The differences in their positions and even cultures have led to serious disagreements on many issues. If it weren't for leaders like Tassadar and the support of Razagul, the true Dharam unity of the Protoss would be difficult. But since Kara was completely controlled by Amon, the internal conflicts in Dharam can be put aside for the time being in a sense. Your Majesty, hybrids and Zerg are still pouring in here through the Zelnaga portal to Iyer. Admiral David Jones of the Empire stood beside Augustus. He was a calm middle-aged man, standing with bated breath like an ancient swordsman. Everyone, including Augustus, knew that David Jones was one of the most outstanding naval commanders of this era. An old-school general who pursued a duel-like attack method on the battlefield. Augustus would sum it up in one sentence. That is, he was still using the old tactics to fight head-on. The Zerg has almost destroyed the entire Timados. This historic Dark Templar city is being destroyed, with only the southwestern city remaining. General Jones is tall and thin, with a square chin, low forehead, ruddy face, and a pair of sharp eyes that are intimidating without anger. He wears a set of golden red power armor with golden imperial emblems on the shoulder armor and greaves. Shakuras is dim at all times of the day, so the moon and stars here are particularly shining. Augustus looked towards the south of the Rizhuar temple upon hearing this. The city of Timetros was right under the low-hanging silver galaxy. In Augustus's impression, Timetros was a brilliant city that was full of the aesthetics of the Dark Templars. The entire city was shrouded in the fluorescent green flashes of dark crystal, as if it was a black crystal city rising in a green fire. This was a dreamlike and charming city, full of imagination and creativity. All the Dark Templar cities Augustus had seen since then could not compare with Timetros. At the end of the horizon, Tematras was burning. Even the most magnificent city could not escape the fate of being destroyed by Amon. The Dark Templars spent 1,000 years to build Tematras, transforming it from a landing outpost into a magnificent city. And it only took a very short time to destroy the city. Augustus had seen many destroyed cities, many ruins standing on the scorched earth, and watched them melt like candles in the flames. And even the giant towers that reached the sky turned into a pool of molten iron. At present, the Temple of Lijuar is one of the few areas in Shakuras that has not been invaded by the hybrid and alien army. All over Shakuras, terrible earthquakes followed the fission of continental plates. Magma spewed tens of thousands of feet in the air, and magma rivers that were clearly visible in high-altitude orbit continued to form. Just as Augustus had seen on the planet Atreus before, huge void rifts with a diameter of thousands of miles were forming on the surface of Shakuras, and terrifying scarlet void energy was constantly spewing out of it. The terrible void shadows eroded every inch of land at an incredible speed. Shakuras is being pulled closer to the void at an alarming speed. In the scale of the universe, this planet is just a speck of dust in the vast galaxy. It is insignificant in the void where countless celestial bodies are formed and destroyed. But it is the last home of the Dark Templar. It seems that we are still late. Artanis looked at the twilight city of Timetros that was about to be destroyed in flames, and could not hide his grief. The violent void energy is surging under the surface of Shakuras, and I can feel Amon's rage from it. After Ire fell, Tassadar, Artanis, Phoenix and others led their people to Shakuras, and built a new home on this dim planet. Even though their new home, New Antioch, was equally magnificent, they always missed the sunny days of Ire. In that great escape that the Ire Protoss did not want to remember, all precious things and works of art had to be temporarily abandoned, and all ships had to be vacated to transport personnel and important supplies. If Augustus's Tyranids had not reached out to help them in time, more of the firstborn sons of God might have died in that catastrophe. Now, Shakuras is about to fall, and both his people and the Dark Templar will once again be in dire straits. The Protoss Empire has many colonies, and many of the Ire Protoss who fled to Shakuras were evacuated to these worlds. Even so, there are still tens of millions of Ire Protoss living in Shakuras, and most of them are civilians of the Kalai class who have no combat ability. Artanis also cannot ignore that the number of Nerazim Protoss is not large to begin with, and most of the population is in Shakuras. This catastrophe is even more devastating to them. I don't know what the purifiers of Clolarian will choose. Augustus looked at Artanis and said, but I think the purifiers will be more inclined to use fire to cleanse all the Zerg infection. This is their style. The command center just received a message for you, Your Majesty. At this time, a communications soldier carrying a holographic projector found Augustus. When the holographic projector was turned on, an unexpected Dark Templar appeared on the screen. It was Vorazin, the daughter of the current Nerazim matriarch Razigal. Since Augustus met the Nerazim matriarch Razigal, her health seemed to have been not very good. She became older and weaker, like an old man who was about to die. A few years is just a short period of time for the Protoss, but the impact on Razigal is particularly obvious. As time went by, Razigal rarely appeared in public, and she completely handed over the affairs of the clan to her daughter. Thank you for coming to support Shakuras in such a critical moment, Emperor Augustus Minsk. The Nerazim will never forget your kindness, Vorazin said as soon as he saw Augustus and Artanis. Praise the gods. Artanis, you are still alive. Amon corrupted Kara, and it was Executor Corlarian and Emperor Augustus who saved me and my fleet. Artanis immediately said, Vorazin, what is the situation now? The hybrid army and the Zerg destroyed our city, and the Shadow Guard was completely wiped out. Vorazin said sadly, everything happened too suddenly. The Templars went crazy and attacked us in a flash. Then the Zelnaga portal to Ire was opened, and there were traces of the war everywhere. We are trying to evacuate the remaining people, but we can't guarantee that we can support them to evacuate safely. Many Dark Templar followed Tassadar to join the Golden Fleet in the expedition to reclaim Ire, which is why Shakuras' defenses were insufficient. When their homeland Shakuras was engulfed in war, these warriors did not return. Only one thing is certain. Amon does not need warriors he cannot fully control, which is why the Taldaran Protoss eventually became abandoned. It can be expected that the Dark Templar in the Golden Fleet will be purged without hesitation, and their fellow Templars will be executed. We must rescue as many survivors as possible from Shakuras and transfer them to a safe place. Augustus then said, my warriors and the purifiers of the Executor of Corlarian will help you. Thank you for your support. Fortunately, most of the Protoss are concentrated in the large cities of Telmetros and New Antioch, which makes large-scale rescue and evacuation possible. Vorazin continued, the Light and Shadow Council is also in chaos. Everything is in chaos. I don't know what happened in your New Antioch, but the Kalai class was much less affected than the Templars, and many people still maintain their sanity. This is puzzling because their willpower is far less than that of the Templar class. Maybe Amon only needs the strong among the Templars to serve him, not the incompetent and weak craftsmen. A discordant voice suddenly emerged, and the first Ascendant Alarak sneered coldly, but even so, Amon's madness and anger are enough to drive those poor guys crazy. TSK. I advise you to give up. Even if they die, it doesn't matter, Alarak said. We are not here to save the dying and the wounded. I don't understand why this dirty little planet is worth wasting time on. We should go to Slain immediately, defeat Marash, and take back my position as the High Lord. Cyrodiil and his Dark Templars have helped me a lot, and the Terran Empire will not ignore the fall of Shakuras. Augustus just said, in the dark future. Only by destroying all the forces that resist him on as much as possible can we turn defeat into victory. I thought you were smart enough and thought everything through. Humph. Alarak's snort was not offensive, and he did not respond with sharp words as usual. He knew it was a provocation, and was not fooled. Artanis, why is there a Tal'Darim by your side? Vorazin asked. I am Alarak, the first person to be promoted from Tal'Darim. Alarak narrowed his eyes, that shone with scarlet psychic flames, and said in a Tal'Darim-style euphemism, Dark Templar, you better be worth my time. I can't tolerate fools. I don't care who you are. Vorazin didn't have time to wait for Alarak to finish. As she said, she didn't care about the identity of this Tal'Darim Protoss. Your stupidity is beyond my imagination, Alarak said in a cry of oh, and immediately hit back. Alarak is our new ally. Artanis couldn't find anything good to say when introducing Alarak to Vorazin. Alarak is determined to lead his people away from Amon's cruel rule. So he stood on our side. With all due respect, it is not wise to blindly trust a Tal'Darim. They do not keep their promises, are extremely barbaric, and may betray at any time. Vorazin said, the Tal'Darim will stand behind you, pulling out a sharp blade from the shadows. You are not worthy of my surprise attack from behind. Alarak sneered, I can defeat you from the front. Dark Templar, it depends on how you view this Tal'Darim. Artanis. Vorazin ignored Alarak and looked at Artanis. Artanis was silent. As for how Artanis viewed Alarak, it can only be said that this question stumped him. What exactly is Alarak in his heart? TSK Alarak TSK again. He knew that he was not trusted by these Protoss fellows, and he didn't expect them to be so easy to deceive. There is no time to waste. Vorazin looked at Augustus again. Emperor Augustus, I implore you to send reinforcements to Telmetros to help us evacuate civilians. We will never forget what happened today. Well, we are marching towards Telmetros and New Antioch. I hope the Dark Templars have enough ships to transport refugees, Augustus said, looking in the direction of Telmetros. Forward, General Jones ordered in the command channel. Outside the Temple of Rizul, between the crisscrossing rivers and soft sandbanks, the Terran Empire legions were gathering in full preparation, and all kinds of heavy combat mechas were deployed on the more solid surface. Such a huge army was a spectacular sight when it was deployed on the ground, with the advancing steel torrent and the dark marines pressing on. In the hazy fog over Telmetros, a fierce air battle had already begun, and the pirate ships of the Dark Templars had never given up the fight. And now they had received support from the Empire's Viking fighters. Dihaka, Augustus called out softly, and in the tremors that shook the entire Rizul temple, a terrifying creature with 2 rows of sword-shaped bone plates on its back broke out of the ground. This giant monster, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, broke out of the ground. It was incredibly huge and incredibly powerful. Under the solid bone plates was filled with terrible power like magma and flames. There are many powerful essences here. Dihaka spoke word by word, running towards the distant battle line, and we will hunt. Alarak, if you want to reach a cooperation, you must show corresponding sincerity. Augustus finally turned to Alarak and said, this is the rule of the deal. We will help you reach the top of the ascension chain. And in our eyes, the life of every civilian is more important than your position as a high-ranking lord. Remember, this is just a deal. Alarak turned to Augustus and said that he did not send troops to save people. Chapter 703, No Hope. Let's blow it up. There are many wars in the history of the Copperless sector that can be called large-scale and extremely tragic, and only the battles of Ire and Char are the most impressive. The surface of the planet is covered with horrible relics left by the battle. The bloody corpses of Protoss, Zerg and humans are everywhere. Interstellar battleships and Zerg sky beasts fell from orbit, and huge skyscraper-like wreckage covered the sky. If someone says that there will be no more interstellar wars of unprecedented scale after the Battle of the Brood, it is because they have not been to Shakuras shrouded in the shadow of the void. Shakuras, a mysterious world that has always been hidden in the dark and peaceful. The sacred homeworld of the Nerazim has once again fallen into war, and is almost completely destroyed. Since accepting the relatives from Ire, the homeland of the Dark Templar has been invaded on a large scale for the first time. The 2 previous wars on Shakuras almost destroyed the planet. But this time, there may not be many people who think it can be saved. Around the last few major settlements, including Timetros and New Antioch, wars of all sizes continue. The orange flames illuminated the sky of Shakuras, as if the flames burned from the sky to the ground, and the entire planet became a melting pot filled with death and destruction. The iron swarm led by the hybrids continued to pour out of the Zelnada portal, advancing deep inland along the outposts opened by the Dark Templar. The ruins of countless cities and fragments of art treasures paved every path they advanced. At the most critical moment, the outer fortifications of Timetros had completely fallen, and only a few photon turrets, Cateran monoliths and ion-light cannons were still operational. Fires raged through the city, and the magnificent spires that shone with fluorescent green light collapsed, becoming a pile of ruins and rubble. Metal and boulders rumbled over between the magnificent bridges of light. Most roads were impassable, and countless ancient temples and art treasures were destroyed in an instant. At this moment, the Zerg was still overwhelming the Dark Templars' defenses in Timetros. Groups of Ultralisks trampled every inch of land under their feet. Rivers and seas of Zerglings, Banlings and Hydralisks crossed the collapsed ancient walls, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of every Protoss. Everywhere you look, there are Zerg and their boiling fungal carpets and organic buildings on the surface. Huge behemoths and leviathans fall from the sky. The dense swarms of Zerg flying creatures move like huge rain clouds that can be clearly observed. Under the fierce attack of Amon's army of destruction, the Dark Templar of Vorazin suffered heavy losses. They lost most of Shakuras, and now Tamatroth is also in danger. The Dark Templar of the Nerazim Protoss are all-powerful warriors. Even civilians such as craftsmen and scholars are not without the ability to protect themselves. But their numbers are too small, and they are attacked from all sides and isolated. In the face of the vast sea of worms, the ability to hide in the shadows can no longer protect them as it did in the past. But in the southwestern city of Timetros, resistance continues. Even in those areas that have been declared lost, the surviving Dark Templars are still blocking the enemy in the shadows. Like rangers in the shadows, in the face of the vast swarm signals, the surviving Protoss of Timetros are fleeing to the nearest launch port, boarding the shuttle to evacuate the fallen planet. However, facing the rolling Zerg army, the Dark Templars had to give up their advantage of hiding in the shadows to defend their cities and people, and fight a brutal blocking and attrition war with the Zerg. This caused them to suffer heavy casualties, and it was difficult to spare enough strength to defend their people. A large number of Nerazim civilians died on the way to the launch port. This great Protoss group, which had experienced hardships but was still tenacious, once again came to a critical moment that determined the survival of the group. They once had Aden, but that was 1,000 years ago. The Terran Empire army arrived just in time. Hundreds of airdrop pods faced the howling wind, and the battleships approached the ground and fired from the air. Then, the huge battle cruisers still landed over the city of Timetros. When those huge cannons opened fire, it was really like thunder exploding in the sky, and even the earth was shaking. This is the way the Terran humans are good at fighting. Unimaginable firepower coverage and lightning attacks always follow one after another. As soon as the Empire's landing troops arrived, they rushed to Timetros from land and air in multiple ways. They advanced steadily and calmly along the way. Every time they occupied a key place, they quickly established impregnable fortifications and beachheads, and gained considerable advantages in the direct confrontation with the Zerg in local areas. These Imperial soldiers are well-equipped, well-trained, and well-prepared. Most importantly, they have accumulated considerable experience in fighting the Zerg in all the total wars, and they are not lacking in courage to fight. The loyal legions they belong to come from various Imperial worlds with strong military traditions. Some of the worlds have a history that is not much less than that of Tarsonis, and have a tradition of generations of military service, such as the famous Sons of Korhal, the New Sydney Red Terrace Militia, the Sirocco Border Regiment, the Sapphire Isles, and the Highland Denizens Division, which are local forces that appeared before and after the Battle of the Brood, since more than half of the worlds of the Empire have been invaded or even nearly destroyed by the Zerg. It is not surprising that the inhabitants of these areas have joined the army to defend their homes, before going to the boot camps such as Tulasi's 2, Ice Cave, Blaxis, Char and Glacier Bay. They are just amateur militiamen who have never even picked up a Gauss gun. But the rigorous training and the things they have learned and the unforgettable experience will eventually shape them into strong and tough warriors. With the help of the human army, the road to the main launch port of Timetros will soon be opened. For the Dark Templar, the situation is gradually improving. The number of civilians evacuated through the launch port and the space-time channel in a short period of time has increased significantly, far exceeding expectations, especially in an era when the Protoss population has been declining due to continuous wars. Both the Ire and Shakura's Protoss value and cherish the lives of their people, which also means that the favor of the Terran Empire is extremely important. It's nice to have more, but the Terrans always help when the time is right, whether their allies count on the Empire's support or not. The humans always arrive at the right time and in the most critical moments. Keep your promises and keep your promises. The Protoss used to believe that before humans could evolve to a higher level, this self-destructive race would probably slaughter their own kind, and that humans' ability to create was no less than their ability to destroy. Humans are always cunning, greedy, despicable, and untrustworthy. But outstanding leaders like Augustus Minsk and Jim Raynor prove that this race still has a shining soul. However, what surprised the Dark Templar of Vorazin was that the Taldaram army also appeared in the human army of the Terran Empire. These Protoss relatives, who they believed to have barbaric customs and win by cruelty, were actually fighting side by side with humans. And the leader of these Taldaram was Alarak, the first ascendant, which meant that the Taldaram Protoss had actually split in a practical sense. But this was not the key point. The key point was that the selfish Taldaram actually extended a helping hand to others, which made people wonder if they were sick from taking diazinon. Of course, this was not out of kindness, but was obviously to achieve a deeper, darker and more evil purpose. Alarak was more dedicated than I thought. I thought he would only send a few insignificant troops symbolically, which really surprised me. 20 hours after landing in Shakura's, Augustus had left the Temple of Rijur with the troops and arrived at the outskirts of the western city of Timetros. This is a desert area lacking vegetation. The terrain is flat, dry and desolate. A gust of wind can raise dust all over the sky. At the end of the horizon, you can see a large area of purple crystal clusters like a jungle, which are particularly eye-catching in the dim twilight. Swan's Imperial Engineering Corps built a base in this area in a short time, including a command center, barracks, heavy factories, starports, and numerous missile towers, sensor towers, sentry turrets, and dot defense drones. Augustus is always accompanied by a powerful and efficient combat command center, and the Emperor of the Empire no longer needs to personally command, as he already has a group of outstanding generals who can adapt to the war of the new era. Augustus gave these generals enough trust and would not interfere too much. Sometimes, the Terran Empire had to fight on multiple fronts, and the battlefield might span from one end of the Copperless sector to the other. It might take weeks or even longer to convey information, which required the generals to make their own decisions. When you have many outstanding generals, such as Horace Warfield, Jim Raynor, Matt Horner, Alexei Stukov, and even Edmund Duke, you don't need them to report everything before taking action. I must admit that the Taldaram are all-powerful warriors, but they do not fight for honor, but for power and status. This makes me always doubt Alarak and his warriors. Artanis walked into the upper command post of the command center, and there were many terrible scars on the golden ceremonial armor. Artanis was followed by the Purifier Talander. Although the main force of the Purifier Protoss was deployed near New Antioch and the Zelnaga Temple, Krolarian still sent a legion commanded by Talander to support Timetros. Not like you, Augustus said. Not like us. Artanis replied, the Nerazim are not like us either, but they are trustworthy. I respect brave warriors, but Alarak is not one of them. Talander flashed his huge alloy blade as he spoke. Even if these Taldaram glare at you from behind, you must knock them down immediately. You are right. Augustus nodded. Grab Alarak's braid and knock him down hard. A wise choice. But the Taldaram never turn their backs to others. If they do, it's like they have another pair of eyes on the back of their heads. He said, I heard that the Taldaram lords use sensors to monitor their competitors. Alarak may be using the same method to monitor us. But I don't care. He is a smart man. Much smarter than most people I have met. That's why Alarak will not choose to be my enemy. After talking for a while, Augustus stopped talking about Alarak. Apparently, this matter was not that important in comparison. Vorazin told me that his people are evacuating in an orderly manner through the launch port. Their shuttles are very fast, and there are enough of them. If they can maintain this evacuation speed, they can be completely evacuated in less than half the time as before. Shakura's lack sunlight. The surface is dark, dry and cold. And now even the moon cannot be seen. So it is difficult to distinguish the difference between day and night. Looking out the observation window, the ground of the command center was full of traces of smoke and fire, which were left by plasma burning the Zerg fungus blanket. Hopefully, things won't get worse before then, Artani said. Augustus nodded again and looked out the window. It was closer to Timitros, and the blazing Protoss city could be clearly seen. When he first arrived at Timitros, Augustus thought that this city with the perfect artistic style of the Nerazim Protoss seemed to come from another world. But now, the ruins of the Zerg army are shockingly familiar. Like a tragic scene of purgatory. Augustus could not describe the war that broke out on Shakuras in words. It was Satan's paradise lost. The end of the world mentioned by Zeratul. The final battle. The real hell. As the huge trauma caused by the war extended to the surface of Shakuras, the erosion of the void on the planet became more and more obvious. The geological changes brought super earthquakes all over the world, and the void energy overflowing from the void cracks caused a dramatic change in the weather. The sky was shining with a terrifying scarlet light, as if the magma that had emerged from the ground was flowing into the sky. A violent giant storm was slashing the cracked earth like a knife and an axe. An unprecedented sandstorm was moving at high speed on the surface. From the high-altitude orbit, it looked like many huge red clouds, each of which was large enough to accommodate the 2 satellites of Shakuras. The planet was trembling in pain under Amon's will. The earth was shaking, and the sky was roaring. For Shakuras, everything was too late after all. Artanis was silent for a long time, his voice filled with a complex emotion of pain and regret. I cannot agree with Vorazin's decision. But as she said, the Zerg infection and void corruption have already eroded Shakuras to the bone marrow. Shakuras must be destroyed before everything becomes irreversible. She has made her decision. Augustus just said, I have no better way. Nor do I have the right to change her decision. Razigal also acquiesced. Perhaps in her heart, Ire is her real homeland, and they are just passing through a foreign land wherever they go. Since Vorazin said so, Augustus will not sacrifice more Terran Empire warriors for the homeland of the Dark Templar, as the home world of the Daram Protoss. Shakuras is not without value to defend, but the price is unbearable for Augustus and Vorazin. Your Majesty, the sensor detected a strong psychic signal south of Timitros. Under the detection of the sensor, at this time, Timitros was surrounded by dense red life signals of the Zerg, and humans and Protoss were just tiny green lights among them. Is it the newly appeared Void Ripper? Augustus asked. No. It's Orega. He's back. Artanis is more sensitive to psychic perception. And besides Amon, he knows someone with such a strong and dark will. Orega, an immortal legend among the Dark Archons. He was once a leader among the Dark Templars, and Shakuras was also his home. Chapter 704, Orega, Bomb Your XX. Early the next day, Augustus, who had received reports from many parties, was convinced that the situation was developing in a good direction. Despite all the twists and turns, the Nerazim Protoss survivors trapped in Timitros were able to board the evacuation ship, leaving Shakuras in chaos and panic. After confirming that no one was left behind, Augustus ordered to abandon Timitros and all the Terran Empire troops to retreat to the direction of the Xel'Naga Temple. Some Dark Templars volunteered to stay behind to protect their human allies, determined to sink into the collapsing void rift with this glorious city. Their death was a pity. At 5 in the morning, Augustus's command center had already evacuated southward along with the evacuating Terran Empire army, arriving near a facility called Zenith Monolith by the Dark Templars. A few miles away was the towering Xel'Naga Temple, where the huge corridors surrounding the temple and the magnificent stone steps that dominated the entire field of vision could be clearly seen. A giant catering crystal that dominated the sky stood high on the top of the Xel'Naga Temple that reached the sky, surrounded by blue arcs and violent storms caused by the escaped energy. Accompanied by a group of senior Imperial officers, Augustus arrived at the foot of this towering megalithic building, wearing power armor and walking among the dense obelisk formations. These amazing megalithic buildings are undoubtedly another masterpiece of the creators. Their greatness and magnificence are enough to shock any race with a brilliant civilization in the universe. There are 3 zeniths in total that are responsible for regulating the huge energy for the Xel'Naga Temple. Only by destroying them can the temple's phase prism be overloaded. Artanis also traveled with Augustus. They came from different races, but they were as familiar with each other as old friends. I am deeply disturbed by the destruction of these great ruins, but it is insignificant compared to the continuation of the race. At the same time, outside the Zenith monolith, irregular battle lines were extending along the vast land of the Shakura's highlands. Hundreds of Tyranid Imperial Marine divisions, Purifier Sentinel Corps and Dark Templar Shadow Guards were fighting against the multiple Zerg armies that were attacking them. It was as if meteors rose from the ground and fell into the sky. A series of bright flares lit up the eastern sky and opened the door to hell. It was as if the pouring shells and artillery fire continued to extend forward, plowing the land again and again. And the dull roar and suffocating smoke came late. Mud and gravel rose from the ground like a spring, throwing high into the dust-shrouded sky. And the terrifying roar swept across the shattered earth like a gust of wind. The land covered by the artillery fire was moving forward every moment, and the terrible firepower of the Imperial army seemed to never fade. Compared with the huge roar and dazzling flashes outside, the area near the Zenith monolith facility was much quieter. The Terran Empire Engineering Corps was installing a fusion device near the Zenith monolith to detonate the facility and destroy it in the simplest and crudest way. We are just doing what we must do at the moment. Augustus did not dare to say that if he replaced Shakura's with Korra, he would make the same choice. So he respected the choice of the Dark Templar even more. Vorazin would rather destroy Shakura's than let it fall into Amon's hands. In order to completely destroy the planet, she decided to overload the phased prism of the Xel'Naga temple, thereby triggering a powerful energy wave to forcibly impact the core of the planet and directly shatter Shakura's. Decisive, resolute, and extremely courageous decision. This is heavy, and having to destroy her own planet must have made Vorazin extremely painful, beyond words. But she still remained calm and strong. And as Ortani said, if you want to overload the prism, the first step is to destroy the 3 Zenith monoliths outside the Xel'Naga temple. The next step is to defend the Xel'Naga temple before its phase prism is overloaded, so as to prevent it from being destroyed by the raging hybrids and Zerg. This is a difficult task, because the Nerazim cities around the Xel'Naga temple have fallen, and there is almost no defense nearby. And then, they must face the endless Zerg army coming from all directions. We can hold on a little longer, so that more hybrids and Zerg can pass through the Xel'Naga portal to Shakura's, and then destroy them all. Your idea coincides with mine, Emperor Augustus. Artanis felt that this was exactly what he wanted to say. They were simply in sync. In this way, we can further damage Amon's power. I like this plan. It seems that the Dark Templar are not all incompetent. Alarak, the first ascender of the Tal'Darim, was also among the crowd around Augustus. He had previously single-handedly destroyed a Zerg hive army, and could be said to be a one-man army. This is revenge. I want to make Amon bleed, and make him regret his deception and betrayal. For this, I don't mind giving you a little help. There is an obvious chain of contempt between the El Protoss, Nerazim and Tal'Darim, and they don't think highly of each other. The El Protoss thinks that Nerazim is barbaric and backward, while Nerazim hates the coldness and cruelty of the other party. On the other hand, Tal'Darim look down on both the El Protoss and Nerazim, despise all weakness, but are loyal to plagiarizing the scientific research results of the other party. Yes, I want you to contribute as well. Augustus glanced at Alarak, and his attitude was not very high. But that was all he could say. There are 4 main roads leading to the Xel'Naga temple, located in the 4 directions of the temple. He deployed his troops skillfully and said, "My troops, Artani's and Talandar's troops will guard the southern, western and northern gates respectively, and you and your army will be responsible for the eastern one." In comparison, the Terran Empire troops guarding the Xel'Naga temple are the strongest in terms of number and strength. But in addition to defending one gate, they also have to reserve enough manpower to guard every corner of the huge temple to guard against tunnel worms breaking out of the ground or Zerg airdrop capsules that directly hit the temple building from the sky. Any enemy who attempts to cross this line of defense will flee in panic, because their opponent is Alarak, the first person to be promoted from the Tal'Darim. Alarak raised his head slightly. "Very good." Augustus said in his heart that you must continue to maintain this confidence. Dealing with the Zerg is never easy, but I believe this should not be difficult for you and your powerful warriors. I have no doubt about this. Alarak said, "You should go. I also need to remind you that the terrain to the east of the temple is very different from other areas. There is a huge rift that cannot be crossed, which means that the Zerg can only send its air force to attack from this side, and the defense pressure on the ground is much smaller." Augustus then added, "But on the other hand, the Zerg may send several times or even more air nests to attack from the east. In this way, it is crucial to strengthen anti-aircraft firepower. I will reserve enough reserve forces to support various battlefields. If you can't resist, you must ask for help immediately. Otherwise, the entire defense line may collapse. Of course, I will. Alarak has no nose or mouth, but the muscle expressions on his face can be said to be quite rich. This may also be a feature of the Tal'Darim after they separated from the main Protoss, because they do not have Kala, so they must rely on more language and body movements to express and deceive. At the moment, Alarak showed a mischievous expression to Augustus, but he was not angry. Is he waiting for me to collapse, so I can ask him for help? To give in to him? What Augustus said just now clearly meant to Alarak, look, I left the easiest task to you, but you don't need to thank me. But Alarak was not angry. The first ascender of the Tal'Darim knew that the other party was deliberately provoking him, and was still testing him. But he would never bite the bullet, and take on the most difficult task just because of a momentary anger. Now he, Alarak, is not a high-level lord yet, and cannot mobilize Slane's death fleet. At present, his Tal'Darim troops have the smallest number of forces in Shakura's. This is a fact. Although Augustus gave Alarak the main task of defending one pass, there was still a lack of trust between them, and they might never be able to gain each other's trust. Like his other relatives in Ire and Shakura's, Alarak had his own pride, but he was both calm and willing to be temporarily inferior to others. The Tal'Darim had long been accustomed to the intrigues and deceptions between each other. The eyes between the eyes had more evil thoughts than the Templar had ever had in his life. The Tal'Darim believe in the respect of the strong and obey the truly strong. Although Augustus Minsk himself is not vulnerable in Alarak's eyes, his power is unparalleled in the Copperloo sector, and no one can question the current strength of the Terran Empire's army. Although his own strength is important, Alarak did not rely solely on this to reach the top of the chain of ascension. And Alarak has always reminded himself what kind of person he is facing. During Augustus's reign, the area where the Terrans lived was expanded all the way to the sparsely populated edge of the Milky Way, so that the original border of the Copperloo sector has long become history. When dealing with Protoss leaders like Tassadar, Phoenix and Artanis, Augustus treats them with sincerity. And when facing Alarak, he uses both kindness and force. This human emperor never thinks that he is superior to others, but he also doesn't think that others should be superior to him. Be careful. There will be more and more enemies rushing to the Xel'Naga temple in the future. Augustus looked around and said. In Augustus's opinion, Alarak's mind is not difficult to guess. He is unforgivable, but he values power and strength more, and everything must give way to this. Cruel, cold, cunning, ruthless. Alarak is the representative of the personality of the Tal'Darim Protoss. This man is not without merit, at least when it comes to dealing with Amon. He really draws his sword and fights. Based on this alone, Alarak and his supporters have already defeated most of the potential allies of the Terran Empire in the Copperless sector. While defending the temple, I will order the Templars on the Spear of Adon to destroy the remaining 2 Zenith monoliths. Artanis then took over Augustus' words and said, Your Majesty, the psychic signal of the Dark Archon Aurega has appeared again. This time he appeared to the north of the Xel'Naga temple. Admiral David Jones found Augustus at this time. In the past few hours, Aurega's signal has always been flickering. Sometimes he seems to have never appeared, and sometimes his response on the sensor is brighter than a star, as if his existence is between the void and reality. I can feel the hatred in Aurega's heart. Alarak also said, I admire this hatred and anger. This battle is getting more and more unfavorable for us. Artani said, Dark Archon Aurega is very dangerous. This is a consensus. For humans and Protoss, the Dark Archon, who is full of anger and deep hatred at this moment, is a terrible disaster. Relatively speaking, Aurega has not provoked the Terran Empire. Anyway, he is just trying to make a big move in the Daram Protoss, and take revenge on the Templars, who once exiled the Nerazim Protoss. Despite early misconceptions, the Dark Templar are just as noble warriors as the Templars. But Aurega is a special case among them. Aurega is a true villain. Cunning, cruel, and unscrupulous. All in all, Aurega's mental state is worrying. And even his own people believe that he is either completely crazy or half crazy. Since Aurega's transformation from a Dark Templar to a Dark Archon, his sanity has obviously been declining. Aurega was once an extreme idealist, but as time goes by, he gradually becomes a murderous demon and even begins to hate his own people. But Augustus still believes that Olega still has a love that has turned into obsession for Shakura's and his disappointed people. In the original timeline, Olega was sealed at some point in 2503, just before the story of Wings of Liberty begins. Even without considering Augustus's huge influence on the plot, Olega is still quite active at this point. Augustus was not too surprised that Olega appeared here. Olega? Is he here to take advantage of the situation? Artanis naturally had no good impression of Olega. My subordinates felt very strange because Olega was attacking the hybrids and swarms that appeared from the Xel'Naga portal, said General Jones. No one could doubt Orega's strength. He could almost compete with a fleet. It would be difficult to find a pure energy creature as powerful as him in the entire universe. This is puzzling to me. Admiral. Artanis spoke the truth. Orega. Isn't he Amon's subordinate? Augustus originally thought that the powerful being that Orega was loyal to was Amon. But it was actually someone else. Or maybe Orega was only loyal to himself. And Amon was just an object of use for him to achieve his ultimate goal. A springboard for him to realize his ambition. What an unexpected help. Augustus also sighed. This is actually understandable. Even though Orega has turned into a monster beyond recognition. His original intention of becoming like this was just to avenge his people. Now that Amon wants to destroy Shakura's and the entire Nerazim, Olega will surely not ignore it. If Olega has worked with Amon, he may have been deceived. When Olega heard that Vorazin wanted to blow up Shakura's, this extreme Nerazim Supreme would probably explode in anger. Chapter 705, The Temple of the Past. As the icy void energy gushed out from the huge cracks that covered the surface of Shakura's, the weather became increasingly cold. The biting cold wind eroded the rocky earth like an axe and a knife. And the frozen water vapor covered the huge purple crystals inserted in the ground with a layer of silver ice crystals. The earth shook, and a bloody army composed of millions of insect swarms came from all directions like a tide. A large number of behemoths appeared on the front line. Hybrid behemoths, wild beasts, thunder beasts, and their specialized variants rampaged on the battlefield, trampling everything. A bloody storm blew across the land of Shakura's, and the sky was shrouded in scarlet void energy rising from the void rifts. Just like a scene from hell, the road to the temple of Shakura's was extremely difficult, with piles of Zerg corpses and a lot of burning twisted steel piled up on the way forward. These corpses were pushed so high that tanks had to be used to push them down and crush them with a crackling sound like breaking branches. This was a killing field that could not be described in words. The battle around the temple of Timetros and Xel'Naga has been going on for many hours. Even though the battle line has spread over dozens or hundreds of miles, so many troops from all sides gathered in such a wide area are crowded, and they may be attacked from all directions or even from under their feet at any time. Augustus followed a Marine Corps of Alpha Squadron in a Sabre command car. A large number of armored personnel carriers, Hurricane tanks and Sidewinder tanks were driving on this road full of track marks. At every moment, it was like a torrent of flashing lights in the dim twilight at dusk. Like wandering fire dragons, fighter planes roared in the sky, and giant steel birds lifted by flames flew through the clouds, chasing groups of dragons and disappearing into the horizon. The sound of fierce fighting was sometimes nearby, and sometimes very far away. When Augustus looked out the window again, the magnificent Xel'Naga temple was already within reach. So unique, so mysterious. The Xel'Naga temple on Shakura's was different from those on Ire and other planets, but equally stunning and magnificent. The pyramid-shaped temple reaches into the sky, with orange, red, and white lights shining from the top. The beautifully carved hieroglyphs and spiral symbols reflect the green light that symbolizes vitality. The huge ceremonial stone steps are accompanied by exquisite statues, extending all the way to the towering cliff-like walls. The shape is beautiful. The structure is three-dimensional, and the whole conforms to the perfect golden ratio, which is harmonious and full of rhythm. The Temple of Xel'Naga is like a magnificent lighthouse, a perfect work of art, and an epic building from all directions and angles. The influence of Xel'Naga art on the Protoss was profound, and the Nerazim's understanding of aesthetics was born from it. If this beautiful temple had to be destroyed at the last minute, whether it was originally built for scientific research or sacrifice, or other purposes that they had no way of knowing, Augustus could only express his regret. There must be many such Xel'Naga temples in the lost corners of the universe, but they will never be as important to the Dark Templar as this one in Shakura's. Similarly, there are many planets in the universe that are suitable for survival, but they can never compare to Shakura's. Sitting in the car, Augustus can still feel the ground shaking violently. This comes from the increasingly frequent earthquakes in Shakuras, and also from the large number of Zerg tunnel worms active underground. These terrible monsters are eroding the land of Shakuras. If you think the number of Zerg on the surface is enough to make you despair, then there may be hundreds or thousands of times more Zerg in the well-developed underground Zerg tunnel network. Just as Augustus looked out the window, a huge Omega tunnel worm broke out of the ground a few hundred yards away, opening its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth and spitting out hundreds of hideous Zerg. What really surprised Augustus was that the Omega tunnel worm had only appeared in Char before. It was larger and faster than other tunnel worm species, and was the undisputed king among them. But there was no need for Augustus to give orders personally, as the nearest Imperial troop had already rushed over under the orders of its commander. The first reaction of humans when seeing the Zerg was fear, and they wanted to retreat. But the battle-hardened Imperial warriors could face this fear directly. The large-caliber grenades of the raiders whistled and bombarded the disproportionately huge heads of the tunnel worms, tearing all the Zergs pouring out of them into pieces of flesh and blood. A squad of fire bats blocked its huge mouth, roasting each Zerg with roaring flames of destruction. Immediately, that direction was illuminated by bright flames in an instant, like bundles of dry firewood lit by torches. The outline of the violent struggle in the painful howling was clearly visible, and Augustus seemed to be able to smell the smell of burnt meat. If humans were burned to death, Augustus might not be able to remain indifferent. But if it was Zerg, it would be a great pleasure. Augustus noticed the identity of these fire bats. The Red Heavenly Devil logo represented that they were the famous Red Devil Legion, the troops of Imperial General Honeck Hank. Augustus was very happy to see the troops of his old friend. But unfortunately Honeck himself was not here. At this moment, he was in Char, far away at the other end of the Copperloo sector, because the plague swarms of the brainworm Carlos and the infected army of Dougal were making a comeback. Not only the Terran Empire, but also wars are breaking out in all parts of the Copperloo sector. Amon has forced the forces that originally wanted to stay out of it to rise up and resist. At this time, the road ahead has been completely opened up, and the road to the Xel'Naga Temple is unobstructed. A large number of Terran Empire and Dark Templar troops can be seen everywhere along the way. Since the Templars have been corrupted, only the Dark Templars are still active on Shakuras. Hundreds of hunters can be seen flashing with silver light. The void phase devices they are equipped with can make them move with high mobility without a trace, appearing from the shadows to launch a surprise attack and retreating unscathed. The Dark Templar also have their own version of the Immortal Walker, called the Annihilus. Unlike their fellow Templars, the Nerazim believe that dying deepens their connection to the void, and immortal technology allows them to remain in this state permanently. The Immortal Walker is impressive to their Tyranid allies because of its powerful shadow ray cannon, which has an amazing range and is enough to threaten enemy air units at low altitudes. Passing by these Dark Templar troops who remained silent, Augustus's Saber command vehicle left the troop transport convoy, passed through the positions of several Alpha Squadron Marine battalions and anti-aircraft artillery units, and finally stopped at a command post south of the Xel'Naga Temple, which previously belonged to General Fritz. Artanis did not accompany Augustus to the Xel'Naga Temple, but returned to the Spear of Aden to command his Templar troops. Alarak, the first ascender of the Tal'Darim, left in advance in a warp prism, refusing to ride in the same car with the human emperor, and Augustus said that he would never experience the joy of high speed. Entering General Fritz's command center, the general himself and his staff officers greeted the emperor. Everyone was well aware of the current dangerous situation. Some were calm, while others showed their worries on their faces without concealing them. On the tactical table of the command center, the future direction of this war was already very clear. The landing forces of the Terran Empire and its allies are shrinking towards the Xel'Naga Temple, while still sending more reinforcements from orbit. Beyond this, countless swarms of Zerg are overwhelming, endless and unstoppable. These swarms come from the Lost Nest branch of Ire, and are descendants of the first generation of Masters. So the Terran Empire knows very little about these nests. This will be an obvious hard battle, and the war with the Zerg is never easy. From the perspective of terrain, this place is favorable for the defenders. There is a lack of dense vegetation that stabilizes the soil, and the wind and sand are blowing. The visibility is not very high, but it is not a big deal. The majestic Xel'Naga Temple is located on a high ground far above the surface. It is surrounded by steep canyons and piles of huge gray sandstones. It is not a flat land. Surrounding the temple, the phase technicians of the Dark Templar built a series of insurmountable mountain walls and a large number of defensive facilities based on this. The Terran Empire Engineering Corps can further build solid fortifications around the Xel'Naga Temple, while the Purifiers can directly warp to the military facilities from their supermothership, the Cybros. It will take some time to connect all parts of this huge temple into a whole and build it into a giant impregnable fortress. Even so, it is already quite surprising. But the situation is still very serious. Fortunately, their fleet in high-altitude orbit has an absolute advantage and can provide strong support to the combat forces on the ground, which allows this seemingly extremely crazy plan to be further implemented. That is, they will hold the Xel'Naga Temple until their phase prisms are overloaded, and then explode Shakuras, destroying all life on the planet, preventing the planet from becoming a breeding ground for infection, and at the same time destroying the Zerg that invaded Shakuras as much as possible. In this sense, the more Zerg that flow into Shakuras, the better. Augustus and his generals had already arranged the deployment of various troops. The Terran Empire deployed about 45 main divisions and a large number of armor and vehicles in the Xel'Naga Temple area, and built a large number of earth-shattering cannons, longbow rocket missile towers, and railgun turrets. They were well prepared and had sufficient logistics to plow the vast area around the temple more than a dozen times. There was still time to spare, so Augustus and his generals had a brief meal. The food was simple. Just some very soft boiled potatoes and sausages. No one cared whether the food was good or not. The army had been on the move before, and had no time to stop and cook. Time was always very tight. Several main insect nests were nipping at their heels, and more insect nests were chasing and encircling them. The Zerg didn't use any clever tactics, because their numbers were enough to crush all enemies on Shakuras. The Zerg will win in the end. The only difference is the length of time, and all resistance is just a fight of trapped beasts. The continuous battle under high pressure is really unbearable for ordinary people. The roar of artillery fire has never stopped, and there are hungry Zerg everywhere. Everything in the sky and on the ground seems to be a monster that only appears in Paradise Lost. Augustus and his warriors don't even have time to stop and rest, let alone sleep, and can only stay awake for a long time through enhancers. During this period, Augustus barely had a proper meal, and just took emergency rations to cope with the situation. But fortunately, his appetite was quite good. At this moment, Augustus couldn't help thinking that it would be nice if Sarah was here. He missed his two daughters, Louise and Charlotte, his mother, his sister, Lisa, Arcturus, Valerian, and his old father Angus, whose hairline was worrying. Augustus couldn't remember how long he hadn't been back to Kar. He still kept the habit of writing letters and sent them back to the Augustgrad Palace via the fastest route. But it was too far away. He has an interstellar empire that spans 2-star regions and many light years to manage. Sometimes even staying at the Empire's first star makes him seem not close enough to his people. There's nothing to say. I just hope Tychus doesn't cause any trouble. But with Raynor, there shouldn't be any problems. Napoleon said that the best general is often the one who makes the fewest mistakes. And Raynor almost never makes mistakes on the battlefield. His choices are always right, and he always wins. It's just that Raynor learned well from Augustus and didn't get Tychus bad habits. Otherwise it's hard to say whether the two of them are in cahoots. Your Majesty, the leader of the Protoss Dark Templar, Vorazin, is waiting for you on the channel. After a while, a staff officer found Augustus. Augustus then went to the communication station to talk to Vorazin. Since the health of Vorazin's mother, the Nerazim matriarch Razigal, was really worrying. She has now accepted the important tasks of the tribe. It is worth mentioning that Vorazin is not a novice leader, nor is she a weak person. She is a powerful master of the Dark Templar, and has taught many outstanding Dark Templars as a teacher. Some may suspect that Artanis is too young and inexperienced, but no one will look at Vorazin in this way. In Darum, Rashigal is calm and believes in unity, but is seen as weak by her people, so Vorazin always behaves more radically. But in fact she does not oppose the unification of the Protoss. The Matriarch Guard still controls the Xel'Naga Temple and a large area around it, and the spreading Zerg infection is also effectively controlled here. Praise the gods. You are here. Vorazin looks like her mother Razigal, but younger and wilder. In the eyes of the Nerazim, Vorazin is definitely a representative of great charm. Behind Vorazin stands the elite Shadow Guard, each of whom is a legend among the Dark Templar. Compared to the Ire Protoss, the Dark Templar of Shakuras have sharper edges and protrusions on their faces, and they use the sharp teeth and claws of the Zerg to decorate their armor and fluttering cloaks. Each legion of the Shadow Guard is composed of 100 centurions. If someone dies in battle, a new one will be selected to take his place immediately. The battle on Shakuras was so brutal that the number of Dark Templars of the Shadow Guard who died in battle was several times their original number. Further away, some figures wearing white and purple robes could be seen behind Vorazin. They should be the acolytes of the Surok tribe guarding the Xel'Naga temple. This arbitrator tribe is not very interested in politics, but rather in protecting the remains of Xel'Naga. At the same time, this tribe is also famous for its powerful high-level Templars. What's going on? Augustus nodded slightly and immediately said, "We tried to contact Aurega, but he ignored all communication requests." It's the same here. Emperor Augustus Aurega can't understand why we ally with the Templars. He is consumed by hatred, and we don't want our people to shed blood for this. Vorazin explained. Okay. We don't need to ally with Aurega, or even talk to him, Augustus said, as long as he doesn't stand on Amon's side. Thank God. Fortunately, Aurega doesn't seem to be a doomsday faction. Amon has successfully forced many of our enemies to our side. He is really helpful. Chapter 706 We stand shoulder to shoulder. Sword to sword. There is no dawn in Shakuras. Beyond the main defense line of the temple is a horrible scene, with countless huge corpses and mecha wreckage exposed to the cold wind of Shakura's midnight and the heart-tightening twilight. This is undoubtedly an epic defensive battle. In the days and nights of Shakuras, huge swarms of insects come one after another, overwhelming the human bunkers and the Protoss artillery buildings, as if the glory of the domination era is reappearing here. By this time, the endless erosion of the Void Shadow had made Shakuras terminally ill. After time it rose, major Protoss settlements such as Kakara Keys, Lizwell Temple, Olive Razjan and New Antioch also fell one after another. The Xel'Naga Temple was the last area still in the hands of the Terran Empire and its allies. Since the beginning of the war, Nerazim Protoss phase technicians and Imperial engineers have been constantly strengthening the defense of the Xel'Naga Temple. Solid planetary fortresses, steel-plated bunkers, and doomsday turrets rose from the ground in the flames of welding of T-280 space engineering vehicles. One after another, golden photon turrets, ion beam cannons, and shield chargers were warped to the surface from the Spear of Aden at an astonishing speed. Almost every few minutes, the transformation of the Xel'Naga Temple from a sanctuary to a super fortress took a step further. The jagged fortifications looked like a jungle growing wildly in a time-lapse camera. Every 50 yards there was a siege tank. Every 200 yards there was a bunker covered with electroplated fine steel plates, and countless black gun muzzles stretched obliquely into the air, like the spikes on a hedgehog. Even if they were wearing power armor and holding Gauss rifles, the Marines would not want to face the Zerg head-on on an open battlefield. If there happened to be a bunker nearby, they could destroy an enemy 10 times their number. All the Marines were prepared for a sudden encounter that would turn into hand-to-hand combat. But everyone knew that there was no chance of winning. The outer perimeter of the temple fortifications was a large number of concrete bunkers, obstacles, and shockingly dense minefields. The area tens of miles deep was covered with countless spider mines, widow mines and mag mines, making any action to approach the temple a crazy adventure. Now, this magnificent temple building has been completely transformed into a rock fortress rooted in the highlands of Shakuras. It must be said that this is another kind of Tyranid speed. Under the leadership of Chief Engineer Rory Swan, the Imperial Engineering Corps, which the Emperor is proud of, has once again completed its task brilliantly. In this way, on the first night of Augustus' arrival at the Xel'Naga Temple, the Zerg swarms gathered outside the temple began to attack the temple in batches in the unit of Zerg nests after the initial few tentative attacks. Judging from the attack deployment, this was obviously not a chaotic attack, but to find the weak points of the fortifications. The individual Zerg lacked obvious intelligence and were efficient and cold-blooded killing machines. But the Zerg swarm was not a beast that hunted by instinct alone. On the contrary, their tactics were very clever. But more often than not, the absolute number could overwhelm everything. That night, Augustus only slept briefly for about 2 or 3 hours. But it was enough for him. At night, the huge noise and terrible shock waves of the Imperial defense positions swept across the battlefield, as if 100 Gorgon-class battlecruisers were firing at the same time, and large pieces of mud and rubble were thrown into the air. The number of shells falling per square mile was even comparable to the density of Zerg in the area. By the next morning, the ground was covered with huge craters. Huge rocks were blasted to pieces. And even the mountains dotted in the desert were flattened completely. Under such intensive covering firepower, everything was equal. Even those thick-skinned and heavily armored ultralisks could not escape. The area within 100 miles of the Xel'Naga temple had become a meat grinder of steel, fire, and flesh. The overwhelming artillery fire tore all the enemies who tried to approach the temple into pieces. The dust from the explosion and the smoke of destruction hung in the sky, and the vast land was piled with broken insect corpses and skeletons of huge monsters, like piles of flying insect corpses under the lampshade. Everything in front of me was really shocking. The Zerg seemed to have naturally opened up a path in the minefield deployed outside the temple with their flesh and blood. It was really a road paved with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as if red paint had been used to paint a series of conspicuous traces on the purple glowing land of Shakuras. After the strong air wave caused by the explosion of the shells, the bloody shells of the Zerg fell like rain. It was really a bloody storm. On the positions of the Dark Templar, Purifiers, Templars and Tal'Darim Protoss, the situation may be different. Above their positions, you can see all kinds of dazzling particle weapons. The enemies are either directly reduced to ashes, or cut into several pieces by several threads, or directly broken into molecular states. This can be called the last battle of Shakuras. The Dark Templar led by Vorazan did not hesitate to use their mysterious omen ability and terrible time-space weapons to reduce the pressure on their allies as much as possible and buy time. The Dark Templar could drag the enemy into gravity wells, disrupt time and space, and even stop time, which made Alarak's Tal'Darim drop their jaws, sour and greedy. In any case, at the end of the day, Augustus was happy that they had only resisted the Zerg's attack at a relatively small cost. The Zerg paid an unimaginable price, and the dead Zerg were enough to fill the deep trench in front of the Xel'Naga temple. But it must not be blindly optimistic. Augustus believed that this was only the first wave of the Zerg's attack, and the subsequent attacks would be even more frenzied, which was immediately confirmed. Roughly estimated, the Zerg that died outside the temple the day before only accounted for a very small part of the number of Zerg that landed on Shakuras. For the Protoss, this level of sacrifice is already an absolute heavy blow. But for the Zerg, it is just a scratch. The Lord of the Zerg will never grieve for the sacrifice of an individual, and Amon will not care about the life and death of the tool of destruction. The second wave of offensive is coming soon. This time, the swarms are led by a large number of hybrids. Hundreds of Void Tearers emerge from the rift between the Void and reality. The dense psychic signals indicate that a more terrible and bloody killing is coming. The hybrids are loyal servants of Amon. They have extremely high intelligence and can control large-scale swarms of insects. Individuals are also extremely powerful. At the same time, the erosion of the Void on Shakuras has further enhanced the power of these hybrids. Only the most powerful Protoss warriors can fight against them. For the soldiers in the fortifications, this is a cruel test. Augustus is not worried about whether his army can hold the line under the terrible attack of the Zerg. They are no longer afraid of facing humans, Zerg or Protoss. At this time, young people of military age are no longer as reluctant to join the army as they were in the past. Whenever a full-scale war sweeps across the entire Copperless sector, the Terran Empire needs more soldiers, which has become a tradition imperceptibly. Many Imperial worlds have militias that are close to standing armies, capable of forming millions of stormtroopers when necessary. As the threat of the Zerg forces them to form armed forces to defend their homeland, people would say that on a world ravaged by the Zerg, the first thing a child born there learns to do before he can speak is to shoot at the Zerg. Despite facing billions of Zerg, the Imperial warriors guarding the Xel'Naga temple never thought they were abandoned, but were full of fighting spirit. As the founder of a galactic empire built with real guns and bullets, Augustus naturally fought with his warriors. When the old story is brought up again, even if Augustus only appears on the front line, the demoralized Imperial warriors will be immediately encouraged. If someone tells Admiral Jim Raynor that someone said that the Terran Empire has never lost wherever Emperor Augustus is, the Admiral will say, well, yes, just put him there. It works better than anything else. The torrent of the Zerg is like waves that surge onto the beach, one wave after another, one wave stronger than the other, making you lose your balance and eventually be swept into the suffocating waves. For the rest of the day, the artillery fire never ceased. Amid the flickering lights of tracer bullets and flares, the impact points of the shells continuously emitted violent flashes and deafening explosions. and the huge sound waves were enough to throw smaller Zerg into the sky. When a firepower base was hit by the Zerg swarm, they would immediately attract more fierce counterattacks. The elite Imperial main divisions that dropped to the surface of Shakuras were some of the divisions that dated back to the Korhal Uprising. And some veterans had even heard of Angus Minsk's declaration of independence. The Xel'Naga temple soon became a slaughterhouse filled with ruins, debris, corpses and nightmares. The fierce battles continued day and night, and hundreds of battles were fought around every courtyard, every corridor and every altar, so that the exquisite carvings and hieroglyphs praising epics were soaked with blood. It is not new for the Terran Empire and the Protoss to fight against the Zerg shoulder to shoulder. But it is a fantasy for the Tal'Darim to work together with the Templar and the Dark Templar to resist the Zerg. The Purifiers and the High Templars face dozens or even hundreds of Zerglings back to back, unreservedly giving their backs to each other for protection. When a Tal'Darim Protoss fought to defend the temple, even the Dark Templars would feel awkward. Artanis never expected that the Protoss unification that Tassadar and he had always wanted to achieve would become a reality in this way. If there was no Amon, even after another 10,000 years, the various Protoss branches would never interact with each other, and even friction and conflict would continue. The Protoss said that humans are a race that loves to kill each other, but they are not much better. By the second night, casualties were difficult to control, but more troops and heavy firepower were delivered to the temple. A military reporter who was allowed to enter the frontline troops tried to describe the scene of this battle in words. But all the descriptive techniques and words seemed pale and powerless in the face of the bloody reality. The Imperials are unwilling to sing the praises of war and sacrifice. This is a real news report. People will know what they or their brothers, sisters and children have sacrificed to defend the Empire, but they will never know the pain they have endured. Fortunately, the defenders always maintained air superiority. Artanis sent out almost all the Phoenix fighters in the Spear of Adon, except for the reconnaissance aircraft he flew in the Battle of the Brood. Under the air superiority, the Duskwing Banshee bomber units of the Terran Empire swooped down on ground targets in groups, baptizing the battlefield with Banshee-like screams. Bombers carrying napalm bombs focused on striking conspicuous ground targets, clearing out the giant ground units that posed a great threat to the fortifications. Despite the great cost, the position of the Xel'Naga temple was lost bit by bit, leaving only a pile of rubble blackened by flames. At the same time, the number of Zerg on Shakuras also reached a very terrifying number, and the number of hybrids exceeded 5 digits for the first time. When Augustus and Artanis learned that the phase prism of the Xel'Naga temple could be overloaded at any time, they both determined that the time had come. The wounded were the first to leave on the evacuation ship, and then some soldiers were ordered to stay and others to leave. The remaining defenders used continuous orbital bombardment as cover, gradually abandoned most of the positions of the Xel'Naga temple, and the last elite retreated into the depths of the Xel'Naga temple through complex passages, waiting for the prism to overload and trigger a shock wave to destroy the planet. I am so happy to fight alongside you again. Augustus Minsk. Walking in the Xel'Naga temple with carved beams and painted buildings, Artanis couldn't help but say to Augustus, "We will march towards the battlefield of glory together." They were surrounded by numerous Imperial Royal Guards, Matriarch Shadow Guards, Spear of Adon Golden Age Templars, and Tal'Darim High Ascendants. "You are still so passionate," Augustus thought with relief. Just like before, Augustus originally thought that Artanis would hold on alone until the last moment when the phase prism was overloaded. But Artanis did not. He seemed to want to be with him. As if he suddenly thought of something, Artanis looked at Alarak and said, "You too." Alarak. "I feel neither honor nor joy," Alarak replied immediately. "We are of the same blood. All Protoss." Artanis' shining blue eyes became brighter in the face of this catastrophe. The Protoss should abandon their past prejudices and barriers, unite and work together to defeat Amon. "Well said, Artanis," Alarak said. "I thought your stupidity was just a disguise, but I didn't expect you to really think so. If you can talk your enemy to death, then do it." Artanis. Chapter 707, Alalak's Approval. The enemy rushed into the Xel'Naga temple. Groups of Zerglings, cockroaches, Banlings and Hydralisks rustled along the winding passages and colonnades, and their impatient screams were filled with a blatant desire for destruction. They overturned all the magnificent statues they saw along the way, smashed the colorful lighting crystals, and marched in a mighty force. The intricate, maze-like passages and corridors here are no more suitable for the Zerg's combat methods than any underground worm tunnel. As Augustus officers reported, the swarms of insects poured in like water pouring into an anthill. The swarms of insects were a tide of sharp teeth, claws and shells. A swarm of locusts that overwhelmed the fields in summer. Rumbling and buzzing, they pounced on the light and heat like insects, until they screamed in terror when they were burned by the fire. Augustus's royal guards and their Protoss allies retreated all the way to the depths of the Xel'Naga temple. They were not many in number. Only 2 companies of a few hundred people. But they were equipped with sophisticated raider armor, chariots and large mechas. And their powerful firepower was enough to match several heavy artillery battalions. The Protoss had no more people than the human army. But those who stayed were the strongest warriors, some of whom had even higher seniority than their executive officers. The main force had already evacuated to the high-altitude orbit of Shakuras, and the final moment was approaching. Barry, the commander of the Royal Guard, ordered the destruction of all passages leading to the interior of the temple. But this only temporarily slowed down the Zerg's attack, as a large number of tunnel worms eroded the temple's underground. More and more large and giant Zerg units were able to pour in from the collapsed walls. Among them, the proportion of hybrids was unprecedentedly high. These horrible hybrid monsters drove servants loyal to the Dark God and were the representatives of the God of Death. They passed through tall arches, dropped all the spider mines and widow mines along the way, and continued to retreat deeper into the Xel'Naga temple with explosions behind them. Along the way, the vanguard of the swarm kept biting behind them, and the sound of the flashing red eyes and the collision of the shells was chilling. On the other side, a huge, hazy shadow with a scarlet death glare, wrapped in changing weather, swept across the fragmented land like a storm, burning a huge black gap on the wall at the southern end of the Xel'Naga temple. No obstacles could stop this unstoppable Dark Archon. He had long since shed his physical form and fell to the earth like a violent star. Burning, deadly, and terrifying. Endless swarms of insects swarmed towards Aurega, and endless swarms of insects burned like dry firewood. No one knows the real purpose of Olega's coming here. He may have gone mad, lost in the raging anger and hatred. Augustus, Artanis, and others can only piece together Olega's true intentions from his illogical actions. Obviously, the Zerg invasion of Shakuras and the slaughter of the Iron Protoss on it are exactly what Olega wants. He no longer cares about the lives of his fellow Nerazim because these people have betrayed him before. But Olega does not want Shakuras to fall into the hands of the Zerg. For Aurega, the best scenario would be to come to Shakuras when the Zerg swarms were killing all the Iron Protoss. Turn the tide and become the savior of the Nerazim, which could be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Perhaps Aurega had reached a deal with Amon, but he probably didn't expect that there would be so many Zerg pouring into Shakuras. Aurega is extremely powerful, like a god, but his power is not infinite. What can be confirmed is that Aurega doesn't seem to be on anyone's side. Aurega slaughtered the Zerg wantonly, and showed no mercy to the Protoss and human armies. But there is no doubt that his appearance brought great chaos to the Zerg and hindered their offensive pace. And even the hybrids seemed weak in front of this terrible Dark Archon. Augustus stopped in a magnificent hall in the Xel'Naga temple. The support of this hall stretched straight to a dizzying height, as if it had escaped the influence of gravity and transcended the boundaries of time and space. Hundreds of stone pillars were precisely arranged in a mysterious order. The exquisite patterns carved on the pillars and walls reminded Augustus of lush green leaves. The gentle air currents flowing through them reminded him of the first breeze of spring. Countless silver catering crystal fragments were scattered like snowflakes between the walls and pillars. Surprising and wonderful power surged through them, and under the footsteps of Augustus's power boots, they made pleasant sounds like humming. There was a grand altar in the hall, with a huge prismatic crystal suspended on top of it, emitting a blue glow like the sun. Inside this crystal was a vertical passage that led directly to the depths of the planet of Shakuras. Under the gaze of Augustus and others, Artanis walked up the steps of the altar and activated the operation panel. In an instant, powerful power surged out of the prismatic crystal that had been broken into multiple fragments, and an inexplicable uneasiness rose in Augustus' heart. Almost within a few breaths, a giant tunnel worm drilled through a wall of the hall, roared and stretched out its ugly head from the splashing boulders, opened its bloody mouth and spit out a large number of springtails and hydralisks, which reminded Augustus of the grain dumped out from under the thresher. The difference is that they are absolutely deadly monsters, showing no mercy and no mercy. The vanguard of the swarm is still those flexible springtails, which are like blue-gray grasshoppers in groups. They have strong hind legs and wings on their backs. They are really little monsters. At this moment, the most correct decision they could make immediately was to open fire. Surrounding the altar in the center of the hall, several wolf war machines and predators with the Royal Golden Wolf shield opened fire at the same time. The Hurricane medium-range anti-aircraft missile battery roared and started, firing a cluster of missiles with swaying flames, setting off dense explosions and thick smoke. And high-impact shrapnel made the Zerg carapaces tinkle. Amid the earth-shaking roar, several hybrids with sickly copper-blue skin jumped out of the smoke. A team of wolf warriors led by Imperial Sergeant James Sirius Sykes aimed their guns, and a dazzling blue beam gushed out from the railgun. The hybrid monster, whose carapace was carbonized and dissolved, immediately fell in a sea of blazing flames. This railgun weapon is a powerful weapon for dealing with heavy armor. It was developed with the participation of the True Word Company and uses a DPF plasma-guided field charge bullet. After plasma charging, the bullet can be accelerated to 3 km per second. After hitting the target, the plasma will begin to spread outward from the impact point and carry out intensive strikes on the targets within the cone range. The railguns equipped by the Wolf Mech were enough to easily penetrate the heavy armor of siege tanks and bunkers, and were no problem against the armor of Ultralisks and Protoss hunters. Similarly, this weapon could also kill hybrids. The heavy firepower of the Protoss also opened fire. The vertical difference here was large enough to accommodate the towering Purifier Colossi. The terrible solar ray guns immediately burned an insurmountable, blazing huge crack on the rocky ground in front of the altar, burning the Zerg who tried to cross this boundary into irregular black carbon marks on the ground. Although those mechanical predators were slow in action, they were able to perform far beyond expectations when fighting in the winding corridors of the Zelnaga Temple, in a relatively narrow and closed space. Due to their large number, the swarm of Zerg was like a pile of bugs in a glass jar. Just one ejected scarab bomb could kill hundreds of Zerg on a large scale. At the forefront, Templar Zealots, Dark Templar Centurions, and Taldaran Bloodblades formed an indestructible battle line, with rows of psychic blades lit up, slashing horizontally and vertically, harvesting the lives of every Zerg. A series of spiked bullets swept towards the empty space in front of Augustus, and the air was filled with the smell of raw meat cut by hot shrapnel. Like a juicy fruit, the red flesh was splattered by a heavy hammer, and a Leviathan cockroach was torn into pieces by the Immortals' phase interference cannon. And blood and flesh flew everywhere. The interruptors slowly and steadily moved towards the most critical front. The Purification Nova weapons they were equipped with immediately set off a terrible impact from the high heat energy flow in the dense Zerg battle line. Groups of Zerg were torn into pieces, and a large number of broken black shells fell from the sky like rain. Augustus stood behind 2 Royal Viking fighters, watching the Gatling guns gushing out a torrent of bullets burning with blue flames. The ejected shells fell to the ground with a thud, and in an instant, more than a dozen springtails were shot into sieves, like killing bedbugs in a house. Many centuries ago, such steel giants were only common in movies and comics. In just a few minutes, large groups of alien insects fell in front of the altar. But this was just a drop in the bucket for the Zerg, and it was not even worth grieving. Humans will eventually run out of ammunition. They are mortals, and they will eventually feel fatigue deep in their bones. Protoss warriors are brave and good at fighting, and they can fight 1 against 100, but they are not invulnerable. The Zerg will eventually win, even if they kill the previous enemies on a large scale. Casualties are still inevitable. The current situation is not quite the same as Augustus remembered. There are not only Zerglings and Hydralisks, but also large-scale hybrids and Ultralisks. The defensive pressure is much greater than expected. A terrifying hybrid beast broke into the battle line and immediately started killing people at his feet, trampling everything under his feet without scruples. He slapped a royal wolf away with one palm, and then knocked over several looters. The surrounding royal guards tried to deal with the giant monster with their weapons, but the effect was minimal, and it seemed like just scratching the surface. The royal guards marines were all tall and strong warriors, wearing carefully crafted special power armor, much taller than ordinary people. But they seemed insignificant in front of the hybrid beast. Artanes, the high-ranking executor of Durham, arrived just in time. He leaped high from the steps of the altar and landed in front of the hybrid beast like a blue comet. He flashed his sharp blade, and a bloody fight began. "It's wonderful!" Alarak walked towards Augustus from the other side of the altar, with unspeakable excitement in his words. "A single battle can destroy Amon's huge army. Nothing is more worthwhile than this. This dark asteroid is also a worthy death. Although our true home is still Ire. I will never allow you to insult Shakuras. Vorazin also came to Augustus. We will always remember her. What is the value of the loser and the dead? Alarak said without hesitation, if necessary. I will blow up Slain 1,000 times. I thought this stupid rescue operation was a waste of time. While speaking, Alarak's scarlet eyes occasionally flashed purple light. Combined with his abnormal excitement, it is hard to say whether he has taken too much diazine at one time. You always complain. But complaining is a waste of time. Augustus did not even look at Alarak. Humph. You are more useful than I thought. Alarak suddenly said this. What did you say? Augustus thought he had misheard. But he did not expect the other party to speak out his true feelings. Should we say he is a true character, or a master of black humor? Although he is cruel and reckless, Alarak is still quite faithful in his promises when making deals, and cannot tolerate betrayal. Even so, it's hard to say when he betrays others. In short, if you try to make friends with Alarak, you are making a big mistake. There are more profitable deals that will attract an ambitious Taldarim. Augustus is not worried about Alarak's betrayal, but he won't do it before killing Amon. If that happens, Augustus will definitely take the initiative. You've taken too much terrazine. Augustus looked at him and said, No, that's what I meant. Alarak's eyes flashed purple. While he was speaking, a hybrid ruler appeared. This monster was almost an enhanced version of the hybrid destroyer. Its size and psychic talent had been greatly improved, making it extremely terrifying. When the hybrid ruler roared, many people were mentally traumatized, with blood coming out of their noses. The sticky blood soaked through the combat uniforms below the neck, but it did not affect the battle. The royal guards were all experienced veterans. They had seen real blood and death, and had faced the fear of hybrids. Augustus also felt a tightness in his chest, but it was not a big deal. It might be because he was with Kerrigan, a telepath who was at the top of the human world. I'll go help Artanis, Alarak said to himself. Flying into the battlefield, you are not as weak as you look. Artanis. Augustus watched Alarak leave. He never thought that he should fight a hybrid alone like Artanis or Zyrtl. After all, human power has its limits. I heard that the power of the first Ascendant Alarak can be comparable to that of the High Lord Marash, Vorazin said to Augustus. Who did you hear that from? Augustus asked. Alarak, Vorazin replied. Chapter 708. We have another account to settle with Amon. Tens of thousands of hybrids and Zerg swarmed towards the prism crystal device deep in the Zelnaga temple, and thousands were annihilated. Everyone joined the battle. Augustus's royal guards wanted to install bayonets on the muzzles of their guns. Even the medics used their laser nail guns and heavy arm-mounted shoulder shields to attack the Zerg that rushed into the line. Amid the terrible explosions and flashes, the air was filled with suffocating smoke, hot metal fragments, and flying flesh and blood. The fragments of the shells that were blown away made the armor of the chariots and power armor clang. In the end, the impulse to pull the trigger has turned into a numb instinct for self-preservation. There are too many Zergs, and they are constantly hatching their warriors, like producing bullets. Every time a Zerg falls, more Zerg will follow. At this moment, the most sophisticated tactical choice is to aim at the target accurately and quickly, and send the bullet whizzing out of the gun. Augustus reiterated countless times that this is a desperate battle, and he and his loyal and brave Imperial warriors are no strangers to such desperate situations. Besides, it was hard for Augustus to tell exactly what he saw on the battlefield. Alarak and Artanis fought side by side for the first time, but they were so in sync that it seemed as if they had fought side by side for hundreds of years. Under the strange filter, for a moment, their eyes turned back and looked at each other with affection. Vorazin was wandering back and forth not far from Augustus, patrolling her battlefield coldly like a real big cat. And every attack and every kill was just right and extremely crucial. Perhaps Vorazin's power is not as strong as Alarak's, but as shadow hunters, the Dark Templars are really good at their ghostly shadow steps and fatal blows. They showed the huge destructive power that a powerful psychic individual can show on the battlefield, which is impressive. However, the battle here is far from being a massacre of the Zerg, and they never have any advantage. The Zerg swarm is not a group of bugs that can be killed at any time. Never. Gradually, when the Zerg's offensive forces have all fallen before the firepower of the humans and the Protoss, elite individuals that were very rare in the Overlord era began to appear in large numbers. Whether in size, speed or aggressiveness, These terrifying Zerg elites far surpass other similar species in the group. Augustus saw a devourer Zergling covered with blood-red shells being ruthlessly cut off half of its head by the War Wolf's railgun. Thanks to its incredible metabolic rate, a large amount of blood immediately gushed out from the broken neck like a spring, and its still running body continued to rush forward for more than 10 yards before falling down. The next moment, more cockroach variants with bright green shells and prismatic spikes rushed up impatiently, as if the rain of bullets they faced was really a warm drizzle. The carapaces of these cockroaches were so hard that the spiked bullets bounced off as quickly as if they were hitting the armor of a heavy tank. Only the grenades of the marauders could hurt them. The Hellbat armor at the front had already been covered with wounds under the impact of the swarm of insects. The corpses of the alien insects in front of them had piled up into a high platform. The newly emerged cockroaches quickly tore a huge gap in them, and the highly corrosive acid burned the broken armor with a hissing sound. Some Royal Guard soldiers, who were unable to dodge, were knocked to the ground by the cockroaches. The sharp sickle-shaped appendages and digging feet that were strong enough to drill through granite easily pierced through the solid armor, which was extremely bloody. Serious James Sykes led several werewolves to charge forward and repel the cockroaches that broke into the front line. The medical soldiers, who arrived later, dragged the wounded back. At this time, the disadvantages of fighting in the Xel'Naga temple became apparent. They obviously lacked sufficient cover, lacked a wide strategic depth, and naturally had no extra space to accommodate the reserve troops. The Protoss's front was also facing severe tests. A large group of swarm destroyers mutated from cockroaches appeared on the battlefield, firing large amounts of terrible acidic bile like mobile mortars. When these irritable cockroach mutants appear in groups, they are mobile artillery positions, which are perfect for attacking cities and strongholds. Augustus saw many Tal'Darim Protoss ascendants in crimson robes and their ragged servants, who are called Death Apostles, and are at the bottom of the ascendancy chain. Usually, Death Apostles are servants of high-level ascendants, who can be summoned and dismissed at will. In battle, they serve as cheap cannon fodder and a direct source of psychic power. Telling them to die for me is not a touching word. It means literally. But it must be said that the destructive power brought by these powerful Tal'Darim ascendants in the war cannot be ignored. After all, they are the best who stand out in the cruel competition of the entire Tal'Darim society. When the Templars who could not hold on alone could not hold on, the immortal mechs provided strong support with heavy artillery, and the destroyers were immediately beaten to pieces, with their shells flying and their gallbladders ruptured. The splashing acidic bile instead severely damaged those of their kind around them. The immortal pilots brought by Artanis are all respected and great warriors. Some of them have fought alongside Adden, and some even claim that they were even older than him before he entered stasis, so that they can talk to the lonely ancient purifiers. To protect these respected warriors, the Protoss further reinforced their armor. Their amazing fortitude shields are difficult to penetrate even with large-caliber siege tank shells, making them a magical weapon against heavy firepower. When Augustus turned his head, several hybrid predators pushed aside the dead destroyers and found the immortals moving to the other side, and a brutal fight began. In any case, the battle continued to escalate, and the number of Zerg pouring into the Xel'Naga temple continued to increase, until they finally filled every space in the temple, until the Zerg inside was like a bottle full of water. Augustus, wearing the commander power armor, kept an eye on every battlefield, and sometimes he had to take up arms and fight. His weapon was just an ordinary Gauss rifle, and he was no more accurate than the elite royal guards. Even though he had been on the throne for many years, Augustus's shooting skills were still not rusty, and he was still steady and fierce. The Mengsk family still adheres to the traditions of the past. It is said that Valerian can use all the hot and cold weapons of the Empire. Augustus paid attention to the information on the displayed panel of the helmet while calculating the time. The mechanical adjutant always told him that the prism behind him would soon enter the overload state and sink into the core of the planet of Shakuras. But it just stayed there stubbornly. They couldn't hold on for too long. And once a huge gap appeared in the defense line, once the Zerg was embedded in it like a wedge, no matter how elite and determined the warriors were, they would face defeat. And Augustus thought that the prism crystal had never been as stable as it was now in its life. Fortunately, when Augustus was wondering whether to go to the altar to give the crystal a physical speed boost, it fell back in an instant and disappeared. At the same time, Artanis contacted Augustus with the communication device on his wrist. The mothership L shield had already entered the low Earth orbit of Shakuras, and a blue light curtain covered the space and time of the Xel'Naga temple like a sky. This is a short-range teleportation beam, which can recall a large-scale Protoss force in time. Of course, human forces can occasionally take advantage of it. Everything is calculated, and the timing is accurate. In an instant, the roar of artillery fire and the harsh roar of the Zerg were left behind hundreds of miles, as if they had never appeared. When Augustus opened his eyes again, he saw that he was standing under the dense energy dome on the upper deck of the mothership. It was extremely vast, and the magnificent superstructures continued to extend along the deck that seemed to be made of gold to the end of the site. Many Protoss machinery and engineers were walking among them. Beyond the vast energy dome of the Iron Shield was the vast Imperial and Purifier fleet, with countless Nerazim shuttles passing overhead, looking like a large comet with a green tail. Other royal guards and Protoss troops were also transported here. Augustus immediately checked the injuries of the wounded and ensured that they would receive the best care, and then went to the Iron Shield bridge to call all the leaders for a meeting. Artanis, Vorazin and Alarak also rushed to the Iron Shield bridge, and other Imperial and Protoss commanders also joined the communication channel. At this time, Seguras had exploded in the impact caused by the prism crystal, breaking into countless fragments, even more thoroughly than the shattering of the planet Atreus. Looking out from the bridge of the L Shield, Augustus could even see the shattered debris of dozens or hundreds of miles in diameter being thrown to the edge of the galaxy. But from the perspective of the universe, the probability of them colliding with the warship was still very small. Seguras no longer exists. She has merged with the eternal night. But the traditions we have reforged will be with us forever. Vorazin witnessed the destruction of Shikuras, and Augustus could feel her almost tangible sorrow. The planet was completely destroyed, much more completely than Korhul. And the Zelnaga ruins that had made the Nerazim decide to settle here in the past were also gone. Augustus had imagined the possibility of saving the planet without destroying Shikuras, but he finally had to admit that he could not change everything. But even so, the purpose of supporting Shikuras has been achieved. The surviving Protoss on the planet have been rescued, among which there are a large number of warriors and craftsmen, who can bring great help in future wars. After the Battle of Shikuras, the Dark Templar joined Augustus's camp, which means that he has a powerful shadow force in his hands. Vorazin's Dark Templar scouts are all over the Copperloo sector. They are the best spies, and can behead the enemy at a critical moment. Fighting an unprepared battle is not Augustus' style. We will not forget that it was Shikuras who lent a helping hand to the first son of God in his most critical moment. Artanis also said, "We have another account to settle with Amon." In this heavy atmosphere, Alarak suddenly said, "The more the Daram Protoss hates Amon, the more conducive it is for his revenge. Otherwise he would not say we. Do you also regret the death of Shikuras, Alarak?" Artanis couldn't help but look up to the first ascended Taldarim, as if he had suddenly discovered that the guy who had always been a bad guy still had some humanity. In Artanis' opinion, it was precious that the other party didn't even make a few sarcastic remarks. He might even say that the reason why this planet was destroyed was because it was too weak, and I eliminated the weakest planets under my command. The destruction of this planet is not worthless, and this is my greatest compliment to her, Alarak said with great sorrow, as if he really put himself in the shoes of Augustus and Artanis. "You should help me defeat High Lord Marash and control the Death Fleet immediately. Otherwise Aire and Korhul will be the next Shikuras. It can't be delayed any longer." He could have deceived Artanis, but he didn't do it, which really touched Slain. Always one after another. Augustus said, "The accounts can be settled, but the dead can't come back." Augustus' next words made Alarak's eyes light up. "We need to discuss the next plan. The most important thing now is to defend the Copperless sector in our hands. Delay the pace of destruction of Amon's army at all costs, and then concentrate all forces to launch a fatal attack when Amon is careless. Marshal Duke, gather all the fleets. We will leave Seguras soon," Augustus said to Edmund Duke, who appeared on the screen of the Ale Shield bridge. At this time, Augustus thought again, what about Aurega? Augustus realized that he had never thought about the possibility that Aurega would be destroyed together with Shikuras. The angry Dark Archon would never stop until he achieved his revenge. He didn't need to worry about Aurega. "Your order will be executed immediately, Your Majesty." Duke glanced at Artanis and others, and then looked away bored. When meeting Artanis and others, Duke boasted about his great achievements in the War of the Old Times whenever he had the chance. And as always, he was immersed in his own world, and didn't care whether the other party listened or not. But Artanis could clearly see into Duke's mind, knowing that the part he processed and polished even completely distorted and concealed the truth. but it was difficult to expose it. Edmund Duke lacked awe for the leader of the Protoss, and even less politeness and respect. Augustus, I can feel your anxiety. What happened? Artanis looked at Augustus and said, I received a report that Korhal is under attack. Augustus was not panicked. As early as 10 years ago, Korhal was always prepared for a possible war. He had appointed Admiral Faraday to guard Augustgrad. But before returning to Korhal, I have to meet an old friend. Chapter 709 narrated, No way. No way. In the sparsely populated edge of the Milky Way, the Sigma sector is a largely unexplored virgin land. After Emperor Augustus Minsk ascended the throne, this vast space was immediately incorporated into the Terran Empire as part of this huge interstellar empire during its northward expansion. As more and more human exploration ships began to penetrate the dark and distant depths of the Sigma sector, fully loaded colony ships boarded space, and tens of millions of people who were full of hope for the future established their own homes on those new worlds that held hope. Relatively speaking, the Sigma sector is barren in the Milky Way, and the distance between stars is much larger than that in the center of the Milky Way. This also makes the imperial colonies there farther apart, and the interstellar routes between them are extremely wide, far less than the prosperous core world. Since the Sigma sector was incorporated into the Empire's territory not long ago, until the outbreak of the Final War, the Terran Empire continued to transport necessary survival and construction materials to the newly built colonies in the Sigma sector through interstellar routes. And even when entering a state of war, it was only forced to reduce the size of the transport fleet. On the interstellar route map of the Sigma sector, there is an extremely desolate space in the universe that has always maintained a stable secret route with Korhal. The transport fleet sailing on this route every Earth month can be said to be huge in scale, and there are hundreds of thousands of people working on this route and related systems alone. But this space can be called desolate and lonely even in the Sigma sector. There are only a few ancient and silent lonely stars there. The planets shrouded in darkness rise and fall like gravel in the sea of time. This place is farther away than any known world in the Copperless sector, and even exiles of criminals don't need to be so far away. Few people know that the end of this route is actually a space wreck that has been abandoned by alien civilizations for countless years. The fleets that set sail from Korhal are transporting personnel and materials to repair this supergiant ship. This space wreck is so huge, and the degree of damage is so serious that the alloy furnaces, forging factories, and orbital facilities built on the spot by the Terran Empire to repair it are like sparse star rings surrounding its unparalleled hull, around the asteroids anchored in fixed orbits. The Terran Empire even built several satellite cities. These small cities have complete facilities, which are no different from those built on the planets. And now, this super ship called the Xel'Naga World Ship has completed the repair work and can set sail again at any time. Jim Raynor must admit that the shock brought to him by the Xel'Naga World Ship is even greater than that of the Spear of Aten, because now it can be regarded as their own spaceship. They received a lot of help from the Protoss, but the main work was still done by human engineers. Even if it was just repairing rather than building, it was still a miracle in terms of technology. This is an extremely old spaceship, perhaps even older than human history, and it was built by the legendary creator Xel'Naga, a race that has even been deified by the Protoss. When Dr. Emil Nerid said that he could repair this Xel'Naga World Ship, Raynor felt that he was not bragging about his ability, but was simply crazy. The technological achievements of the Protoss Empire are already incredible to humans, but they have not figured out the core of Xel'Naga technology at all, and only use it superficially. Except for the Xel'Naga themselves. No one knows the real purpose of building this Xel'Naga World Ship. Only the Xel'Naga can repair their spacecraft. There is no doubt about it. You are so good, Nerid. And you still say that you have nothing to do with the Xel'Naga and Amon? I have seen that you are not a human being. Uh-huh. I am so glad to see you here, Marshal Jim Raynor. Dr. Nerid on the other side didn't know what Raynor was thinking, because the power armor he was wearing blocked all telepathic detection. Me too. Raynor also showed a formal smile and shook hands with Nerid vigorously. His old friend Tychus also stood on the other side with a smile. Nominally Raynor's adjutant. You are too happy too early. This is the bow deck of the Xel'Naga World Ship. The dense superstructure support frames on it have been dismantled, leaving only some giant cranes the size of spaceships, like metal mountains falling in the distance. There were many people standing in the distance. These scientists, engineers, and soldiers were undoubtedly heroes. They worked day and night to realize the lofty ideals of Emperor Augustus. The magnificent outline of the world ship stretched in Rayner's sight like a magnificent battlement. Countless huge turrets stood tall, casting slender shadows on the bright mirror-like deck, showing the world her terrible purpose of construction. Like other works of Xel'Naga, she was majestic and powerful, with both beauty and elegance. Rayner's view on interstellar battleships is simple and direct. They must be able to withstand a beating and hurt people. In this way, this repaired Xel'Naga world ship definitely meets his aesthetic standards. The Terran Empire fleet anchored on the Xel'Naga world ship looks like a small boat, and even the largest Gorgon-class battlecruiser looks small at this moment. This world ship alone is better than a large fleet of the Terran Empire. Its magnificent giant dock can not only take off and land battlecruisers, but also accommodate a giant dock like the Delarian orbital shipyard. It is foreseeable that there will be no other human warships that can be compared with it within a century. Although Dr. Nerid is extremely bad, he is a Xel'Naga after all, and his attainments in art and aesthetics are beyond reproach, which is why he fascinated Valerian in the original timeline. Marshal, please tell His Majesty Augustus that the world ship can join any great imperial fleet at any time. Nerid frowned and pulled back his hand that was painfully held by Rayner, secretly cursing the other party for being a rough man who didn't know etiquette. Nerid was informed that Marshal Rayner would accept the repaired Xel'Naga world ship on behalf of the Imperial Navy and incorporate it into the Imperial fleet he brought. Of course, this was also within Nerid's calculations. Now that the final battle has come, Amon's world-destroying army has destroyed one world after another, and Augustus will definitely use this super battleship that he spent countless manpower and material resources to build. Thinking of this, Nerid's smile on his face became even brighter. He couldn't wait to see the scene where the world ship that Augustus had spent countless resources to build to protect the Empire turned to fire at the Empire's territory. This was simply a great irony. The more people think they are smart, the more they think they can play with everyone. Nerid will only sneer and mock them cruelly. Although Nerid is also such a person. For this, Nerid did his best to build a planet-destroying weapon for this Xel'Naga world ship, equipped with a powerful void shield that can even resist the artillery fire of the Golden Fleet. Not only that, Nerid even paid out of his own pocket to install the Xel'Naga technology he had collected over countless years on the world ship. He used all the good stuff and even wanted to weld himself on it. In Augustus's view, he was using Nerid's hand to build an arc-level super battleship, putting aside the cost of materials and labor. He was using Xel'Naga technology for free. But in Nerid's eyes, he was using the resources of the Terran Empire to build a world-destroying weapon for Amon. How could he not work hard and do his best? Anyway, it was the Empire that provided the manpower, and he only provided the technology. And this little bit of technology was not worth mentioning in his opinion. In other words, this was also a free ride. It was really a two-way trip. Therefore, Nerid worked overtime to repair the Xel'Naga world ship before Amon was resurrected, turning it into a true world-destroying ship. If he was not a Xel'Naga, it would be hard to say what this amazing workload was. In order to complete the repair on time, Nerid did not even use the hybrid to corrupt the people on it to avoid alerting the enemy. After all, no one else knows this world ship he personally repaired better than himself. In any case, Augustus must erect a monument to Nerid for his dedication. I've been waiting for you to say this. Renaud glanced at Nerid again. Just like the image in people's eyes, Nerid's clothes are always meticulous, with a clean tie and shiny leather shoes, which is incompatible with the unruly cowboys and villains like them. It can be seen that Nerid is in a very good mood today. But when he thought of Nerid's hypocrisy and betrayal of the Empire, Renaud's heart was filled with anger again. Augustus originally planned to send Stukov to arrest Nerid, but one reason was that Stukov was busy commanding the fleet, and he didn't want to have anything to do with the shameless villain. Marshal, you and your soldiers have come from afar, and I have prepared a dinner to welcome you. Nerid prepared a dinner, not to make friends with Renaud, but to give more confidential information about the movements of the Imperial fleet. Our Dr. Nerid is indeed admirable. He still thinks his disguise is flawless. So he is still in the Empire with peace of mind, ensuring that Amon's plan of destroying the world can be perfectly implemented. In the words of the game, Dr. Nerid worked diligently for Amon, but he gave it all away. Thank you for your kindness. Doctor? Rayner changed the subject. Didn't you hear? Dr. Nerid, the Dark God has been resurrected, and is gathering his mob and the stray dogs to attack the Copperless sector. I've heard of the Dark Lord Amon. who has a terrible army of hybrids. Nerid said, "We really have to be careful. I once advised His Majesty to control the hybrids before others. But unfortunately, if I had been more resolute." Dr. Nerid once assured the Emperor and his generals that hybrid technology is completely controllable. For example, there are some special frequencies of sound that can calm the hybrids and make them less irritable. So the Terran Empire can tame the hybrids like taming dogs. But Augustus ignored Nerid. Augustus was not interested in Nerid's proposal to build a hybrid army to fight against the Protoss and the Zerg. And after repeated setbacks, the latter also realized that the Emperor could not realize the hybrid plan in the end. Or Augustus was always hesitant, and was excited about the powerful power and war value of the hybrids, but was afraid of the bad effects they might cause, and worried that these monsters could not be controlled. If it were his brother Arcturus, he wouldn't care whether the weapon in his hand was in line with justice and morality. The difference is that Arcturus doesn't care whether the sword in his hand is just or evil. But after the hybrid plan was rejected, Nerid quickly devoted himself to the repair of the Zelnado world ship. This was something Nerid had never expected. Augustus asked him to build the Zelnado world ship. In fact, to further tie him to the Empire and make him unable to escape his sight. After all, if Augustus rejected the hybrid plan, Nerid might leave the Empire out of frustration, and Augustus would not be able to continue fishing for him. At the same time, Nerid also believed that Augustus placed all his confidence in dealing with Amon on this Zelnado world ship. After all, the Terran Empire has poured countless manpower and material resources into this epic and magnificent ship. But what you think is what you think. In fact, with Augustus's personality, he would not bet on a mere battleship, no matter how magnificent or powerful it is. This is irrational. The more energy Nerid spent on building the Zelnado world ship, the more time he had to sacrifice to deal with the hybrid army. In the final analysis, Nerid was indeed very smart, but he just didn't expect that Augustus knew he was a traitor from the beginning, and his underwear was exposed. Augustus did let Nerid build a world battleship for him in a way that was almost free. But he could only use it with confidence and boldness when the person who built the battleship was really dead. Don't be scared. Tychus's voice came out at an inopportune time. He was tall and strong, 6.5 feet tall. When he stood in the crowd in power armor, he looked like a giant. His voice was low and deep, and he always looked at people with his blue eyes with humor. But it doesn't matter, Dr. Nerid. Are there any hot and beautiful girls at your dinner? No, there aren't. Nerid really didn't know how to respond to Tychus's words. He felt helpless like a scholar meeting a soldier. There are only scientists here. Female scientists are fine. Tychus may have been too depressed, and was so hungry that he had no choice but to eat. Nerid was speechless. Tychus, you can do whatever you want when we return to Korhal. Reno frowned. I'm sorry, Dr. Nerid. We have to return to Korhal immediately. I received an order from His Majesty to return to Augustgrad immediately. Amon's hybrid army attacked there. How could this happen? Nerid said. What's going on? I don't know anything. I'm afraid we have to take the ship back to Korhal now. Reno's expression eased. Like I said, the Zelnado world ship can join the fleet at any time. Nerid nodded immediately. But my people don't know this warship yet, Reno said. Of course. My engineers and I will follow this world ship and help you train the crew and soldiers. Nerid immediately said, I lived in Augustgrad for a long time, which is the home of all the people of the Terran Empire. Nerid's job here is to repair the world ship. Now that his work is completed, he was supposed to return to Augustgrad. That's great. Reno said yes. Chapter 710, Korhal Rift. Korhal 4 is under attack, and the form of this war breaks the norm. The enemy did not come to Korhal through the outer space of the Terran Empire through a long hyperspace voyage, but came directly from the inside of the planet. In Augustgrad, the largest city in Korhal, a series of void fragments that reach the sky rise from the magnificent city buildings. These prismatic stone pillars composed of countless void fragments divide the wedge-shaped sky of the city, and the scarlet void energy filled with them makes those grand squares. Statues and monuments pale in comparison. The supernatural power triggered a huge change in geology and meteorology. The roar of the storm, and the roar of thunder and lightning dominated the entire Augustgrad. The violent void energy covered the red sky, and hail mixed with black dust fell from the sky. This nightmare scene really looked like the end of the world was coming. Panicked people walked out of their homes in fear, blocking the roads. There were spaceships and vehicles everywhere on the ground and in the sky. All kinds of terrible rumors spread among the crowd, crushing their spirits bit by bit. Air raid sirens blared in the city, and various Imperial Marines in red power armor drove into the city in armored vehicles, chariots and transport ships. Thousands of tanks rumbled through the wide roads that ran from north to south in Augustgrad, and fully armed Imperial soldiers and large walking mechas with servo drives clacking could be seen everywhere. Your Majesty, this is Faraday of the Coral Defense Force reporting to you on military intelligence. Before the unexpected turn of events, Kerrigan was in the throne room of the Augustgrad Palace preparing for an upcoming mobilization speech, which she was obviously more familiar with in court affairs. When the crisis came, Kerrigan noticed it earlier than anyone else. Her super keen perception of psychic energy gave her early warning. Therefore, when the people of Augustgrad were still panicking, a series of resolute orders were issued in the palace to evacuate people and reduce losses. Kerrigan once hated her innate talent because it brought her unimaginable suffering and frustration. But it is undeniable that she also benefited from it. Sarah Kerrigan. She is much stronger than ever before. During the Ghost Academy period, Kerrigan was already the strongest among the students, and no one could compare with her, even though the instructors of Ghost Academy had fully estimated Kerrigan's potential and value. They still had a far less understanding of what she could achieve in the future. Only one step left, and Kerrigan could completely absorb the energy in the original cleavage pool of Xeris. By then, even Kerrigan herself did not know what kind of existence she would become. Dehaka firmly believed that Kerrigan had completed the evolution of a human being, and she had become like the original Zerg, able to absorb essence and strengthen herself. Even the high-ranking Templars of Tassadar could hardly tell how powerful Kerrigan was now. She was so powerful that she could make a proud swarm master bow his head and obey her orders with her mental power alone. Kerrigan was definitely an extremely rare case among the human race, even though the psychic potential of humans was slowly improving with the evolution of this race. It would take countless years to reach the level of the Protoss. A powerful telepath like Kerrigan might not appear again in the next few thousand years. Go on. Kerrigan nodded at Faraday. Faraday on the screen was wearing the black uniform of the Coral Defense Force, with a golden wolf head badge on his chest. Faraday's appearance had hardly changed since Kerrigan first saw him many years ago, but his demeanor and eyes were completely different. There was no doubt that the former Corporal Faraday was now a determined and brave warrior, an excellent Imperial commander. These generals, who have followed Augustus in battle for more than 10 years, are also friends of the royal family. They are loyal subjects of the Emperor and his good friends. People are loyal to Augustus not because he is the Emperor of the Terran Empire, but because the Emperor is Augustus Minsk. Amon is summoning void fragments everywhere in the city, and most of them appear in densely populated areas. Behind Faraday is the headquarters of the Coral Defense Force, which is crowded and busy. Dr. Frankos of the Royal Academy of Sciences told me that these void fragments are actually gates to the void, and they themselves are constantly summoning void rifts and releasing terrible void creations. The situation is getting worse and worse. The void energy released by these void fragments is tearing our city apart, and the void creatures are scattered in the city, attacking every living thing they see. For a very long time, from the time Augustus formed the Royal Guard to recently, Faraday has been the leader of the Royal Guard, responsible for the protection of the palace and the Emperor. Obviously, this shows that Emperor Augustus has great trust in Faraday himself. As the chief steward of the Augustgrad Palace, Faraday has a very high status in the Emperor's heart, and the imperial dignitaries who enter and leave the court dare not despise him at all. Faraday himself was more of a trusted minister of the Emperor than a general who conquered the stars for the Emperor. When he served as the commander of the Coral Defense Force, many people thought that the Emperor had finally lost his mind this time, appointing generals based on his preferences rather than ability. Even in Augustgrad, there were many imperial generals who were more capable, qualified and experienced than Faraday's first captain of the Royal Guard. However, those who really knew Faraday had no doubts about his ability. I'm still gathering more Coral Defense Forces to join the battle, and requesting support from the Marines and Navy to clear the void fragments and void creations that are wreaking havoc in Augustgrad, Faraday said. What about casualties? Kerrigan asked. So far, the void fragments have not caused more damage, and most of the people have been evacuated, Faraday replied, but scientists believe that the true role of these void fragments has not yet been revealed. The longer they exist, the stronger the power they contain will be. and the more unstable they will become. They are time bombs. Once activated, they may destroy the entire August grad. We can't leave them alone. Kerrigan knows the horror of the void fragments better than Faraday. These void fragments must be destroyed. I have authorized you to mobilize the troops on Ursa to enter August grad. And the anti-aircraft artillery positions are also under your command. On Ire, the first star of the Protoss Empire, and Shakuras, the home of the Nerazim Protoss. Amon also corrupted the entire planet with a similar method. Similarly, the Terrazine surging beneath the surface of Taldarenthrian is pulling the planet closer to the void. As the first planet of the Terran Empire, Korhal is facing the same situation. But Amon obviously miscalculated one thing. That is, Augustus has been strengthening the defenses of Korhal and August grad. As if he knew that a war might break out here. In name, this is to resist the attack of the Overmind Swarm. But in fact it is also prepared for Amon. When Amon consumed a huge amount of void power to open a series of void rifts in Korhal, preparing to destroy the planet, he was shocked to find that there were a lot of sentry firepower hidden in August grad, and a large number of space-based weapon platforms covered in a high-altitude orbit. He thought that when the Copperless sector was being invaded, the heartland of the Terran Empire must be empty. But this was not the case. No matter how terrible the void corruption on the planet was, Amon's troops in other parts of the Copperless sector could not pass through the outer periphery of the Korhal system to the huge defense system in the outer space orbit of Korhal 4. And they could not launch a larger-scale offensive with internal and external forces. In this troubled time, when life and death are at stake, the rebel forces and suppressed pirate forces within the Terran Empire also began to take advantage of the situation. But they still did not dare to confront the regular army of the Empire, whether they are willing to admit it or not. The Terran Empire has the most powerful armed forces in the entire Copperless sector. But we can't fire at the city. Kerrigan said, mobilize special forces to enter August grad. We need to strike these void fragments more accurately. Things were very tricky because void fragments appeared in the densely populated areas of August grad. And some were even between residential buildings. Orbital weapons would inevitably affect civilians. And by the time everyone was evacuated, it would be too late. Kerrigan knew that this was not the time to be lenient. But the people in August grad did not actually know exactly what was happening. Panic among the people was inevitable. But if the Imperial Army opened fire on them, that would be another matter. If they were placed in the desert area outside August grad, the Delta Squadron fleet left behind in Korhal could directly carry out orbital bombardment. Humanity's current technology is not enough to cut the battlefield from hundreds of thousands of feet in the air with surgical precision like the Protoss. The weapons carried by the fleet are either too powerful or uncertain whether they can definitely destroy the Void Rift. In this case, it is safer to send ground troops directly. Kerrigan is sure that even if Amon's power in the real universe is still recovering, he cannot use these powers as casually as he did in Shakuras and Korhal. It must cost a lot. Amon can't summon void fragments in Korhal at will. As long as these fragments can be destroyed, precious time can be bought for the Empire. The action of destroying void fragments must be cautious. There is an energy field composed of void energy around the void fragments. These shadows are fatal to non-void creations. They will gradually erode and disintegrate our warriors. Faraday said, if you want to send troops to destroy these void fragments, you must act as soon as possible. You must act before the void shadows tear our armor and tanks. You know your duty and what to do. Kerrigan said, do it. Do it. Be loyal to your people. And do it for the Empire. Amon will accomplish nothing. Faraday said, every fragment he drops will be destroyed by us. After the voice fell, Faraday left the screen. Kerrigan retracted his gaze and scanned the densely packed embedded monitoring screens that occupied an entire wall of the room. Through these monitoring devices, the entire palace can be monitored and everything in it can be taken in. At the same time, this safe room is considered the safest place in the palace. It is also arranged to be quiet and comfortable. The walls are decorated with mahogany. The floor is covered with thick silk carpets. And the precision instruments keep making subtle humming sounds. Speaking of which, Kerrigan doesn't need to use these devices to see the interior of the palace. And she can be safe without the protection of this high wall. Augustus is safer in her arms than in this palace. And Kerrigan thinks that Arcturus may have some psychological problems. She can't understand why he has to monitor others. This suspicious character may be due to Arcturus's inability to trust others. He is essentially a selfish person who only gives everything to the people he loves. Well, Kerrigan always has nothing to say about Arcturus. The only thing that is certain is that he treats Augustus sincerely. And there is nothing to say about that. When Augustus is not in Quarrel, Angus and Arcturus take on everything. And even Kerrigan does not have to spend a lot of effort to deal with complicated things. However, although Arcturus emphasized his power in the Empire, he never wanted to take away even a little bit from his brother. Similarly, Augustus also trusted his brother very much. Augustus had set up a war room in the palace, which was under the jurisdiction of various imperial headquarters and the general staff, and gathered the most talented and brilliant military strategists in the Terran Empire. When Augustus was not in Quarrel, the owner there was Arcturus. At this time, other images from the city of Augustgrad were connected to the monitoring screen of the safe room. Along the straight central axis of Augustgrad, the majestic Augustgrad is extending to infinity, and countless intersecting roads divide this majestic city into magnificent streets. Panicked crowds can be seen on every street, and troops are advancing against the flow of people at every moment. The void cracks around the void fragments are transforming the surrounding landforms, making it closer to the void and more conducive to the activities of void creatures here. It is conceivable that once the transformation is completed, even if Augustgrad has not been destroyed in this catastrophe, humans will no longer be able to survive on Quarrel, which is filled with violent void energy. This is even more destructive than the damage caused by the Zerg corruption. As all this happened, most of Augustgrad was welcoming the dawn, and many people in the city had woken up and were ready to start a new day. This city is a place of hope, rich and prosperous, but not perfect. Under the city, there are also dark desires and greedy ugliness, which are inevitable as long as the human race exists. However, Augustgrad is still the hope of the Terran Empire, a glorious place that cannot be lost. Amon knew this, so he launched an attack on Quarrel, just like he did to Ire and Shakuras. He probably thought that if Quarrel was attacked, Augustus's imperial army would definitely return to Quarrel. This seemed to be the case. Kerrigan knew that Augustus's fleet had begun to return since learning that Quarrel was attacked. But Kerrigan also knew that although Augustus had been prepared to fight a defensive counterattack from the beginning, the grand strategy had always emphasized concentrating forces and attacking unexpectedly. Augustus wanted to make a false retreat to Quarrel, so that Amon would think that he was only content with defense and staying in a corner. But this was just part of the tactical deception. Everything was just to make Amon think that Augustus did not dare to launch an attack and only wanted to defend the existing imperial territory. Chapter 711, Ghost of the Empire. Flying over the Solemn Wolf Central Square in Augustgrad, several transport planes of the Imperial Special Forces arrived at the battlefield with blue and white trails. Augustgrad is a unique city, with unparalleled grandeur and magnificence. The straight streets and strict checkerboard road network continue to extend under the moving horizon. The city layout with countless straight lines and right angles makes this majestic city have a king-like cold demeanor. Nova Terra sat in the last row of seats, leaning her head against the shadow of the lights, silently looking through the observation window at the central city of Augustgrad passing by quickly. Outside, a strange red light was reflected, covering the jagged skyline of the skyscrapers. The gray traffic network and the parks dotted with green were also bloody. This was an unusual color. Not the red glow of the sunset or the colorful neon lights. Not the natural or artificial light source. And it made people feel very uncomfortable. The culprit for all this is the huge stone pillar in front of us that dominates the entire field of vision. All the sky towers in Augustgrad pale in comparison. Its sharp prism supports the sky and penetrates deep into the swirling clouds. The scene is really shocking. This supernatural thing called the Void Fragment is beyond people's imagination. It almost appears out of thin air. Thousands of people have seen it rise from nothingness with their own eyes, as if it came from another dimension. Nova has lived in Augustgrad for several years. She spent the last part of her life here before she grew up. At first, Nova came to Augustgrad just to receive training at the Ghost Military Academy. She decided to forget the sad past and start a new life. Because of the support of the royal family, the Terra family's industry has shrunk a lot compared to the Federation era. But it is still a giant in Tarsonis. Even if Nova does not have the right of inheritance, she will definitely have no worries about food and clothing in the future. However, Nova still chose to become a ghost agent because she believed that her life was destined to be different from others. Nova has been following Kerrigan to practice, strengthening her ability to control psychic energy through tempering her spirit and meditation like the high-level Templars and Dark Templars of the Protoss. But to do this, you must have extremely high talent. In fact, the power of high-level telepaths like Nova is already very, very powerful. But they cannot control it. So there is no need to improve their power. As the transport plane got closer and closer to the void fragment rising from the center of the Queen's business district, Nova clearly felt that the fuselage was shaking more and more. The vibration was not from the strong air disturbance, but from the void energy that was tearing the hull. The anti-aircraft firepower network in the city below was always firing, and the furious anti-aircraft missiles created a series of gorgeous fireworks in the sky. It was hard to imagine what kind of enemy they were fighting. At the same time, rows of Viking fighters formed a four-plane formation and passed by at high speed on both sides. Bright lights flashed in front of the dark black painted cockpit, and the advanced twin engine drove the dazzling flames. The Viking fighters were as agile as a giant bird with its wings spread in the sky. But in fact, they were steel giants spewing flames. They were the most important aircraft models of the Terran Empire at present, and were also equipped with the local air force and naval fleets in the planetary atmosphere. One after another, the Viking fighters climbed upward and disappeared from Nova's sight. A large number of Death Heat missiles carrying antimatter warheads were launched into the sky. The large rising smoke trails pointed directly at the void fragment with a red glow, creating a series of terrible explosions in the sky as far as the eye could see. Nova knew that the pilots of the Viking fighters would use these powerful missiles to deal with swarms of dragons, or those overlords, who were defenseless against the attack. But she was not sure whether it would be effective against the void fragments. If this thing really came from the void as mentioned above, how could they deal with such a mysterious thing? As the old saying goes, use magic to fight magic, and use psionic power to fight psionic power. So this is why Nova is here. Yes, their mission is to destroy these void fragments and completely wipe them out from the territory of Augustgrad. This was a direct order from the Augustgrad Palace, from Queen Sarah Kerrigan herself. She was the most powerful woman in the Empire, standing on the throne and giving orders like a queen. She assigned a group of beasts to complete the task. Soon, the vibrations of the transport ship became more and more violent, and Nova felt as if she was riding on a mad bear-toothed beast. The Marines in the seats next to her were still whispering in the communication channel, talking about everything from which girl was the most beautiful to the Emperor's dirty laundry. And there was no sign of nervousness at all. The Imperial Special Forces do not only accept experienced veterans, but tend to recruit the elite of the Marine Corps. There are many ways to join the Special Forces, which may come from the recommendation of the superiors or open selection, like the Special Forces of the Sons of Korhal and the Nova Squadron. The Imperial Special Forces are equipped with the best weapons and perform the most dangerous and exciting missions. After joining the Special Forces, everyone will receive a new contract. Of course, including a staggering triple salary and a considerable pension guarantee. High risk, high reward. But Nova joined the Special Forces only because the Emperor wanted her to command the army. And for this reason, he almost never refused any of her requests. Nova used to worry that Augustus would become her father inexplicably one day, so her feelings towards him can be described as complicated. In any case, Nova believes that Augustus is neither great nor perfect. He also has many unbearable shortcomings, such as occasional arrogance, self-centeredness, pettiness, bad taste, and a sense of superiority that everything is under control, as if he really knows the direction of the situation, which is of course not something he can feel. Augustus's favor aside, Nova was loyal to the Empire just to fulfill her duty, because she believed that the Empire was indeed loyal to her people. What the hell are these damn pillars? They crushed my house. Fortunately, I bought extra insurance. A void fragment appeared in the infield area. Damn, my new car is ruined again. I hope my family has been evacuated safely. Even Augustgrad has been attacked. Is there any safe place in this universe? Dude, how can you find a clean place in this rotten toilet? There are wars everywhere, and there is no peace anywhere. I heard that the scale of the battlefield this time is larger than the previous ones combined. But the most terrifying thing is that the higher-ups can't clearly say who our enemy is. Is it humans, Protoss, Zerg, or a hybrid? Some people say that the enemy is a Protoss god, which is the biggest joke I have ever heard in my life. Hey, we have to invite God to deal with him. I have to tell you, God is in the palace. Guys, are we there yet? Maybe I should wash my face? Get ready. When Nova spoke in the channel, everyone fell silent. The transport plane will land in 1 minute. In the eyes of many people, Nova is just a little girl who just turned 20. Before that, She was just a spoiled little princess of Tarsones. But just after entering the Marine Corps, Nova has established absolute authority in the army. Powerful, reliable, and most importantly, no one would reject a beautiful blonde ghost. Probably. Understood, sir. The answers in the channel were surprisingly consistent. Nova couldn't help but smile on her delicate face. Many people thought she wouldn't smile. But that wasn't the case. Now, Nova has finally come out of the death of her father Constantine. Because she at least has her mother and brother. Operation begins. Amidst the violent turbulence, the transport ship finally landed. One by one, the Imperial Special Forces Marines in blue-black power armor jumped down from the rear loading ramp. And the heavily armored raiders raised a large cloud of dust with their heavy footsteps. At this time, Nova realized how huge the void fragment in front of her was. Its towering spire penetrated into the sky and split the entire city in two. The void fragment was so tall that the nearby anti-aircraft firepower could easily lock onto this conspicuous target. But both the anti-aircraft missiles and the Lancer Flying Thunder of the Viking fighter were intercepted by a layer of void shield on the surface of the void fragment and exploded around. The only way to destroy it is to use high explosives for directional blasting, or to use the powerful pulse cannons of the Core Defense Network. But the latter will definitely send the entire city to the sky. Maybe they have other better means. But now they can only use the simplest and most effective method. This is the commercial center in the central city of Augustgrad. A few hours ago, there was a bustling flow of people. But now it is a mess. Nova is sure that there are still people who have not completely evacuated here. The situation is more complicated than expected, and they must allocate personnel to evacuate people. Obviously, the void fragments that emerged everywhere in the city not only caused great damage, but also blocked transportation and communication. Some friendly troops that had already arrived were nearby, and the sound of fierce exchanges of fire was endless. They were fighting with a very bizarre void creature, some of which were humanoid, and some with more terrifying appearances. These void creatures seemed to be able to simulate the existence of existing creatures in the universe after entering reality, and even hybrids. It must be said that Nova didn't understand why those void creatures that looked like Marines were also using weapons made of void energy to shoot. If their bullets were pure void energy, why didn't they make them into more powerful weapons? Obviously, these void creatures have no obvious intelligence, and everything looks like a convergent imitation. When the Special Forces arrived, several uniformed people rushed out of a building called Singularity Travel Agency. This is a huge travel company, whose business even covers Char's wilderness survival program. These people were obviously missed in the chaos. The staff of the travel agency were still in a panic. They were at a loss, and could not figure out where those terrifying void creatures came from. As soon as they saw the Imperial soldiers, they immediately seemed to have seen their saviors. Nova immediately had them taken to her transport ship. And these people were very grateful. Move. We must destroy this mission target. Nova ordered in the communication channel. Quick. Several Special Forces combat teams carried fusion explosives and manually went to the expected target point to place the explosives. The blocks in front of them were full of debris left by the explosion. They were not the only troops participating in this operation. All the Imperial legions in Corel sent their best forces. Prince Arcturus even gave up the defense of the palace and sent most of the royal guards to join the battle, which won the hearts of the people. Suddenly, a thunder beast condensed from void energy appeared from the street on one side, roaring and rushing towards Nova. Only then did Nova see the appearance of this void creature up close. It was a solid body condensed from energy, with spots of red light flashing on its black body. In addition, the details of the body structure, the huge crown and the heavy armor are exactly the same as a real thunder beast. An absurd idea suddenly emerged in Nova's mind. That is, they can even simulate their own appearance, including Kerrigan, Raynor, Tychus and others. Maybe these void creations can also simulate their abilities, even to the point of being real. But if Amon really has such great power, does he really need to rely on other forces to destroy the world? The Special Forces immediately opened fire on this thunder beast, and a large number of rifle armor-piercing bullets and grenades were summoned towards its ugly giant face, making it roar repeatedly. Although these weapons didn't seem to be able to hurt it, Nova could clearly sense that the monster's energy was weakening. At this time, more Special Forces transport planes arrived at the battlefield, and two huge Thors fell from the sky, occupying the entire street. The siege tanks of the Imperial Assault Squadron were set up, and the artillery roared. This was a battle between a huge beast and a giant mecha. And everything was like the blood-pumping scene in a holographic movie. Nothing could be more reassuring than the unwavering rumble of tank tracks and walking mechas. Stone. Pierce. Nova summoned her Imperial Ghost agents. Don't worry about those monsters. Our mission is to blow up the Void Fragment and leave them to others to deal with. As she spoke, a dozen Zerglings transformed from Void creatures suddenly broke into the block and were immediately knocked down by the Special Forces Marines. A Zergling entered Nova's sight, and she saw a golden light flashing in her eyes. And the hateful little monster was immediately blown into pieces. Chapter 712 Speed Pass. Whenever a thunderous roar came, the hearts of the people of Augustgrad would tremble along with the shaking earth. Since standing on Coral, the dazzling Augustgrad has not experienced war for many days and nights. People can no longer remember when the giant stone pillars that dominate the skyline of Augustgrad appeared. It seems as long as a century ago. The terrible void shadows flooded into the city like a rising tide, and the bright red light illuminated the sky, burning the sky with endless clouds, revealing weirdness and ominousness. Horrible void creatures continue to emerge from the void cracks that are tearing Augustgrad apart, attacking all life they can see. In the most densely populated residential areas, a foreseeable and terrible massacre is inevitable. The Augustgrad government has mobilized all the forces it can to save the civilians who cannot protect themselves. But the casualties are still numerous. The battle broke out in the streets where the void fragments emerged, and the torrent of anti-aircraft firepower networks shot into the sky like bright streams of fire. The Imperial troops entered the city. Soldiers wearing power armor and holding Gauss rifles stepped into the battlefield with a powerful kick of power boots. Across the majestic squares and magnificent monuments, through the towering towers and neatly planned blocks, the devastated brick and stone ground was scattered with crash fighters and vehicles with black smoke, and charred bodies were scattered in between. As the sky became darker, the dazzling red light in the sky became more eye-catching, and the flashes of tracer bullets and explosions pierced the sky, converging into thousands of rays of light. In the most intense areas of the battle, the Imperial Army almost used artillery fire at all costs to suppress the gushing out of the void rifts, and used devastating artillery fire to drive away the twisted creations from the corrupted shadows, which looked like fighting against demons emerging from hell. The way of fighting changed so quickly that people could not react at all, which proved that once more and more planets were pulled into the void. The situation of this war would become more and more difficult. The void creations could not exert their full power in the real world, but since they were completely composed of void energy, and could be transformed into fearless void armies at an astonishing speed, the weakening of their strength was not worth mentioning. The successive attacks on Shakuras and Augustgrad further announced the approach of the end of the world. The Dark God had no intention of hiding his dark intention to destroy all the creations of Xel'Naga. Well done, everyone. This is the second void fragment. Nova clenched the C-20A shotgun in her hand and said in the communication channel, "Don't take it lightly. We have more enemies to deal with." Nova is usually more accustomed to single-person action, but when the Imperial Supreme Command assigns her as a commander, she can handle it with ease. She has always been the strongest agent. The blonde agent. She was slightly injured in the previous battle. A small shrapnel passed through her upper lip, causing a lot of bleeding, but she hardly felt any pain. Generally speaking, Nova was rarely injured in battle, and the most serious one was due to psychic out of control. But even if Nova was injured, she would get the best treatment. She trusted the medical technology of the Empire and those skilled doctors, as if they could bring people back to life. This is the magic of modern technology. At a safe distance, a void fragment standing between the UNN Broadcasting Building and the Empire State Building was shaking violently. A white-hot flash penetrated most of the structure of the middle section of the void fragment like a spear, and then the dazzling firelight shone through the cracks of its shattered column, and it looked like a rotating kaleidoscope in an instant. Unlike the shadow creations composed of void energy, the materials that make up the void fragments all come from the celestial bodies that are constantly colliding, destroying, and gathering in the void. They did not dissipate into nothingness like those destroyed void creations. With a roar like thunder, the giant pillar that seemed to support the sky collapsed, and countless pieces of void celestial body fragments formed by the energy of the void fell from the sky in large chunks. Some were only the size of a baby carriage, while others looked like falling buildings. The huge fragments fell like falling rocks on the streets of all sizes, easily crushing the buildings and bridges. leaving only the steel brackets blackened by the flames twisted and stretched towards the sky. And the ground full of shrapnel was covered with broken glass, creating a tragic scene. Suddenly, large clouds of smoke and dust rose from the ground where Nova had been standing not long ago. The strong wind carried the dust raised by the collapsed buildings, blowing her golden ponytail high up. As the void fragments disintegrated in the sky, the cracks with scarlet energy vortexes around them quickly dissipated into nothingness, as if they had never appeared here. Without the energy support of the void fragments, the power of the many void creations around them was also obviously weakening, and they were retreating step by step under the powerful firepower of the Imperial Special Forces. If void creatures want to exist in the real world, they must be supported by void energy. Even the incarnation of Zelnado walking in the world is no exception. Similarly, the void is extremely deadly to creatures in the real universe. Even the sturdy hull of the battlecruiser can hardly support it. At this time, Nova once again confirmed the order from the command center. Looked up to determine the direction of the target location. Guys, we have new orders, and the new target has been marked. A special forces company stayed behind to clean up the remaining void creations, and the rest were called up to go to the next target location. They had already received airdrops of ammunition and personnel, and the fatigue caused by several hours of continuous fighting was well replenished under the effect of enhancers. Without wasting a second, Nova immediately gave the order to set off. Due to the shortage of air transport, the special forces could only take ground vehicles to the target location, including some Vulture vehicles that looked outdated but were still equipped in large quantities by the Augustgrad Police Department. The police officers who provided these equipment said that as long as a little oil was added, the Vulture vehicles could start on the spot. The only drawback was that due to the limitation of their functions, these Vulture vehicles were not equipped with spider mines, and they looked like discarded spider mine packaging boxes. Theodore Pierce's A-Team and Stone's B-Team, with multiple destroyer drones hovering over them, guarding against attacks from all directions. They passed through a messy block at high speed, casting spider-like shadows on the ground. Nova's special forces were heading south along a wide avenue in the Sure Business District. This road was the main artery of the city, and there were almost no vehicles on it, so they were moving very fast. Along the way, Nova's special forces encountered two different friendly forces. One was the Rattler armored unit of the Korhal Defense Force, and the 122nd Reapers. They also noticed a large number of Valkyrie bombers in the sky. This type of aircraft was most equipped by General Mirahan's Raiders Corps. Two huge Warhawk heavy assault boats passed through the shadows of the Korhal Sky Tower and disappeared behind two parallel high-speed train tracks. Nova had seen these new attack ships firing in Carolina Davis's army. The laser beams that tore through the sky were spectacular. Several Sky Fury Viking fighters pulled up and hovered in the air at the moment of their dive to the ground with almost tricky flying skills, completing a series of neat and tidy body transformations and landing on the other side of the street. For a moment, the roar of the Gatling guns and the screams of the void creatures resounded everywhere. No other weapon has such flexibility or deterrence. The Viking fighter is designed for these brave warriors to make a heroic appearance on the most desperate and helpless battlefield. 10 minutes later, Nova learned that a Marine Corps from the Beta Squadron and 2 regiments of the Korhal Defense Force had been airdropped near the void fragment they were about to go to. But the command center was not prepared to cancel the Special Forces mission. During this time, Nova also met a couple hiding under a vehicle. They begged the Imperial soldiers to take them to the nearest shelter, and she accepted. At present, void fragments are still emerging from all parts of Augustgrad, but they can no longer keep up with the speed of the Imperial Army's destruction. About 300 different combat units are deployed in Augustgrad, and sometimes even 4 or 5 troops are assigned the same task at the same time, which makes the operation of destroying void fragments surprisingly smooth. Most of the Imperial garrisons in Korhal were stationed in multiple orbital defense platforms in orbit in outer space. When they realized that the enemy was not from outer space in the Korhal system, these troops were decisively and quickly deployed to the surface of the planet. Their missions were short and direct, usually only 2: destroying void debris or protecting civilians in Augustgrad. Nova was very fortunate that the troops stationed in Korhal were elite troops who had participated in the full-scale war, and some friendly forces made her think that it might be easier to do it alone. The Empire must race against time and cannot sit idly by while the void fragments take shape in Augustgrad. Otherwise the terrible void shadow will devour the entire world. So no matter what the cost, it is worth it. And except for the void creations that continue to emerge from the void rift, Amon obviously cannot find more power to protect the void fragments. Unlike what happened to Shakura's, the Ire Swarm and the corrupted Protoss Templar did not attack while the void was eroding the planet, which made the pressure faced by the Imperial army much less. The Imperial soldiers who participated in this battle all knew that although the void creatures were difficult to deal with, they were no more terrifying than the Zerg and the hybrids. When Nova arrived at the third void fragment they were about to destroy, they encountered an armored unit of the Rose Squadron, consisting of Thor, Goliath, and a small number of Hercs. This unit had obviously arrived at Augustgrad for some time, and the mechas were full of traces of hard battles. Mechanics lying on the damaged mechas could be seen along the way. The earliest record of the Herc mech can be traced back to the Umojan colony of Galban Companion. It is a steel giant armed with layers of reinforced steel frames and armor plates, equipped with powerful H1 flash welders and mechanical grappling hooks. This outstanding heavy assault mech is good at fighting on battlefields with complex terrain, and can drill into mountains and underground. Its armor, which has been specially treated with chemicals, can resist the corrosive acid of the banlings. It is the mainstay of the Terran Empire's ground forces. Before Nova could share the information with the commander of this unit, they soon met the enemy head-on. The enemy troops were all void creatures that emerged from the void cracks. There were only a few dozen of them, but each was strong and ferocious. Most of these void creatures appeared in the form of Zerg, but there were even Templars wearing armor. If the void is a turbid mirror, then these void creatures are the reflections of real creatures in it, and they are just the product of Amon projecting the shadows of the void into the real universe. Nova had a good relationship with the Protoss. She was sure that these void creations that looked almost identical to her were just monsters in human skin. They did not have the grace, lightness, and ease of the Templars when fighting, and they did not show the rationality of intelligent creatures. A black Warhammer Thor mech, with a shining particle beam bursting out, blasted a huge gap in the terrifying head of the void shadow aberration that was rushing towards it. But no blood was seen from the terrible wound. The ground was shaking. Many cockroaches covered with void shells used their sharp burrowing claws to dig out winding tunnels under the reinforced concrete ground. They broke out of the ground and tried to kill the Imperial soldiers with their sharp claws and void energy breath and dragged them underground. Nova led the special forces to join the battle and suppress the battlefield with their powerful weapons. With extraordinary reaction speed and accuracy, Nova fired several shots at the void creatures. The bullets went through the eyes of these monsters and pierced a huge hammer-shaped wound on the back of their heads. Normally, even for the extremely tenacious Zerg, this kind of injury is enough to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield. But it is obviously not a fatal injury to the void creatures. A Special Forces raider equipped with a magnetic rail weapon fired a few more shots at Nova's target, and then strode away. At this time, a hybrid monster made of void energy appeared. It was so huge that perhaps only Odin could be compared with it. Another Thor mecha rushed over without hesitation, and more missiles and shells roared out. At this moment, the void fragment in the distance, which was Nova's third target, had a thunderous roar coming from the middle of the battlecruiser. They did a good job. After the initial confusion, the Empire was able to cope with these void fragments in August Greely. First, all personnel were evacuated, and then strong firepower coverage was carried out. All troops attacked in multiple threads, saturation support, and spared no effort. Only casualties were counted, not losses. Chapter 713 narrated. This old man is full of bad intentions. Did you hear that? Amon? The Empire is not so easy to be defeated. With the roar of Faraday, the commander of the Korhol Defense Force, in the command center, the unclean red clouds covering Augustgrad finally faded away, and suddenly a blue sky appeared, with white clouds shining brightly in the golden sunlight. After the clouds dispersed, what was reflected in people's eyes was a bleak scene. The once clean streets were in a mess, with potholes on the road and shocking huge shells embedded in them. Augustgrad's majestic skyscrapers, statues and monuments tilted and collapsed in the rising black smoke, and the magnificent railway tracks, switches and bridges surrounding the city collapsed in sections, like broken spines across the back of this black dragon. Many areas looked like they had been burned by fire, and clouds of smoke and dust blocked the light from reaching the ground. The damaged houses, facilities and roads urgently needed repairs. Traffic was blocked, and the public transportation system was forced to stop operating. But these were just a drop in the bucket compared to the severe challenges Augustgrad faced after the disaster. But no matter what, everything will not be worse than the Korhal 10 years ago, when they inherited only a wasteland emitting radioactive dust. And there was not even a single intact stone on the shattered land. When the first batch of residents returned to their homes one after another, the Imperial soldiers from various combat units were still guarding the main roads. And huge mechas could be seen striding through the windows, shaking the ground and window glass. Through the matte masks and cockpits, people could not clearly see the faces of the soldiers or hear their voices. So they all seemed silent and calm. Compared with the loss of the city, the casualties of civilians were more heartbreaking. Under the layers of white cloth next to the excavator lay a horrible corpse, some of which were bloody and almost unrecognizable, while others were only black charcoal that could only recognize human shapes. When this terrible disaster came, the people in Augustgrad had no idea what they were going to face. The fear of the unknown and the invisible was sometimes more terrible than the real enemy. Many people still don't know who the enemies who invaded Augustgrad are. Sometimes they are Protoss and Zerg. Sometimes they are humans. But you can tell at a glance that they are not real flesh and blood creatures. Facing those Marines covered in armor, you can clearly feel that they are living, flesh and blood people. But those void creatures don't have such emotions. They really come from another different dimension. A bloody and unavoidable fact has been placed in front of the people of the Empire. Staying in the heavily guarded Imperial Prime is not safe. So is there really a safe place in the Copperless sector? The war is here. Ever since the first appearance of alien civilizations, war has never left this ill-fated star region. Each war is magnificent and protracted. And each war is a preview of the next more terrible war. Each one is more massive and more brutal than the last. This disaster came so suddenly and ended so quickly that other Imperial worlds outside of Korhal knew nothing about it. Augustgrad was hit hard, and other cities on Korhal were affected, and the number of casualties continued to increase. Later this afternoon, the UNN Augustgrad radio station, which had been interrupted for a while, finally brought the news that everyone had been waiting for. Because host Donnie Vermillion accidentally sprained his ankle while taking shelter, Kate Rockwell took over the control of the UNN studio and told the listeners, who were watching TV and car radios, that an attack on Augustgrad had been averted. The disaster was over, and victory had come again. But what happened in Augustgrad cannot be dismissed with light words. And the subsequent losses and casualties are even more worrying. What really makes UNN feel difficult is how to explain the existence of void fragments and void creations to the public. This cannot be solved by opening a few more popular science columns. It is better to admit to the public that hell and demons exist. But it is hard to say whether God and angels exist. One thing is certain. Although the Terran Empire army encountered the Void army in Atrias and Shakuras, it is the first time that they have appeared in front of the public so closely. Even after the Void fragments were cleared, the Imperial army that entered Augustgrad had to pay a great price to destroy the Void creatures that emerged. Fortunately, if the energy support from the Void fragments and Void rifts is lost, the Void creatures cannot exist in the real world for too long, and will eventually dissipate due to energy exhaustion. Otherwise, the war in Augustgrad will continue to prolong and cause greater damage. In the past, humans only knew that their enemies were the Protoss and the Zerg, but knew little about the enemies in the Void. Obviously, these must be some more terrible monsters. They are weird and evil, rampant and murderous, without scruples. The Imperial government is not prepared to hide from the people. Whether it is the soldiers fighting for the Empire or the people, they should know who their enemies are. The tragedy of Augustgrad should make them hate Amon instead of succumbing to invisible fear. Compared with the real Zerg and hybrids, the empty and mysterious void can arouse more fear in the hearts of humans. Some extreme religious groups in the Copperloo sector have begun to worship the dark god Amon and hybrids, concepts that will soon be demonized or sanctified by the barriers of time and geography. Left unchecked, the situation will only get worse. Queen Sarah Kerrigan appeared in public for the first time in the media since the disaster. She did not shy away from talking about the losses in Augustgrad. But everyone who was terrified could take comfort from the Queen's calm and majestic face. The Queen was being interviewed in a devastated park square, not in a heavily guarded palace. She was wearing a military uniform with a gun hanging from her waist. Such an outfit made her sharp temperament more sharp than those gorgeous dresses. The Emperor of the Terran Empire never needed beautiful women to decorate his court in Augustgrad. On the contrary, the palace was only built to serve as a foil for the Queen. People would not know that if there was no need for an indispensable person in the palace to sit and preside over the overall situation. Their queen would have led the Imperial generals to charge into battle long ago. Queen Kerrigan's calm words made people believe that the Empire had finally saved Augustgrad before it was about to fall into the abyss of destruction and fall into a more tragic situation. Now that the disaster has passed, the families of the victims will be compensated and relieved, and they will soon rebuild their homes, just as they did before. Nearly a quarter of the city was affected by the attack and suffered varying degrees of damage, with the worst damage in the city of Blivov. Currently, Ursadak Park Square once became part of Augustgrad's spectacular landmark architecture, with its huge area and magnificent buildings. Beautiful fountains and monuments can be seen everywhere, and at the end of the wide boulevard is the memorial statue of the Marines built by the Empire for the Battle of the Brood. Now, the entire square has almost become a ruin, with the debris left after the collapse of the void fragments scattered everywhere, and the sharp fragments are embedded in the square like javelins. Void fragments are products that emerge directly from nothingness. Their material composition is unique and emits a faint purple-black light in the sun. Next to a huge piece of void debris in the Usada Park Square, Kerrigan is listening to the report of the Augustgrad city government officials. Behind her are some UNN crew members, and the rest are officers of the Royal Guard and the Imperial Marines. The surroundings were filled with the rumbling sounds of excavators and cranes. Some nimble sentry mines were moving up and down among the ruins with their mechanical feet, like spiders slipping through the gaps. Almost every moment, medical transport planes carrying battlefield triage stations and intensive care units roared past in the sky. The huge shadow of the Minotaur-class battlecruiser Helios/Helios Warfield's flagship that crashed during the Wings of Liberty campaign was looming over the square, and shining lights were projected down from the gray clouds. At this moment, the way these people looked at Kerrigan could almost be described as amazing. They had seen the Queen use her mental power to pull up the collapsed reinforced concrete of an entire skyscraper and rescue the people buried underneath. Such great power made it hard not to doubt whether she was still human. Kerrigan rarely showed her abilities among others, but this kind of power was no longer comparable to her ghost agent period. Yeah. Yet Kerrigan nodded repeatedly to the Imperial official, issuing orders from time to time, which were immediately recorded by the recorder next to her. There was a lot of black ash on the face of the Empress of the Empire, but it still couldn't hide her solemn beauty. All the void fragments in Augustgrad have been destroyed, but it will take quite some time to heal the trauma caused by the war. Fortunately, the worlds around Korhal were not hit, and the core world of the Empire is still safe and sound. With the power of the Empire's first star, everything will soon be restored to its original state. This is a warning, and it is also a turning point for the Terran Empire to enter a more thorough state of war. Resources from mining worlds and distant colonies will continue to be delivered to the core worlds, and hundreds of foundries will operate at full capacity to produce countless armor and cannons to arm Emperor Augustus' army and fleet. When the final battle comes, the Terran Empire will not only face the invasion of the second generation over Minzerg once again, but also a whole golden fleet of the Darren Protoss and countless void creations. This is indeed a world-destroying war. Lieutenant Nova has arrived. At this time, the commander of the Imperial Special Forces, Nova Terra, arrived with several soldiers, and the UNN crew immediately stopped filming. Nova wore a classic blue and white tie combat uniform, with a Firestream shotgun on her back. She was a perfect ghost agent. Tough, smart, capable, but dangerous. As the commander of the Empire's Covert Operations Force, Nova's identity has never been exposed, and few people know that she is actually a noble boy with fine clothes and food. It was only her father's death and her views on psychic talents that led her to her current path. Few people know that the relationship between Kerrigan and Nova is more like a master-disciple relationship, and Nova is almost raised as a daughter. Compared to these void shadows, void rippers are more like void creatures from the void, but their number is not large. As soon as Nova saw Kerrigan, she talked about what she saw on the battlefield. Void rippers are powerful beasts born in the void. They can be summoned by Amon and enter the world by tearing the space-time rift between the void and reality. The Void Ripper. It scares us even more than the hybrids. Kerrigan had seen a Void Ripper on Korhal rip a central tower with void-filled energy lightning, destroying an Imperial Marine. If the Void Rippers themselves were not locked in place by the void rifts beneath them, they would have been able to cause even more damage in Augustgrad. I think Amon is threatening us, Nova said. But if he has the power to drag all our planets, and even our armies into the void, why wouldn't he do that? If Amon could do it, he wouldn't need the hybrid and Dallin Protoss armies. Kerrigan said, Amon will think that humans are weak. But the Terran Empire is not. Amon thought this would scare us, but he was wrong. Your Majesty, we have received reports that the Emperor's flagship has arrived in outer space orbit of Korhal. As they were talking, an officer came with new news. He returned with a fleet? Kerrigan asked the officer. All of it? Yes, the other party replied. A little late, but it doesn't matter. Nova looked at Kerrigan and said, if Amon attacked Augustgrad just to make all our fleets return to defend. Then he succeeded. Kerrigan couldn't help but defend Augustus and said, Augustus said that Amon is actually arrogant and self-centered. As long as he feels that he has planned everything and thinks that we are doomed to fail, everything will develop in our favor. In general, Augustus knew what Amon was up to, and did it on purpose. He really knows Amon, Nova said. He knows us better than he knows himself. Kerrigan took over. Hey, are you mocking him? Nova asked. I didn't say that. Kerrigan spread his hands. A few minutes later, Kerrigan received a communication from Augustus, who was apparently on the bridge of the flagship White Star, when Augustus was asking about the situation on Augustgrad. Jim Raynor arrived with the fleet and the Zelnaga world ship retrieved from the Sigma sector. Asked Jim, who is driving the ship now? Augustus looked at General Wachowski beside him. That world ship should not be parked in the orbit of Korhal. What's wrong? Kerrigan asked. It's too close, Augustus said. Chapter 714 The Tyrant Emperor. It was already evening when Augustus returned to the Augustgrad Palace. As if unaffected by the disaster, the lights outside were still bright and colorful. Various flying cars, propaganda airships, and advertising airships flew among the towering skyscrapers, like fish swimming in the river. When the Tyrant Empire was first established, Korhal was still a ruin. The protracted war destroyed many originally prosperous planets. Local governments were faced with a mess left by the old Federation. A large amount of public debt could not be repaid. Government agencies could not pay any salaries. Prices soared and society was in turmoil. The revival of this vast interstellar empire is inseparable from Augustus's governance. The Emperor of the Terran Empire and his fleet have been traveling between the stars for several months. When he returned to the palace, he had no time to rest and immediately picked up the affairs of state that he had put aside for a long time. When the warship enters the jump state, the concept of time and space will become very vague. Sometimes it feels like a year even though it has only been a week. In one night, so many officials were summoned to the palace, which can be regarded as half of the empire's political world. They were ordered around by Augustus, but they still took it for granted. Augustus had to admit that this job would never give him a break, but he hoped it was worth it. The enemies of the empire never seemed to need a break. The Zerg had returned, and even their once steadfast Protoss allies had become tools of the Dark God to destroy the world. What's more, now that Amon had complete control over the Protoss and the Zerg, he could create his own hybrid army more unscrupulously. The advantage was too great, and Amon didn't know how he lost. Unfortunately, since the Golden Fleet lost contact, Augustus has never heard from his old friend Tassadar. Augustus still believes that this respected Protoss hero can still turn danger into safety as in the past. But no matter what, the situation is not optimistic. The Terran Protoss not only lost their proud fleet, but also lost their most important spiritual leader. In addition to Augustus, even Artanis himself had doubts about whether he could take over the responsibility of Tassadar. Now on the star map of the Terran Empire centered on Korhal, the Zerg army is pressing forward from the south and east, and the Protoss's Golden Fleet has leaped into the Empire from another direction, burning all the life planets they can find. The stars are burning. Every day, the latest intelligence from all directions outside Korhal comes in like snowflakes, bringing news of the continuous advancement of Amon's army. The Empire's territory is vast, spanning hundreds and thousands of star systems, and even the fastest news from the border comes from a few weeks ago. On the way back to Korhal from Shakuras, Augustus's fleet almost collided head-on with a huge sky-high fleet that jumped through the wormhole space. Judging from the direction of this hive fleet's advance, their target can be clearly seen as the Sharpsburg colony of the Terran Empire, which is a very prosperous world with developed heavy industry, and residents have lived here for many generations. At that time, Augustus was accompanied by not only the Imperial fleet with Alpha Squadron as the main force, but also the Purifiers of Clolarian, the Spear of Adon of Artanis, and all the warships and fighters of the Nerazim Protoss. Just when the people of Sharpsburg had not yet realized the crisis, a war broke out in this star field a few light years away from the world. The interstellar cemetery left after this interstellar war can still be found now. The huge battlefield is full of unparalleled warship wreckage and insect corpses. There is only one thing to be thankful for. Even though Amon already has a large army of Protoss, Zerg and hybrids, his army is only obsessed with destroying every planet along the way on the way to attack the Copperless sector, truly slaughtering all life, leaving no one alive. However, this would inevitably slow down the attack speed of Amon's army. They spent too much time raising every planet over and over again. Some planets even had only an outpost of the Terran Empire or the Darim Protoss, while other planets under attack even had relatively primitive life forms. It was obvious that Amon wanted to deal with humans in the process of destroying the world, rather than first severely damaging the Terran Empire and forcing them to withdraw from the next war. From a tactical perspective, they should prioritize attacking the most populous worlds or the most resources and industrial areas in the Empire. The Golden Fleet should march straight to Korhal, and no Imperial fleet can stop them, although Amon did launch an attack on Korhal. That's all it is at the moment. Augustus returned to Korhal in a hurry, partly to show weakness to the enemy, and partly because he was really afraid that Amon would do whatever it took to take Korhal. At this point, Amon seems to have decided that he can take Korhal with a single void invasion, as he did with Shakura's, without the need for Protoss and Zerg armies. But Amon obviously failed, and he may not be angry, but just amused. Alarak once instigated a Raksha ritual in the Chain of Ascension, which killed many powerful Tal'Darim leaders, while Alarak benefited from it. Such a large number of casualties among the top leaders caused massive chaos in the Tal'Darim army, and the fleet was leaderless, which delayed Amon's plan. But Amon did not care. It has long been known that Amon looked down on humans. He was also overconfident, even arrogant. Otherwise, he would not have told Artanis that I had created an evil god host in Ire, and it was about to come to reality. So you should come and fight. As a Xel'Naga, Amon was not stupid. He just thought he had a sure win from the beginning, and looked down on all living things with the mentality of a creator and a looker. He claimed to be a god, but he was not omniscient and omnipotent, and perhaps he had deceived himself over time. It turns out that Augustus's move to expand the Empire's territory is now extremely correct. The Terran Empire may have only established a few mining stations on an extremely remote and desolate planet or asteroid belt. These mining stations may not even have names, only a series of numbers, but they are still considered part of the Empire's territory. Amon's army spent a lot of time raising these mining stations and the surrounding worlds to the ground, but the people inside had actually evacuated long ago, or there was no one at all. There were many such areas during the expansion stage of the Terran Empire. They were prepared by Augustus to confuse Amon. Of course, if you decide to destroy all the inferior creations of Xel'Naga, then why not kill them all? Burning a bunch of bugs may take time, but how can it be compared with the countless years of dormancy in the void? Even so, the situation is not optimistic. This can be seen on the star map of the Terran Empire. The dense red dots almost blocked the entire border, and the light spots symbolizing the Empire's territory kept going out. In the short time since returning to Augustgrad, Augustus appointed a large number of Imperial frontline commanders who were granted the right to make independent combat decisions, and ordered them to lead troops that could achieve rapid response and mobility between star regions, and use all means to slow down the advancement of the Protoss Golden Fleet and the Overlord Swarm on the periphery of the Terran Empire's marginal worlds, buying time for the main fleet to complete the defense circle in the Empire. On the other hand, Zerwin, the lord of the original swarm, has allied with the Terran Empire, and is in a stalemate with the invading Tal'Darim Death Fleet in the western border of the Empire. Augustus originally planned that if Zerwin refused to form an alliance because of fear of Amon's power, he would have to treat the primitive Zerg as a potential enemy and help Dehaka unify the primitive Zerg, because they are not without the possibility of defection. It must be said that even if Zerwin is just a primitive Zerg, he is a primitive Zerg that has lived for many years and is very smart. Facts have proved that the primitive Zerg fears losing their freedom more than Amon. As Dehaka said, if Amon destroys the entire universe, they will no longer have essence to plunder. The original Zerg are a very special group. Their pursuit of essence drives them to hunt and collect. The more powerful the ancient Zerg are, the more they worry about being enslaved by Amon like the Overmind. Arcturus has been complaining to Augustus about sending diplomats to the original Zerg, but there should still be a sense of ceremony. The Imperial diplomat, who was entrusted with the important task, only went to a planet where the original Zerg now settled under the protection of a legendary Imperial Ghost agent, and met the Zerg in the primitive swamp of the planet. Its legendary level is almost comparable to the trip to the giant country in Gulliver's Travels. There is no diplomatic etiquette and treatment. No good wine and meat. Only a bunch of violent primitive creatures who treat you as meat. The opponent is the most powerful primitive alien insect in history. You have to raise your neck and talk to the sky to see its huge eyes looking down at the ground from the clouds. Fortunately, this diplomat is also a capable and ambitious person. When it comes to Augustus's tactics of forming alliances and making friends with distant countries and attacking nearby ones, he also has a set of tricks. Zerwin is an intelligent creature after all. He knows how to judge the situation. And of course, he doesn't care about his two tails of meat. However, there are also many factions within the primitive Zerg, and even Zerwin cannot rule all the tribes. Putting these aside, Zerwin will sooner or later become a big threat, and Augustus will kill it sooner or later. Alarak is also a dangerous person, but Augustus doesn't mind cooperating with them temporarily. Even if it is the Earthling Solar System Empire, Augustus is willing to put aside the past. But there has been no new news in the direction of the Orion Arm for a long time. I know Amon will not let Korhal go, just like he did to Shakuras of the Terran Protoss. Augustus was in the throne room of the Augustgrad Palace not long ago to receive an audience with the imperial ministers. He had too many things to report to these people, and too many things to solve. And these things could not always be thrown to others. Of course, Angus, Arcturus and their staff had been doing a good job before. They did a lot of work, and made a lot of efforts to maintain an efficient bureaucratic government. Without them, Augustus would not have been able to leave Augustgrad without worrying about Korhal's chaos in his absence. However, Amon must have overestimated the power of the void creatures and underestimated the strength of our defenses on Korhal. Augustus walked to the throne and spoke to Arcturus and Kerrigan below. Whatever Amon wants to do. Now everyone in the Empire is beginning to worry that Amon will launch a second attack on Korhal and Augustgrad. Not only Korhal. Other worlds may also be among Amon's targets. Actor said, I don't care what people think. But I think our army will also have such concerns, because their families and property may be in danger. We should have more resocialized troops. Because hybrids can control ordinary people with mental power. But they can't do anything to robots. If Amon wants to come, let him come. We will greet him with more artillery fire. Augustus looked at Arcturus and said, this is the way the Terrans treat their guests. You know, not everything can be made public. What we really need to do next is not defense, but offense. We must first recapture the Golden Fleet, and then fight to the void in one go. Crazy battle plan, Actor said. But if it is not crazy enough, how can we break the rules and turn defeat into victory? Kyrak said that he has made a breakthrough in his research on the Zelnada artifact. If that can really be used to temporarily contain Amon's will, he can be expelled from Kara. And then we will convince the Protoss to cut off the neural bundles. Augustus said, after experiencing the pain of being corrupted. It should not be so difficult for them. Besides, we will find Artanis to convince his compatriots. Tell Carix that he is a genius. I said. I remember. Didn't you remind him of this? Kerrigan said, you were still thinking in your mind that he was really stupid. You have a good memory. Augustus said. Your Majesty, Dr. Nerid is outside the palace. At this time, a soldier of the royal guard came in and said to Augustus. Dr. Emil Nerid was also the scientific advisor of Emperor Augustus. After he repaired the Zelnada world ship as expected, there was no other achievement that could be compared with it. Augustus could not fail to make any statement. As a matter of business, Augustus first commended Dr. Emil Nerid for his outstanding contribution to the Terran Empire, and then invited him to the palace, saying that he had important matters to discuss. But this time, something is different. Augustus asked Borazin and Artanis for 3 shadow guards, among whom the Dark Templars were also top masters in the Nerism. They were also allowed to merge into the Forbidden Dark Archons at the most critical moment, so as to remain unchanged in the face of all changes. As long as Augustus smashed the cup as a signal, the shadow guards would immediately appear and capture the rebels. Nerid may be the only one under Amon who is still racking his brains to realize his master's grand cause, and is determined to dig a hole for Augustus. In the past, the Terran Empire had gained so much from Nerid that Augustus felt a little sorry when he had to get rid of him, wondering if he could find a cryogenic chamber to kill Nerid and then squeeze out all his value. I don't know how you knew Nerid intended to rebel, Actor said, if he really did it, he must have done it perfectly. It doesn't matter whether there is evidence or not. Augustus said, what matters is that I think he betrayed me. If someone says you are a tyrant in the future, Actor said, I won't be surprised. I am. Augustus said. Chapter 715, Acting Competition. Amir, my friend, brother and mentor, your achievements will go down in history and be remembered by the world. In the Hall of the Goddess of Youth, where guests are received in the Augustgrad Palace, Emperor Augustus of the Empire is hugging Dr. Nerid warmly and patting each other's backs, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. Emperor Augustus, all my work and mission have been completed. The Xel'Naga world ship has the power to destroy a world, and even the strongest fortress cannot resist it. Nerid was wearing his tailor-made black tailcoat, and his posture while speaking was like a proud parrot. You will rule this universe as you rule your empire. The world crawls at your feet, and no one can refuse the emperor of the Terran Empire. Without you, we can't do it anyway. If anyone can repair the Xel'Naga world ship, it can only be Emil Nerid. Augustus let go of Nerid, thinking that this statement is more applicable to your master Amon. You are just mocking me. Too much exaggeration. If what the Protoss say is true, the end of the world has come. And this is when we need the Xel'Naga world ship. Queen Sarah Kerrigan was standing behind the Emperor. She did not like those gorgeous dresses, but she wore a black veil to mourn the victims after the attack on Augustgrad. Listening to Augustus and Nerid talking to each other, the rows of high French windows reflected their smiling faces, which was indeed true. I never knew they had such a good relationship. Tychus on the other side muttered quietly, I've also seen brainworms and Protoss being brothers and sisters. Raynor said, who can tell for sure? As the saying goes, if you live long enough, you will see everything. Tychus, a gentleman, Jim Raynor, does not owe salary. At this time, Raynor and Tychus only knew that Nerid was an evil scientist who betrayed the Empire and joined the Dark God Amon. This is not difficult to understand. For humans, the technology of the Xel'Naga can be said to be at the pinnacle of the world. Nerid looks very strange. It is not impossible for him to go astray and fall into darkness in pursuit of the pinnacle of science. This is quite in line with his character. Augustus did not tell Raynor and Tychus that Nerid is actually an evil, unpredictable Xel'Naga shapeshifter. This is because in the face of such a powerful void psychic creature with the ability to read minds, the more you know, the more dangerous it is. Any omission in your words and deeds may arouse his vigilance. But if they knew that Augustus dared to be so close to Nerid despite knowing this, they would probably be amazed at his courage. No one knows what kind of monster face Nerid has under this human skin, but it must be disgusting. He may be a humanoid creature or a slug. No one can tell before entering the void and seeing Nerid's true face. Sincerity, humility, diligence, all these are disguises and lies. When we were still in the Sigma sector, we heard that the Copperless sector was in flames. The Zerg had returned. The Protoss fleet was threatening the borders of the Empire, and the army of the Dark Lord Amon had destroyed planet after planet. Nerod didn't need to prick up his ears to know what Tychus and Raynor were mumbling behind his back. But in his heart, he didn't look down on these people at all, and didn't take them seriously. Not long ago, a tragedy happened in Augustgrad. The Empire needs a magnificent flagship like the Xel'Naga world ship more than ever before, and it needs it to bring an inspiring victory. Nerid only has one last step left to realize Amon's grand vision. Or in his opinion, his plan has already succeeded. Amon's rebirth of the evil god host in the real universe is almost complete, and even the power at his hands is enough to destroy this corrupt cosmic cycle. While his incarnation can still survive in the real universe, Nerid will further weaken the power of humans and the Protoss so that his master Amon's plan can be implemented more smoothly. As Amon's most loyal servant, Nerid has been planning his master's return for countless years, even though Nerid knows that Amon doesn't care about what he does, since the overall situation has been decided. Such details are really insignificant. Amon enjoys this world-destroying war, and enjoys witnessing the tragic demise of the Xel'Naga creations from a condescending attitude, so that he can show his godlike power. It is difficult to see a brilliant strategy from Amon's deployment, but if he already has an army that can destroy all resistance forces in the universe, the largest fleet in the history of the Protoss Empire, and the dominant Zerg in its heyday, then there is no need to think too much. If there is an unexpected force that can reverse this war, it can only be the mysterious power from the east. You are right. Augustus turned around and looked out the window, looking up at the sky at a small angle, with a melancholy expression. It was a rainy day, as if it also confirmed the Emperor's inner worries. The sky above Augustgrad was covered with dark clouds, and the rain rumbled on the towering glass curtain wall, and hazy mist rose from the window eaves. The Zerg army is approaching, and even Daram has abandoned us. Augustus's profile was shrouded in a shadow. In the past, we were fighting tangible, reachable enemies. But now, the enemy comes from the mysterious and elusive void. We have fought against the Protoss or the Zerg, but never fought against both of them at the same time. He sighed softly. I talked to Zerdal, the dark archon of the Nerazim. And now we are surrounded by enemies, and it is difficult to continue. He told me not to give up hope. But in the burning copperless sector, I only saw ruins on countless ashes. In the past, I believe that those who cannot defeat us will eventually make us stronger. But this time, even I feel powerless. Thousands of words converge into one sentence. I can't fight. I can't fight at all. Nerid, my dear, what do you think? Augustus looked like I treat you as my own, and these words are only for you. Although I still have to maintain a confident appearance outside. In fact, who can I tell about my pain in my heart? Nerid wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead again. The void is so powerful. How come I don't know it? If the void creatures can easily invade the real world, why would the Xel'Naga go to such great lengths to create avatars? Just like the void creatures, if there is no supplement of void energy, even the Xel'Naga avatars will continue to weaken. The reason why Nerid has been able to survive in the real universe for so many years is also due to the energy supply of the Xel'Naga temple. Amon, the god who descended to Ire, consumed too much energy because of his repeated miracles and the existence of his avatar. So he had to use the catering crystal to directly drain the energy of the Protoss in a way similar to sacrifice to replenish himself. Maybe he is right. No one can escape a disaster that sweeps the world. Nerid thought to himself. Could it be that your Emperor of the Terran Empire is the biggest supporter of the theory of inevitable defeat? If you had said so earlier, I would have taken you to surrender to Amon now. And you would still be rich and prosperous. This is really strange. Why do I have to persuade you to resist to the end now? But this is also natural. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. Perhaps no one can feel the real despair more than this Emperor. In the past, the reason why the Zerg could not defeat the Terran Empire was that the second generation of the Overmind had to take into account the intervention of the Dallin Protoss in the war, and could not let go. But now, the Terran Empire has to face the two most powerful races in the galaxy. And the more terrible enemies are still behind. I am a scientist and an old and frail old man. Nerid made a few strokes. I don't know how many years I have left to live. This world ship is my last gift to the Terran Empire, and the Emperor of the Empire. Even if the world is about to perish, it can preserve the last spark of human civilization. It can be seen that Nerid is not confident this time. When the Terran Empire and the Zerg went to war in the past, he kept shouting that he would fight to the death, and the Empire would win. Now, you don't even want to say that. Augustus could notice that Nerid has lost a lot of weight in recent years. Maybe his body is really not working well now. Or maybe he has done too much work. And he has worked hard and devoted himself to it. But what can we do? We didn't treat you as a human being. But if this world is destroyed, where can humans escape to? Augustus put his hand on Nerid's shoulder and admired the rain outside the window with him. We are just fish in a tank. But we think there is an ocean outside that we have never seen. Nerid looked at Kerrigan and others around him calmly, and found that they were also silent. You guys should say something. Aren't you usually very eloquent? That Tychus. Stop scratching your butt. In the past, even in the most critical situation, Augustus never showed no fighting spirit. On the contrary, as a leader, Augustus believed more than anyone else that they would win in the end. He never gave up fighting. And he also encouraged everyone with his own practice. I know that pessimism is prevalent among our people and the army. But I didn't expect the impact to be so profound. Dr. Nerid sorted out his thoughts. Your Majesty, don't forget that you still have the largest fleet in history. Now this fleet is anchored in the orbit of Korhal, with the Xel'Naga world ship as the flagship. The Protoss and the Zerg are not invincible. As I suggested to you before, the Empire should hold a grand ceremony to let the people of the Empire see the super flagship of the new era with their own eyes. The Xel'Naga used to dominate the world with their warships. And now they are the most shining embellishment on the sword of Emperor Augustus. Augustus's mouth moved, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Nerid must have thought that Augustus was frightened enough by the attack on Korhol, and hurriedly mobilized all fleets to guard the core world. As a matter of fact, it's hard to say it's not true. There are more than a dozen large fleets parked in the high-altitude orbit of Korhol, and the number of Minotaur warships alone exceeds 800, which is an astonishing number no matter how you look at it. The huge fleet formations occupy all the harbors and anchorages in the orbit. City-sized steel giants are lined up one after another, forming horizontal and vertical lines that are as compact as a grid. Each fleet is tens of hundreds of miles long. In the harbor of the Sky Shield orbital platform, hundreds of military ships gathered into a torrent, and the warship's huge and amazing signal lights cast huge beams of light at the rolling clouds of Korhol like lighthouses. If anyone thinks that the Empire's fleet is really vulnerable, it must be because he has never been to Korhol. Everything sounds very much in line with Augustus's expectations. He likes to hold military parades. Every time the majestic Imperial fleet and army circled in front of the people, they would feel that the Empire was invincible, even if these troops and warships had always been there and did not suddenly appear one day. In fact, just a fleet of 8 battlecruisers and dozens of affiliated warships is enough to shock people. Standing on the ground, it is overwhelming. And now, a new super battleship has joined the Empire's combat sequence. It is dozens of miles long, 100 times longer than the Gorgon battlecruisers, and the narrowest part of the hull can accommodate 2 Sky Shield orbital platforms. According to Nerid, the Xel'Naga world ship is completely powered by the Construct Kinetic Energy Machine, equipped with a destruction array that can rain destruction, and equipped with a void shield that can even resist the high-energy particle flow in the void. The huge fleet of Imperial warships was nothing more than fish swimming around a giant whale in front of the world ship. Augustus had to admit that this incomparable world ship was indeed magnificent. Nerid made it sparkle, and made it into a real work of art. No matter how many years passed, it was an immortal masterpiece that could not be replicated. The Xel'Naga world ship and the Ark ship of the Protoss Empire were of another completely different artistic style. Like a tower of heaven, a world spear piercing the sky, and everything was unstoppable. The world ship will be a real strategic weapon. As long as it is in the Copperless sector, there will be no force that can oppose the Terran Empire. I think that the Xel'Naga world ship is great, but we can't put all our last hopes on it. Augustus patted Nerid's shoulder again. Even if we think so, we can't promote it to the public. Dr. Nerid's idea is still very good. He turned around and fought the Golden Fleet and the Zerg army to the death. It was called the Glorious Last Battle, and everyone was very happy. You have been urging me to fly the world ship over Augustgrad. What on earth do you want to do? You can obviously start bombing in high-altitude orbit, but you have to tell people how important this warship is to the Empire before the war starts. It would be best if the largest news media UNN broadcasts the entire process of the Empire's pride destroying the Imperial capital live to the entire Empire. Chapter 716. Throwing a cup as a signal. Swordsmen and axemen are out. I don't know much about warships, but for a super warship that is dozens of miles long and made of countless tons of steel and boulders to be lightly anchored above Augustgrad and fly as light as a feather to where we want it to go, it may be far from as simple as we think. Augustus showed a slightly motivated expression. He didn't act like him. Hesitant, putting the Xel'Naga world ship in Augustgrad. It is a building more magnificent than the palace. The Protoss Empire can use a city-sized launcher to send the Spear of Adon out of Ayer's gravity well. But we don't. In the end, Augustus still didn't name the battleship, calling her Prometheus or Will of Korhol. Now it seems that the name of the world ship alone is enough to shock people. And there will never be another world ship like this in the world. Oh my Emperor, there will be no problem. Before the birth of those now aging stars, the Xel'Naga were traveling the universe on their world ships. Nerid laughed when they decided on which planet to land. Countless ships landed in the atmosphere like palaces, which was simply a miracle. Please believe that all concerns are unnecessary. In front of the Emperor of the Empire, Nerid looked very proud, wearing a black dress like a proud black cis penguin. Rather than being a scientist, Nerid is more in line with people's perception of diplomats and politicians. He is good at chatting with people, proficient in etiquette, and elegant in conversation. His words and deeds can attract the attention of others. If there are 10 world ships, then the Terran Empire can rule the world. Nerid said, I promise you. Even if there is only one, you can rule 1/10 of the world. Augustus smiled and shook his head, indicating that he was not interested in ruling the world. I think the requirements can be lowered a bit, as long as we can defend our existing territory. For now, Nereid's words can be heard in reverse. He thinks he has fooled everyone else, and is complacent with his outstanding performance. Nereid is an evil Xel'Naga shapeshifter who has had countless faces in his long life. To achieve his goals, he always appears in different images. But he does the same thing, fraudulent trust, inciting war, and ultimately betraying without hesitation. It is hard to say whether Nereid enjoys backstabbing his former master, who once trusted him so much, and watching them show expressions of sudden realization and great regret. Perhaps Nereid is waiting for the moment when he betrays Augustus and the other party shows an extremely painful expression. That's right. The smarter and more adept at controlling people's hearts, the harder it is for them to accept the fact that they think they plan everything and control everything. But in the end, they are the ones who are fooled. Okay, I'll consider it. Augustus' attitude softened a bit, and he asked again, Emil, the Empire does have a world ship now. But can our crew members bring out the full performance of this warship? There are about 20,000 crew members on this Arnada world ship, most of whom are Imperial soldiers sent by Raynor. This crew number has exceeded all the main battleships of the Empire. But it may not be enough for this level of battleship. It may not take too many people to drive a world ship. But if you want to use it to start and win a war, then it is different. Of course, this is just an introduction. What Augustus really cares about is who is in control of this ship now. The Terran Empire or Nereid? If that person is Nereid, then the answer to this question is already written on the surface. Nereid took great pains to build this world ship not to increase the power of the Terran Empire to resist him on. When he came to the palace, his proud attitude was like a rooster that had just laid an egg, thinking that he had become the master of the world. This time, Nereid came with a cannon, and he had to use sweet words to make Augustus willingly put his head into the barrel, and then light the fuse himself. He understands the art of irony. Of course, this is not a problem. Nereid could understand Augustus's concerns. It was precisely because the latter was worried that he could not fully control the hybrid that he did not agree to implement the plan to build a large hybrid manufacturing factory in the Empire. Augustus neither refused directly nor agreed to it. Those who were good at guessing the Emperor's intentions understood that he was going to think about it again. After all, he was the Emperor, and the one who could make the final decision. Well, Nereid was not in a hurry at all. Amon's rebirth in the real universe was coming soon, and Augustus and Artanis should be anxious. Not him. Nereid could understand that as a king. He had too many things to worry about. So he was inevitably hesitant. But if Augustus was not prepared to accept Nereid's suggestion from the beginning, why did he summon him to the palace? It was not because he missed his old face. I have mentioned the training issues of the world ship crew in the report submitted to the Admiralty and the palace. As long as the current operators are trained a little, they will be able to do all the subsequent work. He continued, more than half of the members of the Imperial Engineering Corps have participated in the repair of the world ship and know this battleship well. The captain and crew are from the Gorgon-class battlecruiser. They all admit that this job is much easier than before. The Terran Empire already had some Xel'Naga spaceships, most of which were obtained during the expedition of Ire. Although the technology used by these Xel'Naga spaceships is incomprehensible and cannot be replicated, it is not difficult to fly them with human intelligence as long as the operation process and usage are known. Augustus smiled, obviously very satisfied with Nereid's guarantee. Emil Nereid, my dear friend, your guarantee is really worthless. The world ship is a small, self-sustaining world, and it is a whole different world inside, far more spectacular than what you can see on the Spear of Adon. Nereid's damn competitive spirit prompted him to say the above. Your Majesty, you really should go and see it yourself. I will definitely go. Augustus realized that Nereid didn't need to brag about the performance of the world ship. In fact, no matter how shocking the words came out of Nereid's mouth were, they were not exaggerations. After the Xel'Naga world ship was repaired, Augustus did not go up there once. So, Emil, do you think the world ship can compete with the Ark of the Protoss Empire? He paused and asked Nereid. In fact, I believe it. Nereid smiled confidently, just like he always did in the past. There is something I must tell you. A dark ark appeared, along with a whole fleet of corrupted arbitrators. Augustus' face showed a stern expression. Our Protoss friends identified it as the Pride of Odalise, another of the 3 Protoss arcs. After the Civil War, the surviving arbiters took away the last supporters of the old order to avoid further bloodshed of their fellows. They just ran away. And they still talk so noble. Tychus was basically standing there napping. But he interrupted out of the blue. You're right. Raynor echoed Tychus. If the Arbiters were smart enough, they wouldn't have lost both Ire and the Protoss Empire. By the way, if we lose both Korhal and the Terran Empire, we will definitely be nailed to the pillar of shame. Wise gentlemen. Although Augustus was just saying this in a teasing tone, the others immediately shut up, like two chickens lying on the roost. However, Raynor and Tychus did not think that Augustus was really angry. The former changed his posture and continued to stand, while the latter began to light a cigarette. 2 days ago, the Arbitrator fleet suddenly appeared and burned Planet Christmas and destroyed the Peralta satellite base. Kerrigan on the other side took over Augustus' words and said, when we received the news, they were already heading towards Zen. Oh my god. This is really the most unfortunate news I have heard in a while. Of course, Nerid knew about this, and he knew it much earlier than the Empire. He was so sad that he could hardly hold back his laughter. The Empire's borders were in flames, and there were wars everywhere. Even those marginal planets that had never been attacked were involved. At the same time, many enemies and friends that had never been expected before also came one after another. As an important branch left after the old Protoss Empire was torn apart, the Arbitrator fleet that left Ire and went into exile among the stars was of course inevitably corrupted by Kara. An unprecedented chaos and madness swept across Kara. And the deeper the understanding of Kara, the deeper the spiritual sea formed by countless thoughts, the deeper the damage. The resistance to Amon's will was extremely fierce, but it ended quickly, like a drop of water falling into the water and dissipating without a trace. When the Arbitrator fleet appeared again, it had become a dark fleet in a frenzy. The arc ship Pride of Odalis had completely changed its appearance. The previously bright and gorgeous golden blue warship armor had turned into a dark and deep gray blue. Large chunks of dark blue crystals condensed from void energy were displayed on both sides of the warship like a sword array, like rows of bayonets shining with cold light, like fangs eager to see blood. Such changes were also common on the warships of other Arbitrator fleets. It can be seen that the Arbiter fleet may have fallen earlier than their Daram kin, and fell deeper. They did find their own gods, just like the Taldaram. But no matter what, both this fleet and Daram's Golden Fleet are burning the land of the Tyrian Empire at this moment. If the Taldaram Death Fleet from Slain was not blocked by Zerwin's primitive swarm halfway, they would definitely do the same thing. No matter how the situation develops, humans will always get beaten. We knew this would happen. Augustus felt that if Nerid was not a Xel'Naga, then his best work would definitely be an actor. Kala once saved the Protoss, but now it has become a shackle. What a irony. The Supreme Council led by the Arbitrator also ordered the exile of those Protoss who refused to join the Kala, and they became the hope of saving the Protoss. Kerrigan said. Augustus continued, unfortunately, our Protoss allies can't help us much. The corrupted Protoss fleet is not only burning our planet, but also theirs. The invasion spread like wildfire in the Copperloo sector. We had to fight on many fronts. The front lines were long and thin, and the troops on each line were stretched to the limit. In order to compete with Amon's Dark Ark, we had to send ours. It won't be long before the Xel'Naga world ship will be ready for a war, which will be no easier than filling up the gas tank of a car. As I said, everything is ready. Both sides are his people. Nerid can even spend some time to arrange the script in advance, but he is not sure whether he needs to spend such effort to act in front of Augustus. Now it is different. Nerid is no longer the lion in the circus, who is responsible for performing in the Ring of Fire. He should throw the trainer into the animal pen and let him do tap dance. Nerid is getting more and more tired of playing boring Emperor games with these humans. He is a Xel'Naga and the guardian of Horus. Why must he sleep on straw and taste gall? Amon is a self-righteous guy, arrogant, and looks down on other species. And Nerid is no less in this respect. Amir, I know you are not a military expert, but you must know more about the Xel'Naga than others. If you were the fallen Xel'Naga Amon, and you were going to take over the Copperloo sector now, what would you do? Augustus asked Nerid. Please forgive my ignorance, Your Majesty. Nerid seemed to have never thought that Augustus would ask such a question. He was stunned and blushed. In the end, he could only smile awkwardly. I don't know, he finally said reluctantly. Of course, I will gather more forces. The more the better. If Amon's command ability is the same as yours, it would be great, Reno said sarcastically. Nerid spread his hands, not knowing why an Imperial general always wanted to go against him. A harmless old man. He had said long ago that professional matters should be left to professionals. And this was the right way to do it. Nerad would never reveal Amon's plan, let alone anything else. But he was not a fool or an idiot. Okay. Augustus showed an expression that he had no hope at all. It seems that I have to hold another military meeting with the people of the Imperial Supreme Command. Even you can't help us in this regard. Emil? As he said. Augustus nodded to Nerad, indicating that he could go back now. If Nerad was ready to say nothing from now on, and no longer prepared to do anything for the Terran Empire, then what was the point of Augustus keeping him? Amon would not live for too long. And the same goes for Nerad. I thought you would start here. After Nerad walked out of the throne room leisurely, and walked away in the wide mirror hall, Renaud whispered to Augustus. That's because you don't know how terrible Nerad's power is. Augustus looked at Renaud and found a statement that everyone could understand. He is not a human, but probably a powerful psychic creature. He worked for Amon, and maybe he got the gift as a matter of course. So he doesn't do human things. Tychus said. That makes sense. Raynor said, you mean? Since he is not human, there is no need to treat him as human. I didn't say that. Augustus realized that he was reluctant to kill Nerad, and tying him up to force him to reveal more secrets seemed to be a better choice. Augustus made a thoughtful expression, and still felt that Nerad should be dealt with. He pondered for a while, sat back on the throne that was much higher than the ground, and finally picked up a crystal glass on the tray next to him, and threw it on the ground with satisfaction. In an instant, the cup was smashed. Handle. Look. How nice this word sounds. When he heard that he was going to fight, Tychus's two blue eyes stood up. I don't understand why you have to smash this cup. Kerrigan looked at Augustus in shock. This is a natural crystal cup, made of Kasha crystal. Kasha Krista Protoss believe that this crystal can increase their population growth rate. But another theory is that Kasha crystal also has the effect of inhibiting reproduction. This is a predetermined code. Augustus stretched out his two hands and pointed his two index fingers at the pile of broken glass. Life needs a little ritual. You know? You can read minds. I said I don't understand? Kerrigan said with her hands on her waist. Chapter 717 Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nerad didn't know what crime he had committed, but he actually needed a human monarch to dispatch the Nerazim Shadow Guard to arrest him. Even if he was dealing with all the brain worms in the Char swarm, he probably wouldn't need that many Dark Templars. It was as if he was really a scourge, passing through the shadows under the bright lights of the Hall of Mirrors. One Dark Templar in a long veil covering his face, and a fluttering purple robe appeared one after another, as quietly as wandering souls. All the lights went out in an instant, and psychic blades shining with fresh green pierced the darkness. The air was filled with murderous intent, and the cold was biting. For a moment, Nerad acted as if he was caught off guard and shocked. He was already dying. Very old. And his thin and withered body trembled under the cold void energy that seemed to be real. Dark Templar. His voice was trembling as he spoke, but his brown eyes were frighteningly silent. What happened? Nerad knew that many powerful Protoss Dark Templars volunteered to serve as Augustus Mength's palace guards. They were on duty here under the orders of the Nerazim Matriarch or the Dark Master, but they would never act as executioners against humans. He knew that there were an astonishing number of Dark Templars hidden in the corridors of the palace, but he didn't expect that they were used to fight against him. No answer was received. Intertwined and intertwined shadows spread out from the thick carpet on the corridor, and more Dark Templars appeared from the shadows, their blades burning, and the arcs ignited by void energy crackled. They lined up on both sides of the white corridor, just like the ferocious Rakshasas in the temple. In the flickering light, Nerad saw terrible scars on the gray, keratinized face of a Dark Templar. The lacerations that ran through the entire face looked fresh, more like some extremely terrifying large beast left behind. Zerg. A frightening discovery came to Nerad's mind. These Dark Templar were not those who were stationed in the palace, but the elite Shadow Guards, who had just experienced a brutal battle. The most recent war that required so many Shadow Guards to participate was probably the Siege of Shakuras. Nerad immediately knew that these Dark Templars were not just coming out to greet him with friendly intentions. If they knew that Nerad was also related to the Void Shadow that destroyed Shakuras, they would immediately cut him into pieces. Why bother with a big fight? In the end, Nerad still wanted to know the truth, even if Augustus wanted to punish him for some reason. The Dark Templar didn't have to do it. Even if that stupid big guy just moved a finger, Nerad would obediently fall to the ground, did Augustus not only see that he was Amon's servant, but also found that he was definitely not an ordinary human. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His disguise was flawless. Who is your master? Nerid asked a different question. He felt that the situation might not be as bad as he thought. Although Nerid couldn't figure out how he was exposed. Augustus must have smelled something wrong, and found clues that he was secretly planning Amon's return. Augustus must not have found solid evidence yet. This is just a preliminary test. Augustus would never be a monarch who would execute loyal ministers based on a little slander that could not be traced. He could even be called merciful in dealing with the descendants of the old federal family. Nerid knew that there were always people in the court of August Grad who were saying bad things about him. But that was all due to human stupidity and jealousy. In the Terran Empire, Nerid's only real ally has always been himself. And he has never told anyone about Amon's plan. But does Augustus really need any evidence? Even if Nerid is really related to Amon, he will never show mercy. Follow the will of the shadow. Like a wisp of wind crushing dead branches and leaves. The dry voices of the Dark Templars are chilling, by the order of Emperor Augustus Minsk. Among all the Nerazim Protoss, these Dark Templars are the most powerful. They have foreseen the darkest future, and are therefore selfless and fearless. If I must end up in such a miserable situation, I should at least know what crime I have committed. Nerid knew that Augustus must be watching all this through the camera set up in the corridor. At this moment, Nerid was sure that he acted like a warrior who was still extremely loyal to the Emperor, but was about to die for being wronged. He was thinking a lot, and still didn't believe that he had been exposed. But in a flash, a space blade had already whistled in, with the sound of breaking wind. Nerid stepped back, stumbled, and fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding the almost impossible slash. In a few breaths, Nerid dodged the storm of attacks of a Dark Templar master with the dexterity of a 16-year-old ballerina, and was unscathed. The action was not even like a human being could do it. If that's the case, then my only sin is loyalty. Nerid was horrified to realize that the other party was sure to kill him, and he couldn't believe that Augustus really wanted to execute him. Over the years, Nerid has devoted himself to the Terran Empire until his death. It can be said that no other Imperial scientist, or even a team, has made greater contributions than Nerid alone. He has vigorously promoted the technological development of the Empire on the basis of the original, at least bringing the time point of the next technological explosion of mankind forward by one generation. In terms of understanding, imitating and applying Xel'Naga technology, the progress of Terran humans has far exceeded the level they should have achieved. He has been working diligently, even trying to avoid touching the interests of the Terran Empire as much as possible. Regardless of his deeds, Nerid believes that anyone should be treated more fairly. This is killing the donkey after it has done its work. Nerid sat on the ground with a pale face, watching the Dark Templars around him flipping the warp blades in their hands, as if they could cut him into pieces in the blink of an eye. You know nothing about true power. He let out a roar that did not belong to humans, which made people think of the roar of ghosts and gods. In the surging void energy, a huge illusion appeared above Nerid's head, and finally condensed into a gloomy and terrifying face. The hurricanes brought by the surging energy tore the ground and walls, and pressed the surrounding Dark Templars to the ground. Nerid had to do it. Once the Xel'Naga lost his incarnation in the real universe, he had to return to his body in the void. All along, Nerid had to be cautious, because if even he had to return to the void, no one would be able to meet Amon's return. He is far less powerful than Amon, and once he is forced to return to the void, his impact on the real universe will become negligible. A monster? Augustus! Nerid roared with an earth-shaking roar, and the terrible void pulse immediately swept down many Dark Templars around him. You betrayed me. I am your doom. Until now, Nerid is still confused. When did Augustus start to doubt himself? And what prompted him to make such a decisive decision, without even giving him a chance to listen to his explanation? Nerid thought of the smile Augustus had shown him in the throne room before. It was a sneer. He knew he shouldn't be angry about it, but Augustus's words before were obviously teasing him. It turned out that Nerid returned to August Grad to let Augustus watch the Xel'Naga world ship destroy Korhol with his own eyes. But how come he fell into the trap instead? The clown turned out to be me. Could it be that he was exposed from the beginning? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is the only thing that is impossible. He never thought about the possibility of being exposed in advance. And he didn't even insist on leaving a backup plan in his many inventions. Nereid's simulation of any living being could not find any loopholes. He could be a ghost agent with psychic powers, or an infected person who was unfortunately infected by the Zerg virus. If Augustus wanted, Nereid could even become the dream lover of his fantasy in his dreams. Just as easily. Was he too eager and too obvious? He couldn't figure out which step he took wrong. And Augustus might never answer his doubts. Nereid was unwilling to admit that Augustus might have guessed his Xel'Naga identity, at least thinking that he was at least a void creature. The void energy controlled by the Dark Templar could harm the Overmind and the Brainworm. And it was also effective against the Xel'Naga. For a moment, Nereid wanted to turn back and ask Augustus for a clear answer. But he knew that he might not be Kerrigan's opponent. Oh, could it be that the human woman saw something? That could only be the case. But even Tassadar and Cyrodiil couldn't see anything. What could be so special about a mere human being? Sarah Kerrigan was indeed different from her fragile peers. But she was just a human after all. Nereid was unwilling to admit that Augustus Minsk, as a human, was actually smarter than himself. And Sarah Kerrigan was actually more powerful than his lingering incarnation. Nereid felt annoyed and angry. He sent out a torrent of void energy to disperse the surrounding Dark Templars. But more Protoss rushed up and tore and weakened the void shield around him with their deadly warp blades. Although Nereid was not afraid of these Dark Templars. In the real universe, the power of the Avatar was difficult to replenish. Once it was exhausted, he would not be more powerful than a real human. The palace was the base camp of the Terran Empire. There was a ghost military academy nearby. Soon, more Imperial warriors would surround it. Augustus may have already evacuated the palace, waiting for the Dark Templar to take Nereid's head. In the name of the countless fallen. Suddenly, Nereid noticed that the void energy around him was increasing, and several Dark Templars were preparing to merge into the terrible Dark Archon. They were preparing to turn the palace into a real battlefield, even at the cost of their own lives. All crazy. But if Augustus thought that this would bring him down, Nereid, he was wrong. You can't escape the fate of having already failed. Nereid opened his huge phantom arms, and a terrible void energy directly pierced through the multi-layered ceiling of the Augustgrad Palace. At the same time, a light curtain enveloped Nereid, teleporting him to the bridge of the Xel'Naga world ship. The bridge of the Xel'Naga world ship was larger than a Gorgon cruiser, and this was just the tip of the iceberg of his majestic ship. Under the bridge, the superstructure and the ship's corridors that were more than 10 miles long were located below like a city and rolling mountains. During the peak period of the world ship construction plan, there were nearly 100,000 people working on the deck below the bridge at the same time. The workers coming and going every day were like a large-scale migration of migratory birds. In the process of repairing the world ship, Nereid also moved more than a dozen Xel'Naga temples. The energy of these temples was enough to replenish his previous consumption. But when Nereid just showed an expression of escaping death, he found that the detectors showed that not only the huge fleet of the Terran Empire was gathering around the world ship, but also the fleets of the Purifiers, the Aiur Protoss, the Nerazim, and even the Tal'Darim Protoss. Nereid even saw the Tal'Darim Protoss War Prism, and the much larger Titanic War Prism speeding across the huge energy dome of the world ship's bridge, like a school of manta rays passing through the sky above an aquarium. From here, he could also see several Gorgon battlecruisers belonging to the Char fleet approaching. Although their huge size was nothing compared to the world ship, they still looked like a moving city from a distance. Now, even Nereid's heart was cold. When Nereid arrived at Korhal, these Protoss fleets were still nowhere to be seen. And what he found most unbelievable was how Augustus could make the Protoss fleets of the 4 Protoss factions willingly obey his deployment. Although this world ship was built by Nereid, he could not operate this warship by his own strength. If he could have predicted what happened in the palace today, he should have made preparations earlier. But it was too late to say so. Turning around, he saw that when Augustus had been chatting with him in the palace, the armies of the Terran Empire and the Protoss had already started boarding the ship, and at least hundreds of thousands of troops were attacking the city on the world ship. It was unimaginable that Augustus actually allowed a group of aliens to board the greatest warship in the history of the Terran Empire. Chapter 718, Justice Gang Up. Nereid remembered that there were some people on the bridge, but now they were all gone. The holographic screen that occupied the entire field of vision was full of light spots, emitting bright light, and the high-altitude orbit of Korhal seemed to be crowded. At least 1,000 battleships of various levels were gathering around the Xel'Naga world ship. As far as Nereid knew, this accounted for at least 2/3 of the total number of battleships in the Terran Empire fleet. Or even more. As soon as Quarrel was attacked, Augustus recalled so many fleets. Was he going to hand over all the worlds outside Quarrel to others? This only proved that he had the ambition of a lion, but the brain of a sheep. If so, it would undoubtedly be good news for Nerid and his master Amon. Nerid thought that unless Augustus was going to gather troops here to launch a large-scale counterattack, or even a decisive battle, instead of defending a mere galaxy and a few planets. But Augustus and his Protoss allies didn't even know where to launch a counterattack. The enemy came from all directions, and it was a huge fleet of Zerg and Protoss. Although the progress was slow, it was always moving. Augustus' only hope was to find and destroy Amon's incarnation, the evil god host, which he used to descend into reality. But even if they really succeeded, it would only temporarily delay the return of the dark god. Even if Augustus had learned from Ulna that the Zelnada must use an avatar to enter the real universe, he might not have realized the existence of the evil god host so far. So how could he realize the necessity of destroying it? Even if we take a step back, Amons can still reside in the Kala, thereby influencing the present world, controlling the Golden Fleet, and controlling the Zerg. Then, Amon will reshape an avatar with the bodies of countless Protoss and Zerg. But it will only take a little longer. When Augustus found that he had done everything he could to prevent the coming of the end of the world, it was all in vain. All he could find on the ruins of the Copperloo sector was despair. And Nerid has completed his mission. And his master, the Dark God Amon, is about to return. Soon, the greatest moment will come. Amon will return the universe to silence, take back all the life that the Zelnada once brought, and completely end this cycle of corruption. Until then, let Augustus rule over the void. In this case, it is not unacceptable even if this incarnation is destroyed. Once Amon returns to the world, he can also create a new body for Nerid. However, Nerid still feels angry and is sure that his exposure was just an accident, because he can't think of any other way to make him careless and reveal his feat. Nerid had to learn the truth from Augustus. Otherwise it would haunt him forever and make him feel like a thorn in his throat. Even if Nerid admitted that Augustus Mengsk was extremely intelligent, he was still just a human after all. But this time, Nerid really fell into Augustus' hands. Right now, the Terran Empire dispatched a huge fleet to deal with Nerid alone, and even spared no effort to call on their Protoss allies, which really made him feel flattered. Ironically, even if Nerid really served his only master Amon, he was sure that his contribution to the Terran Empire over the years far exceeded the crimes that Augustus would accuse him of. And the Emperor must have known this. If everything was planned by him, it would be terrifying. He is a chameleon. At this time, a Gorgon battlecruiser approached, her iconic spindle-shaped bow protruding into the energy shield curtain under the bridge of the world ship. And the sharp steel ram was aggressive. Like a clenched iron gray fist, several ravens emerged from the shadow of the battleship, their huge ice-blue wings looking like thin blocks of ice. Nerid saw the battleship's dock open, and hundreds of flashing lights flew out, like swarms of insects in summer. Countless landing craft were packed with fully armed Imperial soldiers, and other ships were carrying vehicles and mechas, and piled with ammunition. Looking to the left and right of the Gorgon, more than 100 battlecruisers were lined up in rows and columns, and each battleship was releasing landing craft, adding up to more than tens of thousands. Some warships were firing, spewing terrible flames like angry dragons. But Nerid didn't know who they were firing at, because the world ship under his feet could not actually prevent the enemy from boarding. If Nerid could activate the main weapon system of the world ship now, the void cannon and the accelerated high-energy particle ball would immediately turn this pitiful warship into ashes. The Zelnada must use an avatar to enter the real world, and must also accept the shackles of the laws of the universe. Even the Zelnada ships had to be manned, and Nerid couldn't bypass them and order the world ship to fire at August Grat. At least not yet. Things changed too suddenly. If he had known this earlier, he should have firmly controlled the warship, or opened up the permissions of the artificial intelligence monitoring system, allowing the world ship to fire autonomously like a mad bull. Not only that, he didn't have time to install a hybrid in the world ship, and there was no way to make the Zelnada world ship fire at itself, which was not within the scope of the original design. All these things were bad for Nerid, but if he had known this would happen, he would not have taken the risk to come to Korhol. But it was too late to say anything now. He was already trapped. The Zelnada world ship was shaped like a lance with armor, and its predecessor was an abandoned space hulk. Nerid peeled off the main part of the world ship from the thick meteorite covering like repairing a precious artifact, revealing the bright green hull, and then used composite materials to repair the damaged parts, rebuilt the deck layer by layer, and laid the compartment baffles. The difficulty was no less than rebuilding the magnificent temple of the past between the remaining columns of the Parthenon. Today, the main body of the world ship is concentrated in the conical bow and stern, connected by a relatively slender column midship part, which looks like a viewing corridor leading to a glass ecological park. But even so, the hull is unusually large, spectacular, and curvy. Each deck can accommodate 100 Imperial battlecruisers. The thorough understanding of Zelnada and Nerid's persistence in aesthetics made his world ship elegant, beautiful and shocking, shining under the brilliant starlight. No wonder Nerid was sure that Augustus would be ecstatic after seeing this world ship. In fact, Augustus was indeed very happy. But he would not use it with confidence until his creator was dealt with. Just like those emperors who ordered the craftsmen who built their mausoleums to be buried alive. Nerid had not expected this. Nerid was in the bridge above the bow command deck at this moment, from where he could overlook the battlefield outside, and also look inside to see the wide bow deck and battle deck below the bridge. Looking back, an attack force composed of large mechas and heavy infantry appeared on the deck below. Their red and black power armor was particularly eye-catching in the vivid green light of the world ship. These soldiers advanced very quickly, but it was obvious that they were still very cautious, as if there were hideous monsters hidden in every corner of the world ship. He hoped this was true. When he turned around, a Protoss force wearing orange and white armor also appeared, marching in parallel with the Terran Empire army. That was the Purifier's army, a group of fearless mechanical Protoss. These mechanical Protoss were another form of Zerg. Among the multiple Protoss factions, they were the only ones that still had a strong military force, a force that Nerid had never expected. Amon despised these mechanical Protoss, just as he despised everyone. But Nerid did not think so. He believed that the Purifiers were a potential huge threat, even greater than the Terran Empire. It turned out that Nerid was also planning to alienate the relationship between humans and the Purifiers and weaken the latter's power. But now he could not do it. Putting aside the confusion and resentment in his heart, Nerid was determined not to give up. This world ship was still his home. In the process of repairing the Zelnada world ship, Nerid used the Zelnada relics collected from all over the universe, and even the hulls of other Zelnada spacecraft. Because using most of the human materials was like using well-mixed yellow mud to repair an ironclad ship. There were many intact Zelnada temples on the world ship. These temples had compensated the constantly lost energy for Nerid's weak incarnation in the past years. And now they provided energy for this huge warship. The Zelnada world ship is loaded with 8 Zelnada kinetic engines, which have terrible void energy, and can be used to open a void gate directly in the real world. At this moment, the Zelnada temple facilities and the crystals storing energy can still continuously provide Nerid with void energy. With so much energy amplification, he can show the tip of the iceberg of Zelnada's power. With the blessing of this power, he will be invincible. Although even if the incarnation dies, the Zelnada can return to the void. But Nerid will never surrender. Nerid did not fear death. But he might have to leave this mighty world ship to the Terran Empire, which had no power to destroy her. If that happened, it would be the biggest mistake Nerid had ever made. More Protoss and Terran forces appeared on the bow deck of the world ship. An allied force of Dallin Protoss Templars and Dark Templars. Now, these Templars cut off their own nerve bundles, and like their Shakura's kin, they bound the ends of the cut nerve bundles with shining metal crystal ornaments. The Dallin Protoss sent out their most powerful psychic warriors, Archons and Dark Archons, and the green light groups with hazy shadows among them represented the rarer Twilight Archons. Twilight Archons are very powerful, formed by the fusion of a Templar and a Dark Templar. These Protoss warriors from different Protoss factions have established a life-and-death relationship during the years of fighting side by side, ready to sacrifice themselves at any time. Nerid felt threatened by these terrible psychic creatures. By this time, he had absorbed a considerable amount of void energy from the Zelnada temple in the world ship, making the grotesque and abominable void illusion behind him more substantial. At the same time, countless streams of void energy were coming from all directions, converging on Nerid's body, like fine and dense green silk threads, making him look like a spider weaving a web. He summoned a terrifying hurricane that swept across the bridge deck. The raging void energy eroded and peeled off the majestic hull of the world ship. But those ignorant fools still boarded the bridge through the floating ladder and the ramp inside the accelerator, including both humans and Protoss. Artanis, the high-ranking executive of the Protoss Dalim, is also on the list. He is the hand-picked successor of Tassadar, a young accurate Protoss who is hard to convince. Amon originally valued this Protoss leader far more than Augustus Minsk, but now that he has obtained Tassadar, it is not worth mentioning. Alarak, the first ascendant of the Taldarim, stood on the other side of Artanis, and on the other side was a female Nerazim warrior and a weird-looking mechanical Protoss. Nerad could vaguely recall who Alarak was. He might be powerful and arrogant among the Taldarim Protoss, but he was just an insignificant little person here. Alarak claimed that Amon had betrayed his people and was determined to take revenge on the Dark God, even at the cost of an alliance with humans. But Amon didn't care about it at all, which was the greatest contempt. But what surprised Nerad the most was that among these Protoss, there was a slender human woman who was particularly eye-catching. Sarah Kerrigan was wearing a slim light blue dress, with her long fiery red hair tied into an elegant bun, as if she was just attending a party. But she was the Empress of the Empire, so she shouldn't have come here. But since Augustus was crowned Emperor, Kerrigan hadn't taken action for 7 or 8 years, and maybe she had been itching to do it. For some reason, this human posed an even greater threat to Nerad, and he even suspected that the other party was no longer human. Nerad, you betrayed your emperor and your people. Artanis came to Nerad in the face of the surging psychic storm, and his slightly straightforward words seemed to be unable to tell that the other party was a non-human void creature. The son of Shakuras must pay with blood, Vorazin said. Draw your blade, you monster, Talander said. Very well. This is a Raksha ritual. Alarak lit the bloody blade. Do you want to escape your miserable fate? The longer the time, the better for Nerad, so that he can accumulate more power. But if Augustus is willing to destroy the temple and the charging crystal in the world ship, Nerad's power will be significantly weakened. No, I am the master of my own destiny. Alarak said to Nerad, I have the final say in this matter. Kill him. Kerrigan said nothing else, and took the initiative. Chapter 719 Augustus's Gold Medal Fighters. Nerad has completely shed his gray-haired human form. Cold and hollow void energy flows out from his cracked skin, condensing into a terrifying phantom with sharp horns and a hideous face. He roared and stretched out an illusory giant claw. A boiling bright green psychic lightning torrent pushed the space filled with death vortexes straight towards Kerrigan, creating violent psychic storms on the deck made of organic boulders along the way. 0-degree space is a void of death, where no life can exist. Nerad used his magical control over psychic power to create this space, and fired it out like a cannonball, accelerated to the extreme. Undoubtedly, any creature that is touched by 0-degree space will die. The entire world ship seemed to be responding to this surging force. The ship structure that condensed the crystallization of Xel'Naga technology floated out of the water, like a drowning person, and breathed in fresh air. From the bridge command platform to the navigation room on the lower deck, even the precisely cut and carved ship hulls were shrouded in vibrant green light. Kerrigan had no doubt that if a handful of violet seeds were scattered on the deck, clusters of flowers would bloom immediately. It was hard to imagine that before life appeared on those vibrant planets today, the Xel'Naga were riding on such world ships to spread the seeds of life in the universe. Humans will never be able to understand Xel'Naga technology. They are the creators, and all creations contain vitality. But creation and destruction have always been twin sisters. Be careful. Nerad has summoned a huge void energy, and is pushing a null zone towards you. Artanis immediately warned her, and took a step forward without hesitation, trying to block the attack for Kerrigan. But the latter's reaction was faster than his. In the limited time, Kerrigan had already condensed a terrifying psychic power between her open arms, and it collided with the psychic wave blasted by Nerad. Like two trains running at the second cosmic speed, Kerrigan soared into the air under a lift generated out of thin air, and her light blue dress fluttered like a dancing butterfly. The gust of wind caused by the psychic surge blew away her long hair, letting the fresh flames burn in the wind. The light released by the collision of two equally huge psychic powers was like a new star bursting with golden light, coating Kerrigan with a layer of dazzling brilliance. The wizards of Hedgie would definitely worship Kerrigan, and her image was almost identical to the goddess of death in the voodoo sect. No human has ever been as powerful as her. At this moment, Kerrigan was completely fighting against Nerad on her own, and the two opposing and attacking psychic waves kept entangled, collided, and tore each other apart. Amid the terrible explosion, the 0-degree space tore through all the areas it passed through, and the stripped electrons created the largest artificial lightning waterfall in history. In the space between the feet, a fusion like a cosmic explosion occurred. The light spots that suddenly flashed and suddenly extinguished seemed to be the birth and destruction of countless stars. The broken and reunited star rain spread like a fog, covering the trembling bridge. The next moment, Artanis, Vorazin and Alarak joined the battle, releasing psychic shock waves of different colors at the same time, jointly fighting against Nereid's power, and suppressing the opponent's power. For a moment, green, blue, and purple psychic waves collided heavily. Only the Purifier Protoss Talander was staring blankly at the side. If Nereid drew his knife to fight him, he could say come on. But if he could pass through the psychic storm in front of him, he would have to slap Nereid twice. Even when Talander was still a Templar, the interstellar wars he was familiar with were sword-to-sword fights rather than psychic bombardments, which was very different from the form of war that humans had always known. Nereid is drawing power from the Xel'Naga temples on the world ship. These temples must be destroyed. Artanis was surprised to find that the combined psychic power of the four of them could actually suppress Nereid. Perhaps the Xel'Naga was not as powerful as they thought. But soon, Artanis realized that Nereid's power was not comparable to Amon's. I think we have to destroy those temples. Otherwise Nereid will bring greater damage, Vorazin also said. In terms of strength, Vorazin may not be able to defeat Artanis and Alarak, but her deep understanding of the Void enables her to better understand how to severely damage Void creatures like Nereid. Vorazin will never forget the shock that this Xel'Naga world ship brought to her. It is simply a miracle. The Hanley Protoss will worship it as a holy relic, kneel before it, and write poems and scriptures devoutly. Except for the Xel'Naga, no one else can build such a world ship. And Augustus accidentally found the last Xel'Naga in the world. Augustus made Nereid willingly build a Xel'Naga spaceship for him, and then kill people to silence them. All in one go. Humans are indeed evil. Go ahead and smash them. Kerrigan felt that every cell in her body was releasing violent psychic power, and the wind was whistling in her ears. She let it control her, as if she was the master of the world. She wanted to know how powerful she could become. At this point, Kerrigan had completely absorbed the power of the original cleavage pool, and possessed the genes of both humans and the original Zerg. Augustus told Kerrigan that she had the power of pure form and pure essence, but she could not fully understand the meaning of his words. If Augustus is worried about his ship, then let him be worried. Send your troops to me quickly, and let them provide me with psychic support. Alarak pushed out a surge of scarlet psychic ripples from his palm, and was incredulous at the power displayed by Kerrigan. Driven by a certain competitive spirit, Alarak almost drained all the psychic power in his body, wanting to defeat Kerrigan. My troops are coming, Artanis replied. They warped directly into the bridge of the world ship, and the follow-up troops were still behind. Artanis knew that the Tal'Darim could get psychic support from their allies, but he didn't know how they did it. In the Raksha ritual, allies cannot directly interfere in the duel, but they can lend their own psychic energy to the commanders of both sides. In general, the more allies, the better. However, this is not a Raksha ritual. If Artanis and the Terran Empire's army catch up, they can also directly attack Nereid. Too slow. Do I have to deal with all the enemies? Alarak glanced at Talander next to him, and found that he could not do anything, and could not even provide him with psychic support. If this is a 5-person team, then there is obviously a slacker. It's as if you are the only one who is working hard. After spending a long time with Augustus and Raynor, Artanis' ability to complain has also been significantly improved. Haven't I made enough sacrifices for you? In the face of Nereid's psychic oppression, Alarak still seemed to be at ease. Even my buildings are more useful than yours in battle. I really don't dare to expect more from you, Tal'Darim. Artanis focused on dealing with the previous attacks. Alarak snorted coldly. Artanis' fierce counterattack today really surprised him. If you could help me seize the position of High Lord earlier, the Death Fleet would provide me with psychic support now, and the blood of countless dead apostles would pave the way for my victory. The Templar will never throw away the lives of their people for victory, Artanis said. Artanis knew that the high-level Tal'Darim ascendants could devour the flesh and blood of low-level Tal'Darim to replenish their lost psychic energy. Such cruel means were enough to make any Dallin Protoss feel cold. You are so soft-hearted, Artanis. I would rather sacrifice 1,000 dead apostles for victory. Alarak said. Ever since Alarak learned of Nereid's identity, he has been planning to take revenge on Amon. To this day, the intention of Amon, the fallen Xel'Naga, to launch a world-destroying war is still unknown. Only the Tal'Darim know that Amon believes that the endless reincarnation of the Xel'Naga and the creations in the reincarnation are corrupt, and he wants to bring them liberation. Amon is full of resentment towards the Xel'Naga. His philosophy may be very simple. When realizing that there are huge flaws in the world, some people will choose to do their best to make up for this flaw, while others will choose to erase the world itself. As Amon's servant, Nereid obviously has the same philosophy. Alarak is willing to pay any price to kill Nereid. If I were you, I would use the strength of my words to deal with Nereid. Alarak, why do you always chatter in battle? Words can also be sharp knives, Alarak said. But it seems that you are just stabbing your allies. Kerrigan strengthened her psychic power, and she could feel that Nereid's power was fading. At this moment, not only here, but also in various parts of the world ship, battles are taking place. The surge of void power makes every corner potentially dangerous. However, the situation is still very unfavorable for Nereid. There is not even a decent army here to support him. At this time, the army of the Purifier Protoss has destroyed a large number of energy supply facilities, greatly weakening Nereid's power. Soon, the first Terran Protoss army arrived, and more than a dozen high-level Templars and Dark Templar Masters greatly increased their power. At the same time, another Tyranid Empire army had arrived and dropped tons of explosives on Nereid's forehead. The 0-degree space was gradually pushed towards Nereid, and his iron blue, ghost-like face was gray, so dark that he seemed to have lost the strength to scream and sarcastically. No! Nereid growled. But now Nereid was just blocked here and beaten, and any tricks would be useless. Augustus would not listen to any words he said. Frustrated, TSK. Nereid, is this all your strength? I am so disappointed. Alarak could not help but sarcastically said, give your strength, my slaves. Even so, when Alarak's words fell, Nereid accumulated the last terrifying power like a last ray of light. This power was so strong that it pushed the 0-degree space to Kerrigan and others again. At this moment, they all felt that they were facing the core of the void. The extremely dark cold, dead silence and emptiness. Why do you have to ask this? Said Vorazin. Push harder. He's almost gone. Alarak shouted. I have no doubt that this is the true power of the Xel'Naga. Don't save your energy, or we'll all die here. An army of Dark Archons arrived at the battlefield, which was the last straw that broke the camel's back for Nereid. Together, they pushed the 0-degree space towards Nereid. With Nereid's cry of grief, the void monster transformed by the void energy disappeared in an instant, and the terrible power that had ravaged the bridge of the world ship also dissipated without a trace. Is he dead? Artanis asked. I think this will at least injure him. Kerrigan looked at the place where Nereid was originally, but it was already covered by a hazy mist. I can't believe you are just a human. Alarak looked at Kerrigan and said. He thought he was the protagonist today, but in fact it was not the case. In any aspect, humans are a relatively young race compared to the Protoss, including in terms of psychic talent. Alarak once believed that even the most powerful human telepaths could not withstand his gaze, and a mental attack that went straight to their hearts could make them bleed from all 7 orifices. But Kerrigan refreshed his understanding of human psychic power. How many powerful people like this are there in the Terran Empire? Is this the reason why Augustus Mengs dared to be so arrogant and rude to him? I don't allow you to be rude to the Queen. Otherwise, my sharp blade will teach you etiquette. Talander respected Augustus and his wife as much as he respected Tassadar. In his opinion, Alarak was so arrogant that he was unbearable. Tal'Darim never used courtesy to win people over. Tal'Darim used swords to win people over. Unlike you Templars, including the fictional Templars. Alarak said, I didn't see you put in any effort just now. You only jumped out after winning the battle. Alarak, I have decided to help you ascend to the position of High Lord after this, but I'm afraid I have to push it back. At this time, Augustus arrived at the battlefield escorted by several royal guards. The Emperor has already arrived in person. I'm afraid that the news of the UNN the next day has already been written. The mad scientist Emil Nereid, the evil Xel'Naga lackeys, and the despicable traitors who tried to assassinate our leader. I mean, she is so powerful that she doesn't seem like a human being. Alarak immediately said, you know what I mean? Augustus Minsk. Chapter 720 Nereid. Change. People say that although the emperor never prayed to the god of war, he was favored by him. Augustus Mengsk ascended the throne by destiny, because the goddess of fate kissed the boy from Castile when he was born. This is a joke. I can crush him to death with one finger, Alarak thought maliciously. But Alarak knew that he had to be cautious. In this huge military alliance led by the Terran Empire, he was really insignificant. Before he was promoted to a high position, Alarak was just an unknown person who had not yet become an ascender in the chain of ascension where ruthless people emerged. Therefore, he knew how to be patient and wait for the opportunity. At least, it was like this before he became a high-level lord. To put it bluntly, he is now just a beggar. But he is sure that Augustus and Artanes will have to help him. I don't need to remind you that speed is the essence of war. Alarak narrowed his scarlet eyes and stared at Augustus, who was walking towards him. He put aside what happened just now and changed his tone to a superior one. As if he was the one giving orders, Augustus Mengsk. The only way to defeat the enemy is to do better than them. While Marash's supporters are scattered in the Death Fleet fighting the original Zerg, you should immediately send a large army to raid slain. You are right. Augustus glanced at Alarak. Alarak said exactly what he did. But he didn't want to appear to be more anxious than the other party. There was a biggest guide in front of him, and he had been left aside for a while, and he was eager to fight back to slain. So you agree? Alarak walked to the other side of Augustus and walked side by side with him. He was dressed in armor and was much taller than the humans, who were not wearing power armor. Artanes walked on the other side of Augustus, with Alarak on the left and right. Very conspicuous. Why not? Augustus asked Alarak. As you said, we should send an army to slain. I will lead. Alarak was very satisfied with Augustus' attitude, but he did not show it. In the past, Augustus always contradicted him, Alarak, or ignored him, except for the few ascenders who stood at the top of the ascending chain in the past. When had Alarak ever suffered such injustice? This foolish emperor thought he could ride on the heads of future high-level lords and make decisions. Does this make him look very cool? Childish. Artanes will lead the team. Augustus looked at Artanes next to him, who also agreed. Artanes, I hope you didn't make a mistake. Alarak was not annoyed. Although the Tal'Darim looked down on the Templars, they also acknowledged their strength. But we still need your strength. Augustus emphasized again. Humph. Alarak snorted, as expected. Augustus glanced at Alarak again. I wonder if Alarak would be so angry if he said, Hongwugwa, you are so cute on the spot. My most powerful Templar and Dark Templar volunteered to join this expedition to save the Tal'Darim enslaved by Amon and give them freedom. Artanes said immediately. Freedom? Freedom is just an illusion given by the strong to the weak. They don't need freedom. Alarak said, don't make a mistake. Artanes, why do you always have to go against freedom? Some people are born to be ruled, while others rule others. This is the Tal'Darim. But the chain of ascension is fair. Through scheming and killing, the strong can still achieve class ascension. Unlike you, the eldest son of God. It is really cruelly fair. Our concepts are indeed very different. Artanes admitted, the system of the Protoss Empire was too rigid in the past. My mentor and I worked hard to reform it. But there were many obstacles. At least you don't have to worry about it now, Alarak said sarcastically. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up my people. Artanes snapped. What a waste of time. They are already doomed. And you know it. Once I take the High Lordship of Marash, the Death Fleet will immediately declare war on Amon, said Alarak. We will only do so when we feel the time is right. Artanes shot back. Alarak was unhappy that he had been excluded from high-level decision-making. He knew that Augustus and others had already made plans, but he knew nothing about the details. In general, Augustus was not as unconfident as he appeared to be. He was even confident and not pretending. Otherwise, Alarak would not have wronged himself to follow a fool. They still did not trust themselves. That was for sure. In his heart, Alarak regarded everyone as a fool. But his cleverness was that he assumed that everyone was smart. You shouldn't have come here. Kerrigan had loose red hair, and her shoes had long gone, so she could only stand barefoot. Besides, her dress didn't even show any signs of being affected by the battle. I sensed that Nerid was still alive, although he was badly injured. I'm not afraid of him. Augustus' expression remained unchanged. I think he should be afraid of me instead. How do you feel? Are you hurt? In fact, I feel fine. The Empress of the Empire, who always presented a dignified and elegant image, cheered happily, clasped her hands together, and pushed them back to the top of her head, stretching out her almost perfect curves. Kerrigan has maintained a good figure, shedding the immaturity of a girl and showing the fullness of a mature woman. There are few wrinkles on her face, which may be related to psychic power, but it is hard to say for sure because Tosh looks at least 20 years older than his actual age. When I was in the palace, I always felt that the power accumulated in my body could not be released. Then this is good news for me. Augustus's face seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Augustus looked towards the place where Nereid was originally. At this time, the thick fog caused by the explosion had dissipated, and the bridge deck paved with huge rocks was full of pits and gullies left by the war. Surprisingly, all the damaged hulls were shining with a bright green light, and they were repairing themselves while absorbing the surrounding void energy that had not yet dissipated. At this moment, Augustus still did not see Nereid, but he was sure that he was somewhere in front. The bridge of the world ship was flat and wide, and Nereid could only hide behind the numerous control consoles, instrument panels, and crystal cores. I'll go ahead and find out what's going on. Talander felt ashamed that he could only watch from the sidelines. He had died once, and his psychic power was no longer as strong as before. He was really powerless. Augustus did not stop Talander and let him go. Although Talander's Archon mech was unique, he had many such mechs on the Cybros as backup. If we unfortunately lose a Talander, we can immediately send more Talandars loaded with Revenge Protocol to the enemy's position. Talander strode forward, followed by Artanis, Vorazin and their respective warriors, and Augustus continued forward under the protection of the Royal Guard. At this moment, a low voice sounded, "This is just the beginning." Amon whispered everything from the nebula. He told you he would come back. He predicted destruction, extinction, and the end of everything. Prophecy? Augustus thought to himself that you are still playing tricks. I am standing here. If Amon can predict my death, why doesn't he do it now? Then, Augustus thought that this might be a flag of who dares to kill me, which was not auspicious. So he stopped talking. Although Amon could not predict a person's death, he would carve a prophecy in front of you, and then kill you personally, thus verifying the prophecy. And your end and destruction are on my blade. Talander was not scared at all. He is now a real materialist warrior. On the battlefield, Talander's Archon mech is a real war weapon. A real steel beast, capable of wrestling with monsters like Omega Thundermon. Talander quickly found and pulled out Nereid with his mechanical limbs that were strong enough to chop down giant trees. At that time, Nereid's power was almost exhausted, and he had recovered to the appearance of a human Nereid. Even so, he was almost no longer in human form, and his carefully tailored dress was completely rotten on his body. Let me see Augustus Mengsk. Let me see Augustus Mengsk. Finally, Nereid was no longer mysterious and wanted to see Augustus. Since he didn't care about this incarnation, he could have been tougher. The smartest way was for Nereid to lie to Augustus that he had planted numerous hidden dangers in the Terran Empire, forcing Augustus to launch a purge and plunge humanity into an endless civil war. You can't erase my contribution to the Terran Empire, Nereid was still saying as he was carried by Talander to Augustus. Nereid's face was already shattered, and the green light shone through the face that looked like a broken human skin mask, which was very creepy. You are right. Augustus saw the monster in front of him, but he was not worried that the other party would hurt him. He had Artanis Alarak, 2 red and blue gate gods standing here, and Kerrigan Vorazin. So there was nothing to be afraid of. You will be recorded in the history books. My historians will portray you as a true hero. But unfortunately, you were corrupted by Amon and used by him, and eventually fell into irreversible depravity. At this point, Augustus sighed, and showed a look of my dear lord not hurt me too much. I used to think that you were the least likely person to betray me. Hee. I just want to ask you, when did you find out? Nereid didn't believe it at all. From the beginning. Augustus told the truth. When you first appeared in front of me as Emil Nereid. You lied? Nereid stared at Augustus. Impossible. You'll see. Augustus sighed deeply. Emil, when have I ever lied to you? You dog. Nereid thought that after becoming a Xel'Naga, he would no longer be angry with lower creatures. But Augustus was still pretending here. Suddenly, Nereid changed his appearance, and Augustus found that the old man in front of him turned into a little girl with silver gray hair. Augustus seemed to have been slapped in the face. Get out of the way. Alarak used his big hand covered with black claws to pull Augustus behind him, as if he was grabbing a sleeping cat on his thigh. "Don't hold me back." Alarak was not trying to save Augustus. If he died, who would send troops to help him ascend to the position of high-ranking lord? But Alarak soon discovered that Nerid did not burst out with such powerful power, and could not understand why Augustus looked so painful. "I am your nightmare that you cannot escape." Nerid changed many appearances in an instant, becoming Thomas Omo, the mecha pilot who died to protect Augustus, and finally the authority he once fiercely resisted. The originally majestic patriarch, the hero of Korhal, and the savior of the people, his father, Angus Minsk. In Augustus' memory, Angus was once extremely tall, like a straight mountain, as if he would never be defeated. But now Angus is too old, with sparse hair and wrinkles. Suddenly, it seems that he has shrunk a whole circle and has become an old man. The destruction of Korhal and the sacrifice of countless people still torment Angus, and he has become much more fragile. Augustus can easily defeat him now, but he only feels pain. "Go ahead and execute the man in front of you," Nerid said to Augustus in the image of Angus. "Okay, go ahead." Without any mercy, Augustus agreed to him. "No, you will never know my past. Nerid, you failed because you didn't bother to really understand me." When Alarak crushed Nerid with a violent psychic wave, he was still saying, "You lost. Amon has returned." After a while, Raynor and Tychus found Augustus and reported the results of the battle to him. "We have recaptured the Zelnada world ship," Renault said to Augustus, "but it is seriously damaged. Swan told me that even if they have enough manpower and resources, it will take at least 4 months to repair the warship. This means that the world ship cannot keep up with the next battle plan. Tell Swan that as long as the problem can be solved with money, it will not be a problem." Augustus knew what kind of promise Swan wanted. "Everyone can talk big." Renault expressed disdain. "You are the only one who doesn't have the right to say that to me," Augustus retorted. "So we have to fight to the void?" Tychus looked like he was telling me not to lie to him. "Damn it. Cowboys should travel the world." Reno was full of fighting spirit. "The void is the end of the world." "Jimmy, do you know what my motto is?" "Eating, drinking, whoring and gambling," Reno said. "Aw. Damn it. I am the only one in the world." Tychus's face turned black. Out of courtesy and respect for his old friend, Raynor remained silent. "Is that Nerid dead?" Tychus asked Augustus nonchalantly. "I heard that he was an evil Zelnaga shapeshifter who could change into anything." "Yes." Augustus nodded and said, "But I think we only destroyed Nerid's incarnation, and his real body still exists somewhere in the void. Exactly the same as the real person." Raynor said, "A perfect replica. A clone. You reminded me. You beast. I never thought that Nerid could be used in this way." Tychus said, "If he could become anyone, I hope he could become Daisy. That pink-haired busted girl? Believe me, Nerid would never do that." Reno was shocked. Tychus knew a lot of heavy-tasting ways to play, but he didn't expect that he could also attack non-human creatures. "When you see Nerid's true body in the void, you will regret what you said today," Augustus said to Tychus. Chapter 721 The Host of the Evil God. The chaos in the high-altitude orbit did not affect Augustgrad below. The people of the Empire were still in grief and panic caused by the last attack. Just like in the past, after the disaster, they had to bury the dead, rebuild the collapsed walls, and then start all over again. During this period, all parts of Augustgrad had stopped working. The city government departments of the capital of the Terran Empire were committed to restoring order. They did a good job and were recognized and rewarded by Emperor Augustus. New decrees were issued before the Emperor returned to Korhal, including a series of orders to convert private enterprises to military production standards to produce munitions, in order to establish a powerful arms production system that can support cross-sector wars. Military factories in Tarsones, Nafu 2 and Bug Ali Wavy are working day and night, aiming to fully arm the Empire from top to bottom. Officers and reserve forces throughout the Empire have also been mobilized, and the railway networks and interstellar ports of various planets are crowded with Imperial soldiers who are about to go to the front line. Huge starships carrying thousands of soldiers, mechas and armored vehicles landed on the magnificent planetary fortress bases, barracks and giant supply station buildings on the front line. Young men born in 2485 this year also began to enlist. They happened to be born during the Guild War. Due to the low birth rate during the war, the number of soldiers during this period was significantly reduced. They were born in a tragic war era and are now about to face the most terrible catastrophe in history. After the attack, Augustus briefly attended a press conference. He did not give a long speech, but it seemed that his presence was enough to inspire people, at least for now. Later, Augustus convened a meeting to make the final pre-war deployment on the Sky Shield orbital platform. The Imperial Army, Imperial Navy, General Staff, various internal affairs departments, and even the powerful figures of the Core Star region government attended the meeting, including more than 30 governors of various imperial colonies and senior officials of the dominions. This was an internal meeting of the Terran Empire. The leaders of the Protoss did not send envoys to listen in. Obviously, they had reached a consensus with Augustus in advance. At present, the huge Protoss joint fleet has already left the Core Hull system. An unprecedented grand plan has made the Protoss, who were originally fragmented and hated each other, unprecedentedly united. This is the long-cherished wish of Artanis and his mentor Tassadar. But when all this really came, it was unexpected. Many important figures in the Imperial Navy, Marshal Horace Warfield, Matt Horner, and Alexei Stukov were not present. This was due to the increasingly tense situation in the border star field of the Empire. In fact, more than half of the Imperial fleet is still scattered in the complicated border areas, or is carrying out dangerous secret missions. The territory of the Terran Empire, which spanned thousands of light years across 3 star regions, was curled, red, and wrinkled like a burning paper. The flames of war were like ugly red spots all over it. Wherever Amon's army passed, there were ruins and ashes. In this meeting, everyone present was convinced that everything that happened in Sky Shield today would determine whether they could reverse the precarious fate of mankind. Amon might be the most terrible enemy mankind has ever seen, but he still couldn't scare this race's determination to fight bravely. We will attack Aire. If necessary, destroy her. At the beginning of the meeting, Augustus told the Imperial elites under the long table, this is not the last battle, but they will eventually fight a war that will end all wars. Ministers, generals, I want to tell you that the success or failure of this battle will determine the survival and continuation of mankind. Renault stood up from his seat, and serious, cautious and silent faces looked at him. The Imperial officials and generals present were confused as they were learning for the first time that they were about to attack Aire. This former Protoss Empire had been silent for many years, and was rarely mentioned by the Imperial Parliament and the Supreme Command. At the same time, it was far away from the Terran Empire, and beyond the attack range of the Imperial fleet. Almost no one expected that when the Empire was surrounded by enemies, they would open up a new battlefield in Aire. Even those military strategists, who claimed to be the most strategically gifted, and politicians, who were best at guessing the Emperor's mind, could not see the significance of this. The existing military forces of the Empire are already stretched to the limit just to defend the existing star regions. If they deploy heavy troops in Aire, they will have to give up more worlds. Of course, the Empire will never make the existing battle plan public. Otherwise the people will inevitably think that the remaining Imperial fleet will not be able to guarantee their safety, and then fall into panic, and even break out into demonstrations and riots. Due to the long distance and the relative lack of information, the people in the border star regions do not know that the Empire has mobilized 2/3 of the known fleet to guard the core worlds. Otherwise they will inevitably think that they have been abandoned. And the impact brought by this is far more than just a political crisis. But no one would rush to raise their doubts before understanding the situation. If the Emperor had already made a decision, he only needed to know the feasibility, not to ask whether they really wanted to attack Aire. Soon, the eyes of the whole world will be focused on Aire and on us. Augustus looks tired, and the few strands of gray hair on his forehead were also frizzy, but his resolute eyebrows were still majestic. In the past 10 hours, he went back and forth between Augustgrad and the fleet in orbit twice, and he didn't even have time to drink a sip of water. We will declare war on the former creator under the spotlight of the world. Prince Arcturus spoke as if he was spitting out the clanging steel from his mouth, then pinched his throat hard. If he really has a throat. Renault made a witty remark as he sat down. But no one laughed. A green light that was not glaring lit up on the long conference table, and countless shining stars and planets gathered into tiny light dust and appeared on the vast holographic star maps. Among them, the Aire galaxy and many of its neighboring galaxies have been marked, and the entire star field seems to be shrouded in a shocking dark red mist. As Augustus spoke, the perspective on the holographic star map quickly passed through the vast and tiny interstellar dust, and was finally locked on the planet Aire. Ire revolves around a golden sun, which the ancient Protoss-Xylac tribe called the Orb of Day. In the orbit farther away is another planet in the galaxy. Alien. Ire's axial inclination is smaller than that of the Earth, so the temperate zone is larger. The climate is relatively warmer and more humid, and the surface is covered with a large tropical rainforest formed by a large amount of green vegetation. The ecology of this planet is well protected and almost primitive, with magnificent natural landscapes, and the dense atmosphere creates the iconic storm climate. However, this happened a few years ago. The overmind flattened Ire, and the terrible swarm of insects really made this beautiful planet terminally ill. As for now, Ire is falling into the void, and will be in this process forever. She will be infinitely close to the void, but she will never be a part of the void. Ire now looks like a black eyeball embedded in the boundary between the void and reality, with a blood-red iris in the middle. The firstborn of the gods hate to admit that their sacred homeland has never been more terrifying than it is now. Ire has become a purgatory, where once there was a paradise of life. Now the death reapers of the dark god are rampant over the piles of bones. The corrupted Xel'Naga Amon created a hybrid avatar in Ire's Void Eye as a vehicle for his arrival in our universe. Augustus scanned the more than 100 participants present, staring into their eyes, as if examining their inner courage. Once he succeeds, we will never be able to turn things around. It was not easy to make them understand the concepts of Xel'Naga and Avatar, but if they did not do so, there would be no way to explain why they had to attack Ire immediately. Fortunately, everyone present was a core figure in the Empire, and they knew much more about Xel'Naga and the Void than ordinary people. A blessing in disguise. The attack on August Grad has dispelled the doubts of those who originally did not believe in the existence of the Creator and the Void creatures. What August had to emphasize to them was that the Xel'Naga were not gods. They were just an extremely ancient race with the pinnacle of technology and civilization. This race once reached the pinnacle of the universe and created everything in the universe. But even so, they were still not gods. Amon the fallen of the Xel'Naga rules the Void. But the Void is not the same as our universe. Arcturus said, due to this, Amon's control over our universe is minimal. But if his will descends on this evil god host, it will break this boundary. At that time, the balance between the Void and reality will be broken. Everyone, we are fighting against the Protoss and Zerg controlled by Amon on multiple fronts. Hundreds of worlds are fighting at the same time. Thousands of Imperial soldiers are bleeding and sacrificing. But the front line is constantly retreating. He said, the enemy is 10,000 times stronger than us. And the number is also 10,000 times ours. If we count the enemies in the Void, there will be no last hope of victory. The truth is much more desperate than the people really know. Amon's evil body must be destroyed. Augustus continued. Augustus originally thought that after the body of the Overlord was devoured by the Eye of the Void, Amon would choose to create his own incarnation on another planet. And it would be extremely difficult to find this incarnation. But now it seems that Amon's plan has not actually been effected. I am afraid that he created the Eye of the Void to avoid the destruction of the Overlord's body, and to steal the sky and replace the day. After sending several special forces to Ire and confirming with the Protoss, Augustus finally confirmed that the evil god host was in Ire's Void Eye. Augustus had to worry that this might be a trap. But considering that even Amon himself failed to save the evil god host after telling Artanis the location of the evil god host in the original timeline, it seems that there is nothing to worry about. How terrible is this evil god host hybrid? We must send a large fleet to destroy it. At this time, Colonial Affairs Officer Billy Bob said in front of the eyes of his colleagues, if that's the case, how can we fight against Durham's Golden Fleet and the Overmind Sky Hive? In the past few standard weeks, we have lost too many worlds and cannot lose more. More than one Void Gate has been opened on Ire, and it has become a paradise for Void creatures to wreak havoc there. In addition, there is an entire Ire swarm guarding it. Augustus said, if Ire is attacked, Amon will certainly dispatch the Golden Fleet and the Overlord swarm to defend and ensure the safety of the evil god's host. And then our frontal threat will naturally disappear. Excuse me, Your Majesty, we cannot be sure that Amon will do that. Municipal Minister Morrison usually does not express his opinions in such meetings. But even he thinks such a battle plan is incredible. If that happens, the front line will not be able to support it for long before it collapses. There has never been a war with a 100% chance of winning. In the past, we could analyze the habits and tendencies of enemy generals to infer the enemy's response and deployment. But we know nothing about Amon. Thomas Muller, Minister of Economic Warfare, fortunately, He doesn't understand us either. To turn defeat into victory, we must surprise Amon. Thomas Muller is a well-known figure in the Terran Empire. He was once imprisoned in the Federation's New Folsom prison for 9 years for political crimes. And he was still a great hero when he was released from prison. Amon certainly understands humans. But he doesn't understand Augustus Minsk. Only Augustus knows how to win. And for him, it is a safe road. The current war situation has surpassed previous interstellar wars. And the past strategies are no longer applicable. What they need now is an adventure that can turn the tide of the war. Unlike the static defense strategy adopted by the Empire in the past when facing the Zerg attack. This time Augustus' plan is attack, attack, and attack again. If Amon had not called back his army, our current military strength could have supported us for several more months. Augustus said, in addition to our army, there are also huge Cerberus swarms that can join the battlefield. And even the Taldaran Protoss and the original Zerg will help us to delay Amon's army to a certain extent. The attack on Aiur is only the first step. But Augustus does not need to mention the rest to them. All of them are the elites of the Empire. Loyal and devoted. Augustus is not worried about leaks. But the human spirit is too fragile compared to the Protoss, the brain worm, and the hybrid. Even if their mouths are sewn, their minds are equivalent to being naked to advanced psychic creatures. The Empire already has more fleets than you think. There won't be any problems. Reno smiled and said, some people accuse the Terran Empire of militarism. But such accusations are not even strong enough. This is an extremely large fleet force. And the cost is high. The number of Imperial warships in different stages of construction each year is extremely astonishing. In order to maintain the expansion of the army and the huge number of shipbuilding plans, the amount of money invested by the Empire is absolutely crazy in the eyes of people in the Federation era. 1/10 of the Empire's current warships are enough to dominate the copperless sector. If the actual number is announced, the public will only think that they are now going to war with the Earth Federation or the gods. The conclusion is that from the beginning, when everyone, including the Protoss, knew nothing about the threat in the void, Augustus prepared the Terran Empire for a doomsday war. If you think we can withstand the enemy's offensive, then I think that's the case. Bob sighed. He knew that the Emperor was always right. But if he made a mistake once, humanity would be doomed. So, now we need a detailed battle plan. After a long while, seeing that no one was talking, Raynor stood up and said again, we have a plan. Augustus said, to attack Aiur. The existing fleet of Korhal is enough. In addition, we will get the full support of the Protoss. The Protoss have placed all their hopes on the battle on Aiur. And for this, they have assembled their last fleet. How many ships do they have? Arcturus asked. More than 4,000 Protoss battleships have been drained of their own wealth. And even the old antiques that have been dismantled and used as museums have been moved out. Otherwise, they will have to pick up stone chains and spears to fight. Raynor said. Since the Golden Fleet was corrupted and Shakura's was destroyed, the Dallin Protoss, who had recovered a lot of vitality, suffered a heavy blow again. Only 1/10 of the powerful fleet remained. But even so, they can always pull out new fleets from places they can't even think of, as if they grew out of the ground, while attacking Aiur. We must also attract the attention of the Golden Fleet and the Overmind Swarm, and keep them as far away from Aiur as possible. Chapter 722, Golden Fleet. What are you doing? Imperial Navy Vice Admiral Pryor woke up from a long sleep. A beam of cold white light like moonlight suddenly shone through the viewing window of the cabin outside the captain's room of Flashpoint, shining on his sweaty face that seemed to be soaked in water. A Valkyrie frigate with a beautiful appearance and a smooth hull was speeding past the window. The orange thruster ion jet at her tail was dragged behind her. From a distance, it looked like a flying broom with mysterious magical power, which was amazing. Several Viking warships came from below, passing through the dark green matrix force field that Flashpoint had activated during the space jump, and appeared in the huge shadow of the warships, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Good morning, General. The voyage from Ignis has ended, and we are now at the edge of the star system where the former Protoss Empire world Taurinis Prime is located. This is a cold female voice, coming from a series of machine-synthesized sounds that follow logical operations. Pryor is a nostalgic person. He still uses the old mechanical adjutant. Even though her system is old, she can't think. Like a piece of scrap metal. He occasionally remembers the difficult years of Marcera, and misses the ignorant era before the arrival of the Protoss and the Zerg. when humans could look at the starry sky without worries. Pryor found that he had a severe headache when he stood up. Frequent space jumps have a great impact on the human body. Maybe he should have a good sleep in the hibernation cabin, without even having a nightmare. Where's Sinfa? Sinfa was Pryor's adjutant, a brave and fearless young man who had been with him since the Second Total War. He's on the line, the adjutant said. Very good. Let him wait for me on the command bridge. Pryor put on a navy coat with no other markings except the black and red diagonal imperial emblem. Pryor stood for a while under the portrait of Emperor Augustus Minsk, meticulously adjusting his clothes. Then he saluted the Emperor's portrait again and headed straight for the bridge. Operation Flashpoint is a Minotaur-class battlecruiser, not much different from other warships of the same class. But the special thing is that the ship's jump engine has been upgraded with Zelnonga technology based on the time-space fragmentation device, allowing it to complete up to 3 jumps in a period of time without having to stop for a long time to recharge. Not only the flagship Flashpoint, but all the warships in the Pryor fleet have undergone relevant upgrades. When the technology first came out, Pryor was keenly aware of how much this technology could bring to the mobility of starships, thereby completely changing the strategic and tactical pattern of fleet operations that used to follow the rules. For this, Pryor had to lie and flatter Rory Swan, using sweet words that could drown a fly to persuade him, making him happy, and agree to send his best engineer. When he was not dealing with screws, Swan liked to be the center of the conversation. If you said something nice to this stubborn Mrs. Mainho, he would be happy to help you. But even the most enthusiastic chief engineer would not bear the part related to military expenses. Everything is worth it. This technology costs a lot. The Imperial Navy, which seems extremely stingy in some aspects, has not yet completed the upgrade of all Imperial warships. Some people in the Navy are really short-sighted. Or even if they notice these problems, they couldn't solve them as soon as possible. In the final analysis, it's still incompetence. General, the detector did not detect any traces of jump in the Torini system. It seems that the Golden Fleet has not arrived here yet, Pryor's adjutant Sinfa said immediately when he saw him walk into the bridge. This is a spirited, strong young man, forged into steel by the wars between the stars. Sinfa comes from Xanadar Prime, a place where war has never broken out. But before the Empire took over the government there, Xanadar's government has always been synonymous with crime and chaos. And politicians are always associated with endless scandals and political assassinations. The Empire's solution is simple: directly arranging a special area in the new Folsom prison to receive Xanadar politicians. However, the complicated political environment of Xanadar Prime is closely related to the local deep-rooted aristocracy and Chable groups. And this is only a temporary solution. We arrived earlier than them. Just as expected, Pryor walked into the bridge. The battle plan is half successful. The bridge of Operation Flashpoint has a wide view, and the surrounding wide-angle display overlooks the battlefield. Below is a tower bridge with countless instruments, and hundreds of people are busy walking around. What about Torrens? Pryor looked at the slowly rotating green planet on the main holographic screen. Torrens is believed to be a Terran Protoss world. The Terran Empire knows very little about this planet, except that the Protoss once fought a war with the Zerg here. But judging from the current state of the planet, at least she finally escaped the fate of being infected by the Zerg. Colonel Pound sent a drone reconnaissance team to Torrens, and they have discovered several large ruins of Protoss cities on the edge of the subcontinent of the planet. Sinfa said to Pryor, "It seems that whether the Protoss has established a colony on this planet or not, they have already abandoned it, just like most of the remote worlds of the Protoss Empire." At this time, the bridge console has sent back the pictures taken by the drone. The picture is very clear. Countless crystal fragments and glittering metal debris are scattered among the collapsed ancient walls. Green vegetation has once again occupied this land. I don't think so. Pryor scanned these pictures and quickly picked out a few that he thought were important. There are also several abandoned stargates in the orbit of Torinis. They are dim and dull due to the loss of energy supply from the psychic matrix. They are like shells buried in the sand waiting to be rediscovered, polished and revived. These traces of destruction do not seem to be left long ago, except for us and the Zerg. No one dares to challenge the former overlords of the galaxy, even though they are declining day by day. Civil war, Senfa said. Amon corrupted Kara, and his anger filled the entire sea of mind. On every world of the Protoss Empire, the irrational Protoss began to kill each other. He thought of something and said, "I heard that they suffered heavy casualties and suffered great losses. There may be survivors hiding somewhere on this planet. If we can find them, we will know what happened here at that time. Pryor said this, but he did not hold much hope for this. Amon did not deliberately control the Protoss of the Kalai class except the Templars, and even disdained to cast a little glance. But it was the entire Kala that was corrupted. The endless hatred and rage of the Dark God still spread among the Protoss like a virus, which was enough to drive the Kalai class, who had no combat training and were relatively weak in spirit, into madness. Corruption is like a maggot on the tarsal bone. The only way to completely eliminate this corruption is to cut off one's own nerve bundles, even if it is not controlled by Amon. This is an extremely difficult thing. Before the Protoss regain consciousness, they may have committed a crime that will make them regret for the rest of their lives. But instead of sympathizing with the Protoss, it is better to care about humans first. There is a new communication. The communication signal is a psychic signal translation. It is sent by the Dark Priest Asma. Sinfa said at this time. He never missed a date. Pryor said. A very detailed star map appeared on the main screen of Flashpoint, including Torrens and dozens of surrounding star systems, with a diameter of hundreds of light years. And the radar's detection range was far from such a place. The star map was densely dotted with light spots. The Dark Templar marked every place they thought was valuable. Pryor believed that every mark was accurate. The Dark Templars were not only warriors and scholars, but also excellent navigators and natural scouts. Their spaceships are not so gorgeous. Just like their personalities, they are low-key and introverted, and they only release their fury in battle. Since the destruction of Shakuras, the Dark Templars in exile have volunteered to act as scouts, and the intelligence they brought has greatly made up for the shortcomings of the Terran Empire in this regard. It is a consensus that the intelligence department of the Empire is not trustworthy. Even the best commanders cannot expect them to make the right choice with outdated intelligence. They are coming. Sinfa took a deep breath. In the direction in front of them, there was a whole Golden Fleet. Even the advanced fleet of the Golden Fleet was huge, and blocking their advance route would be a dead end. There is no doubt that this is the main force of the Golden Fleet. We can't stop them. We are hitting a high wall that cannot be broken. The adjutant didn't notice that his voice had unconsciously increased a lot. It was not the first time they had fought against the corrupted Golden Fleet, but it was just a small-scale harassment on the flank of its huge fleet. It's too early to talk about failure, Pryor said. In front of us is the largest fleet in the history of the Protoss Empire. But do we have any other choice besides winning? General, I'm afraid we are no match for the Golden Fleet. Seeing his general say so, Senfa did not say it firmly. Pryor's fleet has a large number of battleships, more than 140 battlecruisers, although they are all Minotaur-class warships. But they are more than enough to deal with a war that broke out on the local border of the Empire. Go head-on with the Golden Fleet. Then one of us must be crazy. After quickly turning against Amon, the Golden Fleet was able to turn around and head towards the core of the Copperless sector from the direction of Ire. A month ago, a squadron of the Golden Fleet defeated Royce's orbital fleet in less than half a standard hour, blowing several old-fashioned behemoth battlecruisers that the locals were proud of into molten steel fragments. Royce's planetary defense forces bravely fought, but they failed to stop the Protoss fleet from slaughtering all life on the planet in orbit. Terrible particle beams fell from the sky, sweeping across the trembling Earth. A canyon several thousand feet wide split the city in two, and the edge of the canyon was as neat as cut glass. The heat of death stirred the clouds and oceans of Royce. The poles of the planet melted and boiled in an instant, shrouded in the scorching mist that occupied the entire sky. 14 million people turned to ashes, and the last communication signal was mixed with the desperate wail of the planet. Later, the Terran Empire learned that it was just a fleet of the Golden Fleet that mainly performed reconnaissance missions. That's it. We still have to fight. Pryor's tone sounded as if he simply wanted to roll up his sleeves and fight. Right here. Sinfa was used to thinking in Pryor's way. The Golden Fleet will first send a small fleet to destroy individual star systems one by one. Unless their attack in a certain direction is blocked, they will send more fleets. The Golden Fleet has always done this. They execute orders to exterminate worlds like a machine, but they seem to lack a sharp brain. The Golden Fleet had many excellent commanders, but they seemed to disappear after being controlled by Amon. He continued, Amon doesn't care about the loss of the Golden Fleet. He uses the Protoss like a swarm. Then this advanced fleet is our target. Pryor said, in general, Amon is not a good creator, the eldest son of God. The Protoss has a good father. After a lot of analysis and argumentation, the Imperial Command believes that it may be Amon who controls the Golden Fleet now, not Tassadar, Phoenix or Yurlin, because the Golden Fleet's response is really slow. Judging from the performance, Amon's control over the Protoss is achieved through direct possession, rather than directly distorting thoughts and changing positions. However, although Amon is proficient in all knowledge in the universe as a Xel'Naga, it does not necessarily include the philosophy of war. I have many familiar friends among the Protoss, some of whom are even on a battleship on the opposite side. If they see me again, they will definitely ask me to kill them. Just like those poor people infected by the Zerg virus, who only want to die. Pryor was reluctant to fight his former ally, but he would not show mercy. At this point, he would jump into the enemy's mothership with a micronuclear bomb, as long as it could bring him the final victory. This is something the Terran Empire would do. This man, known as the Tyrant Butcher, fought in the wild world outside the Terran Empire, expanding the territory for his emperor and defending one side. He was a shooting star, and even though he once shone in the night sky, only those who looked up at the sky at that time could notice it. The Imperial High Command did not expect Pryor to be able to resist the massive attack of the Golden Fleet with his troops, but only asked him to slow down the Golden Fleet's offensive as much as possible. At present, Carr cannot send more troops and supplies, so he can only rely on himself to find a solution. Now the Empire is in a tight situation, and there is no other way. Pryor's understanding of the High Command's order is that as long as he can win, everything else can go to hell. If it were Augustus, he would say, enter the secret book, and he will be unstoppable. Some people even accuse them of being too cruel in dealing with the Zerg. But fortunately such comments are not prevalent in the mainstream media now. For God's sake, a Marine who is about to be torn into pieces by Zerglings will not care whether his method of killing the enemy is humane. Despite always adhering to the covenant with the Protoss, the Terran Empire is not afraid of him. Imperial Admiral Matt Horner said, "Remember this. It was not us who fired the first shot, but them. If they dare to challenge our bottom line again, we will fight to the end. They stand high, but we aim accurately. We have to do it. But Taurinis is a planet of the Protoss. I thought they would at least show mercy, whether it is for humans or their own planets. The Golden Fleet treats them equally. This cruel fairness does not make humans feel more balanced. Some people say they are crazy, but madmen would not be so calm and efficiently raze every planet they pass by. The Golden Fleet was once the glory of Darum, but now it has become the most ruthless and destructive killing machine in the world. Destroy this fleet and drive it back with one blow, and the Golden Fleet will invest more forces again. Then, we will appear again in another direction." Pryor said, "Amon is not stupid. He just thinks he is extremely smart and believes that we are all fools. It would be great if we can create the illusion that there is a large Imperial fleet nearby. Senfa, send more ships carrying communication equipment to create signs that the Imperial fleet is gathering here. If the Protoss and the Golden Fleet also intercept our communications, they may not be able to calm down and distinguish the truth from the false." After the 19th Standard Time, when the Pryor fleet arrived at Taurinis, the first Golden Fleet finally arrived. 20 reconnaissance aircraft protected the 3 void rays in the center. A few minutes later, the second fleet also arrived, bringing more elegant and powerful warships. No matter from which angle you look at it, the warships of the Protoss Empire are exquisite and elegant, like works of art, shining with golden light and beautiful. But when considering the horrific scenes of them destroying planets and burning everything, this amazing beauty and elegance disappeared. It is hard to imagine that these beautiful warships have destroyed thousands of innocent planets before, including the homes of Protoss and humans. All fleets. Pryor stood on the bridge of Operation Flashpoint, and the golden-blue Golden Fleet was unfolding in front of him. The fine light dome projected by the energy of the mothership and the warp prism was like a blue wave thousands of feet high. Assault formation. This was the most dangerous war since the Battle of the Brood. They had to fight against the Golden Fleet of the Darum Protoss and the Overmind Swarm at the same time. Humans were the bravest and most tenacious race in this star region. They threw themselves into this war without any boundaries or hope, just like Don Quixote who challenged the windmill. Chapter 723. What is the Empire's two heroes? Two huge fleets confronted each other at a distance of 3 astronomical units. The space-time disturbance caused by the large-scale jump has not yet dissipated, and the distorted shadows of the ships are extremely spectacular. Vice Admiral Pryor's flagship Flashpoint, 43 Minotaur-class battlecruisers were deployed on both sides of the ship in an inverted V-shaped wedge array. Frigates and fighters passed between the warships. Thousands of propeller tail flames looked like a huge group of comets from a distance. The huge fleet on the opposite side was equally formidable, with a total of 80 aircraft carriers and 120 void rays surrounding the magnificent mothership and the Arbiter in the center. More reconnaissance aircraft, Phoenix fighters and war prisms leaped out from under the fluctuating invisible force field, and a large number of aircraft carriers swarmed out of the hatch like an angry swarm of bees. Although it was only an advanced fleet, its firepower was comparable to that of the Empire's main fleet. This was the greatest fleet in the history of the Protoss. No one could withstand the full force of the furious Son of God. Wherever the Golden Fleet went, it was invincible. The Golden Fleet was the hope of the Son of God to regain the glory of the Protoss, and only hope to live up to the glory of the deceased sages. But in the end, it was counterproductive. The Golden Fleet, which had been corrupted by Amon, was now given only one mission, which was to purify everything with fire. The Golden Fleet is now like a slug winding through the galaxy, leaving behind countless dead planets that have been reduced to scorched earth along the way. This fleet is so powerful that it doesn't even have to worry about its flanks and tail. Pryor knew that there was no possibility for them to negotiate and communicate with the Protoss commander of the Golden Fleet. All the calls from the humans fell on deaf ears, and every communication request was only exchanged for the Protoss's attack filled with raging anger. He could not confirm that the commander of the Golden Fleet would be corrupted by the corrupted Kara, which would affect his judgment, or that the command of the fleet had long ceased to exist and was taken over by the dark god Amon. If that was the case, the enemy might make a mistake. The moment the advanced fleet of the Golden Fleet appeared in Taurines, both sides observed the enemy fleet at the same time, and chose to deploy an attack formation at the same time, opening fire on all sides. Even though the Imperial fleet was well prepared, the Protoss fleet still launched an attack before them. Once in contact, the purity of form, the flagship of the Void Ray at the forefront of the Protoss fleet, opened its golden and silver blade-shaped fluid force field projector, like an open pod. Immediately, the brilliant blue prisms that burst out focused on the bow, projecting out with a majestic momentum that penetrated the stars, bathing her magnificent ship body that was more than 2,000 feet long. The shining prismatic rays were just a thin blue thread against the dark background of the universe. But in front of the human warships that were the first to bear the brunt of the attack, they were giant beams of light filled with the aura of destruction. No captain dared to let his warship be placed under it. The Imperial warship Amphitrite immediately turned its bow, and the prismatic rays passed between her hull and the Jupiter, bombarding the shaky matrix shield force field of the Meleager in a terrible flash. The nearby Iron Ravens and Viking fighters immediately scattered like a flock of frightened birds. The captain of the Patroclus immediately ordered the main gun turret to fire back. The compressed nuclear explosion hit the Void Glow ship Pure State like a star that was shrunk countless times, creating a dazzling huge spot of light on the plasma shield field raised by the ship. The Yamato cannon ion beam from another Imperial battleship Aeneas followed closely, and this attack was completed in one fell swoop, directly penetrating the Pure State's shield and causing fatal damage to its bow. The explosion that penetrated the bridge extended to the traffic tower bridge and crystal matrix array behind, forming a tragic death space. Its gorgeous bow was almost completely destroyed, and the shining blue psychic flames continued to pour out from the huge gap that was large enough to accommodate a medical transport ship. It was both spectacular and terrifying. Even so, the main body of the Pure State was still intact. Most of the hull and crew were not affected, but it had obviously lost the ability to continue fighting. This did not scare the Protoss and force them to retreat. Such a loss did not even cause a mournful sob in Kara, who was filled with hatred and anger. The severely damaged Void Ray was mercilessly kicked aside by her friendly ship. Hundreds of Protoss reconnaissance planes sped away from their own fleet like swooping falcons, quickly closing the distance with the Imperial fleet. A large number of antimatter missiles were ejected, like rapidly magnified light spots, heading straight for 11 Imperial battlecruisers, including Pryor's flagship Flashpoint. At the same time, many Void Rays that had left the mothership's cloaking force field also opened fire. The dozens of huge energy beams were far beyond the visual range, like bright blue laser-cutting guns, enough to cut off any small celestial body or warship. The Imperial warships also opened fire, and the space between the two fleets was immediately covered by a forest of overlapping energy beams. accompanied by a large number of explosions and flashes. Vice Admiral Pryor's Terran Empire fleet continued to sail towards the Protoss fleet in front while firing. Their warships were inferior to the Protoss battleships in terms of speed, weapon range and power. If the Protoss fleet chose to fight and retreat with the advantage of speed and range, then the Imperial fleet would be out of reach. So they had to close the distance. But the Protoss fleet's choice was exactly the same as the human fleet. They did not slow down, but plunged into the dense parallel laser cannon fire network of the Imperial warships. If the Protoss wanted to launch a boarding battle through a warp attack, it would be unusual. In other words, the decision of this Protoss fleet was against common sense from the beginning. Obviously, the Imperial fleet of Taurans had set up an ambush on the route that the Golden Fleet had to take and had been waiting for a long time. Without knowing the situation in the star field, the Protoss fleet rushed out rashly, just like a mad bull, just destroying all obstacles on the road. As a result, the two fleets quickly closed the distance after the battle began, and the distance between the leading warships of both sides was so close that the light produced by the explosion of weapons often appeared very close to the warships. All the Protoss and human fleets that had already engaged the enemy no longer cared about their ammunition, and terrible explosions occurred from time to time. At this moment, from the perspective of the entire battlefield, the two sides fought fiercely from the beginning, and many warships were fired upon and then suffered heavy blows. The more than 40 warships of the leading force of the Terran Empire fleet had greatly slowed down at this time and fought with the Protoss fleet. From the perspective of the formation, the Imperial fleet and the Golden Fleet were both using the sharpest spearheads to hit the front of the opponent. Once they broke through the center, the enemy would be defeated. But the remaining nearly 100 battleships and all the remaining 300 Valkyrie frigates of the Empire did not slow down, but continued to accelerate and drove from the rear to the two wings, and a fierce giant clamp was taking shape. On the other hand, the Protoss fleet invested all its warships in the front, slamming the more than 40 warships led by Pryor, and was determined to win this struggle. Even though most of them were ancient technologies, the ion thrusters and gravity thrusters of the Protoss warships and fighters were much faster than the clumsy battlecruisers of humans. This should be a great advantage. But the problem is that they rushed too fast and too far without the commander's control, and did not realize that they should cover each other's flanks. If Pryor was the commander of this fleet, he would be furious at the stupidity of his subordinates. But although the rulers of the Protoss Empire are stubborn and stupid, the executive officers of the Templar class are all excellent generals, and they will not make such a mistake. The reconnaissance planes and Phoenix fighters ran too fast, so they actually left the capital ships behind. These void rays were produced earlier and were not equipped with the meltflow rotors that could increase their speed. By the middle of the battle, they were actually separated by the dispatched Imperial warship clusters or Viking fighters, making it difficult to form a solid front of mutual assistance. As a result, the Protoss fleet was caught in the crossfire from the front and the left and right wings, and the Imperial warships that went straight into the center made it impossible for them to take care of both ends. Like a big snake cut in the middle, the situation on the battlefield gradually changed in favor of the Imperial fleet. They surrounded the isolated Protoss warships and dealt them heavy damage. Under such circumstances, the commander of the Protoss fleet did not take any remedial measures, allowing the unfavorable situation to get worse and worse, falling into an absolute passive position and letting the enemy take full advantage. The Imperial fleet divided the entire battlefield into many parts, and concentrated superior forces in several areas at the cost of the loss of some warships, severely damaging the Protoss warships or making them lose their mobility. In contrast, each Protoss warship fought on its own, and it was more like a trap beast than a warship driven by a highly intelligent race. The Imperial fleet fought decisively and resolutely. The Protoss fleet could have saved a considerable number of warships and retreated, because their motherships were very powerful, and the Imperial warships that detoured to the rear could not prevent these Protoss ships from jumping away. But surprisingly, these Protoss warships decided to fight to the last moment, regardless of the cost and damage, as long as they could cause losses to the Imperial fleet. At this time, Pryor, who confirmed that most of the enemy fleet had been destroyed, ordered a retreat, and did not waste precious manpower on pursuing the victory. The Imperial warships that could keep up with the fleet did their best to keep up, while the rest chose to blow up and sink, and transfer the survivors to other warships. In the 4 standard after the battle broke out, all Imperial warships evacuated Taurines, leaving a large area of warship wreckage in the system. In this newly formed starship graveyard, the number of Protoss warships far exceeded that of Imperial warships. After a while, the Imperial fleet gathered. This is a binary star system, consisting of a red giant star that is constantly ejecting energy and debris, and a subgiant star that has entered its twilight years, and will soon be destroyed in a few million years. The assembly point is located between a stable Lagrange point in the system. Near it, the deceleration traces left by many warships after the jump can be observed, which are still very eye-catching against the turbulent radiation background. In the universe, such systems composed of multiple stars are actually quite common, and single-star systems, like the Earth, are really rare. There is no life in this galaxy, so it is not within the attack range of the Golden Fleet. From experience, it is safe, but of course not absolutely. On the flagship Flashpoint, Pryor was busy asking his officers to count the losses. As for the enemy's losses, there was no way or need to count them, as their losses were at least 10 times their own. Such a victory was certainly not enough to weaken the power of the Golden Fleet and stop them. But Pryor believed that this would force him on to focus his main energy on the battlefield here, allowing the main fleet of the Empire to enter the Ire battlefield more smoothly. After a few more such attacks, the Golden Fleet would most likely send more fleets to sweep the surrounding star systems and search for Pryor's Imperial fleet. If you think about it carefully, the cat and mouse game is not bad. What worries Pryor the most is one of the battleships, the Alarea, which was unfortunately hit by the main gun of the enemy mothership. The huge explosion at the stern of the ship once affected the engine room, causing the battleship to stop. It was the engineer on the ship who miraculously made it catch up with the fleet's jump. But even so, the Alarea is still in a bad state, and Pryor may have to abandon her. The Empire lost 12 battlecruisers in this battle, and more than 30,000 Imperial soldiers were killed or missing, which was within Pryor's expected tolerance. Among the famous generals of the Empire, Pryor could be called cold-blooded. He believed that as a commander, one should realize that casualties on the battlefield were inevitable. Sometimes they might suffer heavy losses, but if they retreated while still being able to meet the pre-tactical requirements, all the sacrifices would be in vain. Of course, this still made Pryor very sad. The fleet was different from the army. The latter would be streamlined in peacetime, leaving only skeleton officers and elite standing troops, and then expanded in wartime. However, the Navy needed to be prepared for war all year round, because excellent naval soldiers could not be trained in a few weeks. Each warship needs a large number of personnel to maintain its combat effectiveness, but it is impossible to increase the number of personnel too much after the war breaks out. There are always people in the Naval Operations Department who criticize Pryor's combat style as too bold and reckless, and treat the Emperor's fleet as a real chip on the gambling table like a gambler, and then point fingers at him. That's fine. Sometimes even Duke comes to join in the fun. Their rusty brains never understand that following the past experience and following the rules to deploy troops is not effective against the Protoss and the Zerg. And even the Kelmorian pirates' fighting style is much more imaginative than some Imperial Navy generals. Some naval commanders not only command in a rigid way, but also formulate too detailed orders to the troops, and write down all the possible situations and responses on the battlefield clearly, as if it were a game guide. The battlefield is not a sandbox. It is really huge. It can easily accommodate tens of thousands of planets. Everything is fluid, and those who think they can remotely control the battlefield from a remote terminal think that fighting is too simple. They may have made an obvious mistake. This world is not a game world. Pryor believed that the secret to winning a war was to gather more troops than the enemy in time and space, and to achieve the greatest results at the lowest cost. So the advantage of fleet mobility must be fully utilized. Fortunately, the Emperor trusted him and boldly handed over the troops to him without any rumors. This feeling is great. General, someone is contacting us. Pryor's adjutant Sinfa reported to him at this time. It's a Leviathan. It's actually here. Even I don't know the exact location of the Cerberus swarm. Pryor said to Sinfa, see what it has to say. Currently, there is only one Zerg leader in the friendly camp. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will be the king. Emperor Augustus also gave this guy the title of Imperial Zerg Marshal. Anyway, it can't control even a human. My Zerg noticed the battle just now. A childlike shrill voice came from behind the screen. But there was no picture at that time. I guessed it might be you. You may not know that I was on the left wing of the Golden Fleet at that time. They sent 1,000 warships to chase me. But they didn't even touch their tail. So, I was lucky. Prior really thought so in his heart. With the participation of the Cerberus Zerg that obeyed the Empire, his soldiers could get rid of the war of attrition and implement bolder tactics. In this case, Prior planned to go around to the rear of the Golden Fleet and make the Protoss run around. He didn't know if his fleet would turn around and destroy the destroyed cities behind the Golden Fleet if they established bases behind them. This seemed like a bug, according to speculation. What Amon wants to do is to destroy all life in the universe, leaving no living creature. But how can he be sure that there will be no escape? The two of us are too strong, the brainworm said. Without you to attract firepower, we will never win. Prior said, Marshal Alpha. Maybe we can join forces. No one can tell what kind of existence such a weird creature is. It seems to speak in the way of human thinking. But the way of thinking may not be in the same logic at all. A monster that imitates humans will only make you feel creepy and cold when you react. Alpha also has a brainworm under his command, which is a small brainworm produced by the second generation of the Master. Whether it is psychic power, wisdom, or control over the tribe, it is not as good as the old brainworm. So far, Alpha has trained this brainworm, which is called Beta in the official documents of the Empire. Very well. Tell me about it. There was a crisp chewing sound from the other side. Chapter 724 Cruelty. A month has passed since the Battle of the Torini system. Around the outposts, mining stations, and colonized planets, the Terran Empire army has fought hundreds of large and small battles along the Golden Fleet's route. But it still cannot stop them from moving forward. One imperial world after another fell. Half of the Copperloo sector was caught in a protracted war, and humans were shrouded in endless darkness and fear. If this is not enough to make people feel desperate, this time, along with the Protoss, there is also an overwhelming swarm of Zerg troops. Emperor Augustus's great Tyranid empire has fallen into a desperate situation. And the truth is far more bloody than what the media reports. The Golden Fleet and the Overmind swarm are constantly harvesting lives in the Copperloo sector, and hundreds of millions of people have been slaughtered. The Imperial Army has been severely damaged and suffered heavy losses. Some troops fighting on the front line have suffered serious casualties, so that the speed of replenishment cannot keep up with the losses. Those famous and respected warships in the past disappeared one after another in the uninhabited deep space, and there are only a few survivors. Their fragmented fate can only be pieced together from the last captain's report sent back. The Terran Empire was like a drowning man being held under the water, and every mouthful of water it swallowed accelerated the process of death. At the end of August 2503, the Golden Fleet finally arrived at Heliok 3, which meant that they had penetrated deep into the territory of the Terran Empire and were about to enter the core world. As the capital of the Heliok star field and a fortress town in the northern border of the Terran Empire, the Imperial Army assembled here would never allow Heliok 3 to be handed over to others. The Terran human race has settled in the water source, and has a history of more than 100 years of reproduction. Since the many human worlds in the Copperloo sector gradually established shipping routes and exchanged what they had, this place has become a well-known tourist destination. Every year, a large number of tourists flock here to enjoy the beautiful scenery and the rare and exotic animals that live here. However, the rich mining resources have also brought unexpected disputes and conflicts to this world. Large-scale armed conflicts, and even the use of tactical nuclear bombs once caused the precious oasis resources to face the dilemma of depletion. All this was effectively contained after the Terran Empire regained control of the world. The military camps built here were enough to deter all illegal mining groups and scoundrels among the stars, who coveted Heliok's natural resources. Today, Heliok has regained its vitality with excellent governance. It has been twice rated as the most habitable planet in the Empire by UNN Today News, and the most shining jewel in the crown of Emperor Augustus. Although the host Galenko selects almost every week, even Ma Sera has been on the list, which is of course inseparable from the intricate political factors. By this calculation, there are too many pearls on the Emperor's crown, enough to break his neck, so he has never worn it even once. When the war was about to come, it was daytime in the Watering Hole Administrative District, where the governor's office of the Heliok Empire was located. The fist-sized sun in the sky was releasing scorching light. The grass and trees were growing vigorously. The grass was green, and the trees were tall and straight. The best time of the day had arrived. The springs and lakes that sparkled like pearls were inlaid in the desert, dotted with beautiful oases. The precious gemstone rivers are like clean jade belts, with beautiful fields on both sides. The wind blows through the green fields with rolling wheat waves, and the air is filled with a lot of water-filled fluff and the fragrance of flowers and plants. The palm trees are straight and tall, and the sky is blue like water. Looking around, the many crystal veins exposed on the surface form majestic blue mountains. Only the most talented painters can depict such colorful colors. In the afternoon, the 7th Division, 29th Division, 143rd Armored Brigade of the Imperial Marines, and 2 heavy artillery battalions temporarily incorporated into the combat sequence arrived at New Richmond, the largest oasis city in the water colony, by transport ships and airdrop capsules. At this time, New Richmond was already an empty city. The only things that greeted these soldiers were a few 2000-type automatic cleaning robots on the streets and beautiful natural scenery. All the buildings had their doors and windows closed, sealed with wooden boards and nails, and the roads and commanding heights had already been cleared to leave space for building bunkers and automatic machine guns and setting up heavy firepower points. In addition, New Richmond still retains its pre-war appearance, with neat streets and squares sprinkled with golden light, white onion-domed buildings shining in the sun, and brick-repaired waterways running through the city, full of colorful jellyfish-like aquatic creatures. Even the large propaganda posters used to attract tourists before the war have not been removed, saying that Heliac welcomes you. But it certainly does not include Zerg and Protoss. In the center of New Richmond, an extremely wealthy giant corporate businessman left a whole building of supplies for the incoming Imperial soldiers to use at any time. This may be out of patriotism, or it may be to earn reputation. He had a beautiful idea, but none of the soldiers, who were bound by strict military discipline, finally entered. Lieutenant Eastel Foss's platoon belonged to the 7th Marine Division, an old-fashioned unit established during the Revolutionary Army era. Their landing point was in the northern part of New Richmond and close to the suburbs. Outside the city were flat and wide fields, where crops grew well. The gradually strong sunshine and abundant rain in early summer made the grass and trees grow wildly. The through roads divide the fields into regular grids. At the end of the road are several large multi-purpose combine harvesters with bright red imperial flags flying in the wind. There are many small and neatly laid out towns and villages outside New Richmond. Most of the buildings have been abandoned, but the furniture in the houses that cannot be taken away has been tidied up in an orderly manner, as if the people here believe that they can return here one day. This place is beautiful, reminding Istel of his hometown, Helsingen, and his family. His sister's child is about to be born, a boy. The child is also named Istel, and the whole family hopes that he will be as brave as his uncle. Istel longs to live to the end of the war and see the child with his own eyes. Every time he thinks of this, he wants to cry. Daniel, you have seen the real Zerg. They will put their ovipositors into your esophagus to lay eggs, and after a few days, the parasites will break out of your chest. Be careful. The Protoss will chop off your head when you are careless. The soldiers in the Eastel platoon were standing in line outside the New Richmond train station waiting for the next train to arrive. The previous maglev train had just departed from here, and the carriages were full of Aesop tanks and Sidewinder heavy tanks. And there were also several companies of Reapers sitting on them. New Richmond is a beautiful city, but it doesn't even have a decent wall. In the past few months, the Imperial Engineering Corps has built several planetary fortresses near this city, connected by bunkers, doomsday turrets, electrified barbed wire, sensor towers, and other facilities. But Ister knew that no matter how strong these fortifications were, they would not be able to withstand the bombardment of the Protoss and the shell flood of the Zerg for long. The hope of winning was to hold on until the reinforcements arrived, but he hoped that they would not be stuck in traffic. The only thing that made people feel at ease was that the reinforcements included General Pryor's fleet, which was more useful than any guarantee. I haven't fought with the Protoss, but I heard that they have burned hundreds of planets along the way. Since they can solve the battle in high-altitude orbit, why do they have to come down to play in the mud with us? Mealy was a new recruit. Having said that, in the few months he served under Ister, he had participated in many battles with the Zerg, the most tragic of which was on Tartarus. During the battle, their brigade was reduced to 1/3 twice, so that the new soldiers were used to fill the gap. Ister still remembers those people. They came from Antigov Prime and Tarsones. They were young, strong and powerful, and most importantly, they were full of vitality and energy that the veterans lacked. Many of them would die in the first battle they participated in. Death, blood, and Zerg made the new recruits into real warriors in the shortest time. It was really devastating to see those once energetic faces fall down like that. Istel believed that after experiencing the separation of life and death, people will always grow up if they don't suffer a mental breakdown. In the face of the terrible Tiamat swarm, the Imperial Army lost at least 300,000 people, and there were even more injured. In that battle, the Imperial fleet and the Swarm fleet were almost both defeated, and the supporting Imperial fleet was either annihilated or blocked by the Leviathan swarm. The battle on the ground lasted for more than a month. After the heavy weapons and aircraft were lost, they fought like humans in the two world wars of the 20th century, fighting bloody battles on battlefields separated into isolated islands by the swarm, until a pilgrimage fleet of the handling Protoss leapt over. After that battle, those who survived to the end, even the new recruits who had just joined the army, were qualified to be called veterans. Istar still remembered that war. The battlefield even went deep underground, and the Zerg contaminated the planet with fungal blankets and virus weapons. At first, they could still call for air support, but later they had to save even bullets. There was a fully automated production line for producing bullets in the barracks. But without raw materials, it would be difficult for a good cook to make a meal without rice. In the Second Tartarus War, Istar never returned to his bunk in the barracks, never took off his power armor, and opened his eyes to go out of the trench and shoot. Looking forward, there were thousands of corpses on the battlefield. The air was filled with the smell of intestines and raw meat, which was disgusting. Anyone who had experienced war would not describe it in the word romantic. Since then, Istar probably really understood why it was always said that only Marines could be seen walking out of the barracks. But no one ever saw them go back. Nothing is absolute. Istar had been in the army for no longer than Mealy, and his experience in studying at the Stealing Officer Academy allowed him to become a second lieutenant as soon as he graduated. But the latter was even older than him. Heliac has a large number of Jormungandr hives, and the Protoss will not destroy the planet along with their friendly forces. This statement is somewhat magical. Even if the Protoss are killed, they will not admit that the Zerg are their allies. But since the Protoss and the Zerg are now under the command of Amon, this has actually come true. Besides, our fleet is still fighting with the Protoss and Zerg fleets in orbit. The people in Omega Squadron are crazy when fighting. I have to say, this matter is hard to say. William is a veteran of the Plunderers. He was arrested for theft, fraud and illegal smuggling and spent several years in prison. But he was not sent to the notorious New Folsom. Later, when Princess Charlotte was born, the royal family amnesty, and he was sent to the barracks. What kind of amnesty is this? Although he has made many military achievements during the war, he is still only a corporal because of many violations of discipline. But this guy should feel lucky. If he had been in the past, he would have been transformed into a resocialized soldier by the old Federation just for getting his hands dirty. There is a resocialized soldier in this platoon. He still doesn't know what crime he has committed, but the veterans around him believe that he is a rapist and pedophile. At least criminals were better off in the Imperial era. Only the most heinous crimes were sent to resocialization factories, a place you would definitely want your enemies to go to. It was a place worse than death. Some barracks also used small resocialization facilities, which were used to deal with deserters and serious offenders. In Asherak, they blew their own people up, William said. Asherak is a former colony of the Protoss Empire. Those crazy beasts really don't recognize their relatives. Millions of Protoss died, which is a heavy blow to their race, Theodore also said in the public channel. He was a teacher and enlisted as a reserve in the emergency of the war. It's the same for us. Istar heard about the Battle of Asherak. The Golden Fleet not only destroyed the entire colony, but also burned the landing troops it sent to ashes. It can only be described as crazy. If it happened in the human army, it would be enough to cause a large-scale mutiny among the lower-level non-commissioned officers and soldiers. But those Protoss are already crazy. You can't use normal thinking to guess the madman. They will pull your intelligence to the same level. Istar knew that some of the Protoss still stood on their side, such as the Dark Templar. In the Battle of Rhodos II, a powerful Dark Templar helped Istar's troops. He was a ranger like Robin Hood, and Istar admitted that he was really cool when he slashed the Zerg with a warp blade. The 7th Division had not encountered the army of the mechanical Protoss, but their brother troops had received help from them. Those Purifier Protoss were as cold as they were in their lifetime, but their thinking was not much different from that of ordinary Protoss. Michael, the mechanic in the platoon, believed that the Purifiers had written into the underlying code the rules of giving priority to supporting human troops on the battlefield. even before their fellow Templars. That being said, the Purifiers should not need to write code. How many of us will die this time? Zarita snorted coldly at this time. The superiors are sending us to die, while they are squandering and enjoying themselves in the rear. Zarita is a thorn in the side, a character that really gives Istra a headache. In the barracks, he can do almost nothing well except playing cards, but he can always survive on the battlefield. This guy always speaks rudely, but he can help you in life and death. People are always so contradictory. Every battle with the Zerg and the Protoss is like sending ourselves to death. But we have no choice, Istra said. Soon, Istra and his soldiers boarded the car and rushed to the front line on the roaring armored train. A city like Interstellar Base Star Base, upgraded from the starport, hovered over New Richmond under the support of the thrusters, and fighter planes kept taking off from it. In the sky, dense groups of Banshee bombers were flying at high speed. These Banshees were flying very low. Their engines were rumbling, and the rocket boosters at the tail made them look like phoenixes with long red tails. The train ran through the lush oasis, fields and palm groves to the distance. There were gorgeous local birds singing in the woods, and clusters of flowers blooming. Chapter 725 Scorched Earth. The train moved forward, and the scenery outside the window was peaceful and tranquil. There were large patches of wild wolfberry flowers on the grass outside the New Richmond train station, blooming luxuriantly and lovely. In front of him was a vast square field. Eastel could imagine the plump ears of wheat that would eventually be dyed golden in autumn and bend the stalks. The best time of the year is always golden, when it is time to harvest. The huge empty warehouses in New Richmond will be filled to the brim. The Empire's agricultural subsidy policy is well implemented on planets like Heliac and is very effective. The long-lasting famine at the end of the old Federation era is still fresh in people's memory. The only memory of that era is endless war, hunger and death. On so many planets, so many farmers and private farmers are on the verge of bankruptcy, and the number of people who starved to death far exceeds those who died in the war. To this day, there is still a large amount of abandoned land, which is large enough to accommodate countless water oases. Istra thought that the Zerg and Protoss certainly could not understand why Emperor Augustus called on his people to plant more land, nor could they understand their love for their homeland. New Richmond was left behind in the blink of an eye, when the maglev train drove onto a section of viaduct. The vast and beautiful water source oasis was in full view. This was exactly what they longed for, a quiet and peaceful life. Many roads intersected below, and the endless siege tanks, armored personnel carriers and Hellfire tanks gathered into a long iron-gray dragon, and heavy trucks carrying werewolf walking mechas roared past one after another. Highly mobile mechanized troops can play the greatest advantage in flat areas. They can quickly break through and divide and surround the enemy, or provide strong support for the infantry. When the new recruits at Istra's platoon saw the scene, they felt that they were invincible and were in high spirits. This is a good thing. Better than hiding in a corner and sobbing like a litter of unweaned kittens before going to the battlefield. On the battlefield, only fear always accompanies you. As the train sped up, the city of New Richmond was no longer visible. This oasis was unusually vast, and even had a grassland landscape where large water birds 10 feet tall and predators with 3 eyes lived. These amazing animals were obviously not unaware of the impending disaster, and were running in groups across the grassland, even panicking and crashing into the moving armored vehicles. Generally speaking, only a terrible fire would cause such a scene. In any case, the Zerg is a living natural disaster. They are endless and eternal. All along, humans in the Copperless sector have been facing the threat of the Zerg. Those planets that could not protect themselves eventually perished without any suspense, and the survivors migrated like a flock of migratory birds escaping from the severe winter. And there was no difference between them and the animals in the water source colony. At this time, the Imperial soldiers in this carriage seemed very calm, either wiping and maintaining their electromagnetic rifles, or squinting their eyes and taking a nap. The veterans were much calmer about what was about to happen. They had already participated in the most tragic battle in the Copperless sector. In the communication channel, Sergeant Rhodes was still telling the new recruits about their battle in the Imperial storage world Brokazur. 7 fleets and more than 2 million soldiers participated in that battle. The enemy was the Surtur Hive, which suddenly launched a surprise attack through the wormhole. Although the Empire finally won and drove the invaders out of Brokazur, the price they paid was extremely high, even greater than that of the Zerg. The tactics of the Surtur Hive were not particularly brilliant, but they were very effective. When the local defenders were unable to react in time, The Surtur swarm broke through the orbital defense system of Broca's hull and occupied all military facilities and supply warehouses. When the Imperial fleet arrived at Broca's hull after hearing the news, the Surtur fleet in orbit chose to retreat immediately. When the commander of the fleet, General Gustav, hurriedly sent the Marines to prepare to retake this planet that was vital to the Empire, the disaster occurred. The Zerg did not use any jamming methods to disrupt the Imperial Army's command communications, but the surviving Broca's defenders conveyed the wrong information to the fleet in orbit. They completely misjudged the number of Zerg troops on the ground. Because the lurkers, roaches and banelings that had infiltrated the underground did not launch an attack. This destroyed the first batch of Imperial troops that landed. 100,000 people were killed or wounded in less than an hour, leaving only a few thousand people. Another 100,000 were on the way, and later they were all finished. At the same time, Surtur's Hive fleet appeared again and struck back, leaving the Imperial fleet exhausted and unable to withdraw. The Imperial command channel was in chaos, and the Imperial soldiers on the ground were slaughtered. But General Gustav made a completely different judgment on the situation. He believed that the battle situation on Broca's could still be saved, and the landing troops were just surrounded, and there was still hope for rescue. Obviously, he could not ignore the requests for help on the ground and the screams that filled the entire channel. And he couldn't bear it. So, the remaining 300,000 people also set off in the airdrop capsule. In contrast, the Surtur Zerg paid only a very small price. This was a terrible massacre. The soldiers and officers who participated in the battle admitted that the battle was very cowardly. They used to think that the Zerg was more inclined to win by numbers. But it was not the case. After the battle, General Gustav was really to blame. The pain and regret made his spirit worse and worse. And soon there was news of a serious illness. This general, who had been loyal to Emperor Augustus since the Revolutionary Army era, lost his reputation, and rumors spread in the army. Among them, the most popular rumor was that Gustav was infected by alien parasites and invaded his brain due to his personal behavior. It was said that the private doctor sent by the Emperor later found gonorrhea in him. On this side, Sergeant Rhodes was already talking with saliva flying and eyebrows dancing. He imagined several big dramas and talked about the conflicts between several generals in the Navy. In fact, this statement is untenable. If Gustav had been controlled by the alien Zerg, he could have led the fleet into the encirclement of the Zerg swarm. Ister's platoon also participated in the Battle of Broca's. They were lucky not to be among the 500,000 people who landed at the beginning, but they saw 500,000 corpses on the landing site. The failure of this battle brought a series of extremely serious impacts to the Empire, indirectly leading to the Battle of Retreating to Heliac. Broca's hull was also the Empire's largest logistics supply center in the star field, storing a large amount of materials expected to be sent to the front line, including ammunition, gas fuel and food. The loss was so great that the Imperial Army in the star field could not bear it, and the frontline troops were forced to fight under more unfavorable circumstances. Without supplies, even the best army can't continue to fight. I like it here. I hope the water source won't fall. Alexis comes from a place without much water. He is a native of the Xyrock people. Most of his homeland is covered by barren land like the Sahara Desert. There is no oasis like water source. If we can't hold here, their next target will be Anoth and Venus, and then Valdona and Valicia. They will eventually reach Coral. Private Lynn said, "We will be defeated." Noth is Lynn's home. A tropical ocean water world. Beautiful and charming, with islands scattered across the vast waters. The planet once belonged to the Protoss Empire in its heyday, and was regarded as a holy place. But when Lynn's ancestors arrived in Noth, they only found 7 castles and their ruins, engraved with the prophecy of the Protoss Mad Prophet Kyre. By the time the Darim Protoss reiterated its territorial claim to the planet, the Terran humans had already colonized it. At that time, the Terran Empire and Daram were in their honeymoon period, and North was very far away from Seguras. So the matter was later resolved through diplomatic means. This is mainly because the rulers of the Daram Protoss are now the Templar class. If it were the Arbiter class, there would probably be a holy war. It seems so. Under the full coverage helmet of the Plunderer that shone like obsidian, William said absent-mindedly, "Humanity is going to die. Whatever happens. Good God. We are going to die. Who cares about humanity anymore? Marauder armor is much stronger and taller than ordinary power armor, so William can only sit in the special seat. We must fight to the last bullet. And even at the last moment, We must fight with bayonets. Just like the Charles Legion did in Theon. Rurik has participated in several battles. But he is still as passionate as a passionate young man. Born in Tarsones and raised in Umogen. Rurik has a strong sense of honor. Everyone in Istel's platoon thinks he is an excellent candidate for the Royal Guard. Of course, this is not all praise. Boy, this won't be of much use. One person's courage cannot change the fate of all mankind, William said. If it is the courage of all mankind, we can even defeat God, Istel said. You always like to say nice things. William changed the subject. Coral is different. Augustus Mengs can always turn defeat into victory. I wonder what he thinks this time. Of course he did. Middlebrook said, everyone knows that our battles at Grants, Tartarus, broke his hull, and here are also part of the Imperial battle plan. I think their plan is to implement a more flexible command strategy, which usually means a few shots and run, William said. Even though they suffered several major setbacks, the Imperial army still effectively stopped the advance of the Golden Fleet and the Zerg in many important battlefields. They deployed heavy troops in sparsely populated star regions to attract the firepower of the Golden Fleet and keep the Protoss away from the hub world. Although the cost was staggering, the goal was finally achieved. But they still couldn't change the fact that they were constantly retreating. UNN only reported good news, but not bad news. And the defense line was retreating every day. Even if he really had a plan, he wouldn't tell us. The big guys. The Zerg would also spy on our intelligence, Ister said. As we talked, the train was still rumbling forward, and the palm trees were gradually increasing. There were several hills on both sides of the track, compared with the active volcanoes on Redstone Star that were several miles high. These were just inconspicuous hills. However, in the eyes of the locals, they were already amazing mountains. Children born in New Richmond had never seen the vast ocean. This colony was just a small island in the vast ocean of Lingshwizio. It was still very calm ahead. The calmer it was, the more uneasy Ister felt. At this moment, in other parts of Heliac, the battle had already begun. Orbital firepower and airborne troops were clearing large hatcheries and fungal clusters on the planet to curb the endless expansion of the swarm. As long as these bugs are still alive, we will not be safe for a day. Troy was just saying that the train was shaking violently and stopped at a terrifying speed. Ister estimated that several carriages had derailed. Open the door, William roared, pushing open the door of the carriage. And the Marines in Istel's platoon immediately rushed out with their weapons. In front of them was an extremely chaotic scene, with many huge tunnel worms breaking out of the ground, and many flying alien insects with purple shells in the sky. The Zerg? They are extremely terrifying opponents. Since the end of the Battle of Tartarus, Istel's nightmares have never lacked the terrifying face of the Hydra Hydralisk. The Zerg will plunder genes to transform themselves. They do not use swords, guns and armor, but claws, biochemical weapons, and shells instead. Humans will improve their weapons, and the Zerg will have their own bioengineers, who will replace the upgrade of military engineering with continuous evolution to perfection. To deal with such monsters, Marshal Horace Warfield's teaching manual at the Stilling Military Academy gave a standard answer based on experience. Burn them all, and leave no one alive. Tunnel worms. Back worms. 1 o'clock. Spores attack. Hide. The Zerg doesn't play by the rules. Cockroaches. Damn. They're everywhere. It was a mess. When Istel's troops opened fire, a large number of alien Zerg covered in purple shells emerged from the tunnel worms. The Jormungand Zerg was always present in every major invasion of the Zerg. The deep purple shell torrent was an unforgettable nightmare in the hearts of the Tyranids. They had brought countless blood, corpses and death. Since the beginning of history, the Jormungand Zerg has always been one of the largest and most aggressive large-scale Zerg nests. Jormungander's Lord Ark is cruel and cunning. The Dark Templar has launched assassination attempts against him many times, but all failed. At this moment, the Phoenix fighters of the Protoss also appeared in the sky. They evaded the human detection system and appeared like ghosts. Istel knew that they must have missed an arbiter. Where is our air force? How can we fight this war when the Protoss bombard the sky and the bugs run underground? If the Protoss cannot deal with the Imperial fleet in orbit, they will send troops to land and destroy the defenses on the planet. A group of fanatics appeared a few hundred yards away from Ister. Across a train, they were dressed like the Templars of the Golden Age. They were already servants of Amon, but the content of their battle cry had not changed. In Taro cause, In Taro Aden. Chapter 726. The mighty marching column suddenly stopped like a snake with its throat stepped on. There were the roars of Zerg, and the roar of guns everywhere. The momentary wailing was drowned out by the explosion in an instant. A low-flying Banshee bomber squadron was about to provide fire support when the Protoss Phoenix fighters landed from the clouds. The Viking fighters escorting the bombers were nowhere to be seen at this moment. And the Banshees had completely become live targets for the Phoenixes. The speed of the Phoenix fighters was far higher than that of the Banshees, and they easily put the bombers within the range of the ion cannons. A Banshee was hit, and a large amount of black smoke came out of its longitudinal balance wing. Then the right wing lost balance, and it fell uncontrollably from 1,000 feet in the air, spun and fell to the ground like a big bird with broken wings. Not far from Istar. What really caught the Empire off guard was these Protoss, who were once loyal allies of the Terran Empire, but were now used by Amon to deal with the surviving Protoss and humans in the Copperloo sector. Istar still had some time to figure out what was going on. The train had come to a complete stop along the track from west to east. It was unclear what kind of force could stop such a huge thing. They got off the train on the right side. A group of Zergs emerged from the tunnel worms and rushed towards them from the north. There were quite a few of them. The sound of shells colliding and low roars were very dense. There might be hundreds of them, and there would be more soon. Wormholes usually mean the beginning of a larger scale attack. Istar always remained calm after escaping death several times on the battlefield. There was a train between them and the Zerg. Although it was not as strong as a bunker, it was enough to provide a buffer and cover. Istar and his soldiers were not alone. They were in the marching column of the 3rd Brigade of the 7th Marine Infantry Division, and next to them was the siege tank column of the 143rd Armored Brigade. The powerful armored forces could quickly break through the siege and come to support. The companies and platoons and other cars of the train also broke open the doors and windows that refused to obey their orders and came out. They were all wearing CMC 400 power armor. The armor of the Marauders was heavier and stronger, so they would not be in any danger even if the train overturned. As Istar summoned his soldiers, the familiar rustling of the swarm moving was like the ghosts of the dead getting closer and closer. The soldiers who got off on the other side of the train opened fire, and the sounds of electromagnetic rifles, grenade launchers and various weapons rang out one after another. The soldiers got off the train at a bad time and in a bad position, right between the attack routes of the Protoss and the Zerg. They were soon pounced on by swarms of Zerg, and the terrible screams were terrifying. "They are coming!" A springtail with a pair of ridged sails growing on its back jumped onto the roof of the train. Its dark purple carapace shone like a metallic luster in the sun, and its long and thin wings fluttered gently, making a rustling sound, like a rattlesnake in the desert. This was a signal to attack. With heavy crashes, one springtail after another jumped onto the roof of the train, and their long knife-like claws pierced deeply into the steel, as easily as if it were just a piece of tofu. The sharp claws and teeth of the Zerg are as hard as the hardest substances in nature. Even the largest number of Zerglings in the swarm can easily tear them apart. Since the first contact between humans and Zerglings, not only has the military technology of humans made great progress, but the Zerglings have also absorbed the genes of advanced species, strengthened the usable traits, abandoned the useless traits, and continue to evolve. Today, the genes of the species that make up the huge Zerglings, Hydralisks and Ultralisks, have also undergone earth-shaking changes. They have acquired sharper claws, stronger shells and bone shields, and even more efficient muscles and organs. Even their appearance is very different from the past. The modern Zerg is very different from the Zerg faced by Emperor Augustus in his time, which is why the Empire is still at an absolute disadvantage even though it has better warships, better power armor and weapons. The most effective way to deal with the Zerg is fire. In addition, the Terran Empire has a deterrent weapon that can turn the tide of the war. That is, the Xel'Naga artifact. But even though they are undoubtedly heading towards failure, the Empire still has no intention of using the artifact. And no one knows why. If the artifact could still be used normally, Karr would definitely use it on the front battlefield to relieve the pressure on the Imperial army. This made people worry whether the artifact had been damaged long ago. But Karr did not announce it in order to stabilize the morale of the army. For a moment, these springtails just stood on the high ground, taking in everything with their red eyes. Istar's soldiers opened fire, and the fierce firepower immediately swept down these monsters. In the torrent of bullets, they were riddled with holes in an instant, and fell from the top of the train like dead grasshoppers. These were just a few waves in the vast sea of worms. Just like in the past. Several times, or even dozens of times, the number of Zerglings soon emerged from the corpses of their dead counterparts. In Eastel's eyes, these wild little monsters were exactly the same. Their genetic code was extremely easy for the swarm to replicate. One larva could mutate into 2 Zerglings. And a group of Zerglings could kill a group of Marines and make them flee in disarray. The firepower of Eastel's platoon quickly focused forward and swept the Zerglings on the roof to the ground. Some of them successfully jumped to the ground. But the pillagers' Punisher grenades immediately turned these lucky ones into a pile of debris made of insect limbs. Their weapons were equipped with self-charging supercapacitors to shorten the reload time, which meant that more bullets could be fired in the same amount of time. But there were so many Zerglings, and they kept coming out from the other side of the train, from the open doors and windows of the carriages and the roof, and rushed forward. Their bodies gradually piled up in front of Istel. The number on the HUD display in front of him that recorded the ammunition capacity was jumping wildly on the 110-0 number. Hundreds of spike bullets were fired during this period, killing several Zerglings. Several Reapers flew over from the other side to join the battle, using their P45 Gauss pistols to hit the emerging Zerglings while dropping their cluster bombs to create explosions and chaos. The flames spewed from their jump packs allowed them to move flexibly on the battlefield at an amazing speed. Ister knew those scouts. They were good players from the Ice Cave Reaper training camp. Although most of them had bad records before joining the army, they never performed badly on the battlefield. At this moment, with a tooth-grinding sound of metal tearing, a giant Hydra Hydralis easily opened the car door with its terrifying sickle-shaped claws. Its powerful snake-like body was covered with dense and hard armor, which reminded people of the mythical Hydra monster. A storm of poisonous spines that were strong enough to penetrate fine steel hit Ister like a storm, as fast as bullets. One of them almost flew past the side of his mask. The jagged sharp edge and smooth curve were comparable to the most deadly dagger of human beings. Kill it! The Marauder strode forward from behind Istel's right side, letting the spines tinkle as they hit his heavy armor. A Punisher grenade was loaded into the launcher and accurately hit the most vulnerable chest of the Hydralisk, causing it to scream repeatedly. Countless bullets were poured onto the bloody body of the giant snake at this time. And finally it fell forward to the ground with a threatening hiss, and stopped moving. Before Istel's men could cheer and celebrate, several Banlings rushed out from the swarm of Zerglings and crashed head-on into the carriage in front of Istel. The earth-shaking explosion immediately blew the carriage up into the sky, and the splashing thick green strong acid corroded the ground into black holes. This brought even greater chaos, and more Zerglings and Hydralisks rushed out of the gap. A dense burst of spines swept Daniel, Ernest and Aldous down, and their life support index immediately dropped below 30% on the display of Istel's helmet, and terrible screams were immediately heard in the channel. Save me! They are coming towards me! Medic! Aldous's body, which fell on its back, was full of spinal needles, and he died shortly after falling to the ground. There was a terrible gap in Daniel's abdomen, and a long spine was completely embedded in the armor. He groaned for a while, and soon stopped. Ernest had 2 spines stuck in his thighs. He sat on the ground sideways, shooting with a Gauss rifle in his hand, screaming, and moving back with difficulty. This scared a group of vicious dogs, but it couldn't scare a few tigers. The springtails were like velociraptors on Earth, moving in groups, cunning and cruel. Groups of springtails were running towards Ernest, eager to tear him apart. His 2 comrades immediately ran over to help him, but there were already 7 or 8 Hydralisks crossing the wreckage of the train, and the torrential rain of spines made it impossible for them to move. Middlebrook rushed forward again, dragging Ernest's arm, and fell to the ground after a few steps. Request fire support. The display screen of Istel's helmet showed that the siege tanks of the 143rd Brigade had been set up, and the fire strike group was online. So he immediately uploaded the coordinates. We can't help him. Damn it. Retreat. As they spoke, another person was knocked down. Ister's warriors fell one after another. They were retreating, and the swarm of insects was getting closer and closer. Ernest fell behind. After crying desperately, he was pounced on by the swarming alien insects and torn into pieces alive. The remains of his limbs were thrown everywhere, which reminded Ister of a pack of wolves eating a young deer. It was much more terrifying than that. Only the most determined and cruel warriors could remain calm in the face of this, which was too difficult for Ister. Several more people fell down, and a dozen Zerglings surrounded the plunderer William and quickly dismembered him. To make matters worse, The sound of the burrowing claws suddenly sounded, and a large number of cockroaches appeared from their left wing. 2 squads of another company were instantly overwhelmed, and now they were heading straight here. Use armor-piercing bullets. Spike bullets are useless against them. They are just tickling. Istra immediately pulled out people to resist the cockroaches. But now they can no longer stop the enemy in front. Although most of Istel's men were veteran soldiers who knew what to do, others just stood there, remembering to shoot mechanically based on instinct. Artillery support finally arrived, and an explosion rang out not far in front of Istel. Hundreds of hot tungsten bullet fragments splashed outward from the landing point, emitting a dazzling light. Large tracks of zerglings and hydralisks were blown into pieces, and pieces of meat and broken shells kept falling from the air. Bright red blood covered the ground, as thick as oil. Their pressure was greatly reduced. Istra ordered to concentrate firepower on the cockroaches on the left wing, and the medical soldiers immediately seized the opportunity to rush to rescue people. On the battlefield, medical soldiers who follow the Marines are high-risk jobs. Experienced Zerg and Protoss troops will prioritize killing them, just like they will choose to prioritize killing banlings and mechanical sentinels. The fine traditions of the Earthlings have been inherited to some extent. Most of the medical soldiers in the Imperial Army are women. This is probably the most correct thing the Marine Corps headquarters has done. Istel still had time to confirm the casualties. What made him sad was that they lost 1/3 of their men in just a few minutes, and most of them were caused by the spines of the hydralisk. They left their hometown and traveled hundreds of light years just to die here. Even if they could survive and return to the end, the war would leave a permanent mark on these people. Many retired soldiers still maintain their alertness to fight at any time. The Zerg is like a lingering nightmare. When Istel's troops return to the rear to rest, they will be replenished, and there will be more new faces under his command, many of whom will die like today, again and again. Sir, I can still fight. Although Lin said this, he was sobbing in pain. His drooping arm was probably unable to continue fighting. There were 5 or 6 spine needles inserted on it, which was terrifying, and some of them almost pierced through. I think he has to be amputated. A medic, who was opening a nanomedical kit, said to Istel. We can find a better one for him, Istel said immediately. To be honest, Istel liked this girl, but she didn't buy it. For Lin, the war was over. He would be sent to Haven or Teledor for better treatment, away from this nightmare battlefield. As soon as the voice fell, a shell landed not far away, and the soil rose and fell like a column. Aim and shoot, you blind idiot, said the medic as he was busy with his work. Medics are sometimes kind mothers, sometimes grumpy lions, and sometimes somewhere in between. Be careful. The tunnel worms are approaching. Someone suddenly shouted in the channel. Istra immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a strange worm with a metal head breaking out of the ground. No, it's our tunnel worm. Batches of semi-mechanical Cerberus Zerg appeared and immediately fought with the Jormungand Zerg. The formations of these Zerg were very methodical, just like an army in formation. It was obvious that the Lord of Cerberus was watching here. Chapter 727: The Enemy's Atrocities on Our Land. After that, the Cerberus Zerg that arrived launched a lightning-fast attack, engaging in an extremely cruel and bloody fight with the Protoss and Zerg that attacked Istra's troops. As sharp, cold and sharp as a dissecting knife. The Imperial Army, whose pressure was suddenly reduced, regrouped and gathered its forces to launch a counterattack. After that, the Jormungand Zerg continued to increase its forces through the tunnel worms that continued to break out of the ground. And the battle continued until the starry sky slowly climbed to the horizon. Even in the dark, fierce gunfire could be heard in all directions, and the light of explosions in the sky flickered continuously. The traces of the battle reached tens of thousands of feet from the ground. Flares, laser beams, and plasma beams lit up the clear night sky again and again, and only the brightest stars were still vaguely visible. This was a chaotic battle without any order. This raid completely disrupted the pre-deployment of the Imperial landing force, and each Imperial force was forced to fight on its own. To make matters worse, the satellites and ground communication base stations of the Imperial command system were suddenly hit by the Protoss. The attack range included the Army, Division, Brigade and Battalion headquarters of the Imperial Army. It was very likely that the signal sent by the orbital satellite base station completely exposed the positions of the senior command units. The enemy did not wait until they were ready to attack. During this period, the communication between Istel's unit and the 7th Marine Infantry Division was once interrupted. When a lieutenant colonel took over the command, They learned that the command center where the division commander General Ludwig was located had been suddenly attacked, and he and his adjutants and staff had all met with accidents. Not only the division headquarters, but even the battalion could not be contacted, and there was no news from the fleet in orbit. That night, bad news came one after another. When the battle broke out on this side, another high force of the Jormungandr swarm began to besiege the water source number 4 fortress, where the 7th Marine Infantry Division was about to go to reinforce, and wiped out thousands of defenders in just a few hours. The second and third lines of defense were breached before they were fully formed, and they could not even delay much time. On a blood-red evening, the 19th and 76th Marine Infantry Divisions on the Jormungandr swarm's route were massacred, with more than 20,000 dead. The defeat was overwhelming. Then, the Jormungandr swarms that marched straight into the water source oasis colony crossed the defense line, and a total of 21 divisions were besieged, dismembered, and annihilated. Misfortunes often bring blessings, and Estelle's unit was not among them, but they were very close to the encirclement, almost under their noses. At this moment, the Cerberus swarms on their side had long disappeared. After the battle, they turned around and disappeared into the worm tunnels of the Jormungandr swarms, continuing to pursue their enemies. Obviously, the Lord of Cerberus has his own ideas about leading troops to fight. In the case of a long delay in contacting the command center and poor communication, the grassroots imperial officers united to take control and command the battalion and brigade level troops. Lieutenant Colonel Grants took over the position of commander of the 7th Marine Infantry Division. Because he was leading the troops in a command vehicle outside, he avoided the attack of the Protoss on the division headquarters. The new division commander sent the Vulture driver as a signalman to gather the troops and ordered them to continue to advance to Fortress Number 4 to rescue the troops besieged by the Jormungandr swarm and meet them. Istra could see Lieutenant Colonel Grant's intention. They could only advance, not retreat. The flat oasis hinterland was almost defenseless, and retreating meant exposing the back and flanks to the bloodthirsty Jormungandr swarm. Competing with the stamina of the swarm would mean death. The return to New Richmond was a long way to go. In comparison, the water source Fortress Number 4, which they were originally going to, was much closer. If they could gather enough strength to recapture the fortress and hold it until the arrival of the follow-up reinforcements, they would not be wiped out on the first day of landing in the colony. Will this be another Broca's Hull landing massacre? Without those Imperial generals, the remaining commanders are simply unable to fight. No, they are still excellent commanders. The many victories that Emperor Augustus brought to the Terran Empire have made Estelle forget how hard they used to fight. The Cerebrates were always learning and getting stronger. They had survived the First Total War and the Brood War. Every time they fought the Protoss Empire and the Terran Empire, the Zerg learned lessons and never made the same mistake again. In front of the Zerg, if they took a wrong step, they would be doomed. If Lieutenant Colonel Grant wanted to save his army, he had to fight to the death. That night, Estelle's platoon was fighting all the time. They followed their company to the water source Fortress Number 4, advancing behind the slow barrage of siege tanks. The armored forces and all the raider companies gathered to lead the charge, almost stepping on the bodies of enemies and comrades. The blood that flowed freely made the hard ground under their feet become muddy and slippery. I don't know how many people died that night and never saw the sun the next day. Later, part of the troops from several nearby divisions also joined Istra. Many troops were wiped out, and the remaining people either joined other troops or disappeared. This battle was very difficult. The number of Jormungandr swarms was more than 10 times theirs, and they kept attacking the shaky weak points. People kept falling down, and there was no time to transfer or treat the injured. Most of the medical transport planes were shot down, and the remaining ones had to keep lowering their altitude to avoid the Protoss Phoenix fighter fleet. Their air force was already destroyed, since the army was always on the move. The field hospital was useless at this time, and they could only hope for those armored ambulances equipped with medical equipment. But in this case, even finding those ambulances was a pipe dream. Lynn, who was injured the day before, was not transferred to Haven for recuperation as Estelle had hoped. The hydralisk that attacked him had evolved a new toxin gland, which turned the spines it sprayed into a poisonous dagger coated with toxins, which may come from some venomous snakes from New Trinidad. Until a new antidote is developed, there is no cure. Ryoyal has been carrying Lynn on his back, and Estelle can only scold him and ask him to put down Lynn's body. Finally, Ryoyal cried. At noon the next day, The 7th and 11th Marine Infantry Divisions finally broke through the Jormungand swarm's defenses and joined the remnants of the other two divisions. At this time, as a second lieutenant, Isdell became a battalion commander like a rocket, which meant that the company commanders and platoon leaders before him had died or could no longer command their troops. Because the fleet in orbit never sent reinforcements, the lost troops could not be replenished. And the experienced commanders also suffered heavy casualties, which could only be compensated by a larger scale of temporary promotions. This situation has become more and more common in the increasingly brutal battles in recent years. The grassroots officers of the Imperial Army still maintain the tradition of the Revolutionary Army era, often taking the lead and charging into battle, which greatly increases their mortality rate. Under such circumstances, the lower-level soldiers and non-commissioned officers have more opportunities for promotion, which is very similar to the late period of the Old Federation. However, although he has become the battalion commander, the soldiers under his command have been reduced to less than one-third of the original number, and the original platoon has been forced to be mixed with the other two platoons to maintain combat power. When Isdell led his troops to retake the Water Source 4 fortress, he realized that it was an impossible task. The towering steel city still stood, but it had completely become a nest of the Zerg. The Zerg had infected the entire building, and a large number of spine crawlers, spore cannons and bile projectiles grew vigorously along the fortress walls covered with veins and connective tissue, forming a terrible firepower network. In the past, the Zerg had never done this. Just when they were on the verge of despair, support from orbit finally arrived. They received support from personnel and supplies one after another. And at this time Isdell became a real battalion commander. And he found that he was fully qualified for this position. 3 fully staffed Comorian airborne divisions were also thrown into the battle. These troops, composed of workers, miners, and explorers, wore rusty brass armor to distinguish them from the Imperial Army. These Comorian people had a strong fighting spirit, even not inferior to the Imperial elite troops such as the 7th Marine Division. Since the rise of the Empire, the internal rule of the Kelmorian Union has been declining. The current corporate coalition government has long been following Korhama's lead and handed over the command of the Union Army to the Imperial Supreme Command without any hesitation. Anyway, the army is trained and organized by the Empire, and those shrewd businessmen and politicians have no say in command and dispatch. But the nature of the Kelmorians makes them never become Terrans, and Ister is absolutely sure of this. Not only the Comorians, but also the Umoyan United States sent troops. The Umoyan elected parliament was originally worried that the power of the Terran Empire would erode and control their country. But after the Golden Fleet and the Zerg effortlessly destroyed several United States territories, the Umoyan National Defense Army immediately stood firmly on the side of the Terran Empire. At the same time, several mercenary corps also arrived. Many of these veteran mercenaries were unwilling to join the Imperial Army during the Federation era, and could not find other better jobs after retiring. Their combat effectiveness is stronger than that of ordinary Imperial recruits. But the price is high. Even if the world is about to be destroyed, the commission must be collected, and not many people will question this. The new support troops mean that the fleet in orbit has been able to free up means to provide fire support. So Lieutenant Colonel Grant once again ordered an attack on Fortress No. 4. The next night, they used tactical nuclear bombs and flamethrowers to open the way, and then attacked and recaptured the fortress. The remaining troops of the 7 divisions, about 30,000 people, took advantage of the weakening of the Jormungand swarm's offensive to repair the fortress and held on until the 3rd day. But on the 3rd night, the bodies of the comrades, who had not been burned in time, dragged their horrifying rotten bodies and staggered over. The horrible spores took root and sprouted on their broken bodies, twisting people into monsters. Ister and his warriors had to kill them again. On the 4th day, a legion of fanatics appeared in front of the fortress, attacking like a tide. They mobilized the only reserve troops, and even the medical soldiers took weapons to fill the gaps in the front line. On this day, Ister used up all the stimulants. He basically didn't sleep much in the past nearly 100 hours. The casualties of the army have reached an unbearable proportion, and they are on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the war situation in orbit is not optimistic, and the follow-up fleet of the Golden Fleet has arrived. The fleet commander had to admit that they had to abandon the planet and ordered all transport ships to be lowered to pick up the troops on the surface. We have held on here for 4 days and nights, but in the end, we still have to give up here. So, what is the meaning of our sacrifice? On the Hercules transport ship returning to the fleet, McGinn sat next to Ister. He was the last survivor of Eastel's original platoon, and the others stayed in the water source forever. The water source oasis has now become a corrupt puddle. Now looking back at the direction of New Richmond City, all you can see are black smoke rising into the sky. The ugly creeping fungus blanket spreads like a scar on the earth, leaving no grass and desolate land wherever it goes. The vibrant land has become a dead scene. In just a few days, Eastel almost completely forgot what the water source oasis looked like before. But he could vaguely recall the impressive lake and blue sky. Now it is a ruin of rubble. Look at the atrocities committed by the enemy on our land. The Protoss and the Zerg are killing without restraint. Amon admired this wonderful doomsday play very much and personally arranged for the actors to appear on stage. I don't know. Ister stroked an identity card in his hand. Heinlein was blown to pieces by a baneling buried underground, and not even a piece of broken bones could be found. Ister only found his identity card. These people trust him and regard him as a leader and an authority in combat. But can he live up to this trust? In the end, there were only these few things left to prove that they had existed and fought here. Ister thought of the last words of Emperor Augustus. I have signed the order, ordering every inch of land and every inch of blood. I am just an ordinary person, but I ask you to be as selfless and holy as a saint, asking you to give, sacrifice, and dedicate. The transport plane rose into the clouds, and the ruins of the city of New Richmond below were only small black dots. In the end, they watched numbly in the high-altitude orbit as the Protoss fleet destroyed Heliac 3, until anger and grief poured into their throats like boiling chili oil. Chapter 728. The counterattack begins now. In the center of the wide bridge porthole of the White Star is a cold, blue planet. Through its thin atmosphere, the magnificent nitrogen ice glaciers are crisscrossed with canyons, and every huge impact crater on its surface is like a character in a history book of billions of years. In this direction, the star of this galaxy is just a small, cold and dim light point, a dwarf star. Here, the sun that belongs to the Earth is just one of the countless stars in the starry sky, and it is not even the brightest one. Compared to the vast and cold deep space, stars and planets are the rarest things, as precious as flowers in the desert. Against the cold background, a huge Imperial joint fleet is like a brightly lit ribbon connecting the horizons at both ends of the planet with pale blue arcs. 1,600 imposing warships stretch forward in rows and rows, like crisscrossing points and lines on a chessboard. The fleet of the Purifier Protoss is located on the other side of the planet. There are millions of huge drones scattered around its mothership, the Cybros, and the fleet, like a thin stardust flashing bright orange light. Augustus's ears were filled with the quarrels between the most famous generals in the Empire. But at this moment, his heart was calmer than ever before. Whether it was victory or defeat, it would not take long to have a result. The success or failure of a war depends only on whether you can completely defeat your enemies and make them unable to get up forever. I have said this many times. Horace Warfield was wearing the uniform of an Imperial Navy general, with no medals or ribbons on it except the Imperial Fleet logo. When Augustus first joined the army, Warfield didn't have so many white hairs on his head, but he was still far from being a frail old man. The sharp muscles in his uniform still contained infinite strength, like a figure cast in bronze. It is almost certain that when the attack begins, Amon will recall the Golden Fleet and the Zerg for defense. Then we must destroy Ayer's Zelnada portal and the warp matrix on the planet to prevent the enemy from returning for reinforcements. He continued, if we cannot occupy Ayer's orbit and strike targets from high altitude, we will have to send troops to destroy them, including the evil god's host. This is not easy, Reno said. Now Ayer is full of alien insects, and you can pee on the head of the king insect. Considering the risk of failure in sending a small-scale special forces, the number of troops to be sent will not be small. The latest intelligence also shows that in the previous operation of the Golden Fleet to recover Ayer, the Protoss has already sent many large-scale armies on the surface of the planet, and now these armies are under the command of Amon. This is exactly why we are arguing here. Born in 2470, Raynor is already 33 years old, with thick black hair. In the prime of his life, he is still so young, but he is already an indispensable figure in the Imperial Army. I have to say that in addition to the Zerg and Protoss, there will be a large number of hybrids and void shadow creations on Ayer. Raynor added, as Warfield said, we must send additional troops on the basis of the original plan. This is a lack of trust in Alpha Squadron. Edmund Duke jumped up like a goat whose tail was stepped on. The simulated gravity on the bridge seemed to have no effect on him at all. When has my Alpha Squadron ever failed? He roared. Do you look down on Alpha Squadron? Duke, I really don't understand. Renault knew that this man just lacked self-awareness, and was overconfident. What good will it do you to deceive yourself and humiliate yourself? Now everyone needs manpower. But not circus clowns. Rayner's shoulders leaned back slightly. You young man? I'll make you like a dead dog. The wrinkles on Duke's face piled up on his forehead in an instant. And he greeted Rayner's mother angrily. If you want to fight, count me in. Mirahan was eager to try. Gentlemen, be careful. Don't splash blood on my face, Stukov said. I believe Alpha Squadron can perform the assigned mission. But the energy buildings that power the warp network are scattered in 3 different areas. Counting the Zelnada portal, Alpha Squadron's troops are not enough. Warfield said, no need to argue. I have decided to send more troops. We have brought many elite legions. Just to be able to come in handy at this time. If the attack encounters difficulties, I believe the Protoss will not stand idly by. After all, they are also fighting for themselves. It has been more than 10 years since IR fell. And those warp networks and psionic matrices are still functioning normally. Matt Horner's first impression is always calm, wise, and silent. Horner is no longer the ignorant child from Teledor. To some extent, he is the symbol of the indomitable spirit of the Terran Empire Navy. I have been thinking about this question before. What should we do if the Overlord opens a wormhole to IR when we are in a difficult battle and our attack is not going well? He then said, by then, we will be attacked from both sides. Don't worry, Duke said firmly. I can be sure that it will be too late. Do you promise? The expression on Renault's face was already very wrong. I promise, Duke said. Stupid. What can you promise? Your promise is not worth mentioning. Renault spit out a bunch of dirty words in a few words, without perfect preparation. You will hand over the right to decide victory or defeat to others. When Duke was about to explode, Warfield waved his hand. The probability is not low. The main nest mind is Amon's tool for enslaving the Zerg. And they can't disobey the orders of the Creator at all. That's why Amon doesn't have to worry about controlling the Zerg like he did with Kara. In that case, even if we destroy the Zelnada portal and the warp network, we can't rest easy. When Amon realized that he was about to lose his avatar, he didn't care about the dignity of the god. We have no way to stop the Overmind from opening the wormhole. Stukov said, we can only go to war with the Zerg. But if we can force the Golden Fleet and the Zerg to return to defense at the same time, the pressure on our frontline troops, who are resisting their attack, will be greatly reduced. Although this star system is 10 parsecs away from the IR system, the fleet is in radio silence to avoid exposure. Therefore, this side has no way of knowing the latest situation on the battlefield in the Copperless sector. But even so, it is fully predictable what kind of pressure the Imperial Army is under. As the war develops to this day, humans, Protoss and Zerg have suffered endless losses in the endless war. But what they get is only a ruin. From a strategic point of view, only Amon is the only winner. Why? Mira blinked. Why don't we just blow up IR? Just like we did in Atrias. I don't think that evil god host can withstand the naval guns. Do you want to start the war with the Protoss after the war is over? Matt looked at Mira. Even if you want to blow it up, you can't decide on your own without notifying the Protoss in advance. Matt and Mira are married. This happened last year. They held their wedding in the Church of New Canaan on Teledor 9. Most of the imperial dignitaries and senior generals were present. The ceremony was even more grand than when Augustus and Kerrigan got married. Maybe we should call them Horner and Han now. Matt is right. We can't afford another war. Rayner nodded. He has a good relationship with the Protoss and is considered to be pro-Protoss. IR is the Protoss' home planet, their eternal home and holy land. Even without considering the spiritual significance, there are still a large number of Protoss Templars on this planet. Humans will not care too much about this. But the Protoss will not take action against their compatriots if they can. That being said, the Golden Fleet's numerous atrocities in the Copperless sector have caused the killing of hundreds of millions of people. And many once beautiful and prosperous worlds have been reduced to ashes. This overturned the peaceful coexistence between the Protoss and humans that Augustus had created before. Blood and hatred have been deeply planted between the two races. And I am afraid that only time can erase all this. Ordinary soldiers and civilians will not think that the controlled Golden Fleet is innocent. And any words and deeds that want to forgive the Protoss for them are just generous to others. Then tell them, Mira said, maybe I don't care what a bunch of alien thugs think. They can blow up Shakuras. Why can't they blow up Ire? Duke also snorted coldly. He was the one who hated the Protoss and Zerg the most among these people. He could not tolerate it at all. It's better to have a few more Protoss dead than a few more people dead. Didn't our people bleed? Didn't our people die unjustly? If you want to blame someone, blame their gods. The Emperor has discussed this issue with Artanis, the senior executive of Durham. But no matter what, destroying Ire is our last resort. Warfield said, of course. I don't care about the Protoss. In fact, it may be difficult for us to destroy Ire like destroying Atrias with our own strength. Last time, we used the Moser Doomsday device to detonate the high-energy gas in the core of Atrias. But this time it may not work. Otherwise, I don't think Emperor Augustus would ask the Protoss for their opinions. What a man, Mira said. I almost fell in love with our Emperor. Thank God. I couldn't ask for more. Matt didn't even blink. At this moment, only the seemingly heartless Mira was happy. As the Empire's territory continued to fall, both they and the soldiers under them were angry. Which was why Duke and Raynor were so irritable. Sorry, Matthew. You are still the most important man in my heart. Thank God. I'm so happy. Matt's mouth moved, but he didn't smile. Is there any movement on Earth? Duke's eyebrows moved, and he looked at Stukov, who was a little surprised. I thought they would send a fleet. I mean, we may get support from Earth. When he said this, Duke's tone was full of sarcasm. This old guy is actually more anxious than anyone else now. And he can't wait to drive the advanced NORAD 3 into the face of the Dark God Amon. But Augustus still ordered to wait for the Hanley Protoss fleet and the Tal'Darim Death Fleet. In this situation, the impatient Duke almost went crazy. But he didn't care so much about the casualties of the frontline soldiers. He was afraid that Amon would escape. His brain circuit was still as novel as ever. Speaking of the Death Fleet, at this time, with the help of Artanis, the first Ascendant Alarak had defeated the former High Lord Marash and reached the top of the Ascendant chain. Judging from the news said by Alarak, it can be said that he won the victory with his own strength. This statement is actually tenable from the perspective of the Tal'Darim, because slaves are not considered human beings after all. At the same time, there is no need to worry about the Tal'Darim in the Death Fleet who are still loyal to Amon telling their gods, because their new High Lords probably didn't tell them where their fleet is heading and who their target is. No one could have guessed this bold plan to raid Ire. Stukov spread his hands. You ask me? I don't know either. I don't think there is any need to worry. They won't come, he said, although the end of the world has come. Since the homeland has not been attacked, other colonies will definitely take the opportunity to rebel. I am afraid that the people on Earth are now in a state of panic. Well, at least I will wait here patiently. Renault sighed. Do you know if the people on Earth drink tea? In the era of interstellar colonization, it is too common for branch civilizations to break away from the culture of the parent civilization and become independent. This is due to human nature and the impact of different environments on people. After the first few generations of immigrants, the connection between the people of the new colony and the native land will gradually weaken. This is common in the history of Earth's colonization. Stukov has never been able to integrate into the various factions of the Terran Empire army because he is an Earthling. Where are the proud Earthlings? Duke said. Oh, they are a bunch of cowards. Whatever you say. Stukov said, I am still proud of coming from that faraway place. At this time, Augustus, who had been standing in front of the porthole, turned back and looked back and forth at his capable men. Do you have any ideas? Before Raynor and the others could say anything, news came that the Spear of Aden and the Death Fleet had arrived. So now only the Hanley Protoss had not arrived. The outcome of the Raksha ritual has been decided. And I am the High Lord. As soon as he arrived at the bridge of the White Star, the current High Lord of the Tal'Darim said arrogantly, Well done, Augustus said. Hearing this, Alarak's eyes turned red, and psychic steam rushed from his forehead. If Augustus said you are awesome, he would probably be Raksha right where he is. Coaxing a child? This human is particularly annoying. Artanis, even if we can't wait for Cyrodiil, I'm afraid we have to launch an attack immediately. The Golden Fleet is slaughtering our people and troops. Augustus looked at Artanis, who was walking over, and said, You are always sentimental, and any weak emotions are just a burden. Alarak snorted coldly and said nothing more. But no matter what, I think the Golden Fleet will not be able to make it in time even if it returns immediately. Amon! You will suffer the consequences. Chapter 729 Marching into Ire. Cyrodiil, my old friend. You were always nowhere to be seen when we needed you. In the command tower on the bridge of the White Star, Augustus pondered in his heart, with a worried expression on his face. Taking into account the time it took for the coalition to integrate its forces, determine the command and the order of attack, the huge fleet had been delayed here for several days, but still could not wait for Cyrodiil's Ahanli Protoss fleet. According to the agreement, the Ahanli should have come long ago, and there must be a strong enemy or other unexpected changes that delayed their journey. Time is long and the universe is vast, even for a fleet equipped with a next-generation warp engine. Such a situation is inevitable. Having said that, this still casts a shadow on the plan to march into Ire. At present, the coalition fleet has begun to fold towards Ire, uniting all forces and launching a general attack. On the holographic screen in front of the command desk, the magnificent human and Protoss fleets are following the flagship to take off, and the edges of the acceleration force fields around the warships are like burning blue flames, which are extremely gorgeous and spectacular. All along, Cyrodiil and his Dark Templars have followed their unknown code of conduct. Renault lit a cigarette and leaned against the console with wolf-pattern relief. They must have been delayed on the way. Otherwise they would never have missed the appointment. People who are familiar with Cyrodiil know that if he suddenly loses contact outside, there is no need to make a fuss. It is just that the critical moment, when the Dark Archon needs to show up, has not yet arrived. Renault exhaled a puff of smoke and seemed much more relaxed. They argued for a long time just now. Some people suspected that the Ahanli Protoss was late because they defected to Amon. There's an old saying among Earthlings, if you live long enough, you will see everything. I actually heard a Tal'Darim righteously accuse his allies of being disloyal and double-dealing. After reaching an agreement on the battle plan to march into Ire, the leaders and generals of the Protoss and the Empire have left and returned to their fleets to deploy troops. There is no one here except Imperial Marshal Jim Raynor, Matt Horner, and several officers and staff members serving in the Supreme Command's General Staff. Although they are all new faces, they are already excellent soldiers who have been tempered through many wars. At the combat meeting just now, the delay in waiting for the Ahanli Protoss fleet naturally aroused dissatisfaction among many people, especially Duke and Alarak. Duke thought that the arrival of Ahanli was purely a nuisance, which was also a good thing, so that he could show his bravery as the Lion of the Empire. The new high-level Lord Alarak accused Augustus of wasting time. He was eager to achieve revenge on the lies of the Dark God, and he also lacked trust in the newly joined ally Ahanli Protoss. Duke was very happy to hear that someone was trying to please him. When he saw that it was Alarak, the high-ranking lord of the Tal'Darim, he held back the words great minds think alike. I don't like to talk about my allies behind their backs. In my opinion, this statement is really untenable. Matt always wore his military uniform meticulously, even when he was dating Mira. It was obvious that he was very reluctant to do this. If Ahanli really betrayed us, then when the Imperial Combined Fleet was waiting in this galaxy, it would not be Artanis and Alarak's people who came before, but the Ire Zerg. He stood in front of a large tactical hologram. Artanis and his men also brought new news. The Golden Fleet and the Zerg are still wreaking havoc in the Copperloo sector. All evidence shows that Amon knew nothing about our raid. I'm not too worried about that. Augustus leaned on the other side of the console. After all, Augustus could not ignore the possibility that his allies would turn against him before the battle. But he would only be suspicious before the battle, which would only disrupt his own position. Augustus's attempt to win over the Ahanli Protoss to join the coalition was a result of careful consideration, and he would not easily doubt his own judgment. At the same time, the Ahanli Protoss has Cyrodiil's guarantee, so there is reason to trust them. Tal'Darim don't trust everyone, and Duke doesn't trust all aliens, so it's reasonable to have such doubts. Based on Augustus's understanding of the Ahanli's position on the war, he doesn't think they will stand on Amon's side. After all, Amon never concealed his slaughter of gods in Anna, the resting place of the gods. It seems that he thought this could crush the morale of the Protoss and make them feel desperate. The extreme worship of the Ahanli Protoss for the Xel'Naga is even higher than that of other relatives. The tragic scene in Anna naturally makes them hate Amon, the god killer. Now, even the reason why Ahanli had been searching for the Xel'Naga for thousands of years in vain has been explained. Amon now tells them that he is the Xel'Naga who came to Ire in the first place. Your religious worship now is all due to his self-proclaimed self-promotion of being the creator. The Xel'Naga and Ulnari have never been to Ire, and Ahanli will only think that he is a blasphemous fraud. At this point, under the influence of Cyrodiil, A Hanley Protoss still believe that there is another Xel'Naga imprisoned by Amon in the void. And that is the creator they have been pursuing for generations. Compared to the threat of the end of the world, the Hanley care more about how to save their gods, which is enough for them to devote themselves to this pilgrimage expedition regardless of sacrifice. Although the Hanley Protoss were very dissatisfied with the human colonists, who suddenly appeared in their former Empire world, they still helped under Zeratil's insistence. More than one Imperial territory and fleet reported that they had received support from the Hanley pilgrimage fleet. The number of Imperial citizens who survived due to the rescue was more than 1 million. And the materials saved were unimaginable. If the Hanley Protoss was just trying to gain the trust of the Terran Empire, their acting skills were too good. A worried look appeared on Augustus' face again. Compared to that, I am more worried about Zeratil's safety. The magical Zeratil always turns danger into safety. But not every time. Renault lit another cigarette. In my opinion, you don't need to worry so much. Do you think we can win? Augustus looked at Renault, and then at Matt Horner on the other side. Matt was silent. In his impression, the Emperor would never ask such questions that reveal his weakness. The Emperor would only motivate his subordinates in this way. We have no other way to go except victory. Of course, we will win. My father taught me that everything depends on human effort. Renault took out a bottle of aged number 8 whiskey from somewhere like a magic trick. I also think that if it really doesn't work, we can only accept our fate. Drink some. There is no harm in drinking. Have a drink? Tell your wife that. Augustus took the bottle and said noncommittally, this whiskey produced in Tarsonis was widely loved by soldiers in the Guild War. But Arcturus Minsk once publicly commented that this whiskey was an inferior wine that should be thrown into the garbage. Rainer and Honig Hank both liked this wine very much. And even the safe code was the name of whiskey number 8. The imperial generals who came from the old aristocracy never drank this kind of wine, as if it would make them inferior. Augustus is a whiskey fanatic, and he is a very nostalgic person. When Augustus drank a lot, he found that Matt was still standing there nervously, and he couldn't help laughing. People thought that the wise and powerful Emperor Augustus was a god who could predict everything and was omnipotent. But only the Emperor himself knew that Augustus, who always won battles, would also lose, and things could not always go as he expected. After all, they were no longer young. When their second daughter Charlotte was born, Augustus's view of the world had changed dramatically. Augustus was more afraid of failure than ever before. After all, he was no longer a man with nothing to lose. Matt, do you think we can win? Augustus sighed. No matter what the result is, we will fight for His Majesty and the Empire until the last moment. Matt's words were indeed sincere. Augustus suddenly laughed, thinking that it was ridiculous and stupid that he needed to gain confidence from the words of the two of them. At the same time, he felt that he had made all the preparations, and no matter how hard he thought, he could not think of any omissions. So he might as well sleep on it. So, Augustus patted his butt and left the two of them to go back to sleep. He took Renault's wine without any monarchical manners and ran away. As soon as Augustus returned to his cabin on the White Star, the fatigue from more than 20 hours of sleepless nights came over him, and he fell asleep. This cabin specially prepared for the Emperor was not luxurious at all. Although Arcturus insisted that the royal family must be distinguished from the common people, Augustus did not care, until Renault's adjutant informed Augustus that the fleet had arrived at the destination. He did not know how long he slept. At this moment, the White Star has arrived at the IR system, between the third and fourth planets in the system. 2 AUs to the port side of the White Star. The Empire's 7th Fleet, 2nd Fleet, led by the flagship Gorgon Steel Will, is arriving. All of a sudden, warships appeared on the radar scan map one after another, including battlecruisers, cruisers, frigates, destroyers, troop transports, supply ships, medical ships, and scientific ships equipped with high-precision detection matrices. When these huge warships and spacecraft entered the jump space at the same time, the scene was much more spectacular than the amazing numbers on paper. The 7th Fleet was only one of the Imperial combined fleets. Countless warships entered the warp state at the same time, and the resulting space-time vortices were as numerous as the whirlpools in the sea. The Imperial soldiers in each cabin of the White Star took action. The cabins were full of Imperial soldiers and technicians, and the officers shouted to deploy personnel and asked them to perform their duties. Such a scene was played out on each warship of the Imperial fleet. Even some inexperienced and psychologically deficient people bumped into the bulkhead before the battle. The revolutionary army of the past has withdrawn, from the stage of history. Many of them did not fall under the guns of the Federation Army, but died at the hands of the Protoss and the Zerg. The current Imperial Army is mostly composed of young soldiers of the new generation, who have spent more than 10 years of their adulthood under the rule of the Empire. The protracted war has caused the Empire to lose elite troops and experienced veterans. In addition to the ever-expanding fleet size, it has to send new recruits who have just completed training to the battlefield. When these soldiers learned that they were transferred from the Empire that was under attack, they were still dissatisfied. In fact, they were just stepping from one purgatory to another at this time, not to mention the young soldiers. Even the veterans, who were full of fighting spirit, were shrouded in the depressing atmosphere before the war. Many people in the warships could not figure out what was happening outside the bulkheads until the end of the war, and they could not even see an enemy. But that did not mean that their work was not important. According to the combat deployment, Artanis' Daram Protoss fleet and Alarak's Taldaram Death fleet served as the vanguard of the attack on Aiur. The latter was willing to be the vanguard partly out of revenge against Amon, and partly because he was unwilling to leave his back to others. When Augustus arrived at the White Star Command flagship, there were no reports of the various Imperial fleets engaging in firefights with the enemy. On the main screen, Aiur today is very different from more than a decade ago. She used to be a planet with beautiful luster and a paradise for life. But now she is a spot on the star map with a bright red glow in the center. The void has corrupted this planet so deeply that the once lush land is now covered with void fragments that soar into the sky. And only the empty, charred skeletons of buildings can be distinguished from the appearance of the once glorious cities. This is a ravaged land. When the enemies on Aiur noticed the sudden appearance of a large fleet, the situation quickly changed. It can be expected that the hybrids, or brain worms, that rule Aiur's Zerg are not slow to react. They immediately mobilized the Zerg fleet to intercept Artanis and Alarak's fleet before it approached Aiur, including a considerable number of corrupted Protoss warships. The Ale swarm seemed like interstellar dust, and the vast space was filled with frozen worm corpses and fragments of warships. The first fleet of the Terran Empire to be attacked was the Second Fleet, whose commander was Vice Admiral Alexander Davidov. He immediately ordered the huge battlecruisers to form a tight half-moon formation and fire their broadsides. The incoming swarm crashed into a large forest of indestructible warships and was immediately shattered. Under the cover of the warships, the Hercules transport ship loaded with soldiers and land combat mechas quickly moved towards Aiur, preparing to land from orbit and destroy the warp matrix on its surface. Everything was played out in real life. Charge forward, one after another. It turns out that those soldiers in the game, who can be abandoned at will just for the sake of winning, are also living people with joys and sorrows. In this way, it is inevitable to hesitate when making the decision to send them to death. Chapter 730 Fallen Arc. The 12 squadrons of the Imperial Combined Fleet advanced towards Aiur in dense battle formations above the ecliptic plane. With a grand and spectacular scale, the tactic of concentrating the deployment of main battleships to avoid the dispersion of forces and being defeated one by one is still applicable from the age of ocean sail to the space age. Each squadron in the combined fleet has several full or nearly full naval squadrons under its command, with more than 100 main battleships. And the commanders are all famous generals of the time such as Horace Warfield, Matt Horner, and Alexei Stukov. On the holographic three-dimensional display screen in front of Augustus, the enemy logo in the direction of Aiur almost covered half of the screen, and the blue triangle cursor representing the power of the Protoss pierced into it like an arrow. The multiple green light spots formed by the Imperial fleet followed closely behind, and the red light spots appeared from all directions, like red clouds, and approached quickly, and then were eliminated or swallowed by the green blocks. The large section of digital announcements and special symbols on the display screen showed a series of data such as distance measurement lines, contact angles, and predicted trajectories of enemy Leviathan plasmid projectiles. And this was the result of simplification by supercomputers. Otherwise, no one could process so much information at the same time. His flagship, the White Star, was at the forefront of the fleet's attack formation. On the left and right were the August Grad-class Royal Princess and Overlord, respectively. So far, less than 20 ships of this class have been built. From the sides of these two ships, the huge fleet of warships continued to extend to both sides, like a bow being bent. The flickering flashes of the firepower of the rows of gun groups were clearly visible, forming an orange-red sea of fire. Outside the porthole in front of him was a scene of a sea of blood and corpses. A large number of Zerg corpses floated in the deep air, and were torn into pieces by the impact of the warships, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, flying around like ice thrown on the road. Muscles, connective tissue, exoskeletons, and insect eyes fell like hail. The dense ATX laser barrage spread out like a net in the White Star's path, crushing all the alien insects caught in the net. The acrid secretions and gas in their stomachs made them burn for a short time, and then they went out in the blink of an eye. Augusta seemed to be able to imagine the sound made by those huge alien insect-flying creatures when they were shattered by the ship's guns. It should be no different from squeezing a juicy stink bug to death. At this time, they were about 200,000 miles away from Ayr, the center of the screen. But this was not a distance for the fleet. Imagine this ship as a vulture car, and it was just a few steps on the accelerator. Ayr was getting closer and closer. It used to be just a red and white dot, but now her huge shadow with a gloomy death had occupied a large area above the porthole, like a grotesque ghost eye. This was not the Ayr in Augustus' memory at all. The void had corrupted her for a long time. From here, Ayr can already see the continental plates looming beneath the atmosphere. It used to be a green and fertile land, but now it looks like dried bones. Rotten, corrupt and barren. Red gas emerges from the cracks, savagely changing the environment of the planet's surface. If someone says that it is not Ayr, but another planet, Augustus can't find any rebuttal. Your Majesty, the Tal'Darim have cleared a landing zone on Ayr's satellite Sherrick. Matt entered the command channel at this time. We can build a command center and supply station in the mining area to use as a forward base and a fortress to resist the attack of the Golden Fleet. Sherrick, the moon of Ayr, has a diameter of about 2,174 miles, which means that it is almost the same as the only moon of the third planet in the solar system. In the ancient religious beliefs of the Protoss, the sun and the moon also play a very important role. From a mathematical point of view, Sherrick is almost a perfect sphere, symbolizing purity, perfection and order. However, the current Sherrick is a symbol of corruption and disease, with gray-brown creeping fungus carpets all over it, giant organ-like Zerg buildings growing vigorously on the mountain walls and plains, and hundreds of millions of Zerg digging and moving in the sparse underground soil. A model of efficient killing, Augustus commented as he looked at the landing point Matt was talking about on the screen. The Tal'Darim Protoss, the representative of the realists and pragmatists among the Protoss factions. They have used destruction rays and heat guns to clear all the large main nests of Sherrick, and nonchalantly raise those giant craters that were once endowed with religious allegory. Humans still can't match this extermination efficiency. Let's do it. Augustus was silent for a moment, then said, build a star-based weapon station. Deploy all orbital weapons and space mines. And it would be best if they can't move a step. Now is the time to clear the inventory. Matt, no need to be stingy, Renault added. A detachment of fleets then sailed toward Sherrick. The huge starship seemed extremely grand before it left, but it could not escape the law of near big and far small. It gradually turned into a group of small black dots and disappeared in the shadow of Sherrick's backlit surface. At the same time, the distance between the fleet and Sherrick and even Ayr was rapidly closing. Like a horrific car accident or a horrific shipwreck, the battlefield leading to Ayr was filled with huge insect corpses and the wreckage of Protoss warships. Bloody corpses and broken hull support wreckage were scattered everywhere, and the scene was horrifying and terrifying. These wreckages were even of different ages, from the large-scale battles that broke out in Ayr over the past decade. Each warship and each behemoth represented an epoch in the interstellar space. Emperor Augustus, we have cleared the path to Ayr. The image of Artanis then appeared on the main screen, with the spear of Adon on his body, a magnificent bridge that seemed to connect to the stars, and hundreds of Phoenix fighters flying through the pale blue energy dome, casting shadows that moved like broken leaves. I don't know what you would do without me. High Lord Alarak appeared from the other side of the screen, Augustus Mengsk. Don't forget who is the one who did the most work. Augustus nodded and motioned Artanis to continue. The Ale Swarm is trying to regain control of the high-altitude orbit, but they have missed the best opportunity. Artanis continued. As he spoke, Augustus could clearly feel from Artanis' slightly trembling figure that the spear of Adon was suffering. To shake this unparalleled super-arc, the power required was probably unimaginable. Activate the spear of Adon's assault cluster and destruction cluster. While giving orders, the Protoss high-ranking executor said to Augustus, the Zerg here are the craziest of all the species we have seen. Rather than using their lives to stop us from moving forward, It is better to say that their mission is to march towards death passionately in the Song of Sorrow. The worst worm is always the next one, Raynor said. Death is the gift of the Dark God. Alarak said with a mocking tone. How kind and generous Amon is. They are stalling for time. Augustus paced in front of the main screen for a few steps and turned back. Where is the location of the evil god host? It has been confirmed once again that it is the place where the Overmind once descended on Ire. Above the Xel'Naga temple. Matt said, now it is filled with void storm surges that rise and fall like tides. And the energy level index on the sensor is frighteningly high. You may not be happy to hear this. But even our most powerful orbital weapons may not be able to penetrate this natural energy barrier and kill the evil god host. Is this the original temple? Raynor asked, looking at the screen. In the surging void energy, a majestic temple can be seen standing in it, with spires and walls flashing with halos that stretch as far as the eye can see. In that strange picture, it seems that countless bizarre void creatures are winding. Behind the endless temples, shrines and altars is the evil giant body of evil god. A twisted monster mixed with the flesh and blood of countless stars and alien insects. From a human perspective, it may not be extremely terrifying. But if the flesh and blood of the stars are replaced by humans, it may not be the case. If Amon hadn't become a Xel'Naga, he might have been a good architect and artist. Augustus shook his head with a sigh. Xel'Naga emphasized that the successor must have a pure spirit and a pure essence, but did not realize whether the successor's mind could truly withstand the huge transformation and contrast from man to god. The ancient Xel'Naga were as faithful ascetics to their duty of guarding the reincarnation of the universe. But the new successors might not be able to do so. He continued, hasn't the original Xel'Naga temple been destroyed by the twilight energy along with the corpse of the master? I'm afraid we just mistakenly thought it was destroyed. The void eye born from the psychic storm confused our vision. Artanis denied. Whether the void eye that devoured the Xel'Naga temple and the overlord's body was from Amon's handiwork, or the butterfly effect caused by Augustus using twilight energy to kill the overlord. Before Kerrigan failed to become the Queen of Blades, the plot was still under the control of Augustus. After the Battle of the Brood, it began to rush in an unpredictable direction. Come to think of it, if this hadn't happened, Augustus would have sent someone to burn the Overmind's body in the future to prevent Amon from using it to resurrect. Cremated at least 3 times. How can we destroy Amon's incarnation? Alarak didn't understand what they were talking about. But he didn't care. I can't wait to crush its heart with my own hands. These void fragments. Mac came online again, similar to those that appeared in August Grad, but stronger. Amon's avatar is absorbing the energy of the void fragments at an extremely alarming rate. In this case, even our strongest military weapons can't hurt the evil god's host. That means our weapons are not strong enough. Raynor looked at Artanis. But the other party also said that he was powerless. I don't like things that can't be attacked, Augustus said. We can only destroy these void fragments first, and then concentrate our firepower to destroy them. Artanis said. Your Majesty, this will take a long time. Our warships must deal with the attack from the Zerg and cannot carry out orbital bombardment. Matt looked at his watch. The sensor shows that new Zerg troops are still arriving. A large number of corrosive spores are coming. The shield is ineffective, and the ship is shaking. We were hit. There was a cry of surprise from behind Matt. The warship under his feet was shaking, but his expression remained unchanged. It can be predicted that the Zerg's offensive will not slow down at all before it is completely wiped out. Before that, the fleet will not be able to provide sufficient fire support. Send troops to remove these void fragments, Augustus ordered quickly. Artanis, have the Xel'Naga portal and the warp matrix been destroyed? We destroyed the Xel'Naga portal and 2 of the psychic matrix buildings that maintain the warp matrix from orbit. Artanis replied, they are located in the Executor's Fortress and the Ancient Temple. The last one is located in the Xel'Naga Grotto, underground. I have sent a brave and skilled Templar army to destroy it. The final moment has come. For the glory of the Protoss, don't let anything go wrong. If another Golden Fleet comes, we will have to lose many people. Raynor's face was clearly sad. Destroy the void fragments and the warp matrix buildings at the same time. Augustus looked at Artanis and said, enemy ships are detected jumping in. At this moment, an alarm sounded. The picture on the main screen of the White Star flashed, and a huge warship with amazing momentum was jumping in. The torn warp force field was extremely spectacular, and countless blue-black Protoss fighters were roaring out. So fast. Augustus was surprised. thinking that the Golden Fleet had arrived. With this support speed, Ire would never have fallen. Be careful. It's a big guy. Raynor also widened his eyes. How is it possible? Artani's calm demeanor suddenly collapsed. It's the Ark Odalis's pride. Even she fell into Amon's hands? It was a Salvation Ark that had fallen into darkness. The traces of void corruption were all over the magnificent hull of the past. The huge clusters of void energy crystals extended like swords, shining with cold ice blue light. I remember that it was the arbitrators defeated by Tassadar who drove them away. Since they still have Kara, it is only a matter of time before they are controlled by Amon. Reno said, these arbitrators should stop bothering the old man. Kill her. Augustus said, do it. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 731 Copper Le Grand Stage. Come if you have the courage. The pride of Odalis, the Ark of Salvation that has been confirmed to have fallen into Amon's hands, brought with it a large fleet of the Protoss Empire. And once it appeared, it launched an attack in an almost crazy manner. Although it has disappeared for many years, the reorganized Supreme Council and its steadfast followers chose to return again at this time. And their strength should not be underestimated. After the civil war in the Protoss Empire, the division was inevitable. After all, Tassadar could not bear to kill his compatriots, and finally parted ways with the Supreme Council that was almost disintegrated. These are two forces that represent tradition and change. The Supreme Council took away 1/5 to 1/4 of the former Ire population, which is a very large number for the increasingly declining Protoss. In the current Supreme Council fleet, the number of arbiters is particularly large. This slow-moving support warship is the exclusive vehicle of the Arbitrator class, and is imbued with the powerful psychic power of the Apostles of Kala. The Arbiters are equipped with powerful space-time weapons that are enough to turn the tide of the war. After losing the support of the Templar class led by Tassadar, more and more Arbiters joined the battlefield. The elite guards and powerful psionic warriors loyal to the Council maintained the remaining glory of the Protoss Empire, since the number of Templars under their command was much less than before. The Supreme Council had to use more unmanned machines to fight. Ironically, under the rule of the Supreme Council, the Kalai class has invisibly made up for the power vacuum caused by the absence of the Templar class, and its status has actually been greatly improved. On the contrary, Tassadar's efforts to abolish the class system met with great resistance from the Dallin Protoss, who were mainly composed of Templars and Kalai. The strength of the Supreme Council fleet was indeed somewhat beyond the expectations of the Imperial Emperor, and he immediately mobilized the fleets of Mirahan and Alexei Stukov to meet the attack. At the same time, the Purifier fleet deployed around Ire to deal with the attacks of the Zerg, and the Golden Fleet also sent a fleet to support. Led by the flagship Pride of Odalis, a large number of people gathered under the command of the Supreme Council and fought out of the emerging space-time rifts. From the perspective of the Imperial fleet, this fleet was coming from the direction of the sun, almost bathed in golden flames. The Pride of Odalis is a sister ship of the same level as the Spear of Adon. Its design and completion can be regarded as a masterpiece of the Kalai engineering industry in that glorious era, making the most powerful Imperial warships pale in comparison. Just like the Protoss Empire in the Universal Era, huge and invincible. That was an era of extremely prosperous technology and thought. The Protoss Empire only built 3 arcs not because they could only build 3, which was by no means an exaggeration. Myra's Raider fleet was the first to contact the Supreme Council fleet. This fleet was known for its swift and wild attack methods, and most of its soldiers came from the Port of the Dead. Before the battle, there was no communication between the two sides. Once the enemy ships entered the range, they immediately opened fire. In an instant, the area was filled with countless death rays, gorgeous and terrifying. Begin the cockpit settings and adjustments before the battle. On the flight deck of the Gorgon-class battlecruiser Annihilation Messenger, Captain Wes Carter was doing the final adjustments in his car, waiting for the order to take off. This is a Deimos Viking fighter. As the name suggests, Deimos is the god of fear, the embodiment of fear. The Deimos Viking is stronger than the ordinary Viking, and is one of its derivative models. Since it was put into service, Weiss has been driving this fighter to bring endless fear to the enemies of the Empire. Looking left and right through the cockpit, the Viking fighters on the acceleration ramp are flashing a blade-like black luster under the light of the signal lights. And the Lancer Flying Thunder mounted on them is fiercely reminding people that this is a real war machine. Weiss couldn't help but think that many of the pilots of the Viking fighters were new faces. He had seen them before, and some of them even had the face of a child. As the war dragged on, personnel transfers became more and more frequent, and there was always a shortage of excellent and experienced fighter pilots. First it was the Zerg, then the Protoss, and now it's the Void creatures. Today, some people still believe that the Earth is the center of the universe and humans are the masters of the universe. How arrogant and ignorant. With the roar of engines and the whistling of tearing air, several Viking fighters took off one after another until Weiss's fighter flew into the sky. As soon as he left the Annihilation Messenger, Weiss saw a magnificent scene. The side of the mothership stretched out like a broken cliff, until it went farther and farther. The Annihilation Messenger was a brand new Gorgon battlecruiser. Bigger, stronger, and better. Only at this time could Weiss intuitively feel the hugeness of the Imperial fleet. Every place that his eyes could reach outside the radar scan map had Imperial warships, connected together like a pearl necklace scattered in the wind. Thousands of fighter planes are continuously leaving the mothership, and their upright postures remind people of the unyielding war eagles. In addition to the Vikings, there are also a large number of Griffins, Valkyries, Ice Dragons, and Wraith fighters. Although most of the equipment of the old era has been eliminated, some models that are widely praised in the army are still preserved to this day, and they are equipped with new weapons, armor, shields, and electronic equipment to meet more severe battlefield needs. Direction confirmed. Wes drove the fighter plane quickly away from his own fleet, and several friendly fighter planes followed closely behind. Just in front of them, a larger fleet was approaching quickly. Those golden blue warships and light fighters were as gorgeous and exquisite as ever. Protoss. Although those guys who think they are superior are extremely difficult to deal with, always with an unbearable sense of superiority. They are much kinder and more friendly than the Zerg. The key to making friends with the Protoss is whether you can gain their respect and attention, which is much more difficult than killing 1,000 dragons. When the Empire and the Darem Protoss just established military exchanges, Weiss had dealt with those Protoss fighter pilots. At that time, he had just returned from a training course at Tarsoni's air base and felt like a Superman who could do anything. At that time, the Zerg had been repelled and the long-awaited peace had finally arrived. It was a good time. Weiss had considered the possibility of fighting the Protoss, but never thought it would happen so soon. After all, their relationship with Darem seemed unbreakable. Unexpectedly, the two sides still went to war. A huge shadow entered Weiss's field of vision at this time, and the Annihilation Messenger seemed insignificant compared to it. No human warship can compare to it in terms of beauty, elegance, or armament and firepower. Or, it can only be the product of an extremely powerful interstellar empire reaching its peak, and its ambitions expanding to the peak. Target found. Wes scanned the numbers on the head-up display and realized that this thing was really amazing. It occupies the entire radar scan map. It is undoubtedly the pride of Odalise. From the slender bow to the graceful and wide rear deck, the giant ship was shrouded in a beautiful aura, like a star on the celestial sphere moving along its fixed trajectory. Now the pride of Odalise has fallen into darkness, as if the beautiful ship made of gold and blue crystals is covered with traces of deep blue crystals of void corruption. But this does not conceal her beauty and elegance at all. Like a city with dim lights, the countless crystals dotted on the pride of Odalise flicker little by little, which is extremely spectacular against the dark background of the universe. If he was not in a war, Weiss might really think this is beautiful. Weiss knew that he was no bigger than any point of light on the pride of Odalise. The pride of Odalise is so beautiful and powerful that it is difficult to even raise the will to resist in front of her. Compared with it, even the Gorgon seemed small and broken. On the human side, I am afraid that only the Zelnaga world ship can compete with it. Found a group of Phoenix fighters. 10 o'clock direction. Directly above the relative position. Under attack. I can't stand it. A large group of Protoss fighters are coming from the direction of the pride of Odalise. These proud phoenixes have smooth body curves, and the huge and burning tail flames really look like blue wings. The Darem Protoss only started to equip Phoenix fighters in large numbers after the Battle of the Brood. I don't know where the Supreme Council got them from. The maneuverability of the Phoenix fighter is far superior to most human models. It is no exaggeration to say that if you are targeted by them, whether in the atmosphere or in outer space, you will definitely die. Radar lock. Use violent missiles to attack the target. The speed of both sides is very fast. Weiss just put a Phoenix fighter that is heading straight towards him into the aiming circle, and his wingman, another Viking fighter on the left, approached the fighter in a tacit understanding and launched a pincer maneuver. But the opponent was too fast, and it disappeared from sight in an instant under the sudden acceleration of the secondary thrusters. Most of the time, Phoenix is far beyond the visual range and will not let you catch it easily. You can only use missiles to deal with these extremely fast guys. 2 missiles weighing hundreds of pounds were launched from the cabin, and the intersecting missile trajectories quickly disappeared beyond the visual range. The locked Phoenix fighter immediately rolled over to make an evasive maneuver, leaving the missile far behind. A series of explosions flashed in the distance. Due to the long distance, Weiss could not tell whether it was a missile or a fighter. The target is lost. One of the 2 wingmen behind Weiss, a Viking fighter, was reporting, but suddenly shouted, "They are on top! Evade! Evade!" 3 Phoenix fighters suddenly appeared behind Weiss, chasing him relentlessly, with an outrageous speed, extraordinary dexterity, and extraordinary maneuverability. These Phoenixes can turn around with incredible flexibility and quickly approach their enemies, launching attacks like flashpoints. The author of the Viking fighter's operating manual is strict, as if he requires his pilots to be Supermen. But more often than not, the Protoss is the real Superman. The top fighters have always dominated the sky with faster reactions and more agile thinking. A Viking was hit, and 2 blue ion energy beams passed through its open wings and shattered it immediately. The pilot of the fighter may have fainted, or died in an instant, without a sound. For a moment, a young, vigorous face flashed before Weiss's eyes. For Viking pilots, death is nothing more than a common occurrence. Weiss and the remaining Viking fighter immediately sped away separately, and the 3 Phoenix fighters, following closely behind, had to chase separately. When Weiss noticed that there was only 1 Phoenix chasing him, he vowed to make the other party regret his contempt. The Phoenix was still in pursuit, but the powerful thrust of the Deimos Vikings thrusters kept it from being so helpless. The speed of the 2 fighters continued to rise, which would have been enough to disintegrate them in an instant in the atmosphere. Only after fighting these Phoenix fighters did you know how difficult they were to deal with. And Weiss knew it well. Weiss has been a Viking pilot for several years, but these Protoss fighter pilots may have had 100 or 200 years of flying experience before they flew Phoenix fighters. But it will be easier to deal with them now, because the anger in Kara will affect the judgment of these pilots. Fortunately, they are already half crazy. In a very short time, Weiss kept climbing or diving. The universe is not a plane. To be precise, there is no concept of ground and sky here, which requires higher requirements for fighter pilots. But at the same time, a true ace pilot can imagine his position at will, and deal with the enemy at any angle and in any way. The enemy plane was always following him, and one mistake could be fatal. But Weiss was the winner. He kept turning and making high-speed maneuvers, and guessed that the enemy was actually crazy. At a certain moment, the Phoenix fighter rushed out from under his fighter and immediately opened up a distance of thousands of yards. Weiss adjusted the nose and angle of the plane, imagined that he was diving down, locked the Phoenix fighter, selected 6 missiles, and fired them all. This time, the attack finally worked. Weiss heard a silent scream, and he didn't know whether he was calling for Cass or Aiden, or praying to the gods to forgive his sins. He flew over the 2 balls of fire created by the enemy plane, secretly calculating that this was the 3rd Phoenix he shot down. Of all the enemies, the most difficult one to deal with should be the Devourer, and that monster is still fresh in Weiss's memory today. Unknowingly, he was very close to the pride of Odalise. At the same time, Weiss was surprised to find that another huge monster had also appeared, which was the Ark ship Spear of Adin. A magnificent spectacle suddenly appeared in front of Weiss. 2 incomparable Protoss arcs were bombarding each other. There were countless flashing lights in the 2 directions of equal strength, which were countless human and Protoss warships. Chapter 732, You Can Always Trust Cyrodiil. Between humans, Protoss and Zerg, countless warships are firing at the same time, and countless soldiers are dying at the same time. The fire outside the Imperial flagship White Star is shining, and the terrifying red light reflects the majestic golden wolf statue in the bridge, which further highlights their huge eyes inlaid with vermilion gems. These huge eyes are shining with bright red light, staring at everyone present, as if they can penetrate their hearts. Emperor Augustus stood in front of a row of portholes, and the expression on his face was still so firm and strong, as if he was wearing a bronze mask. Behind him, the holographic icons composed of parabolas, straight lines and numbers clearly depicted a war of unprecedented scale. His flagship was passing between 2 Zerg Leviathans, and the laser guns on both sides kept rotating and firing, smashing hundreds of dragons into pieces. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and countless limbs, insect eyes, and dragon-like membrane wings were scattered in the cold space. The Zerg here might be 100 times more than those in Char. So many that they could drown out the lights of thousands of friendly ships. The stacked flying Zerg creatures were like a vast ocean, coming in waves. And only the plasma beams focused by the Yamato cannon suddenly appeared in the vast ocean of Zerg. Amon let his anger drive the Zerg. When the White Star cut a bloody path in the vast ocean of Zerg, a large number of Protoss warships and fighters rushed towards her with great momentum. And their fearless and crazy posture was no less than that of the Zerg. Earlier, the shield force field raised by the White Star was crawling with bloodthirsty and ferocious Zerg. And now it was overwhelmed by the attacks of these Protoss ships. The violent vibrations caused by the ion beam bombarding the ship's hull could be easily felt on the bridge. And Augustus did not need to hold the bridge ladder to stand still. Following Augustus's gaze, looking forward over these Protoss ships, you can see two Ark ships facing each other, the Spear of Adin and the Pride of Odalise. No one can ignore these two incomparable giant ships, because they have occupied the entire starry sky outside the window with their undisputed majestic posture. For these two supergiant ships that are dozens of miles long, the distance between them is actually not that far, and they are still approaching each other at an astonishing speed, like two blue giants about to collide. The two Protoss arcs were equally gorgeous and elegant, and they were both light as feathers and magnificent as palaces, which was against common sense and full of beauty in the eyes of Ire Protoss. Just as sunlight and gold are inseparable, elegance is inseparable from war. However, at the moment, the two Ark ships were bombarding each other with Star Destroyer cannons that could destroy cities and mountains in an instant. Solar heat ray guns, giant rail guns, purification beams, and static force fields. They were giants among warships, and the battle between giants was earth-shattering. They are the only two remaining Ark ships in the Protoss Empire. One is now controlled by Amon the Fallen, and the other is the flagship of Artanis, the high-ranking executive of Darum, who was ordered to prevent the Dark Ark from breaking into the Protoss and Imperial Coalition forces and slaughtering them. This is a war between two Arks, and such a magnificent scene may never be seen again. It is ironic that the Protoss Empire built the Ark ship to preserve the fire of the Protoss, not to let future generations use it to start wars and kill each other. The Ark Pride of Odalise is just as magnificent as her sister ship Spear of Adin, except that the huge hull is covered with sharp icicles condensed from void energy, and the spear-like hull is flashing with dazzling light, as if it is burned by blue fire. The Protoss warships and fighters following the Pride of Odalise are also shrouded in gorgeous blue flames, so the Phoenix fighters among them have really become fire phoenixes bathed in flames. The Pride of Odalise and those Protoss ships are loyal to the Supreme Council, the former ruler of the Protoss Empire, and have parted ways with the Dallin Protoss led by Tassadar many years ago. The split began with a civil war that broke out in the Protoss Empire after the Zerg invasion of Ire, between the Templar class led by Executor Tassadar and the Arbiter class represented by the Supreme Council. The former eventually went to Shakuras to unite with the Nerazim there and evolved into the Dallin Protoss, while the latter left Ire forever and escaped into deep space, whereabouts unknown. The Supreme Council and their followers were unwilling to associate with the Dark Templar who betrayed Kala, and even refused to stand on the same land with them, to maintain the purity of Kala. The arbitrators did not mind executing any Dark Templar they saw. It is conceivable that when the Dark God Amon corrupted the entire Kala, the raging anger and hatred filled the Sea of Mind, and the Supreme Council had no room for resistance. Augustus once stood on the side of Tassadar and participated in the war with the Supreme Council. Since the kind-hearted Tassadar was unwilling to order the extermination of the Supreme Council, he knew that it was only a matter of time before the two factions of the divided Protoss Empire resumed the war. Although Augustus didn't know how many of these Protoss still had their sanity. If they survived, their beliefs would probably collapse. At that time, the ruling foundation of the Supreme Council would only be the ancient tradition of the arbitrator class in the former Protoss Empire, and this would probably not be as useful as before. But who among them could survive this war and live to the end? Kara brought unity to the strife-ridden Protoss and brought a prosperous golden age. But she would also destroy them. Damn. I've never seen so many Protoss, Zerg, and humans in one day. The speaker was Tychus Finley behind Augustus. He was 6.5 feet tall, and in his special red power armor, he looked like a giant, taller than everyone else. People say that Tychus only thinks about himself, and is the most notorious of the many villains in the Empire. No matter what, he has been following the Emperor for 15 years. There are many people in the Empire who hate Tychus Finley. But even these people have never questioned his loyalty to the Emperor. If we can't kill him on, we'll see more of him later, Raynor said. He was also wearing power armor. The armor was the dark gray of the winter, and fog of the heavenly demon. Jim Raynor was by no means a strict self-disciplined person. But he was always loyal to his duties, and had a rare sense of justice. No one could imagine that a man like him would become friends with the bandit Tychus. Just as no one could imagine that this farm boy from Shiloh would now be an imperial marshal. It is said that Emperor Augustus trusts Raynor more than everyone else combined. As they spoke, the White Star continued to accelerate forward. Hundreds of battlecruisers followed the flagship out of the dense swarm of Zerg. An endless Zerg chased them, like a smoke trail thousands of miles long. Behind them were tens of billions of hideous Zerg, bent on piercing the human warships and chewing up the flesh and blood inside. In front of them were two Protoss fleets fighting each other, and the warriors loyal to Artanis and the council guards of the Supreme Council drew their swords against each other in the star space. The fleet of the Supreme Council was right in front of the Imperial fleet. There were more warships than the humans in the Copperloo sector. Each warship had a longer history than the humans in the Copperloo sector. They were as magnificent as palaces. The huge Cateran crystals were intricately carved with the sail emblem of the Alaga tribe, and the patterns and symbols engraved on them were all gorgeous styles from the era of the Protoss Empire. Even among their own kind, the Alaga Protoss were too arrogant. The ancestors of the Alaga built the first Protoss ship. Their fleet first conquered the sea where ire storms gathered, and later included the far end of the galaxy into the territory of the Protoss Empire. During the Protoss Civil War, the Alaga tribe and most of their fleets stood on the side of the Supreme Council, and by the end of the war, they were almost completely destroyed. Even so, the Alaga never betrayed their oath of allegiance. Today, half of the Alaga fleet is still loyal to the Supreme Council, and the other half is under the command of Tassadar, the leader of Darum. At this moment, the two Alaga fleets belonging to the Supreme Council and Darum are clearly killing each other. Those Protoss fighters with graceful curves took off from the gorgeous warships, as if dancing gracefully, and rushed towards each other with brilliant blue plasma flames, like the long tail of a comet. They were light and graceful, with bright metal on their surface, and the light they released when they caught fire and exploded was also extremely brilliant. The Protoss of Ire always fought openly, even in the Civil War. Of course, they were now heading straight for the White Star openly. At this moment, the fleets of all parties were almost in close combat, and the scene was extremely chaotic. I am afraid that no matter how many conspiracies and tricks there were, they would be useless. An aircraft carrier with brilliant blue crystals on both sides of the hull came straight towards the White Star, shining red all over, just like a burning calamus. This warship is still the classic style after the Aeon, shaped like a bulging bean pod, and even the newest aircraft carrier may be centuries old. No matter what her name is, it must have been associated with words like great, glory and honor. How glorious! Now this aircraft carrier has identified the White Star and rammed it. It is obviously a beautiful, elegant and powerful warship. But Amon used her as a mosquito. God knows if he even looked at this. The White Star would not be stupid enough to collide with it, even at this speed and distance. It was difficult for two huge warships to collide with each other. But the aircraft carrier still pursued her relentlessly until several other Imperial Gorgon-class battlecruisers that arrived fired a few shots at it, severely damaging it. At this moment, the White Star was also scarred. The previous attack from a void ray even penetrated the two decks under its solid armor and detonated the landing pad behind the flight deck. Another time, a swarm devourer pierced through the ship's armor and hit the bridge, splattering corrosive spores that could easily eat away at fine steel everywhere, corroding equipment and starting a fire that was just put out. Fortunately, the White Star was large enough and its structure was strong enough to withstand such a test. Even so, Augustus was still safe and sound, as if he was really the man Arcturus said was destined. In addition, Augustus also rejected any suggestion that he should hide in the captain's room. I think this ship is going to fall apart soon, Tychus muttered. Raynor said, I still miss the Hyperion. The situation of the Protoss is not much better than ours. He looked at the Spear of Aden and the Pride of Odalise outside the porthole. If Amon hadn't decorated his warships with void energy, we would probably have a hard time distinguishing between the enemy and us. That's right. with our strength, it is not enough to deal with the Ire Zerg and the fleet of the Supreme Council at the same time. By this time, the battle between the Spear of Adin and the Pride of Odalise had lasted for several hours, and even the shield system maintained by the same solar core was riddled with holes. The wounds inflicted by both sides were larger than those of battlecruisers, and even the most outstanding engineers of Karai took a long time to repair such wounds. If the battle continued, both arcs would suffer losses, because the Pride of Odalise, which had been controlled by Amon, would never stop. In contrast, Augustus was more concerned about the war on Ire. The armies of the Empire and Daram had already landed on Ire, and the Purifiers and Taldarim had also sent troops to support them, in order to clear the void rifts on the planet and eliminate Amon's evil god incarnation, so as to prevent him from being reborn here. Augustus has no intention of taking Ire back from Amon, but he must prevent him from coming back to life. The tactical display of the White Star depicts the fierce battle scene on the planet, from Ire's sky to the high orbit, down to the surface, and even the underground temple deep in the dark tunnels. This is a real battle, and it will take at least a few more days and nights or more. Fortunately, they don't have to really take over the entire Ire before the troops on Ire destroy the evil god's host. Augustus's army and his allies must also stop Amon's other troops rushing to Ire to support Ire. For this, Augustus would not hesitate to lose more warships. Undoubtedly, Amon would do everything to keep his evil god host's body back in the universe, and the Golden Fleet must be rushing to Ire. But Amon is more than just the Golden Fleet. Think about it, Augustus said to himself. The Overlord of the Swarm is also Amon's servant. He created the Overlord and the Swarm, as if in response to Augustus's idea. A wormhole that is taking shape suddenly appeared in this space. This wormhole may not be as large and stable as the one created by the first generation of Overmind when it invaded Ire many years ago, but it is enough for groups of behemoths and leviathans to pass through it. Fuck you, Tychus cursed. Maybe it's not that bad. Raynor found a little green light from the swarm of worms pouring out of the wormhole. They were warships made of dull metallic rocks, with sharp edges and beautiful shapes. Come at the right time. Augustus smiled. He knew it was Cyrodiil coming. Chapter 733, Tremor in Deep Space. Augustus felt that Cyrodiil had aged a little since the last time they met. His skin was wrinkled like a crumpled paper, and his silk robe was covered with traces of frost and burnt marks left by fire and acid. Every time he saw Cyrodiil, he was always dusty and exhausted, and never dressed in fancy clothes. Augustus, my eternal friend and brother, may Adin bless you. The projected holographic image outlined Cyrodiil's long-sarong face in front of Augustus, his eyes still burning like fire, shining brighter than green stars. Several Ahanli warriors stood tall behind Cyrodiil, wearing blue-black armor made of semi-organic transformable meteorites, holding spears made of sharpened void crystals, and dark blue cloaks with Xel'Naga symbols painted on their backs fluttering in the crackling green lightning. An Ahanli council elder dressed in blue clothes and wearing a high helmet with a sash looked at Augustus behind the screen with a scrutinizing look. He was wearing a huge, skillfully woven cloak that looked heavier than Augustus's cloak made of countless gold threads. But it could float lightly in the air. If it weren't for the extremely light material, it must be held up by some mysterious psychic power. This Ahanli elder was taller than most of the Protoss Augustus had seen. His gray skin was smooth and moist. The curves of his face from the jawline to the forehead were angular, straight and cold, like a sharp blade. His entire face was like a stone statue cut by a knife and an axe. Just looking at these, you can feel that this branch of the Protoss is not easy to mess with. But apart from these differences, they are still Protoss. The nobleness and bravery of the Ahanli Protoss are no less than any of their kind, and they are also no less arrogant and stubborn. Adin bless you, Cyrodiil. Augustus greeted him as an old friend as he did in the past. Along with the Zerg came the Ahanli fleet, whose warships were once very large. But by this time, there were only a few left. Even so, the Ahanli Protoss Empire still possessed an impressive force. The warships of the Ahanli Protoss were very powerful, and as extraordinary as their Ire kin. Elegant and beautiful, with exquisite and classical semi-organic meteorite hulls embellished with intricate Xel'Naga spiral symbols. And those grotesque faces like snakes and scorpions were their gods. Each of these warships is a beautiful work of art, and their terrible destructive power is no less. Cyrodiil's original vehicle was an ancient Xel'Naga spaceship, and now he is riding on the magnificent Ahanri mothership. Augustus saw that this mothership, driven by a void crystal array, instantly melted several huge brood lords, with terrifying void energy. The triangular rotor supported by the magnificent columns projected a scorching energy dome, which instantly evaporated the large group of alien insects that rushed over. Under the shadow of the mothership, the spectacular fleet of aircraft carrier interceptors formed a tight formation and continued to advance forward, with the road ahead full of insect corpses scorched by plasma beams. If the warships of the Protoss Empire were gorgeous and golden, the Nerazim Protosses were dim and mysterious, and the Taldarims were scarlet and hideous. Then the fleet of the Ahanli Protoss was more like a huge meteorite that broke the sky. At this moment, Augustus was glad that the Ahanli Protoss stood on their side, instead of joining the battlefield as an enemy. Arcturus had warned Augustus that if Amon had not invaded at this time, these Ahanli Protoss would attack humans when they woke up, and found that they had a huge military force, but nowhere to use it. This worry was not without reason. Those Ahanli Protoss Tychus looked at them carefully with his blue eyes, trying to find some dirty words to describe these Protoss. Tychus felt that these Protoss were strange and abnormal, and he could not have any good feelings towards them. They looked pretty cool. Raynor said, Zerdal, it's great to see you, old friend. Where have you been for some time? I can't even see a shadow of you. When I found the fleet of the Ahanli, they were fighting against the Surtur Zerg and preparing to destroy the human empire planet Bronte 4, which had become a main nest world. Zerdal looked at Augustus and noticed the complicated expression. Bronte 4. The people of this planet have resisted the tyranny imposed on them by Tarsones with an indomitable spirit since the Federation era. By the time of the Empire, although Bronte 4 had gained considerable autonomy, they still rebelled against the imperial power from Korhal, even though Augustus ordered troops to suppress them. The rebellion continued. In the end, Korhal agreed to make concessions and withdrew all its troops, only asking them to recognize the imperial power of the Minsk family. Bronte 4 got almost everything they wanted and was actually independent. But when the Surtur Zerg suddenly appeared, the people on Bronte 4 realized that they had driven the imperial fleet too far. When the news of Amon's awakening came, the imperial fleet had to abandon the planet, and there was no time to burn it down. Bronte 4 ushered in a tragic end. The terrible swarm infection harvested all life on the planet in a very short time, and the remaining humans were all transformed into deformed creatures. Later, I and the elders in the Ahanli Council noticed that an extremely powerful psychic force suddenly appeared in the Collinwood galaxy near Bronte 4. I only know one creature that can have such a powerful force. Zerdal continued, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill the devil. Overlord. Tychus spat out the word through clenched teeth, if we can kill it once, we can kill it again. This overlord is much more timid than the previous one. Raynor immediately realized how brave and fearless Zerdal and the Ahanli Protoss were. Intelligence shows that there are at least 4 super large hive guards around it. If the intelligence says so, then there must be more in reality. If possible, the Overmind would parade the entire swarm through the streets. One battle after another. Zerdal described the war in a calm tone. We launched an attack, then pursued them and forced them to retreat, until the Overmind opened a wormhole space to Ire under Amon's order. Augustus said, as long as you set up a posture, even if you just blow a few breaths, it will immediately flee. Tychus said sarcastically. Perhaps because Augustus and his men beat them up when they were just born. This generation of Overmind is notoriously cautious. So much so that sometimes they forget how powerful they are. As long as a fleet appears near the Overmind, it will think that it will be surrounded immediately. You can chase the Overmind as long as you are not destroyed by the crazy Zerg hive guard. That is to say, all the Zerg have come to Ire now. Raynor said, Zerdal, I hope you have brought other good news. I am afraid there is no more good news. Zerdal can understand Raynor's sense of humor. I must remind you that since the Overmind can open a wormhole space to Ire, it can also open a wormhole to the Golden Fleet after arriving in Ire. This method of space travel is faster than all the current methods. If that's the case, Reno quickly realized the problem and looked grim. It won't be long before things get even more busy here. There are already enough troubles, Tychus said. The good news is that there is plenty of bad news, Augustus said. Augustus did not fail to consider this point. Destroying Ire's psychic matrix and the Zelnaga portal was only to temporarily delay the Golden Fleet's return to Aia. But the Golden Fleet will be able to return to Ire in time. That's for sure. We can't handle so many Protoss. Raynor said, maybe the Imperial Fleet will be defeated before we can destroy the evil god host. The current Imperial Fleet is much larger than in the original timeline. But so is the Golden Fleet. I brought the Zelnaga artifact. Augustus said. This thing can only deal with humans and Zerg. Tychus said. Now it can also deal with Protoss. Augustus replied, if everything goes well, the Golden Fleet will be able to stand on our side again. If this thing can really control Kara, there is still hope. Reno said. It sounds weird. Tychus said, if it is true, I have a bolder idea. Although Tychus is very tight-lipped, he has always been responsible for handing Augustus a knife to stab people. So there is no need to know so much. It's not that powerful. But it can temporarily cut off Amon's connection with Kara. Which is enough. Augustus said. This time is enough for the Templars to cut off their connection with Kala. This requires great courage for their kind, said Zerdal. They have never lacked courage. Raynor said. Gods have mercy. Zerdal, I know you are safe. Artanis' image suddenly appeared on the other side of the screen. Thank you for your timely support. We need your, and the power of the Ahanli Protoss. Let us fight side by side. Glory belongs to all brave warriors. High-ranking Executor Darum commanded the last fleet of the Protoss Empire on the Spear of Adon. Behind him was the magnificent bridge corridor, and countless solemnly waiting Templars and Dark Templars. For the Protoss race, fate is always unfortunate. Before this moment came, too many warriors and tribesmen had already sacrificed. For the glory of Ire, Zerdal said to Artanis. You came too late. I almost thought you were going to desert the battlefield. Taldarim High Lord Alarak left the channel after saying this coldly, as if he was too lazy to say another word. It is time. Dark Master, join us. The final moment has come. Chlorlarian, the executor of the Purifiers, also said. The fire of discord burns hot. Zerdal also said, hail the Purifiers and the ancient glory. At this point, all the forces determined to stop Amon from burning the world to ashes have come to Ire. All the Templars who can still fight now gather under the command of Artanis, who is gaining prestige, to regain the glory of the Protoss. Even as she grows weaker, the Nerazim grandmother Rashigar still has the strength to summon her Dark Templar. The Purifiers have returned from their long slumber, pure and noble, vowing to purify all with fire. As for the Taldarim, since their new High Lord defeated his predecessor, Marash, in the rite of the Rakshur, they insist that Amon's promise of ascension was a lie, and that the Dark God has betrayed his loyal followers. In the bloody and cruel worldview of the Taldarim, humiliation and betrayal can only be returned with sword and blood with blood. On the human side, the Gamorrean Union sent a large army, and the personnel, training, equipment and other aspects of this army were selected and provided by the Empire. Since its establishment, this is the first time that the Umoyan National Defense Army has fought so far away from its homeland. Although reluctant, the general of the National Defense Army still promised to temporarily hand over the command to the Imperial Command. Although they have had disagreements, conflicts and even wars, and even now they cannot be called working together. This is the first time they have reached an agreement on the same thing. Beat 'em on. Humans and Protoss have a common enemy. At least in this respect, they are inextricable. Now, a more powerful enemy, the Dark God, stands against all races, forcing them to unite as never before. But in any case, the friendship between the two races is just an extension of the deep friendship between the leaders, and humans are far less durable than Protoss. Welcome back, Zerdal, Augustus finally said. Outside the porthole, the battle in this star space has become more and more intense. The Overmind brought a large army, and the Zerg army poured out of the wormhole space, like a vast ocean pouring into a trembling pond. Tiamat, Jormungandr, Surtur, Grund, and Balag are not the only ones that have long been notorious. There are hundreds of small and medium-sized Zerg nests that have been born since the Battle of the Brood, which is an extremely terrifying number. As soon as these newly emerged Zerg appeared, they launched a storm-like attack on the Imperial fleet. Hundreds of Imperial battleships guarded the flagship White Star, and the rows of laser cannons on both sides of the ship kept firing, smashing any enemy who dared to approach into pieces. However, the number of Zergs was so huge, and they would never collapse due to excessive losses. From time to time, warships were severely damaged or even dismembered by swarms of Zerg, turning into a huge and dazzling fireball. At this point in the battle, not counting the escort ships and fighters attached to the fleet, more than 400 capital ships were destroyed or silenced due to severe damage, and the number was still increasing. There was almost no chance to abandon the ship and escape on the Ale battlefield. All the crew members fought to the last moment and sank with the warship. Chapter 734 Target Northrend. The battlefield has turned into a sea of fire, and countless human and Protoss warship wreckage and huge giant Zerg corpses are scattered around the White Star. In this unprecedented war, no one can stay out of it, and even this great Imperial flagship is shaky. The White Star is located between the Earth and the Moon in Ire, sandwiched between millions of ferocious and violent Tiamat Zerg and thousands of Supreme Council warships. There are only the Second Fleet of the Empire, the First Fleet of the Umojan National Defense Army, and half of the severely damaged Seventh Fleet around it. About 1 AU away, there was a fleet of Terran Protoss executors and several motherships of Genera, the first ascended of the Tal'Darim. But they were also in a tough fight. As for farther away, the Spear of Aden and the Pride of Odalis were still fighting. And even at this distance, they were two extraordinary warships. The Empire had a repaired Zelnado worldship, and only such a warship could be compared with the Ark of the Protoss. The creators of the world came here only to spread the seeds of life in the still desolate new universe on these huge spaceships, and had no intention of starting a war. They still had terrible weapons that could destroy civilization. But before the world ship could be put into battle, Amon returned. But when Augustus counterattacks the Void, this world ship will definitely be useful. By the 20th hour after the battle started, the Imperial fleet had lost about 400 battlecruisers, and another 410 hours later, in the 50th hour, this number doubled, exceeding the total number of warships lost in the Empire's previous wars. Even with the current production capacity of Delarian, Ursa, Ceros and Apollo shipyards, it will take 5 years to complete the construction of these warships. The battle was particularly brutal. Those warships that could still fight were generally in poor condition and in urgent need of repair and supplies. But Amon's army would not give them such time. The arrival of Cyrodiil and a handling Protoss was a timely help, but they were also the last force that Augustus thought of to come to support. It can be imagined that no one else would come. There was another loud bang and a vibration that made the teeth tremble. A large group of bile insects flashing green glare faced the fire and roaring gun group of the White Star and directly hit the armor belt that was already overwhelmed. The alarm began to scream with all its might, and the ship integrity percentage on the screen continued to decline. In a way, it was the Zerg version of a living missile. The bridge windows of the White Star reflected many dazzling and short-lived stars, each representing a warship, and each warship was firing, with terrible beams cutting flesh like sharp long knives, and dazzling flames brighter than stars. Space was filled with countless deadly and terrifying particles, and countless ship fragments and huge flesh and blood organizations were like floating objects on the sea, drifting with the waves and colliding with each other. On the sensor, the tracks left by the Protoss storm warships when they fired were as dazzling as light penetrating the darkness, and the particle heat flow left by kinetic overload was extremely eye-catching. A huge black shadow suddenly flashed before Augustus' eyes. He was sure that it was the shattered remains of a Zerg Guardian. This damn beast was smashed into pieces by the missiles of the Viking fighter, like a watermelon smashed by a hammer. In a few seconds, another huge ship wreckage flashed by. It was from the hull of a destroyed scientific ship. On its twisted and molten surface, there were many entangled Zerg and miserable dead humans. There were more horrible corpses floating around. They all died due to the terrible high-energy particle beam radiation and the high temperature generated by the fusion reaction in an instant. These bugs are really endless. Tychus stood behind Augustus. Damn it. There are as many Protoss here today as they are. It wasn't much different before, Augustus said. At this moment, amid the harsh sounds, ale swarms were gnawing at the thick armor of the White Star in groups, as if they were cutting bones and taking flesh. A large number of Zerg, Mutalisks, Blastoises, Devourers, and Broodlings. They opened their blood-red eyes and grinned with jagged fangs, tearing off the outer steel and titanium hull of the battleship as if tearing off the flesh of their prey. In the outer cabin of the White Star, the Imperial Navy soldiers were already fighting the Zerg that had invaded the hull. They used scalding ion heat guns to burn the enemies in the cabin to ashes, or used the gravity accelerator to reverse the gravity 100 times and grind them into mincemeat. In the air, the explosions, screams and roars never subsided, while in the dark vacuum, it was like a tragic pantomime. The majestic warships burned and sank, and the asteroid-sized monsters were instantly cut into pieces by thousands of crisscrossing death rays. There was no doubt that they were already in a tough fight. The decks were littered with corpses, and the situation was still getting worse. Augustus was now left with only Tychus, who was fully armed and carrying heavy weapons, ready to fight the enemy who rushed into the bridge at any time. The White Star's shield matrix force field had completely failed a few hours ago, and no matter how much energy the force field generator squeezed from the fusion reactor, it could not restart. The Imperial fleet had just exchanged fire with the Supreme Council's fleet, and both sides suffered heavy losses and did not gain any benefits. Now, they turned around and collided head-on with a large group of Ire swarms. Even Augustus thought this was crazy. Even though the landing forces of humans and Protoss had been deployed to the surface on a large scale to seize control of Ire, there were still countless alien insects and hybrid flying creatures rising from the surface of the planet, flying across the ecliptic to attack their fleet. It was as if these monsters really came from the void, and their number was endless. But those monsters were still flesh and blood, and void creatures could not reach such a deep place in the real universe. But if Amon is reborn in his evil god body, everything will be hard to say. The battle in space eventually turned into a meat grinder, and each fleet was fighting with all its strength, and it was impossible to split its forces. Augustus and Amon both knew that no one could count this battle. But if we have to compare, Augustus, Artanis, Cyrodiil and others' determination to destroy the evil god body and win must be stronger than Amon's. Amon's body in the void is still alive, and he only needs to repeat the long waiting process, even if it takes centuries or even longer, until the human empire is destroyed and even the Protoss no longer exists. But if the human and Protoss coalition lost all their elite troops in this battle, there would be no hope of recovery. At this time, another dazzling flash flashed by. The Yamato cannon of the White Star fired again. A compressed nuclear explosion beam. The target was a giant Leviathan 500 miles away. This terrible nuclear explosion immediately burned a huge hole in its head, deep enough to see the bone, and a large amount of blood gushed out like a blooming flower, and solidified like frozen ice a moment later. But even such a terrible wound could not hurt it. Leviathan is the real flagship of the Zerg, a mobile main nest and space mothership, with a size of several miles. As a result, the important nerve center is also buried under countless tons of flesh and blood and a solid shell like a wall, which is extremely difficult to destroy. This Leviathan may have been born during the Battle of the Brood or even earlier. Compared with other Leviathans, it is much larger and more brutal, and its size is worthy of the title of the Zerg Moon. On the holographic tactical screen on the bridge of the White Star, it is also an extremely huge figure. Leviathan is a ferocious predator, and its prey is also astonishingly large. No one knows how much biomass this unparalleled space beast has devoured over the years. And now Augustus's warship is its prey. Leviathan moves like a tyrant, destroying all enemies it encounters, and the burning warships are strung like pearls on its huge hollow tentacles, half a mile long. And the dazzling fire casts twisted shadows. 100, 1,000, 10,000 cocoons burst from its huge and swollen vesicles. Hatching from them, mutalisks and brood lords immediately replace those who have died, feasting on the corpses of their own kind and enemies. Leviathans are almost irreplaceable in the Zerg fleet. They appear in numbers ranging from a few to a dozen, but never as many as today. On the White Star's probe alone, there are more than 300 Leviathans, and the General Staff estimates that the actual total number should be thousands. Countless Zerg autonomously use psychic energy to drill in and out of the wormholes, as if many terrible holes have been broken in the universe. Zerg flying creatures of all sizes travel between the jungle like laser beams and dense missiles, and the grayness even blocks the light of the stars. 3 more Leviathans. The enemy is gathering here, Captain Theodore of the White Star shouted loudly. On the tactical display screen, more huge monsters suddenly leaped and headed straight for the White Star. At the same time, the Icebreaker and the Sun's Wrath of the First Fleet of the Empire were also approaching the White Star, followed by Paradise Regained, Golden Curtain, Ghost in the Mist, Death's Advent, Apocalypse, Death's Mark, Glory's Fury, and Medal of Courage. The distance was so close that Augustus could even see the dazzling flames gushing out of multiple rows of side guns. These are Gorgon-class battlecruisers, super battleships made entirely of steel, majestic and spectacular, with classic hammerhead bows and powerful hulls, black gun muzzles standing like a forest, silently releasing terrifying orange-red flames. Huge space torpedoes are constantly flying out of the battlecruisers, tracking the targets locked by the radar array. Some torpedoes are also equipped with small warp engines, which can quickly approach the target to be destroyed. But the cost is staggering. At the same time, numerous alien dragons flew and dived in the death jungle formed by the ship's gunfire, dropping fast-growing blade insects like heavy bombers, causing a series of terrible explosions on the battleship's armor. Every moment, a large number of alien dragons were hit by the gun crew's firepower, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. The bright red blood and tissues were scattered in the space, swirling like planets around stars, gathering and drifting. But there were always alien dragons that could drop blade insects before the dense gunfire smashed them into pieces. Every explosion of the blade insects could leave obvious wounds on the battleship's hull, compared to when they just set sail from the Empire. These warships also looked much more embarrassed. Many warships were already riddled with holes, but they still dragged their broken hulls to follow the fleet. As for those in better condition, they were also in ruins. So far, they have killed thousands of Zerg, and the Zerg corpses are far more than the sunken warships. But such an exchange is not cost-effective for both humans and Protoss. Augustus clearly understood that it was impossible to win in the space fleet battle. Not to mention that they could not eat the main force of the Zerg. Once Amon's Golden Fleet arrived, it would be a done deal. Their target is the White Star. Augustus stared at the tactical display without moving, to be more precise. It's me. The White Star is the flagship of the new era of the Empire, and is always visible to all enemies and all its own warships. It is undoubtedly a bright red flag. Augustus will never allow his flagship to hide under the heavy protection of the fleet at any time. But at the same time, this also makes Augustus' flagship always the priority of the enemy. Then let these bastards come, Tychus said. As soon as Tychus finished speaking, 7 more Leviathans appeared around the White Star. Each Leviathan was very large, covered with a gray-brown carapace that was harder than steel. Judging from the good physical condition of these Leviathans, they may have arrived at Ire through the wormhole in the past few hours. Augustus guessed that these Leviathans might be under the direct control of the Overmind. And behind the Overmind was Amon. In a dozen seconds, more than a dozen Leviathans appeared, each larger than the first one. As soon as these Leviathans appeared, they attacked the Imperial fleet. In addition to the bileworm swarms and biochemical plasmids, there were also a large number of explosive mosquito swarms. From Augustus' perspective, they were just a large group of fireflies a few miles away, and they could even be called quite beautiful. But wherever they passed, there were earth-shattering explosions. Damn it. There are too many of them. Tychus muttered a few words. Even a turreted Superman like him couldn't kill Leviathan with a slide. We may be able to kill these monsters, but there will be great losses, he said. More bugs will come to surround us soon. Captain, it's time to land the White Star in low Earth orbit. Augustus looked at Tychus again and said, take the Zelnaga artifact. We will go to find Amon now. Following the order of the Emperor of the Empire, the Imperial fleet, with the White Star as its flagship, rapidly approached Ire. Under Ire's gravity field, the White Star was entering the atmosphere at 500 times the gravity acceleration, and was preparing to switch to anti-gravity engines for navigation. On the surface of Ire, 10 million bile jets and orbital ion cannons were bombarding the withered sky like heavy hammers, and the momentum was truly earth-shattering. Ire's twilight line and the Earth were rapidly approaching the White Star. Chapter 735. Amon lost his patience. The White Star had descended to an altitude of 40,000 feet above the surface of Ire, falling into a large area of blood-red clouds. Upward, more than 300 Imperial battlecruisers were also crossing Ire's atmosphere. From the sky to the horizon, one could see comet-like bright tails, as if they were being lifted up by flames to land. Thousands of frigates that could operate in the atmosphere followed closely behind, followed by transport ships full of Marines, escorting interstellar fighters and carrier-based tactical aircraft. Between those city-like Gorgons, Valkyrie frigates and Liberators lined up in a column and filed out. Their hulls were smooth and graceful, with the classical beauty of the interstellar warships of the old Earth era. They were looming under the defense matrix projected by the science ship, like spears thrown by God. Smaller Viking fighters, Wraith fighters and Ravens flew among the mighty fleets, like a school of fish swimming flexibly in the water. The remaining 2/3 of the Imperial fleet stayed in Ire's Earth-Moon orbit. Each fleet launched orbital bombings on ground targets non-stop. The terrible thermal particle beams tore through the clouds like orange-red blades of light falling from the sky, cutting the earth and stirring the boiling ocean. Looking down, under the burning of beam weapons, this once beautiful and picturesque land has been burned red and hardened like pottery in a kiln, and finally turned into a pool of heavy condensed, broken glass-like things, reflecting the gray sunlight and emitting sparkling cold flashes. Tychus beside Augustus commented scathingly, "Another festering sore. Damn it. How did Aire become like this?" The white star gradually descended below 10,000 feet, and there were only a few sparse red clouds here. A desolate and empty scene. There used to be some towering mountains further down, but now the sensors show that there is not even a small mound left here. Only huge craters left by artillery bombardment, some of which are now filled with poisonous rainwater and turned into dead lakes. The rolling landscape has been completely wiped out, and there are no more magnificent buildings except for a few void fragments towering on the edge of the horizon. No one would have thought that there used to be quiet greenland here, and the sky was blue and clear as a mirror. Zerg, humans and Protoss fought many battles around Aire, and some places were stripped of several layers of skin and were unrecognizable. Too many glorious cities and precious heritages have been destroyed, and perhaps even the Protoss themselves cannot count the losses. Aire means a lot to the Protoss. The sacred Kala has been corrupted, and the only thing that can unite and inspire the Terran Protoss is the eternal home planet. Now, the Dark God Amon intends to be reborn on Aire. If he succeeds, Aire and the universe will be doomed. At that time, everything in the universe will receive the ascension that Amon promised to the Tal'Darim. The current High Lord Alarak bluntly said that Amon played a little joke on the Tal'Darim, because in his view, ascension means death. Aire will no longer exist, and the last Protoss will also perish. Augustus stared at the land below in silence. This miserable scene made him think of Korhal after being bombed by a nuclear bomb. On the devastated land, a combat unit of the Omega Squadron was exchanging fire with the Aire Zerg. With only 2 companies of several hundred people, they dug trenches on 2 high grounds, built bunkers, sentry turrets and anti-aircraft missile towers, and set up siege tanks. The 2 positions supported and covered each other, and the many fluttering Imperial flags were bright red in the sun. The attack on the position was launched by a small group of alien insects, with a large number of springtails and explosive insects charging in front, raising billowing smoke. There were probably several thousand of them, but no hybrids were seen among them. Before the arrival of the Imperial fleet, the 2 companies had been in a bitter battle. The front of the position was full of alien insect corpses, and there were several Banshee bomber wreckages nearby that were emitting large amounts of black smoke. This was the air support force they had called before, when the White Star's anti-ground guns roared and fired. It was like a thunderous roar that resounded through the sky for no reason, and the huge explosion was deafening. In space battles, fighting often takes place in silence. No matter how huge and majestic a warship is, it is silent when it is destroyed. Without wailing or screaming, the swarm of insects on the ground suddenly burned, making a creaking sound like dry firewood. A huge tunnel worm roared towards the sky, and in the blink of an eye it was blasted open by a thunderous Yamato cannon. A huge cheer suddenly came from the communication channel of the Imperial ground forces. Someone recognized the Imperial flagship White Star and shouted that the Emperor was with them. Augustus stood in front of the porthole, listening to the huge sound of the artillery roaring. He could feel that this huge Imperial warship was roaring loudly. In comparison, the sound of the entire Imperial fleet firing was like a huge and exciting symphony. In the huge shadow they cast on the ground, everything was burning. He withdrew his gaze from the burning ground and stood on the White Star, looking down at the distance. The sky was filled with dazzling flashes left by high-energy plasma weapons, and a few sparse clouds that seemed to be crushed were dotted next to the cold sun. The ground was gray, shrouded in a large mist rising from the evaporation of the ocean. 3 void shard towers separated the sky, and the tops flashed with dazzling red light. Various shadows guarded these towers, including Zerg, Protoss, and terrible void creatures, just like the void shards that appeared in Shakuras and Korhal. They were also composed of countless celestial debris scattered in the void, filled with void energy full of Amon's hatred and anger. These void fragments are like tentacles that reach into the real world from the void, a kind of bridge connecting the 2 worlds. Because of this, they can continuously provide void energy for Amon's evil god host and supply the entire void army. When Augustus cast his eyes there, a void fragment had been smashed into pieces by the terrible beam weapon of the Darim mothership purification and collapsed. But at the same time, 2 more void fragments appeared from the vast fog and slowly rose. These void fragments seemed to grow out of the ground. When you kill one, more will appear immediately. When Tychus complained, he actually said what Augustus wanted to say. It's endless. It's not that bad. Augustus blinked. Even though he was far away, the dazzling flash of the Protoss mothership's main gun still stung his eyes. Not to mention the Protoss motherships in other areas. There are more than a dozen in Ayre's high-altitude orbit. Although Artanis has been under great pressure from the conservatives in the Light and Shadow Council for ordering the fleet to fire on Ayre, the death fleet of the Taldarim High Lords doesn't care at all. As long as he can achieve his revenge on Amon, Alarak doesn't mind sending slain to the sky. If Amon wants to summon these void fragments again, he must consume a lot of precious energy that he has accumulated in the real universe for countless years. Although the newly summoned void fragments will also feed back to Amon more energy, it will also take time for the benefits to outweigh the consumption. Augustus said to Tychus, "This makes things much simpler. We will destroy all the existing void fragments and the new ones. Soon, Amon will not be able to summon more void fragments to protect his incarnation, the evil god host. When that happens, there is no better way to order the fleet to launch a bombing from orbit." "Yes, it sounds simple," Tychus said. "Great. The void fragments can absorb life force from the surroundings and inject it into Amon's host. And as long as the evil god host continues to devour void energy, no weapon can hurt it. That is to say, before destroying all the void fragments on Ayre, the evil god host is invincible. Compared with the original timeline, it is more difficult to destroy the evil god host now. At this time, most of Ayre has been pulled into the void. This planet may be swallowed by Amon at any time. At the same time, new void fragments continue to emerge from the cracks between Ayre and the void. It is simply hellish. If Augustus still has enough time, he can adopt a steady strategy to reduce casualties and increase the chances of winning. But now the Overmind swarm has arrived at Ayre, and the Golden Fleet is on its way. So he can't afford any delay. "Jim, order the fleet to turn on the thrusters and move forward at full speed." Augustus gave orders in the command channel. "We are not far from the evil god's host." "Yes, sir." Raynor's image appeared on the screen on one side, and his messy brown hair and beard, although carefully groomed, made him look much older. This battle was very difficult, and they had lost many warships in the battle to break into Ayre's Earth-Moon orbit and enter the atmosphere. Compared with the casualties on the ground, the loss of personnel in the fleet can be said to be insignificant. At this moment, Raynor was on another Imperial battleship, the Marshal Deadwater. Augustus ordered him to command all 3 Imperial fleets that were currently integrated, including dozens of warships of the Umoyan National Defense Army. The Umoyans have always been considered to be only good at talking. Their political and economic skills may be better than other humans in the Copperless sector, but their military strength is silent. The United States has always been quite low-key. But before the fleet of the Umoyan Protectorate arrived at Ayre and joined the battle, most of the Imperial captains suspected that these Umoyans would flee as soon as they stepped onto the battlefield. It must be said that the Umoyans have proved their bravery. Under Augustus's order, the White Star increased its altitude and accelerated to leave the area, and the surrounding warships followed the flagship. The Gorgon's huge body would be too cumbersome in a battle within the atmosphere. It was not designed for high-speed maneuvers. But this distance was far from far for it. As the White Star got closer and closer to the location of the evil god's host, the electronic equipment on the ship became more and more unstable. The powerful void energy continued to bombard the warship's hull covered with charred spots, making Augustus and other crew members feel as if they were sailing in huge waves. This is where the Overmind's body is located. And there is also a huge void eye, just like the Otarian Rift, but much smaller. In the surging Scarlet Energy Tide and Azure Thunder, an unprecedentedly magnificent Zelnaga temple appeared in front of Augustus. In fact, it was not until then that Augustus discovered that it was much larger than any temple he had seen before, and there were many void fragments standing around it like bamboo shoots. In other words, Amon built a temple directly on the corpse of the Overmind. No matter how difficult the situation was, the Terran Empire always maintained a large-scale reconnaissance force and several research stations in Ale. But they never knew anything about it. Then, it must be this void eye that covered up everything, because any human detection equipment could neither send any information nor escape unscathed after entering it. Now, this is also the most heavily guarded area on Ayre, surrounded by the corrupted Zerg and Protoss armies and countless void creatures. The avatar used by Amon for resurrection, the fiendish body, is the largest and most powerful hybrid ever, and can be clearly seen even at 10,000 feet in the air. It is made of the corpse of the Overmind, and the flesh and blood of countless Protoss Templars. It is extremely evil and terrifying. The location of the fiendish body is also the area where the most intense fighting is. Before the landing battle began, Lieutenant General Mirahan had already thrown an abandoned mobile space station and enough shells to cover the entire strike zone into the area. And then her Raider army launched an assault from orbit. Face the evil god host. For Mira, there is nothing in this world that can make her feel truly afraid. The corpses of the Xel'Naga and Ulna have proved that even gods can die. When Augustus arrived here, the temple was surrounded by the remains of Zerg, humans and Protoss. It was truly a sea of blood and corpses. This place had previously been subjected to a fierce bombardment by the Purifier Storm battleship's enhanced decay cannons, and large tracts of Zerg buildings collapsed in the deep blue thundercloud stirred up by decay particles. A Terran Protoss army, full of war flames, was teleported to a dried-up underground fjord at this time, including 2 Templar Zealot legions, Nerazim Centurion hundreds, and a large number of Dragon Knight immortal mechs. Although the firepower of the human and Protoss fleets had already cleaned up many surfaces of the ground, there were still hundreds of Zerg breaking out from the charred earth and rushing towards the Protoss troops, who were waiting in a serious manner. On the White Star's tactical display, the green, blue and red colors representing the self, allies and enemies intertwined like ink floating on water, and it was difficult to distinguish them from each other. I hope my Odin is ready, Tychus said slowly. It's time to ride the pony. Suddenly, all the lights on the White Star's bridge went out, and all the bridge officers stood up in shock, and the royal guards rushed to protect the Emperor. A shadow with flashing scarlet eyes enveloped the entire bridge, and a sinister voice full of mockery and sarcasm came from it. They were too close to Amon and the Void. Human, you are courting death, Amon said. You are here after all. Augustus put his hands behind his back, showing an expression of I finally waited for you, as if he knew Amon would appear. According to the battle, the person Amon was looking for should be Artanis. But now that it has become the legacy of Tyranids, this person has also been replaced by Augustus. I'm used to it. But you are the one who deserves to die, he said. You are the one who deserves to die. Want to intimidate me? Ask me to give in? Now that I've hit you. Are you scared? Is this bastard Eamon? Tychus thought to himself. Since you knew this guy was coming, why didn't you tell me earlier? But on the surface, he still looked like he knew it. Eamon, if I were you, I wouldn't show up naked. Eamon didn't know how to respond. Chapter 736. He is afraid. He is afraid. For a moment, Augustus thought that Amon was choked by Tychus. But the Dark God continued to speak in his unique tone of contempt and superiority. The stars are happy with their fate, and the Protoss and the Zerg have surrendered. Humans, I will also give you liberation. The Dark God is not here to quarrel with mere humans. It is shameful to look at these defective products for a second. He even looked down on the Protoss, let alone humans. With Amon's cold words, the temperature in the bridge seemed to drop a little. After the initial darkness faded, the system terminals piled up like bricks around Augustus completely darkened, and all the lights were replaced by strange red light. A few dozen seconds ago, the electronic equipment on the bridge of the White Star had been paralyzed, and the doors leading to the deck and other cabins could not be awakened. The air was filled with the smell of ozone. During this time, the guards outside were frantically attacking every gate, which caused a larger panic. Everyone was nervous, including the royal guard standing next to Augustus. No one knew what kind of power the fallen gods of the Protoss had. If Amon could even summon void fragments to erode and distort the terrain of a planet, he could not be regarded as an ordinary creature at all. To say that he was not afraid at all and fearless, Augustus was not like that. His intuition told him that he was in a very dangerous situation. Since Amon could invade this warship, he could probably kill anyone inside at any time. Although Amon had never done so, there was no proof that he had such ability. However, Augustus did not panic. He glared at Amon with unprecedented anger. In this situation, he was calmer than usual. Let's listen to what Amon wants to say. Your suffering is endless, and it is all meaningless. Amon's fiery scarlet eyes burned, forming a chilling illusory face. At this moment, Augustus's eyes suddenly changed, as if he was in an area outside the White Star. Look! Amon's voice sounded in Augustus' mind. Immediately, Augustus witnessed a huge fleet that was escaping from the jump state. Countless shining points appeared from the dark deep space. And the space-time disturbance, about 3,000 miles wide, even distorted the brilliance of half of the starry sky. The Golden Fleet. From this point of view, the enemy has 10 times more battleships than them. Not to mention the others. Amon once split the Golden Fleet into several subfleets, ordering them to attack the worlds of the Terran Protoss and humans at the same time. If these warships are only part of the Golden Fleet, then when they all arrive, the already difficult battle situation will be further deteriorated. In the end, they will definitely lose. The scene changed, and Augustus saw hundreds of nest worlds again, on which billions of squirming insect eggs were growing vigorously in the warm cavity of the hatchery. From small pairs of hatched springtails to large beasts that shake the earth when they walk, the number of insect swarms is growing explosively. On the other side, countless hideous and terrifying void creatures are entering the real world, and the oppression brought by their huge numbers is no less than that of the insect swarms. Even Augustus felt his scalp tingling when watching these scenes. What kind of fearless person would think he could defeat such an enemy? Everything in front of him came and went quickly. Soon, Augustus noticed that he was back in the bridge of the White Star, and he was already surrounded by fully armed royal guards and marines. It's too late. You've already failed. Seeing that Augustus didn't say anything, Amon seemed quite satisfied with the effect of this move. How about it? You are already sweating. Augustus, you have no idea how reckless and stupid you are. Who do you think you want to scare? Augustus laughed instead. He waved his hand to stop the soldiers who wanted to shoot at Amon's phantom image. Showing a resolute expression, Amon, the person standing in front of you is Emperor Augustus Ming's. Remember this name, because you will hate and fear it more than anyone else in the future. Use all your time to curse me. You won't live long. Amon, you are not a god of mankind. No matter how powerful you are. No matter whether you have created the Protoss and the Zerg. In my eyes, even if you are the master of this world, you are just a ridiculous voidworm. You are crazy and want the whole world to be buried with you. That's good. I think I am just going to kill a psychopath and paranoiac who kills people without hesitation. Good boy. Tychus smacked his lips and said, You are even crazier than me. If it were Tychus, he would probably pee on Amon's head and complain that the toilet was too smelly and he couldn't poop. Amon? Amon is nothing. Unless this god can really make money. Now all the lights in the bridge have been turned off. For a moment, except for the heavy breathing, there is silence inside. Amon on the other side was really shocked. The Protoss feelings for him can be said to be extremely complicated. But he didn't expect that humans would not care about him at all. This group of bipedal upright apes that jumped out of nowhere are short-lived and fragile. Even without external enemies, their civilization and society are chaotic enough. Of course, Amon's suspicion soon turned into ridicule. He obviously thought that this human must be crazy. Only mentally disordered creatures dared to challenge the gods. This is a joke. The Dark God doesn't care about a race, a civilization, let alone a dynasty, an emperor. Anyone who has seen the endless reincarnation of the universe will feel that these are not worth mentioning. Ignorance is fearless. Everything will eventually perish, including humans. Amon was not angry about this. He even became interested in this ignorant and arrogant creature for the first time. You cannot defy your fate. Amon never talked to anyone or responded. But this time was different. You have rejected my offer of salvation time and time again. He finally said, Since you are so eager for torture, I will grant you. We will not yield to you. Augustus's momentum was no less than that of the so-called gods. We did not give you the right to survive. And you can't take it away. In fact, Augustus knew even better than Amon what kind of enemies he would face, what challenges the Empire would face, and what sacrifices his soldiers would have to make. Augustus couldn't help but wonder why Amon had to say such a thing. Amon did like to scare people with harsh words, and he could really do such things. But there was always a reason and a purpose. I'm afraid that even a guy like Amon who looked down on others would think that Augustus could really threaten the evil god host he was nurturing and prevent his rebirth this time. Of course, even if humans, Zerg and Protoss were added together, there was only a slight chance of winning. Eamon obviously underestimated humans. But so far, he still seems to believe that he has a sure win. For Eamon, the lives of all people are not worth mentioning. If these ants fight him to the death, it would be like being pecked by a chicken. In other words, He is afraid that the evil god's host will really be destroyed by these inferior races. But no matter what, Augustus's tactic is all in. Whether Eamon wants to take it or not, he must take this iron fist. Amon, you will be afraid of humans. Augustus shouted to Amon, this battle will not end until death. In the bridge, almost everyone showed a tragic expression. Some people were crying, but their faces were extremely angry. Now, even Tychus's expression became solemn. After years of war, it is common for soldiers serving on marginal planets to not be able to return home for 3 to 5 years. And over the years, who has not lost their comrades and brothers in arms as long as they have served in the war zone? When Amon ordered the Golden Fleet and the Zerg to destroy the Terran Empire's colonies in the Copperless sector, hundreds of imperial planets were burned into glass, and hundreds of millions of people turned to ashes. On the contrary, the newly opened colonies in the Sigma sector were not the first targets because of their short history, vast land and sparse population. This is a blood feud. Amon may have had his own people before he was promoted to a Xel'Naga, but that must have been a long time ago. After a brief silence, the lights of the equipment that were relit and the rapidly dissipating darkness announced Amon's departure. Suddenly, the bridge became busy and chaotic again. When the bridge lost power, the navigation system was completely interrupted, and the artificial intelligence could not take over the control of the battleship for automatic driving. When the bridge crew of the White Star took over the battleship again, they realized that she was too close to the ground and was now in a hurry to increase her altitude. Fortunately, these officers on the flagship bridge were outstanding, and some were transferred from legendary battleships with outstanding achievements. Soon, the screens on the bridge lit up again, with various graphics and numbers outlining the complex appearance from the universe to the ground. In an instant, the battle reports that had not been received before came in all at once, and the officers in front of the terminal were sweating profusely. No less than 20 captains asked about the status of the flagship White Star at the same time, and some warships even sent fighters. Augustus immediately entered the main channel and told them that he was safe. At the same time, Augustus noticed that the White Star had almost arrived above the Xel'Naga temple, and below it were towering columns. Each column was amazingly majestic, with beautiful geometric lines outlined on it, standing firm in the scarlet energy surge, just as Augustus had seen in the Ana Ascension Temple before. Countless beautifully carved stone statues, sarcophagi, obelisks and void crystals were suspended above the temple, and countless hideous black iron chains were surrounding and connecting them. Below this, Augustus could even see a large amount of tissue left by the corpse of the Overmind. The sky was shrouded in blood light. Here, the sun was just a dim little spot, and every flash of orbital weapons bombardment was extremely bright. Even so, neither side had used weapons that could destroy the entire planet. Otherwise it would take only a few minutes for Ayre's atmosphere to be completely stripped away and completely transformed into a dead star. Thinking of the huge number of Protoss needed to create the hybrid and the Overlord's flesh and blood, even Augustus felt his hands and feet go cold. You are still too polite to this damn thing. At this time, Tychus said to Augustus, next time you will deal with him. Augustus said, there will be a chance. Tychus said he was ready. What happened just now? I almost thought you were controlled by him. Tychus looked at Augustus. I have to test you. What is the most embarrassing thing you have done in your life? You've been living too comfortably these days. Augustus paused and said, he showed me his huge army. Not good. It seems the Golden Fleet has begun to arrive at Ayre, and our troubles are not small. We already have enough troubles. Tychus spread his hands indifferently. Is he here to persuade us to surrender? Tychus pondered. Not likely. If we don't give him any benefits, wouldn't it be a waste to surrender? Amon even disdained to grant humans the qualification of ascension like the Tal'Darim. Of course, humans are not stupid. Let's talk tough before the battle. Augustus didn't even look at Tychus, shook his head and said, if he thinks this can delay until the evil god's host is finally completed, he is very wrong. Do you think Amon is showing weakness? What's the saying? Accompanied by the expression on Tychus's face. His knife-cut flesh looked even more hideous. Attack him while he's weak. Maybe. Augustus thought for a moment and replied, but remember, our advantage is that Amon will never think that these races he despises can defeat him. But if the evil god's host was really completed, he wouldn't have bothered to tell us this nonsense. He said to Tychus, the more the enemy fears something, the more I will do it. He is so bold. Tychus was speechless. I didn't think this method would work 20 years ago. I understood this principle earlier than you, Augustus said. You were still a child at that time. Tychus looked at Augustus suspiciously. I guess you were still learning to put flowers in a vase at that time. Augustus recalled for a moment and said, perm your hair. Race cars. Fight. Cool? Tychus had something to say. But he felt that if he said it, he might die today. Alert. A large number of mosquitoes and spores are coming, as well as a large number of hybrids and void creatures. More than 100,000. An officer at the sensor console said. I'm afraid we have to attack from the ground. Augustus said, Adjutant. Gather my guards. I guess someone is looking for me now. Tychus. Your Odin is ready. On the weapon platform on the landing deck. Swan's image appeared on the screen on the other side. Wow. Let the guys go and kill. Chapter 737 Guagua. You have to believe me. As if sailing against the current, the White Star was moving in the torrent of millions of Zerg and void creatures. The heavy titanium alloy plate armor was being torn and disintegrated under the direct impact of void energy beams, highly corrosive spores, and even heavy objects. Augustus changed into a set of commander-type power armor. But this heavy protection did not bring him much sense of security. Tychus was already sitting in the driver's seat of the Odin mecha, waiting to be fired as an oversized cannonball. Maybe it had already taken off. A scaled-down holographic model of the White Star was floating above the star chart table in front of Augustus. Most of the hull was flashing an unhealthy yellow light, and the completely destroyed parts were highlighted with bright red light. There might be nothing left there. The integrity of the hull displayed on the screen was still decreasing, and the bridge had completely lost contact with some decks. Zerg and void creatures had entered the hull, wantonly harvesting all the life they could see. And there were broken corpses and groaning people lying everywhere, in those cabins that had not been completely slaughtered. The fierce battle continued. Every once in a while, Augustus would receive a large number of reports, and each report indicated that he was losing his flagship. At least hundreds of voices were speaking at the same time in the communication channel, full of inquiries, requests and orders. The gun groups and J-23 missile launchers on the exterior of the White Star were almost completely destroyed. The original positions were either turned into a ruin of broken copper and iron, or the interior melted and collapsed, forming huge black holes that were large enough for fighters to enter and exit. The more fatal injury came from the armor part from the port side to the belly of the White Star amidships. The multi-layer composite vertical armor melted and vaporized, and a huge wound with a diameter of hundreds of feet was clearly visible. This terrible wound almost cut it in half, and the direct loss of the hull exceeded 5%. A camera that was still working showed that at this moment, large pieces of armor plates were still falling off from the wound along with chopped pipes and wires, like pieces of intestines cut in half. The wreckage inside the cabin was still burning, with explosions and thick smoke. With such a big hole, the self-repairing ability of the regenerative armor and repair robots is obviously not enough. Even the powerful Rory Swan can't do anything. Even so, the Imperial engineer and his brave team are still working hard to try to get every screw back on track. But now they don't have much time. The Void Army controlled by Amon is still chasing the White Star, obviously recognizing her as Augustus' flagship. Judging from the situation, even if the surrounding Imperial warships cover their flagship at all costs, the White Star will not escape the fate of crashing. The main and auxiliary thrusters of the White Star have also been severely damaged, and the speed is getting slower and slower. But according to Augustus' plan, she will not need to fly soon. Correcting the flight angle, Travis Rollins, the navigator of the White Star, kept operating the console with both hands, and the holographic screen in front of him was full of real-time tracking data, such as speed and altitude. At this moment, his neatly combed hair was already wet with sweat. Travis Rollins was young and handsome, with dark hair and eyes, and was a model of the Imperial soldier. He had served on another Imperial flagship, Bucephalus, and was later transferred to the White Star as a navigator due to his outstanding performance. After the war, Travis drove this Imperial flagship through the vast sea of insects and the Protoss fleet until it landed from Ayer's high-altitude orbit and entered the atmosphere, without any mistakes. I've started to slow down and prepare for landing, Travis said with sweat dripping down his back. Your Majesty, we can't raise the shield again as a buffer. The flames gushing out of the White Star's thrusters became less and less, and the altitude became lower and lower. This incomparable behemoth swept low over the earth, casting a huge shadow every time it passed by. a heavy rain of metal debris would fall from the sky. The porthole in front of Augustus was already crawling with all kinds of monsters, most of which were Zerg. But there were also void creatures composed of void energy. These void creatures are pure energy creatures, and their appearance imitates the creatures and technology in reality. They are called void shadows, no matter what is inside them. The void shadow battlecruisers and void shadow carriers can actually fire. They tear every piece of armor on the hull of the White Star, as if countless people are banging on the doors and windows. It's up to you, Travis. Augustus' words seem to have a kind of magic that can calm the tense heart. I hope this won't be too bumpy. Augustus heard the loud noises caused by multiple decelerations, each of which sounded like a heavy hammer hitting the sky. The bridge was shaking violently, which was mostly caused by the fierce attacks from the outside. If it weren't for the magnetic boots on Augustus' power armor still holding onto the floor, he would have been blown away by now. A dazzling and hot fire rushed to the porthole in front of Augustus, sweeping away the enemies there, as accurately as if using a knife to cut off the layer of butter spread on bread. Suddenly, Augustus's eyes were clear. The one firing was a Liberator battleship. The muzzle of the Concorde gun under her hull was still glowing red after firing, and the twisted trajectory left by the plasma beam did not dissipate for a while. Another Liberator also fired, and a large number of Lexington rockets scattered, leaving beautiful smoke trails interlaced in space. At this time, Augustus realized that the White Star was very close to the ground. The glass-smooth ground and the still boiling molten metal silently told the tragic situation of this land. No matter how magnificent the cities and buildings were here, they obviously no longer exist now. The terrain has been completely changed by the overflowing void energy. The land here has been crushed and burned countless times, and finally became as dark and hard as a piece of pottery that failed to be fired, with a glittering iron blue like glass. Here, all kinds of wreckage can be seen. Humans, Zerg and Protoss are all melted together, cast into the wreckage of various vehicles, weapons, armor and shells. The battlefield covered with wreckage extends in all directions that cannot be seen by the eyes. The cracks split by orbital weapons seem to grasp the gray sky like twisted fingers. This is the furnace of the Earth. Countless alien creatures and warships are hovering in space, blocking the sun's light. Millions of light spots are flashing on the ground, which are the flashes of artillery fire. Mushroom clouds rise from the ground one after another, and flames dance wildly in the violent hurricane. Those warriors who are still alive are now fighting on the corpses of their compatriots and enemies, using the destroyed tanks and ships as cover to move forward. The place where the White Star is about to land was once a propulsion base established by the Imperial Delta Squadron Marines, with a battle line consisting of planetary fortresses, rows of engineering stations, barracks, supply stations, and trenches stretching for miles. The battlefield was designed to be used as a landing point for orbital airborne troops to attack two void fragments near the evil god's host. A few hours ago, this position fell and was crawling with alien insects and void creatures. Now it has been baptized by orbital artillery fire again, and only a piece of extinguishing ashes remains on the ground. Empty. Several squadrons of Viking fighters dived down following the landing White Star, transformed into land mecha mode, and fell from the sky, quickly passing by the porthole of the White Star. It was as if a crazy painter was painting in the sky with bright lines in a disorderly manner, and various orbital cannon trajectories and energy weapons crossed and shone exceptionally. A rain of fire suddenly fell on the upper right of the White Star, and huge and dazzling flames gushed out from the dense gun groups of the Gorgon black sky, as if groups of evil dragons were spitting flames, and dozens of alien dragons were torn into pieces by the terrifying artillery fire. A small collapsed star was rising from the distant horizon, and in an instant it burst out with a strong light like a supernova explosion, changing the color of the sky and the earth. It came from a Protoss mothership that had already landed, although it was a super flagship over a mile in length. The White Star still landed as lightly as a feather on the water. This was probably due to the Empire's progress in anti-gravity technology. The Umoyan people willingly and proactively shared their technology, and Augustus really didn't put any pressure on them. On the other hand, Dr. Nerid, a hard-working man, also made an outstanding contribution. Well done, Augustus said. The White Star landed smoothly, and the sweaty navigator Travis breathed a sigh of relief. Controlling such a huge ship to land smoothly on the surface is no different from holding a giant sword and playing sword flowers lightly. This huge ship quietly stopped on the ground. The bow of the ship seemed like a steep cliff, and the human fighters and dragons flying above it further highlighted its hugeness. On the ground battlefield, Gorgon is also a solid giant fortress, and it can be used immediately. In the situation where the ground is full of bugs and void creatures, it is impossible for the Imperial Engineering Corps to build a super fortress. After all, they are not Protoss and can directly warp into buildings. If the White Star is destroyed, the Empire can also build a new one. This is Admiral Matt Horner. I'm glad you're safe. At this time, Matt Horner appeared on the main screen with a slightly relieved expression on his face. Matt, what's the situation up there? Augustus asked immediately. The current space battlefield is much more chaotic than the ground, with multiple huge Protoss and human fleets firing at each other. And the number of Zerg is even greater than the asteroids at the edge of the galaxy. Raynor commanded a mixed Imperial fleet to fight in Ayer's high-altitude orbit, while Matt's fleet was outside the Earth-Moon orbit. That's what I'm saying. Matt replied immediately. We detected a very large jump signal, which undoubtedly belongs to the Golden Fleet. The Purifier fleet is fighting the main force of the Overmind swarm. I'm afraid we can only deal with them on our own. If we want to temporarily block the Golden Fleet from Ayer's high-altitude orbit, how many fleets can be mobilized, including friendly forces? Augustus asked. I have received too many casualties, Matt said after a moment of silence. We have lost 6 of the 17 fleets, and the remaining ones have also lost more than half. The situation of Darum and the Taldaram Protoss is not much better than ours. The Ahanli Protoss have fought back to the other side of the wormhole. Cyrodiil has to beat them. Augustus was stunned. At the same time, Alarak, the High Lord of the Taldaram, contacted Augustus. Augustus, your people are too slow. Alarak, as always, put pressure on his teammates in the battle. If you can't fulfill your promise, don't expect the Taldaram to fight to the end. Thanks to you, High Lord, Augustus said to Alarak. Otherwise we would have been defeated. What are your losses? The enemy killed a lot of Taldaram. It's not an easy task. Alarak changed his tone. It doesn't matter. The weak ones in my army have been eliminated, and the ones left are strong ones. These rubbish. I wish I could kill them again. That's good. That couldn't be better. Now, I need you to stop the Golden Fleet that is coming. Augustus said to Alarak. I heard that only the Death Fleet can compete with them. The Death Fleet is at my command at any time. Alarak showed a mischievous expression, but don't expect the Taldaram to be your cannon fodder. Augustus spread his hands and connected the communication with Artanis, the high-ranking executive of Darum. My Templars suffered a great loss. Artanis said, the situation is too unfavorable for our warriors. Augustus, I am very sad that we have to fight against our compatriots. Augustus immediately understood how critical their situation was. How many warships do you have left? Augustus sighed. Less than half of what we had when we came. But we will never stop fighting. Artanis said, we would rather sacrifice the Spear of Adon to stop them. I don't think it will come to that. But first, you must stop the Golden Fleet. Once they occupy the high-altitude orbit, Amon doesn't mind turning the entire Eldar into ashes. Augustus briefly explained the situation. In other words, we have to race against time to clear all the void fragments and kill the evil god host before Amon kills us. I plan to launch attacks from the ground and the sky at the same time. To this end, I need your further support, whether it is ground troops or orbital strikes. On Augustus' current display screen, there is a map covering all the continents of Ayer, with the coordinates of the destroyed or undestroyed void fragments marked on it. The closer to the evil god's host, the closer to the Zelnaga temple where the evil god's host is located, the higher the proportion of void creatures in Amon's army, until it is completely composed of a large army of void. Therefore, the void fragments in this area are also extremely difficult to destroy. As for the void fragments in other areas of Ayer, orbital weapons and special forces are enough. There are 5 void fragments around the evil god's host, and now there are 3 left. But this is not enough. The Taldaram High Lord said, destroying the host only prevents Amon from coming. He can still command the Zerg and the Golden Fleet in the void. The reason is simple. Amon could control the main Nest Mind and Kara before he was reborn. Even if the evil god's host was destroyed, he could still control the Zerg and the Golden Fleet. There is no Queen of Blades in this timeline, so the entire Zerg is still under Amon's control. That is to say, even if they prevented Amon from resurrecting, the war would not stop after this battle. You said before that you were confident that the Golden Fleet could escape Amon's control and deal with the Zerg at the same time. Alarak still didn't know why he believed such crazy talk, even when Augustus refused to tell him the details. I don't know how many little secrets you have that I don't know about, and I will know sooner or later. Perhaps it was the hatred for Amon that made him lose his mind. Or maybe he liked his serious nonsense. But no matter what, Alarak was finally persuaded by Augustus and stood here. I can't believe I actually had expectations for this. If I die, you will be buried with me. Believe me, Alarak. Augustus just smiled. I'm not crazy yet. And I won't risk the entire empire. Alarak snorted. I'm saying, if you really have something that can turn everything around, it's the ultimate weapon. Then use it quickly. Only I can decide when to use it. Tal'Darim, when he needs help from others. Augustus is still willing to call him a high-level lord. On the other side, Artanis also spread his hands like humans, expressing helplessness. The eldest son of God has never doubted Augustus. Chapter 738. You are a genius. The wide holographic display screen on the bridge went dark for a moment, and then was once again lit up by vector line drawings of various colors, special symbols, and long strings of numbers. Matt Horner, Artanis and Alarak had all left the communication channel, replaced by a tactical map of the space battlefield, with Ayer's ecliptic plane as the center, all the way to the border of the Oort cloud. The entire galaxy is included. When Augustus looked at it, the star map was full of colorful spots, like the paints on a palette mixed together. The fleets of Protoss, humans, Zerg and Void creatures attacked each other, and every area where a large-scale war was breaking out was highlighted by a dazzling red light, mixed into a ball. Complex, chaotic and changeable. What made people feel temporarily relieved was that at least the area between Ayer's Earth-Moon orbit was still under their control. And there was still half of the Imperial Combined Fleet, and most of the Darim fleet there. Their battle with the Supreme Council fleet and the Ayer Zerg swarm had entered a white-hot state. At 32 degrees above the ecliptic plane, 30 Australian dollars away from Ayer, there are tens of billions of overminds. And between them and Ayer is an entire fleet of purifiers. On this battlefield, the mechanical fleet and the biological fleet fought each other frantically in an attack method that no human or Protoss fleet would use, as if they didn't care about any losses to themselves or the other side. Countless unmanned warship wreckage and insect corpses were scattered in the middle, forming an unprecedented giant interstellar cemetery. And the large amount of resources scattered in it was enough for scavengers to dig for hundreds of years without sleep or food. On the other hand, on the other side of the Ayer system, the Golden Fleet corrupted by Amon was 80 AU away, with at least 1,000 aircraft carriers and 10 times that number of ships at the head. The Tal'Darim Death Fleet, the other half of Matt Horner's Imperial Fleet, Artanis' other flagship Ayer Shield, and 1/3 of the Darim Fleet were leaving the battlefield to intercept the Golden Fleet. As for Zyrtl and the Hanley Protoss fleet, even Augustus had a hard time contacting them, and he couldn't command this Protoss fleet anyway. From the information we received during the last contact, the Hanley Protoss seemed to be planning to kill the Overmind directly, or force it to close some of the wormholes leading to Ayer. You know, even at this time, there are still quite a number of Zerg hive worlds transporting troops to the Ayer battlefield through the newly opened wormhole space. Some of these hive worlds are in the Copperloo sector, while others are in other places in the galaxy. Normally, the Empire cannot find these worlds at all. This Overmind is quite cautious, judging from the situation on the battlefield. It can be said that you are in me, and I am in you. When the Golden Fleet arrives and deploys in space, they will be sandwiched. According to the algorithm of the mechanical adjutant, the enemy has undoubtedly gained an absolute advantage. With her not-so-high intelligence, she can only tell Augustus that the best solution now is to break through as soon as possible and give up the Ayer battlefield. No matter what, Augustus must kill Amon's evil god host before his fleet is defeated, and the Overlord Zerg, or the Golden Fleet, occupies Ayer's high-altitude orbit. On the other hand, if Amon's consciousness really awakens successfully in the evil god's host during this period, the Dark God will go on a killing spree through his new body, and no one can stop him. I am Jim. The landing zone has been cleared, and I have begun to deploy orbital airborne troops. Renault's image appeared on the screen. Hold on for a while. Reinforcements are on the way. The Zealot Legion is being deployed. Darim Executive Officer Salandi shouted in the communication channel. This is for Ayer. Entaro Adin. Entaro Tassadar. I am Genera. And by order of High Lord Alarak, I am sending my strongest warriors to support you. Don't let them die in vain. Genera said. Augustus looked out the porthole of the White Star and saw thousands of bright spots falling from the sky, including drop pods full of Imperial soldiers and much larger objects. The Empire is airdropping supply stations and bunkers from orbit for free, and doesn't care how long these buildings can exist on the ground. Terran and Taldaran Protoss are also warping troops and buildings to the ground, and the warping location is shrouded in a large area of white and red light. This method of deploying reinforcements is terrifyingly efficient. Along with it, there are also many fighters and flying vehicles landing from the atmosphere. Of course, Ire Zerg and the Supreme Council fleet also appeared closely following them. Even standing on the bridge, Augustus could feel the ground shaking violently, which was directly caused by AL's increasingly frequent ground activities. Affected by the void corruption and energy shock, the stability of this area is even worse than Char's Bone Trench. I'll leave this to you. Augustus found the captain of the White Star, Theodore, and walked out of the bridge door with an AGR-17 rifle. Several Royal Guard ghost agents appeared behind Augustus, and the Dark Templars holding light blades walked on both sides of the Emperor, followed by more guards. Augustus has a Dark Templar guard of nearly 100 people. They accepted the honor bestowed by the Empire and lived in August Grad for a long time. These Dark Templars even have their own Royal Guard uniforms, a golden red robe that imitates the uniforms of the members of the Choral Council. Although 10 years is not a long number for these Dark Templars, they are already closely linked to the fate of Augustus and the Terran Empire. Some Dark Templars still believe that Augustus is the legendary savior, the destined man, the son of prophecy. And this is indeed the case. At this moment, the White Star's cabins were in chaos, with corpses that had not been cleaned up yet, and shrapnel of various calibers firmly embedded in the cabin walls. The scenes in some cabins were even more horrible, with body parts, organs, and weapon fragments splattered everywhere like a can of jam slapped on a plate. When the White Star was still in space, these bodies were floating in the air in a mess. Once the warship entered nearer space, they flew and collided under the influence of various forces. At the most critical moment, the invading enemy was even only one deck away from the bridge. Imperial engineers were still working overtime to repair the damaged cabins and decks, and there were knocking sounds and laser welders everywhere. Augustus did not delay for too long and went straight to the central laboratory of the White Star, where the Xel'Naga artifact was stored. When Augustus arrived at the door of the laboratory, he heard a familiar sharp voice shouting, "We are going to die. We are going to die. We are going to die." It was obvious that there was still a battle going on there until just now, and the gunshots and roars had just subsided. A researcher was disemboweled by some extremely sharp object and lay at Augustus' feet. A medical soldier who came in silently made a gesture of praying to God on his chest, then knelt on one knee, stuffed the researcher's internal organs back, and sewed up the horrible wound with a laser nail gun. During this process, no one could see her expression under the mask. Augustus' eyes moved slowly like the hands on a clock. The laboratory was full of horrible corpse fragments, as if the enemy was not killing for the sake of killing, but was simply killing one-sidedly. As for the enemy's corpses, there were only some debris made of void energy or something else, and they were slowly dissipating. Those who invaded the White Star should be a mixture of void energy. This monster is extremely cruel and powerful. Finally, Augustus looked at the location where the Xel'Naga artifact was stored, and saw that it was still intact, and the expression on his face eased a little. The White Star's laboratory was more than 10 times larger than Hyperion's, and was guarded by a company of royal guards. Otherwise it would have been lost long ago. Augustus thought that maybe Amon also wanted to take back this Xel'Naga artifact, but he certainly didn't know what he was going to use it for. After all, this dark god absolutely didn't believe that humans would understand artifacts better than himself. If he knew what Augustus wanted to do, he might not have sent so few people to seize the artifact. "Tell him to calm down," Augustus shouted to Egon Stedman, the new chief scientist of the Empire, who was hiding behind 2 Marines. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Augustus' voice, Stedman, who was frightened, immediately came to his senses and limped over immediately. "Your Majesty, I can't believe you are here." Stedman organized his words, and he was very happy that he didn't pee his pants just now. "I'm a doctor," he said. "I'm not good at fighting. Can you still work?" Augustus looked at Stedman and said, "Of course," Stedman said without hesitation. "Good." Augustus nodded. "Otherwise, I'll have to send someone to replace you. You must make sure the artifact works properly, And it must be available immediately once I need it. That's not a problem. Stedman turned around and walked towards the artifact. But I'm not sure if it will really work. So far, we know less about the artifact than a hair on a cow. I hope the artifact will be as useful as Carrick said. He muttered to himself. And suddenly became excited as if no one was around. Who would have thought? I don't know if I understand it correctly. The artifact can absorb various energies. And for the Xel'Naga, genes, energy, information and consciousness are all one. In this way, it is possible to separate Amon's consciousness from Kara. Once those void fragments are resolved and the evil god's host is destroyed, Amon will only have Kara to host. We can temporarily seal it in the artifact, so that the controlled Protoss can take the opportunity to cut off the nerve bundle. He finally said, if that's the case, the Xel'Naga artifact can become a magic cube that can play with the universe at its fingertips. This is a godlike technology. Unfortunately, we don't understand it at all. Now we are just like a primitive man using ion walls to crack walnuts and molecular blades to peel potatoes. It's hard to imagine that the Xel'Naga just used it as a guide stone. No, there must be other uses. But it is definitely not to destroy the world. I don't care about that. Augustus didn't care. I just want it to be useful now. Yes. Stedman scratched his head, but in this way, we can't use the artifact's Nova impact for the time being. By the way, he started talking nonsense again. I have made new progress in my research. The Xel'Naga artifact can also switch to another mode to deal with humans. It can give all carbon-based humans a splitting headache. I found many traces of changes on the artifact. This is probably made by Dr. Nerid. The doctor must want to use it to deal with the rebellious Mobies. Ah, he is really a great man. At least there are no humans here except us. August said patiently. You are really a talent. But in fact, Stedman could not think of the true value of this model. If Arcturus knew, he would definitely regard it as a treasure. Such a powerful weapon can be used against one's own people. It is simply the best. No one can shake the royal power of the Minx family. Actors must know that weapons can never make a regime last forever. But people's hearts can. But people's hearts are always fickle. But weapons are not. I'll leave the artifact to you. Augustus finally said to Stedman, you must defend it with your life. Yes, Your Majesty, Stedman said immediately. Although Stedman seemed very unreliable in many cases. Since he really dared to promise such a big thing, there would be no problem. Just when Augustus was about to leave, Stedman screamed and reminded him, Your Majesty, I need a sample of the evil god's host body for research. Yes, Augustus said, if there are any left after the bombing. Then, Augustus ordered people to strengthen the guard in the laboratory again, and then went to the landing deck and boarded an armored vehicle heading to the ground. At several landing points outside the White Star, fully armed Imperial Marines had walked out of the airdrop capsules, carrying equipment and ammunition, and helping the SCVs of the Imperial Engineering Corps build fortifications to prepare to resist the army of void creatures that were attacking here. In addition to the Empire's army, there are other human armed forces here. The classic blue helmets and white armor of the Umoyan Protectorate Marines are very eye-catching, and the triangular badges stacked on the armor are shining with blue and orange. In any case, it is very beautiful. In comparison, the armor of the Comorians is just like it was just dug out of the mine. But compared with the Umoyan Protectorate, the Comorians have fought with the Zerg and the Void Army long ago, and their combat effectiveness is unquestionable. The magnificent warships, as big as the city, hovered in the sky, and an Archangel Viking named Belius was guarding the main road to the command center. And when he opened fire, he was like an angry god. Chapter 739 Prenatal Education. Rail guns and energy weapons extended to the distant horizon, and the interweaving bright beams cut the sky into countless irregular horizontal and vertical blocks. From time to time, huge warships and insect corpses fell from the high-altitude orbit, and thousands of fragments were like burning mercury. Before the night fell, the insect swarm and the Void Army launched rounds of attacks on the landing site of the White Star, and the moving shadows paved every corner within sight. Even the veterans of the Empire, who had been through many battles, felt cold at the sight. In response, tons of shells, missiles and laser weapons were poured onto the devastated land. Then, the Banshee bombers cleared the ground obstacles. The land mechas and tanks, mainly Herc, Wolf and Goliath, began to advance towards the Xel'Naga temple, where the evil god's host was located. A large number of infantry troops, Hellfire chariots, Hurricane chariots and rattlers followed closely behind. This battle was extremely cruel. The fragmented front was full of charred debris. The air suddenly heated by ion weapons was rippling with death in the sun. Thousands of huge cannons roared at the same time. And energy weapons whipped the earth like the whip of hell. In the Xel'Naga temple area, the average survival time of soldiers can even be calculated in seconds. The Aiur battlefield is definitely the most tragic battle in the Terran Empire's history of all-out wars. The army has invested the largest military force in history in this remote battlefield far away from the core of the Empire, with a determination that ordinary people cannot understand. And now, all their combat forces are only one-third of the ones before the war. In fact, the Empire knew that attacking Aiur would inevitably make them face the situation of being attacked from both sides by the Golden Fleet and the Overmind Swarm. But they had no choice. Looking at the overall situation, they only have this one chance to destroy the evil god's host before Amon is reborn. If they fail, they will never have another chance. In any case, this is a gamble. Augustus first followed the command center that was constantly moving forward to the Xel'Naga temple. Then he disliked the slow speed and directly boarded a command vehicle, which almost drove the already highly nervous command staff crazy. At the same time, the news that the Emperor of the Empire was fighting with the Imperial soldiers on the ground also boosted morale, and even made those troops that were on the verge of collapse due to severe attrition regroup, which was like coming back to life. In this extremely tragic battlefield, even being a deserter has become a luxury. Everyone must be prepared to die on the battlefield, regardless of whether they have such awareness and the courage to sacrifice themselves. The war has only been going on for a few hours, and there is no good land left here. There are huge wreckage and craters everywhere, and the corpses are piled up higher and higher, crushed by tanks. Before long, Augustus had to abandon the command vehicle and get off and walk. When Augustus raised his head, although the distance was still quite far, he did not need to look carefully to find the absurd and evil huge body of the evil god's host. He seemed to be able to hear the mocking and taunting voices coming from the evil god's host body. Amon praised them for their self-destructive and moth-to-flame battle. Death is the end of the cosmic cycle. When the energy of the Eye of the Void dissipated, the unparalleled crater that the Overlord smashed on the surface of Aiur was suddenly filled with a towering Xel'Naga temple, with huge, glowing obelisks guarding the circular side halls. Every pillar and wall of the temple was meticulously carved with gorgeous and mysterious decorations, and its magnificent and huge scale exceeded any single building in the universe. Lightning continued to appear from the void energy storm above the temple, covering the majestic dome of the Xel'Naga temple. The evil god's host, the ultimate hybrid composed of countless Protoss and Zerg flesh and blood, occupied the entire dome of the temple. Its Leviathan-like body was almost as large as the temple itself. Like a giant, like a mountain. This was the largest, most evil, and most terrifying hybrid monster Augustus had ever seen. It was so powerful that under the protection of the void energy, even orbital weapons that were powerful enough to destroy half a continent could not hurt it at all. Amon. He has many names. The Voice of Darkness, the Dark One, the Dark God, the Fallen One, the Eternal One, the True God. If Amon wakes up in the evil god's body, even the Queen of Blades and Oreha will not be Amon's opponent. This is a super monster that combines the advantages of Zerg and Protoss. An evil god container designed to carry the eternal essence of Amon Xel'Naga. So, Egon Stedman is really a madman. He actually wants to create a half-mechanical and half-biological Imperial hybrid. Augustus stepped over a burning wreckage of a scientific ship, and in front of him was a huge rift burning with raging flames, which was long enough to split the new Gettysburg city of Tarsones in two. That was the terrible trace left by the solar thermal gun of the Protoss Arkansas. Such rifts can be seen everywhere in this area. Directly in front of Augustus was an advancing Imperial Marine Brigade. Although the losses of this brigade were already quite heavy, the scene of thousands of Imperial soldiers in power armor unfolding on the front line was still impressive. More than 100 Odin mechas were like moving mountains, coated with a layer of rusty light under the twilight. There were still hundreds of thousands of troops ahead. There were no more soldiers left in the troops that were responsible for the main attack. The road ahead was full of smoldering mecha wreckage, and there were more dead soldiers than intact stones on the ground. Can we destroy these crystals? Augustus stopped and looked to the east of the Xel'Naga temple. There stood a void fragment, surrounded by as many as 8 void cracks, and 2 huge dark red crystal clusters floating in the sky. Those crystal clusters hang high above people's heads. gathering terrifying void energy inside, and occasionally releasing some kind of deadly death rays. Once hit by these beams, whether it is a person, a chariot or an aircraft in the sky, they will fall into a short state of paralysis and lose the ability to move and attack. Then, the crystal will kill everything in this state. Even warships can be crushed into powder. This newly emerged creation is called the Death Grip Crystal, and anything hit by it will be declared dead. What's even more terrifying is that the Death Grip can even be used to generate a Void Shadow hybrid. It was these Death Grip crystals, and the army of Void creations that emerged from the Void Rift, that stopped the Imperial Army's offensive. We are doing that, Your Majesty. The answer came from a commander in the command center of the Imperial 102nd Division, who might not be as close to Augustus as he was. He then complained, "We lack support and firepower." The Imperials had very little air superiority, but it was a miracle that they could hold the sky with all their strength and prevent the Mutalisks and Broodlords from bombarding their ground forces. As for the fleets in orbit, their situation was only slightly better than that of the troops on the ground. They did not give up the high-altitude orbits, but the enemy's strength was still several times theirs. When under siege, even the Protoss warships could not fight against enemies that were several times their number while carrying out precise orbital strikes. And the shields and weapon systems also consumed a lot of energy. Soon, a Banshee bomber Duskwing formation, which was obviously not fully staffed, quickly approached one of the Death Grip crystals under the cover of the Viking squadron. Various Void creations fiercely pounced on this mixed flight formation. Several Imperial fighters were hit and immediately turned into brilliant flames, but the rest took this opportunity to get closer to their targets regardless of everything. On the other side, a pulse cannon also locked onto the target, like a rainbow piercing the sun, and shattered another Death Grip crystal in an instant. Use tactical nuclear bombs to clear the way, Augustus said. No need to save. The remaining ones in the fleet are enough for us. Launch all the nuclear bombs you brought. To be precise, the nuclear weapons Augustus brought this time were enough to raise Air to the ground a dozen times. The combined nuclear power of the entire empire was enough to restart the human world once. As soon as Augustus's order was issued, multiple bright white dots lit up around the Void fragments. The flames of the mushroom cloud rose, and countless Void creations melted in an instant. The fleet in the high-altitude orbit was also doing its best to provide fire support. But the orbital strikes came not only from its own people and friendly forces, but also from the fleet of the Supreme Council. The devastating light spears penetrated the clouds, like beams of searchlights probing into the thick fog, cutting the earth at will with the power of gods. The strong light produced by fusion weapons and the brilliant colors brought by plasma weapons stirred the clouds of ire, and all life was either killing each other or burning. Countless lives died. No matter their souls were great or ordinary, they died equally heroically. Augustus jumped into a rather exaggerated crater the size of a small lake, and a rocket-assisted Punisher grenade passed over his head, forcing him to bend over. The grenade came from the front, and it might have been fired randomly by the Imperial soldiers driven crazy by the hybrid. But the human soldiers transformed from Void creatures could also launch similar things, even if they were made entirely of energy. A group of human-like Void creatures rushed over from the direction where the grenades came from. They were humanoid creatures, also wearing power armor, and even holding the Empire's standard Gauss weapons, howitzers and rockets. What's even more incredible is that these things are as deadly as the Empire's when they fire. The appearance of these enemies here means that the Empire's flank has a loophole, or even has been penetrated. But at present, they are in the midst of a rapid offensive, and their personnel have been severely reduced. This is understandable when the battle line is overly stretched. Kill them! Without waiting for Augustus to give the order, his guards opened fire, and soon these Void creatures were drowned in a hail of bullets. Several Void Shadow hybrids appeared, but they were immediately given special attention, and even a few small mushroom clouds appeared where they were. The Royal Guards were equipped with the latest weapons, equipped with individual shields, and with microfusion warheads. Augustus ignored these enemies, and when he entered the command system in the power armor, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. There used to be more than 50 main divisions of the Empire on the tactical map, but now most of them have been swept away like chess pieces on a chessboard. But they are close enough to the Void fragment, and a new Star Special Forces Ghost finally sneaked into its vicinity and installed a fusion doomsday device with precise equivalent calculations. Destroying the Void fragment in front of them is even more difficult than Augustus expected. The more Void fragments are destroyed, the fewer are left. Under Amon's reinforcement, the power of the last few will become extremely powerful, and ordinary orbital weapons will be useless. With a fleet unable to provide sufficient support, they could only send ground forces to weaken the power of these void fragments, and then concentrate their efforts to destroy them. The good news is that after paying such a great sacrifice, they are finally going to clear all the void fragments on Ire. Darum and Taldarum are attacking another void fragment here, and showing amazing fighting spirit. Artanis' Templars are advancing one after another, and the Taldarum warriors are furious. Every time they sacrificed a warrior, they immediately warped more to join the battlefield. This fighting method was just like a swarm of insects. At this moment, Augustus heard a loud noise. He looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the void fragment collapsed like a pile of building blocks. The void creatures around it also disappeared in the earth-shaking explosion. Almost at the same time, the void fragment in the province of Elkashaka was also destroyed. Augustus immediately ordered the troops to retreat, and asked the nearby human and Protoss ships to help these warriors as much as possible. Retreating is not easier than attacking. The terrifying void creatures will definitely chase after them. There is only one left. Raynor then joined the channel. The Protoss may be in trouble. No matter how much they pay, they will succeed. Augustus was not too worried, because the Protoss fought much harder than humans. 10 minutes later, Solandes and Genera sent a good news. Now, there is no more void fragments to protect the evil god's host. The sensor shows that the energy of the evil god's host is beginning to weaken. I think our weapons can come in handy. Renault then ordered all fleets immediately leave the battle and rewind to areas 7 and 17. Wait, that guy is about to wake up. Augustus ordered, order all fleets to send all weapons that can be used to the evil god's host. This is not good for a freak that is about to be born. Renault joked, but his tone was cold. This is called prenatal education, Augustus said. After a while, as if a string of pearls lost in heaven, nuclear bombs with blue flames gushing out of their tails were falling from orbit. The spear of Aiden entered orbital space, and countless golden beams fell from the sky, as if millions of suns fell from the sky. This was a sun shower. Chapter 740. Is this how you use the Gorgon? Hopefully there will be some crumbs left for Stedman. When Augustus looked back, even with his eyes slightly closed through the thicket mask, the world in his eyes was pale, as if he had snow blindness. Thousands of light points dragging azure molten flames fell to the earth, releasing pulsar-like light, and the stacked shock waves swept the earth. The sky was raining dense and scorching golden light, and the ground was also on fire, with raging flames burning from one end of the horizon to the other. A sea of light was boiling and rolling, and countless solar hurricanes were rising from the sea, sweeping everything. Finally, a very thick beam of light came down, piercing the earth, and lava gushed out like a spring, rushing straight into the clouds. Even the cremation step was omitted. Maybe there would be some ashes left. It was already night, and the sky was still bright. Everything, whether it was a soldier's armor or a stone on the ground, was shrouded in a strong light that had not dissipated for a long time. Although Augustus was far enough away from the center of the strike, the air here was sizzling hot, and countless thunders were heard every moment, making people dizzy. Hybrid signal detected, marking the position. A heart-piercing roar came from behind Augustus, followed by the fierce clatter of Gauss weapons and several huge explosions, and the disgusting smell of burning in the air deepened a little bit. They were still retreating, and were walking on a long upward ramp, and at the end of the ramp was a straight ravine 5 miles long and 1,000 feet deep. Inside it was a sea of plasma fire shining with azure flashes, and even the narrowest part was completely impassable. The terrible thing was that this natural chasm did not exist at all not long ago. It was left after the fallen Ark Pride of Olis raised an imperial base. There were hundreds of such narrow and ugly scars in the temple area, and there were countless craters and landing capsule impact points scattered everywhere. There were very few places to stand, like the bumpy surface of the moon. No one knows what this place was like before. When the Protoss mentioned the numerous temples and courtyard walls surrounded by towering trees before the First War, humans simply could not imagine what it was like. Augustus ignored the hybrids, and did not even think it was necessary for him to give orders personally. During the retreat, he and the royal guards stayed behind as rear guards. They had repelled the pursuing enemy forces many times, and had been surrounded and escaped from the siege several times. They had seen hundreds of hybrids, and killed hundreds of hybrids. Looks like we have no choice but to take a detour. Tychus came over from behind, followed by several Royal Marines wearing wolf helmets and golden red armor. Everyone's armor was covered with scars, obviously having just experienced a hard battle. During the offensive phase, Tychus's Odin prototype was almost at the forefront, followed by the new Heaven's Devil team he recruited in his private name. This old guy was really excited this time, charging the most fiercely, firing nuclear bombs crazily, as if he had already owed money that he could not pay back for his entire life, and could only die on the battlefield. When the whole army retreated after the battle objective was achieved, the Imperial troops, who were the main force of the attack, were the most difficult to get out. This was a life-or-death battle. The death rate of the troops responsible for the attack was very high. One battalion even had only one seriously injured soldier surviving. But Tychus not only escaped himself, but also successfully brought back more than 1,000 people. A selfish person like Tychus is good at fighting and running away, unless he is unwilling to abandon others and run away by himself. But this time, as a price, he could only leave his beloved Odin on the battlefield. Tychus was heartbroken for a while, but only for a while, because Augustus would soon give him a better Odin. His original Odin was even equipped with a shield and a reactor to power it. It could automatically assemble and produce tactical nuclear bombs inside, and the cost of manufacturing and maintenance increased again and again. Tychus couldn't imagine how good the next one would be. Augustus didn't answer Tychus at first, but just looked back from a high place. A group of Imperial Guardsmen were walking past him quickly, many of them holding a battered banner that had belonged to one of the Imperial divisions before tonight. The remnants of these divisions might have been reduced to a few hundred men as they passed by the Imperial Guardsmen. They knew that their divisions would not be able to be replenished during this campaign, and might be withdrawn or temporarily assigned to other units. So they returned the banners to the Emperor, as if their divisions were still fighting on the battlefield. Now, all the troops that could still be contacted have evacuated, and Augustus and his guards are the last troops left. In the direction from which they came, the aftermath of the nuclear strike and the solar bombardment is dissipating, and the sky is gradually darkening. It can be seen that in the farther distance, it is an extremely tragic scene, with corpses piled up like mountains on the broken land, and weapons and huge Zerg skeletons stuck in the ground are like a forest of swords and spears. The places flattened by particle weapons are nailed with many charred outlines, some of which are human and some are Zerg, and both the fine steel and the shell have melted into part of the body. They were still fighting before they died, like the murals of humans fighting beasts painted on the walls by prehistoric humans. Many Imperial warriors died directly from the horrific mental attacks of the hybrid destroyers, and the servo system of the armor still locked their limbs, allowing them to maintain the standing posture before death. They left hundreds of thousands of corpses in that direction. Augustus thought secretly in his heart that this account could not be settled. A Hercules will come to pick us up. Calculating the time, if there is no trouble, it will arrive in a few minutes. After thinking for a while, Augustus answered Tychus's question when he confirmed again on the communication channel that no troops were left behind. In fact, even if there were survivors behind the Royal Guard, there was no possibility of rescue now. Behind them, the Zerg was making a comeback. After the destruction of the evil god's host, the number of void creatures was greatly reduced, and the most powerful ones were greatly weakened due to the reduction of void energy supply. But these native El Zerg completely obeyed Amon, and would not be affected by the lack of void energy. Augustus could fully foresee how crazy the next attack of the Zerg would be. After the evil god's host was destroyed, Amon should at least put aside some of his contempt for humans, and would definitely order the Zerg and the Golden Fleet to attack with all their strength. Speaking of which, Augustus hoped that Amon would be furious because of this. But it was hard to say whether he would have such an emotion. If Amon still wanted to create a new evil god's host, it would not be an easy task even for him. To reach the previous level, it needs at least Zerg and Protoss with the same huge flesh and blood as the Overmind. At present, there is still one Overmind alive and kicking, since Amon still has the Golden Fleet in his hands. The flesh and blood of the Protoss is not lacking, but it is not a short time to recast the evil god's host. Not to mention that Nerid has been expelled back to the void. At this time, above the completely disappeared Xel'Naga temple, the last nuclear bomb finally arrived. It was the largest nuclear bomb in the Empire's nuclear arsenal. Once it fell, an incomparable mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the world was set on fire again. Even Augustus felt that the damage was a bit too serious. But he had to be cautious when dealing with the evil god's host. How many people have died so far in order to kill this beast? Tychus opened his eyes and looked at the rising sun in the distance. Even through the mask of the power armor, he felt that he was about to be blinded. Yeah. Augustus opened and closed his mouth and said nothing more. Why would a bastard with such power want to destroy the world? Tychus said to himself. I don't understand either, Augustus said. Augustus looked at the sky reflecting a white light, knowing that the battle above was equally fierce. Although the space battlefield covered most of the Iron Galaxy, there were traces of fighting as far as the asteroid belt at the edge of the galaxy, and even the Oort cloud. And the distance was more than 1 light year. The fighting was mainly concentrated in a much narrower place. Just like the surface fleets fighting on the ocean in ancient times on Earth. In human cognition, space battles are more about close-range naval gun battles between large battleships and cruisers. Because even if weapons can reach the speed of light, it takes 8 minutes to cross an astronomical unit. Unless they can find more effective weapons, it will take a lot of time for fleets to find and chase each other in the huge space battlefield. There is only one thing that is consistent in space battles, and that is the cruelty of war. The victory or defeat in space is also related to the success or failure of this battle. If the Spear of Aten failed to stop the pride of Odalise, they would have been burned to ashes long ago. As Tychus and Augustus were talking, a huge Hercules transport suddenly appeared above them. It was directly warped. If it can warp, why do we have to wait so long? Tychus was shocked. Be content. Augustus didn't waste any words and immediately boarded the ship named Flying Tyranid. The Flying Tyranid rose into the air and immediately left the devastated area. Their destination was a long-abandoned Protoss temple that had not been affected by the previous war. At present, Augustus's army has simply abandoned the White Star and established a new line of defense around the temple. When Augustus arrived, the troops that could be withdrawn had basically retreated to the assembly point around the temple. The ground was full of fortifications, supply stations, and other barracks buildings. For Gorgon-class battlecruisers that were too damaged to continue fighting were parked at the entrances of the temple in 4 directions. The Imperial Engineering Corps temporarily transformed them into a fortress nearly a mile long. They were basically a waste ship before, and even lost the ability to leave Ayer's gravity field. But when placed on the ground, they can serve as fortresses and fixed turrets. When Augustus saw this scene on the spaceship, he shouted, "Look, Warfield, this is how the Gorgon is used." Tychus didn't catch the joke and had nothing to say. As soon as Augustus got off the spaceship, he immediately began to understand the current situation of the various troops retreating to the vicinity of the temple. Many people failed to withdraw in time. Some troops were either not fast enough or fell into chaos during the retreat, and were overwhelmed by the void creatures in the blink of an eye. According to scattered reports, only a few scattered troops were lucky enough to be rescued by nearby Protoss ships. Some troops attacked in tanks, but had no choice but to leave these heavy equipment behind when they returned. The terrain near the temple had long been ravaged by the continuous orbital strikes and bombardment. Not to mention a basic road. There was not even a road that could walk half a mile without falling into a pit. In the extremely bad sections of the road, it could even be described as crossing mountains and hills. When it came time to retreat, these troops could only abandon their vehicles, take a few shots of stimulants and walk. If it weren't for the most elite Imperial army, the number of people who could be evacuated from the temple area this time might be 70,000 or 80,000 less. Although most of the void creatures were destroyed along with the evil god's host, the enemies nearby were still many times their number, and the retreat was still accompanied by endless fighting. The coalition forces had not yet lost air superiority, but most of the transport planes that came to support them were shot down, and the battle situation had already been out of control. Even so, Augustus used all the power he could to save them. Even the Taldaran Protoss reluctantly sent a nearby mothership and 2 Titan prisms to rescue tens of thousands of Imperial soldiers, most of whom were seriously injured soldiers who were evacuated first, at Augustus's request. But this only prevented the retreat from turning into a massacre. In many of the troops that Augustus visited, because they had experienced a whole day of highly intense fighting, basically everyone was lying on the ground and against the wall, taking a light nap in their power armor. Many seriously injured people can only stay in the Gorgon medical cabin temporarily, because there is no safe place in space or on the ground. As a result, there are not enough space on the ship, and the newly established temporary medical point is overcrowded, and the air is full of the smell of death. Even such a bad situation may not last long. Because the enemy will soon attack here. It's finally over. I want to go back and find a tavern to have a drink now. Perhaps because he was used to seeing death. Tychus was the only one who didn't look sad. It's not over yet. Augustus just said, the next part is the hardest. When the artifact is activated, all the Zerg and hybrids on the planet will rush here. Then, accompanied by heavy bombardment, the Supreme Council and the Golden Fleet will land on Ire. The Zerg's offensive will never be slow. He said, the Protoss is the same. We must hold on until the artifact is fully charged. Damn it. Why is it defending the artifact again? Why do we have to go through this kind of thing? Tychus spread his hands and lay down, falling asleep.